I don't exactly know where to start, so I'll start from the beginning. I was almost 18 when I met Jesse. I won't go into details about how or where we met because it doesn't really matter to the story except to say that some guy was hassling me and Jesse stopped it. I gave Jesse my number, and that's the short version of how the hero got the girl. Jesse and I dated for almost a year before he asked me to marry him. I was now almost 19. He had treated me with nothing but kindness, respect, and love. At the time, I had no reason to doubt his sincerity. Looking back, I can clearly see how he was trying too hard and completely manipulating me. He was doing something for me almost every single day for that entire year, buying me gifts, flowers, romantic dinners, writing poems and songs. It was over the top. It was way too much for so early on in our relationship. It was like he was a magician, trying to dazzle and distract me at the same time. It worked. I was so swept away, I hadn't noticed how all the phone calls and him showing up everywhere all the time to surprise me was actually his way of checking on me to see if I was where I said I was. This is when he also started consuming every ounce of my free time. He was effectively keeping me from spending time with my friends. I hadn't noticed any of these warning signs. I was so stupid. I thought he was the most romantic man in the universe, and I agreed to marry him because I actually felt lucky to have found him. So, we ran off, got married, and I couldn't have been happier. We had a 2-week honeymoon, and I had the time of my life. It wasn't until we got home that things rapidly turned to shit, right before my very eyes. Now, I need to paint a picture for you because this is crucial to the story. Please don't judge me as being conceited. I'm not, but you need to know what I looked like back then to understand how damaged I became, and also what fueled the rage in Jesse. Picture a young girl, 5'10", 121 pounds, long legs, tan, long black hair, hazel eyes, full lips, wearing stuff like denim minis, tank tops, and flip-flops. That was me at 18 years old. Now picture a 22-year-old guy, average-looking, 6'4", around 280 pounds. Not morbidly obese, but a slightly chubby, big, tall guy. That was Jesse. I didn't care that he was a little overweight. I loved him for who he was inside, rather than who he pretended to be. I, however, cared a great deal about how I looked. Don't get me wrong, I never spent more than 10 minutes in front of the mirror, putting on makeup or doing my hair, but I cared about keeping my body healthy and fit enough for me to do the things that I wanted to do. Until Jesse changed all that. We had stopped at a convenience store gas station combo to gas up the truck and get drinks on our way home from the honeymoon. We'd literally only been married for 2 weeks. I went into the shop to pick my drink, and after Jesse paid for everything, we walked to the door to leave, and as we walked out, a man was walking in. He held the door for us. I said thank you. He smiled and nodded, and I walked out. Jesse followed behind me. He filled the tank, got into the truck, and said nothing to me. We drove home in silence. When we reached our house, he unlocked the front door, stepped aside to let me in, then closed and locked the door. I was watching him because I was puzzled by his silence, and I was about to ask him what was wrong. He turned around so quickly that I didn't have time to dodge his fist. He hit me so hard that I fell to the floor. I was a bit dazed, completely confused, and totally scared. He started kicking me and yelling at me. He said I was flirting with that man that held the door for us at the gas station. He said that I was his, and that he owned me now, and that I dressed like a slut. He threatened me about flirting and what would happen to me if I ever did it again. He cracked my ribs that day and gave me a black eye. Later that night, I was nursing my wounds and trying to stop shaking, trying so hard to make sense of what he had done. trying not to cry. I couldn't stop. He came into the bedroom and he grabbed me, pulled me up off the bed and hugged me. He said he was sorry. He said he saw the way that man and all men looked at me and it infuriated him. He said I was just so beautiful and he knew I could do much better than him. He began crying and apologizing profusely. He begged my forgiveness and told me he couldn't believe I agreed to marry him because we were so different. He said he could tell that the man was thinking, what is she doing with a big-ass ugly meathead like him? He was so apologetic and seemed sincere when he said it would never happen again. He said he was under so much pressure at work. He got down on his knees and begged me to give him another chance. He reminded me of our year of dating and how he treated me and swore that was the real him. I loved him. I believed his tears were as real as mine. I just wanted to be loved. I wanted to be happy again. I forgave him. I thought it was a one-time thing. I thought wrong. Over the next couple of years, my nose was broken, my arm was broken, my ribs were broken, and my cheekbones were broken. I had countless black eyes, lumps on my head, bruises all over my body. Every time, it was for the same reason. My looks. His insecurity. I tried to do things to please him, to take his excuses for beating me away. I dressed in baggy clothes to hide my body. I stopped wearing makeup, stopped doing my hair. I even quit my job because he was afraid I would meet someone at work and leave him. Nothing I did eased his insecurities. Nothing I tried made anything any better. He found new reasons. We wound up in this cycle of beating, flowers a gift, crying apology, good for a week, right back to beating. Things got worse. He started disabling my car so I was stuck at home while he was at work. When he was home, he would give me ridiculous time limits for doing the grocery shopping that I would never be able to meet, and then accuse me of having an affair instead of grocery shopping, even though I had groceries with me when I returned. He set up a new bank account that only he had access to and withdrew all the money from our joint account. I noticed things were being moved, hidden around the house. When I asked about them, he would call me a stupid bitch and tell me I was going crazy. He always knew exactly where the missing items were. He would point them out to me, then try to convince me that I put them there. I later found out what he was doing, and it was called gaslighting. He was trying to make me doubt myself, doubt my own sanity. The beatings became regular punishments for whatever reason he could think of, usually giving me a fat bloody lip or a bloody nose. I can't even count the number of black eyes. He would bash my head against the walls and floor. Once in a while, he would stomp on my torso or my face until you could hear the crunch of my bones or cartilage. No matter what he did to me, he would always take Polaroids of me, broken, bloody, crying and battered, and tape them up on the wall in the hallway upstairs. He would make me sit on the floor or sometimes stand for hours looking at those photos. He said I needed to learn a lesson from them. He said I needed to see what I made him do. He did this once after he broke my cheekbones. I still have scars on my face from that. Those scars I live with every day. They've faded over the many years, but there isn't a day that goes by that I don't see them as clearly as the day they were put there. With every beating came verbal abuse, emotional abuse, and mental abuse. I was constantly being attacked about my looks, called a cunt, whore, slut, bitch, and many other names. I was accused of fucking every man within a 100-mile radius. It never stopped. One day, something inside me broke. Not bones, not my heart. It was more like I had mentally and emotionally shut down. I was just numb inside. I didn't love Jesse anymore. I just didn't give a fuck about anything anymore. I'd been alienated from my friends. I had no family around to help me. I didn't even have access to the bank account. I was dead broke, alone, and ready to just roll over and die. I felt so alone and depressed. I started eating. I didn't even feel hungry. I think I just ate to comfort myself. I didn't know any other way to do it. Food became my only friend. I don't know why I started eating, but I did. I started gaining weight. I wasn't leaving the house anymore. I was just sitting alone, stuffing my face. Eventually, Jesse started noticing my weight gain. His reaction was shocking to me. He didn't seem to mind. He almost seemed to be encouraging it. He'd taken over the shopping a long time ago, but now he was just buying so much more junk food than he'd ever had before. I noticed the beatings seemed to lessen in severity at first, but then later, as I got fatter, they decreased in quantity as well. He said something one day about my weight. It was something to the effect of, "If you keep getting fatter, I won't have to worry about anyone taking you from me. Nobody will want your fat, ugly lard ass." It was at that moment that I realized the fatter I got, the safer I would be. So I ate and laid around doing nothing but eating. I tripled in size in about a year's time. Eventually, he left me alone except for the occasional smack or shove, but the beatings were mostly gone. It's ironic that when you're fat, people bully you and you just want to be thin to feel some semblance of normality. I was thin, but making myself fat just so I could feel somewhat normal. I had to destroy my body with food in order to save it from beatings. I know how fucked up, ass backwards, and crazy that sounds, but it's what happened. I stopped having sex with Jesse when I caught him cheating on me. I wasn't shocked by this because deep down I already knew. No, I wasn't hurt, but I was so pissed off that he was doing exactly what I took beatings for not doing. When I refused sex with him, he started beating me again. Not just beating me, but also forcing himself on me against my will. Raping me. You can say it's not rape if you're married, but I'll tell you to fuck off every time. He hurt me in ways I didn't even know were possible. He tied me up and humiliated me. He did unspeakable things, but I think you get the picture. I started caring again. I started wanting my life back. I wanted to start again, without Jesse. I had decided to find out about divorcing him. I broke down and contacted my family to help me. That was hard, as they were as bad as Jesse, if not worse when I was growing up. But at that moment, they were the lesser of two evils. They hadn't been in my life since I was 16 years old. I had run away to escape them. The weird thing about my family was that they would beat you, burn you, stab you, and try to drown you and a lot of other psychotic things, but let anyone else hurt you and they became enraged and protective. It never made sense to me, and that whole protective thing never lasted long, just long enough to get you back into their clutches, so I knew going in that they weren't a long-term option. I got brave and bold once I knew my psycho family was behind me. I told Jesse I wanted a divorce. He flew off the handle. He attacked me again. I didn't care, though, because I knew this whole thing would be over and I would be away soon. Do your worst, Jesse. You can't hurt me any more than you already have. After my beating, he left for hours, probably out drinking with friends. I went to bed but wasn't sleeping, just laying there, making plans. I heard Jesse and his friend Mike come in downstairs. They were both drunk. They were talking about the impending divorce, about how it was going to try to take Jesse for everything he was worth. They started joking about killing me. The laughter stopped, but the talk continued. They were formulating plans on how to do it. They settled on driving me out to a desolate place in the desert, blowing my kneecaps off with a rifle, stripping me naked, leaving gaping knife wounds all over my body, and then leaving me there to bleed out. They sounded settled on that idea. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. I was angry. I knew I would be leaving much sooner than he anticipated, so their plan would never take place. I eventually fell asleep. I was woken up by a jolt and then blinding pain in my eye. It was Jesse. He had made it up to the stairs and punched me in the face while I was sleeping. This is what terrified me, knowing that I would never be safe, knowing that I couldn't even sleep in peace in my own bed, knowing that he had taken everything from me and now was taking my basic necessity of sleep. This scared me more than anything. Someone cold and calloused enough to sucker punch their wife while she sleeps probably would kill her too. There's a lot more to this story, but I'm going to speed things up a bit. I ended up leaving. I had help from a victims of violent crime counselor and of course my family. I got away, but sadly, it didn't end there. For the next 3 years, he stalked me. He was everywhere. I cut ties with anyone who knew him and told no one where I was going, what I was doing, or who I was with. He somehow kept finding me. Sometimes he beat me. Sometimes I got away. I had a couple of restraining orders in place, but they're useless unless he's caught in the act. He got away with a lot of shit. My life was hell until I did the ultimate disappearing act. 3 years in the making, and drastic to say the least. But I've been safe for years now. I still find myself doing double takes when I see someone who looks like him, but it never is him. I kept all that weight on for a long time after I got away from him. He was right. Men don't find huge women attractive to the degree that I had experienced at 121 pounds. And I needed that weight to protect me. I used it to keep men away from me for a long time. Quite frankly, I was afraid of getting hurt again. Afraid of men in general, I suppose. I ended up losing over 160 pounds to date. And I look completely different now. I struggled with an eating disorder for a while. I was actively starving myself to the point of passing out. I felt as if all that weight I gained while I was with him was him, clinging on to me, controlling me still. I don't know how to describe this in a way you can understand, but for me, I had to look at those scars he left on my face every single day, and there was nothing I could do about that. But I could do something about this weight. I could get it off of me, get him off of me. I'm still a work in progress, but now I'm much healthier. I've gotten help with my eating and dealing with the after effects of all those years I spent with a sociopath. I feel freer now than I've ever felt. I'm happy now. My life is amazingly boring, average, and normal by most accounts, and I love it that way. Just discovered this subreddit recently, so first-time poster. Being a 26-year-old woman who enjoys her independence and goes out a lot alone, I don't have a shortage of these stories, unfortunately, but this just happened about a month ago and is still fresh on my mind. I work for a national non-profit and work remotely from my home in Michigan, but am sometimes asked to travel. In early July, I had to fly to DC for a series of meetings with about 10 other staff members, who were all out-of-towners and all would be staying at the same hotel. While I was on the plane, I realized I forgot my cigarettes at home, and by the time I landed in Washington, hopped in a taxi to the hotel and threw my bags in my room, I was jonesing super hard. It was already late by then, almost 11 at night, and despite my better judgment, I looked on my phone for the nearest Walgreens so I could pick up a couple packs for the week. I decided it was too late to call one of my work friends who I knew was already in the hotel to walk with me, and while I consider myself a fairly cautious person and wouldn't normally go exploring in an unknown neighborhood alone in the middle of the night, my nicotine craving won out. I headed out for the nearest drugstore, which was about 10 blocks away. While the hotel was situated on a busy, well-traveled street with lots of bars and restaurants, I pretty quickly realized the turn I had to take to the store put most of my trip on a much more secluded, darker stretch. I also realized just how long 10 blocks actually was. Lots of boarded-up shops and homeless people line the neighborhood. I always make a point of carrying some extra cash when I'm in the city to give to folks who need it, and blew that pretty quickly. I could feel the occasional eyes on me as I passed by, and one dude yelled something from across the street. Just the standard innocuous, "How's it going?" shit. All that said, the trip there was uneventful. After getting out of the store, I immediately paused out front to light up, when a guy who was standing along the side of the store building, the store was right up against an alley, called me over. He was standing maybe 7 feet away, leaning just inside the entrance to the alley. I ignored the first couple "heys" and started to turn to head back to my hotel in the opposite direction, but then he let out a really aggressive, "Bitch, I'm talking to you," which made me jump and instinctively whip my head around. Mistake number 1. Just looking in his direction was an invitation for further interaction. His voice calmed. He asked for a cigarette, and, still taken aback, I shuffled over to him in the alley, where I really couldn't get a good look at him at first. I handed him a cigarette and my lighter, and he asked what a little girl like me was doing out all alone. I stammered something, and he asked if I wanted to go party. I told him no, that I needed to be getting back. After a minute or two of this, he grabbed my arm around my elbow while he kept insisting how fun it would be. I tried to slide my arm out of his grip, not super aggressively, but just to signify that I was not about this, but he tightened his hold. What he was doing wasn't overtly aggressive either. It was just like he was trying really hard to convince me. But then he put his other hand on the small of my back and just held it there, and told me he lived a couple blocks down and he could show me a real good time. We could smoke, put on music, whatever. Without removing either hand, he started to lead me out of the alley entrance and down the street, in the opposite direction I'd just come from. By now, I was flipping shit internally, and even though I was trying my best not to let it show, my voice was quivering a bit when I asked him to please take his hands off of me, and that I needed to get home. Without moving either hand, he just laughed and kept me moving. His laugh was disgusting. I was scanning the street for someone to try to flag down for help, but didn't see anyone up ahead. He just kept muttering, now more to himself than me, about what a good time we would have and how I was such a cute little girl. After about half a block, when his hand slid down a bit lower, I finally snapped out of my daze and started to struggle. I now yelled at him to let me go and tried to push him off of me. He resisted me and tried to pull me into the shadows of the storefront we were standing in front of, and kept telling me, now angrily but not yelling, to be a good girl. In the midst of this, he had held tight, and he pulled my body against his. This felt like an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds, before somehow I was able to push him, elbow him, knee him, whatever I could do, and break free. As soon as I was out of his grasp, I started to bolt back in the opposite direction and heard him yelling out all sorts of colorful names behind me. I didn't look back for what felt like forever, and when I finally did, I was relieved that he wasn't following me. That didn't stop me from running another few blocks, until I was completely out of breath and near hysterical. I called one of my coworkers and could barely get the story out between my sobs, and he was insistent upon me going to the nearest open store, it was McDonald's, and waiting for him to meet me there. I sat away from the windows, but kept my eyes locked on the door, as best as I could from where I was sitting, terrified that the creep had somehow seen me walk in. The person I called and another male coworker were there in less than 10 minutes, and they walked me all the way back to my hotel room door. I was still completely rattled, and so they called yet another coworker to get in on my drama, and she came and spent the night in the room with me. All three of them urged me to call the police, but I just didn't want to deal with it. I just wanted to put it behind me and get on with the rest of my week. Honestly, though, a month later, it's still not entirely behind me. I know it could have been a very close call, and I can't help but keep thinking about the next close call that could always be right around the corner. Fuck that guy for making me feel so entirely unsafe and insecure. To give you an accurate description of the situation I was in, I have to give you a description of me. I'm 18 years old, and I'm gay. I've never had an actual boyfriend, and I've only come out recently, and I have social anxiety. I have few close friends, and well, I use online forum or chat sites to talk to people. This happened around the time frame of August to September 2015, and I was just beginning my senior year. I had just broken up with this guy who I'd been talking to, and I was open about talking to anyone. You could say that I'm, well, a little naive, and that mostly comes from being really shy. Anyways, I'd come across this app called Meet Me and decided that I'd give it another try. I had the app before, but deleted it out of lack of interest, as most of the guys on there were pervs, or, for lack of a better word, weird. But I wanted to download it again, and being the naive 17-year-old I was at the time, I thought it was a good choice. The first week of having the app went without problem, and I had made a few friends on there. Nothing romantic, but only platonic. Well, until he messaged me. It was a Saturday night, and I'd noticed that I had a new admirer from this guy on there. I wasn't really alarmed with it, because I've talked to plenty of guys and girls from the site, except this guy was different. Something about his picture screamed creepy. He definitely wasn't in my age group and had to be in his late 30s or 40s. He was tall and had rugged curly blonde hair and had a smile that would make you think of all sex offenders or town creeps. He was also from the UK, and that didn't alarm me as much because I've got many friends from the UK. Even though my eyes had judged him, I'm generally a nice person, so I decided to message him out of general kindness. Biggest mistake ever. The conversation started with a simple hello on my end, and an innocent, friendly, "How are you tonight?" 5 minutes later I got a response. "You're cute." Immediately I was alarmed because 1, I was 17 and he was definitely older than me. 2, he'd noticed this as well, as my age was on my profile and he still decided to message me that. Not a hello, not a "I'm good, how about yourself?" Just a simple but weird "You're cute." I should have blocked him then and there, but like a dumbass, I let my niceness get the best of me. I replied in the nicest way possible. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested, but thank you." About 10 minutes later, I got a message back saying, "Come on, you're super hot. I want to get to know you more." At this point, I was thinking this guy was a creep and didn't reply, hoping he'd eventually stop messaging me and move on to another unfortunate guy. I was wrong. Throughout the night, the texts got weirder and weirder. Messages like, "Do you like BDSM? I love to tie guys up." "Babe, why don't you answer me? I'm here all for you." The creepiness had finally reached its peak when the fucking sicko was asking me to send him pictures of my neck. He also started asking me to Skype him so he could watch me sleep and masturbate to me. At this point, I was upset and creeped out at the messages that he'd sent, so I finally did the right thing and blocked him. I didn't sleep that night, and, well, the thought of him watching me was bone-chilling. Fast forward to a couple weeks later. I was at a friend's house and I was bored. Let me also remind you that I have insomnia and I'm mostly up at night watching some of my favorite YouTubers if I can't sleep. But tonight I decided to get on Meet Me to check my admirers since I haven't checked in quite some time. And to my misfortune, I had a friend request from the same guy, except this time he made a new account with a different profile picture. In this one, he was shirtless and had an evil smirk on his face. He started messaging me with, "Babe, where did you go? Why did you block me?" Things of that nature. I should have blocked him, but at this point I became brave and sick of his messages. I had pretended to be my boyfriend and messaged him saying, "Hey, this is his boyfriend. If you message him again, we will have problems." That pissed him off, but shockingly, he complied and blocked me, but not before sending me a creepy last message. 4 words that had been burned into my brain ever since I've had a recollection of this. His last words were, "I am watching you." Clearly I was terrified and upset, as anyone in my situation would feel uneasy, but at the same time I was thanking God and my grandmother who'd passed, who I believe is my guardian angel, that he lived in a completely different country, in a completely different continent. Like the last time, I didn't sleep that night, and for weeks after that I had night terrors of this guy watching me. Eventually, I forgot him, and he'd become a repressed memory. Until now. Fast forward to a month ago. I was scrolling through my Facebook while with a friend of mine at a restaurant, and I came across this news story that startled me. The article read, "Trial of alleged Grindr serial killer delayed." This article was posted in January of 2016, and being in America, I didn't really catch up on UK news. I wasn't that alarmed until I saw a picture of the guy. The same fucking guy who was messaging me creepy, obscene messages turned out to be a serial killer who preyed on gay men. According to the article, this sick bastard would lure the men using a gay hookup app called Grindr, take them to his house, poison and strangle them, and then dump their bodies around East London. This same exact guy, had sent me creepy and downright horrendous messages and had committed such awful and heinous crimes. I haven't told many people about this as I don't want people worried about me. I haven't even told my father, who I tell everything as he's super overprotective of me. I know you may be asking, why are you so worried? He lives across the world. While this is true, the simple thought of coming across someone like this, let alone a serial killer who, had I been dumb enough and just so happened to live in East London, would have possibly been one of his many victims. I'm at ease now and comfortable enough to come out and talk about this as he's in custody and is still across the world and has zero way of contacting me and probably doesn't even remember me. And honestly, I'd like to keep it that way. This story takes place when I was 14 years old, a freshman in high school. To understand why I reacted the way I did to this event, you need a little bit of background information to set the stage. At this point in my life, my dad had passed away and my legion of older brothers had moved out, leaving just my younger sister and my mom, who had the literal mentality of a 15 to 16-year-old girl due to being in a coma around that age, and as she was from a place I'd consider second world, she never got the help she needed. Because I was relatively mature, this led to me growing up rather quickly and kind of taking charge of my sisters and my own life, and in some respects, my mother's too. Had my father not died so suddenly, I have no doubt that this wouldn't have happened, but the shock was hard for my mom. He was really the best thing that ever happened to her, and she has a heart of gold. Around the time I went off to college, she'd finally snapped out of it, and today she's a million times more responsible, capable, and there for me. Anyway, on to the story. I went to a public school that was a school of choice, meaning kids from any district could attend. This was great for me, because the schools in my area were dangerous, underfunded, and all on the verge of closing. We'll call the school I attended MFT. MFT was not by any means a great school, but they did a lot with the little funds they had and got creative with it. One of the clubs they offered was called JB. It was a very simple setup. After school, 3 days a week, a team of students would meet in a teacher's classroom that was equipped with a set of buzzers, which were just buttons at each desk, all rigged together. The buttons had a light at the top. The coach, a teacher named Mr. M, would ask a question, in different categories ranging from literature to science to history, etc., and if you knew the answer, you hit the button. Whoever hit the button first would be the person whose light would stay on. If they were wrong, we'd repeat the process. We practiced 3 days a week and competed in tournaments. It was the highlight of my week. The one place I felt I was accepted. The one place where, hell, it was cool to be smart. And the entire team quickly became my closest group of friends, although a few of the older girls clearly didn't like me. They were your typical overweight, I'm a real nerd, you're not, ultra-feminist, but strippers are gross kind of chicks. The fact that I scored high at tournaments and practices and hung out with the guys on the team platonically made them mad. But the worst part of JB was the coach. He was a teacher at the school, a math teacher I actually had at the time, and while he was an awesome coach, he was also a narcissistic asshole and kind of a creep. We would all joke about his creepiness, but no one seemed to take it seriously. We were all too happy to have somewhere to be ourselves. Mr. M seemed harmless, even if he did occasionally talk about sex or look down your shirt. In fact, the two older girls who disliked me kind of liked his attention. They'd bring it up constantly, exaggerating the details to the point of making it seem like he was outright coming on to them. To this day, I'm not sure if any of it was true, but while they were gone, he'd often make fun of them and express his distaste, and they did have a track record of lying for attention. One day after Mr. M's class, which was my final class of the day, he asked me to stay and help set up for JB. I thought it was odd, because I usually left, put my stuff away, said goodbye to my friends, and came back to the room already set up by the two older girls. But Mr. M informed me that they both had detention, and it was a lot to do on his own. I shrugged and felt bad that I'd never offered to help him in the first place. We worked wordlessly, but I could feel him staring at me. I started to get uncomfortable. At one point, I looked behind me and saw him staring at my ass. I was wearing tight skinny jeans. Uncomfortable, I moved to behind his desk and spotted a new picture there of a newborn baby. I decided to break the awkward silence. "Whose baby is that?" I asked, picking up the frame. "That's my baby," he replied, smiling and walking towards me. I made a face. He was at least in his 60s, so was his wife. It was obviously a grandchild or something. "You're too old to have kids," I said, not unkindly. All of a sudden, he was behind me. I could feel him breathing on my neck. He put one hand on my waist and the other grabbed the picture from me from behind. "I'm not shooting blanks just yet, little girl." I darted out of his grasp, feeling sick. I muttered a quick excuse and shot out of the room, just as the two older girls walked in. They gave me dirty looks as I pushed past them, looking for someone with a cell phone I could use to call for a ride home. I eventually found one, called a friend, and they drove me home. My mom wasn't off work for a few hours. By the time she got home, I had calmed down. Nothing had really happened, right? I mean, it was weird, but we all knew he was a creep already. I shouldn't worry my mom for no reason, I thought. She was already so stressed out, plus I had no witnesses. And he had said weird things to the two older girls all the time, right? It was nothing. I ended up not saying anything to my mom, which I now regret. The next day I went back to school and everything seemed perfectly normal. Mr. M seemed distant, but that was it. The next day at JV practice, the two older girls were gossiping about Mr. M giving them back rubs and making passes at them. I mentioned what happened when they were in detention. They both looked at me, clearly weirded out. "We never had detention. Mr. M said practice started late that day." "Are you sure he said that to you? You're just a freshman. You don't even have tits yet," one of them said, grabbing her boobs and pushing them together. They both laughed. I moved away from them, feeling sick. Had he planned on us being alone together? I went home early again that day. I showed up to JB less and less, which sucked, because it was the one place I felt truly accepted, but the experience was tainted by that day and the two older girls. Luckily, the next year, those two girls graduated, and Mr. M gave up his coaching position. A sweet older woman who taught English took over, and I rejoined the team. I never asked why he stepped down as coach. I'm just glad he did. This story happened when I was about 16 years old, so around 10 years ago, but it still haunts my dreams. I'm a female, and at the time, lived in a busy suburb. I also used to party a little too hard sometimes. Anyways, I was taking the SkyTrain from downtown to my place. It was about a 20-minute ride. I was drinking with some friends who lived local to the area, so I had to trek home alone, and I made it just in time for the last train. Upon sitting down, I got instantly nauseous from the swaying of the train on the tracks. Also, I'm a very quiet, vomiter, if that's a word. So I quickly ducked between seats and started getting sick. I know, disgusting. As far as I knew, the train was mostly empty. After a minute or two, I'm suddenly approached by a guy I hadn't seen initially, probably in his early 30s. Kind of looked like Steve-O, but on more drugs or something, and with a high-pitched kind of trembly voice. He sits down right beside me, mid-barf, and says, "Hey, I smelled you before I saw you. Were you drinking coolers tonight?" I said no, because I felt so horrible that that's the only thing I could even get out. and then I just continued getting sick. He started talking to me about how my vomit smelled sweet and all kinds of other weird shit I can't really remember, but it lasted all the way until my stop. I got off the train, and he followed me off, continuing to talk to me and act as if we were almost friends, like we knew each other. I was feeling so sick that I was giving short one-word answers because, well, I didn't want a confrontation with this psycho. I remember feeling very vulnerable and afraid. Thank God I'd planned to meet up with my friends back in the city to smoke a doobie. So I stumble off the train at my stop, this guy following me, and I didn't want to be rude or risk him getting angry at me, especially in the state I was in, so I just kept my talking to a minimum, knowing I was meeting my friends. Anyways, the walk from the SkyTrain stop to the area I was meeting my friends was about a 10-minute walk. I didn't tell him I was meeting anyone. So, he followed me the whole way to my friends, and just as we were approaching the empty baseball field where I was meeting them, he started asking me where I lived and if he could come there. No. My friends saved me. One of the people I was meeting was a guy, a giant compared to this cracked-out Steve-O, and right away, he told the guy to beat it and leave me alone. After he finally left, they both told me they got a horrible feeling when they saw me walking up with this guy. The look on his face, they said, looked like a hungry wolf about to get fed. I don't know if he was planning to rob me or trying to get a fix, or worse. I still thank them, and after that I stopped putting myself in situations where I could be vulnerable like that. I mean, who knows what would have happened? It was definitely an eye-opener. I've lurked here for quite a while, and I figured it's time I finally contributed my own story. Some background information. I work in retail. The store I work at isn't in the best neighborhood, and we're open until 10. After around 9, every employee except for the cashier is usually helping to do the nightly closing things, so they're not on the floor. Or if they are, it's only briefly because they're sweeping or whatever. Anyway, this is when my store was a lot slower, so we generally didn't have any customers after 9. I was stationed at the register at that time, and I was 16 years old. Around 9:30, a customer came into the store. I did my usual thing and greeted him, asking if he needed any help. He was really tall, I remember, around 6'2", which was intimidating because I'm only 5'1", and he had a huge scar across his face. I had a really bad feeling about him, but I can't really refuse to help customers just because they look seedy, so I ignored it. He kind of smiled at me and looked me up and down before asking where our clearance section was. Clearance was located all the way in the back of the store on a weird end cap. I've had plenty of customers get lost on their way there, so I told him I'd show him. While we were walking to the back of the store, he didn't keep a normal distance. I didn't realize how close he actually was until he hissed, "Hey girl, you know, you've got a really nice ass," in my ear. I didn't say anything because I'd never had a customer be that blunt with me before, and just walked a little bit faster to clearance, pretending I hadn't heard. When I got there, I turned around and he was closer than I expected. He smiled, but it looked predatory. "There any cameras here?" I had such a bad feeling at this point, and I knew every other employee was in the back counting the money. There were no cameras where we were in the back, but there was a fake security camera bubble near us, so I pointed to it. In a shaky voice, I said, "Yeah, there were a few." His face fell. He looked pissed. I wordlessly walked back to my counter, keeping an eye on him so he couldn't sneak up on me. Finally, he came back to the front. He didn't buy anything, but slid across the counter to whisper to me, "Are there any cameras up here, sweetheart? Would anyone be able to see if I did anything to you right now?" I looked above us at the actual security cameras and, a little too desperately, said, "Yes, we have a monitored system. There are cameras right there." He looked a little angry again, but shook his head and didn't move further away. "Fine," he growled. "How about I come back some other time then, and find you where there are no cameras? Then you'll see what I do to you." I was terrified because I didn't have a car yet, and sometimes had to wait for my ride for a few minutes outside after we closed. Our lot cameras suck, so I knew that if he waited, there was a good chance he could actually find me in a place with no cameras. I just gaped at him, and he eventually walked out, looking smug. I called my manager, begging him or one of the floor employees to come sit with me until the store closed, which he refused, so I was left alone for the last 15 minutes. The store closed normally, and no one was waiting outside, thank God. I made sure to tell some coworkers about the incident in case something came of it, even though I was off for the 2 days after it happened. When I came back to work, another manager, one that I was better friends with, pulled me into the office and pulled up our cameras, showing me a video of the guy. "Hey, is this your dude?" he asked. I nodded, and he frowned. "He's come in the past 2 nights, just looking around the store for you." I didn't even know what to say. Now, being threatened was one thing, but knowing that he was actually looking for me was another thing entirely. Thankfully, management made sure not to leave me alone after that, because God forbid anything was to happen to a minor, and the dude never actually came in again. I still work at the same store, as a manager now. Nothing much phases me anymore, because loads of weird shit happens in retail, but I do wish I knew whether he was just trying to scare the shit out of me, or if he was actually planning something. So, in 1998, I graduated high school and started attending college. I decided to get on campus the summer before my fall classes started in order to get a job and move out away from my small hometown, and to save money, and I moved into the on-campus dorms. Since it was summer semester, they were only opening about half of the wings and rooms in the main male dorm, so I was paired up with a roommate. He and I headed off immediately, and I even got him a job working with me, delivering furniture. Our dorm rooms were very Spartan, consisting of 1 room, 2 box bed frames with a plastic-ish mattress, and 2 standing cabinets for clothes. Dixon Hall 806 quickly became the oasis for freshmen who had, for one reason or another, decided to move on campus 3 months early. There were roughly 20 other guys in a dorm built for 300 students. Some of them were like us, but there was a very interesting hodgepodge of people. We all freely roamed around each other's rooms, borrowing between paydays, etc. It was a great atmosphere. Shortly after we'd gotten moved in, put up our Sublime and Notorious B.I.G. posters, found a source of alcohol, etc., a very strange guy moved in 3 rooms down the hall. He was short and stocky, receding hairline with very tangled, curly, reddish-brown hair. He was really pale, and he apparently shaved his face, but not his neck, resulting in a bizarre, coarse neck beard of reddish-brown hair. But the strangest thing about him were his eyes. One or both of his eyes were perpetually rolling back into his head, then returning to normal, but never both eyes at the same time. That's the only way I know how to describe it. The few times we passed in the hall or in the lobby, he wouldn't speak or even acknowledge anyone in passing, and all I could think was that he looked like he was being electrocuted. He never spoke to anyone in passing. He rarely left his room, and for 3 months, nobody saw him use the restroom. He never interacted with anyone, never asked to bum a smoke, never borrowed food. He was a ghost. Being college freshmen, we were naturally intrigued and curious about his story, what his room was like, etc. Well, one day, we all found out. My roommate and I were leaving our dorm room to go to work, a little hungover and running late, when my roommate stops dead in his tracks and says, "Dude, look," as we pass by his room. The door was slightly ajar, and the lights were off. I only looked into that room one time, but I'll never forget it. He had turned both box-style bed frames up on end and pushed them against the wall. There were dozens and dozens of candles arranged haphazardly on the desk surfaces, and a pallet of 2 to 3 blankets on the floor next to a wall. There were a dozen or so books laying around the pallet. Above the head of the pallet on the wall were several dozen charcoal figures and portraits drawn on the cinder block wall. All of them were incredibly well done, considering the medium in which they were drawn and the rough surface of the block wall. One was of me, one was of my roommate, and the rest were straight out of a Wes Craven film. Specifically, there was a humanoid figure with the head of a ram who was cutting his own arm with a knife, starting at the elbow and cutting towards the wrist. On a similarly creepy note, my roommate pointed out that traced along the baseboards around the whole room was a single black charcoal line. As we slowly backed out of the room, we agreed that this had not happened and that we were never going to tell anyone. Again, being college freshmen, that ended up not being the case. When we came back from work, his door was still open. My roommate and I crept past his door like Elmer Fudd hunting wabbits and promptly shut and locked our own door. A little later in the evening, we heard a door slam against a wall, as if it had been flung open, and then we heard it slam shut again. We sat in silence, straining to hear anything out of his room. Sometime later, it seemed like forever, we heard an angry, aggressive kind of grunting and yelling for 5 to 10 minutes. Then nothing. We considered telling the RAs, but college freshmen want little more than to never be called a snitch. A huge fan of 70s and 80s horror movies, I eventually decided to nickname the guy Itchus Abominus, a crude misinterpretation from the creepy symphonic chant in Ave Santani, the theme song from the movie The Omen. We always kept an eye on his door, and would frequently rhetorically ask, "What the hell's he doing in there?" At the end of summer, we were preparing to move into our apartment, and I saw one of our RAs in the hall. I noticed that Itchta's door was closed, so I asked Curtis, the RA, what was the guy's deal. I heard there was a lot of weird shit going on in his room. Curtis, a grizzled senior who'd seen it all, just shook his head and said, "I don't even have the words to describe what was going on in 803. When I was in college, I got a great job delivering furniture for this well-established mom-and-pop operation. This was in the late 90s, so there was no background check, no drug test, all that shit. My dorm mate, Daniel, had gotten a job there with me the same day, so it was pretty rad. I'm not a very private person, but I think everyone has some inherent amount of nosiness about them. Delivering furniture to people includes the bizarre social contract wherein complete strangers ask other complete strangers to come into their house. I remember after the very first day of work being astounded by just how much crazy I had witnessed, and the creepiest part is that it wasn't some big guy or some sideshow freak. It was a little old lady. So, my first delivery was a very expensive, very heavy bedroom set. A chest of drawers, a dresser with a big mirror and top set, and 2 nightstands. We got everything loaded on the truck and made sure we had the address and owner's name, Miss Nettie Carroll, and we headed out. My college was in an area that consisted of 3 to 4 mid-sized cities, surrounded by many smaller rural towns. This delivery was going to a town I'd heard of, but had never visited. This was before any of us had access to Google Maps, so we grabbed the map out of the glove box and hit the road. We left the city and started getting into the more rural area. Lots of trailers, lots of dilapidated older homes, extreme poverty on the outskirts. We finally reached the address for the country road where the house was located and saw that it was apparently at the end of a very long driveway. It was around noon, in the middle of the Alabama summer, so it was oppressively hot outside. When we reached the bend at the end of the driveway, we saw that, inexplicably, there was a gorgeous, Victorian-style home. My coworker remarked, "Well, this doesn't belong here." I approached the house and knocked on the door. Waited. Nothing. I knocked again and gave it a 30 count before realizing that there was an old-school metal door knocker. Eventually, I heard the door's lock disengage, and there stood a little old lady, probably around 5 feet tall, a perfect little puffball of white hair on head, wearing a blue and yellow floral print dress. I didn't say anything at first because I was literally unable to comprehend what I was seeing on her face. She had on gobs and gobs of pasty peach-colored makeup, bright red lipstick, and blue eyeshadow. It was literally caked on. It looked as though she had used upward strokes on her eyeshadow because it gave her face an expression of perpetual surprise. I would later in the day describe to my drinking buddies in my dorm as it looked like she had put that shit on with a shotgun. And my God, the perfume. She had on so much that standing away from her doorway about 3 or 4 feet, I could taste it. In smaller doses, it might have smelled like green apples, but the volume that she'd chosen to wear gave it a poisonous smell, not unlike insecticide. Eventually, I was able to say something along the lines of, "I'm here to deliver your bedroom set." I found I was able to carry on if I pretended to have something very important to look at on my delivery sheet instead of looking at the lady. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and around 235. I played football in school, grew up rough, etc., but this little old woman terrified the living shit out of me, and it was about to get much, much weirder. She welcomed us. Daniel, I found, had come up to the house and was looking at the little old lady with a look of absolute astonishment, and she opened the door to an immaculately decorated anteroom with a thick red and gold oriental rug. There were exposed beams on the ceiling, beautiful old-school brass fixtures, the whole 9 yards. She said, "Y'all can come right through here and then wind around the living room there and just bring it all up to the main bedroom." The whole time she was very flirty, very cordial. Daniel and I went into the back of the delivery truck and exchanged "what the fucks" and "did you sees" before trying to get our shit together long enough to load the dresser on the dolly. We got back to the front porch and found that the door was standing wide open, so we eased the dresser through the front door and waited in the sitting room with the dresser on the dolly. As we stood there, it dawned on me that I had anticipated coming into the house and cooling off, but it was just as hot inside the house as it was outside, around 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Daniel was whispering around the edge of the dresser. "Man, this is jacked up. This poor old woman is fucking crazy." When I whispered back, "Did you hear that?" He stopped, half cocked his head to the side, then said, "No, what is it?" I said, "Really? Listen." It sounds like a xylophone. You don't hear that? Fed up with me, Daniel said, "Dude, what the fuck are you even saying?" Wait, I do hear it. About that time, Miss Carroll came back into the front of the house and said, "All right, I've gotten everything moved about for you two strapping gentlemen," which she then followed up with this creepy, girlish giggle. We followed her in through the sitting room with the dresser on the dolly, carefully dodging every manner of expensive-looking heirloom furniture and knick-knack. As he backed down the hall, Daniel leaned around the dresser again and whispered, "Getting louder." I realized he was right, and it was definitely a xylophone. We stopped outside a massive bedroom with similarly expensive-looking decor and set the dresser up on end. I was looking at the doorframe, considering how best to get the dresser into the room, when it dawned on me why I recognized the music coming down the hallway. Here, in the house of this creepy little old lady who lived in $1 million home, out in the woods, with no air conditioning, what I was hearing was the unmistakable hook of the song "Girls" by the Beastie Boys. What the actual fuck? For some reason, this actually broke the hair on the back of your neck feeling I'd had since arriving, and I had to chuckle, but it was to be a short-lived break. Miss Carroll squeezed past us and back up the hall with a, "Ooh, tight squeeze," and Daniel and I had ourselves a good laugh while we were getting the dresser moved into the room and against the wall. When we finished moving it, we fastened the mirror onto the top and went back to the truck. To Miss Carol, I said, "So, is the rest of this going into the same bedroom?" To which she replied, "No, the 2 nightstands and chest of drawers will be going down the hall." I resisted the urge to say, "You mean the Beastie Boys' room?" And Daniel and I went to the truck. We loaded the chest of drawers on the big dolly and the 2 nightstands on the smaller one, then went back inside. Once we got to the end of the hall, I noticed that the other bedroom door was open, and Miss Carol was standing in the hallway. She cooed, "Right this way, boys. All of that is going in here." I was pushing the smaller dolly with the 2 nightstands, so I rounded the corner first and realized 2 things almost immediately. 1, my name that tune skills are right on, and 2, hey, so there's a mostly naked girl laying across the bed. No, really. The girl looked to be in her mid to late 20s, and she was laying perpendicular across the bed in a bikini, sound asleep. True to form, Girls by the Beastie Boys was blaring from her CD player. I realized we'd been hearing it for over an hour and that it had to have been playing on repeat. Miss Carol finally seemed to notice the girl and said, "Misty, cover yourself." Then she looked at me with that fantastically horrifying makeup on her face and winked. At some point, I realized that I was rushing as fast as I could to get out of there, and Daniel seemed to be doing the same. We got the chest of drawers put together in record time, all the while sweating like crazy because there's no air conditioning at all. As we were finishing, Misty apparently had enough. She sat up, eyes closed, and yelled, "I'm trying to fucking sleep. I told you I didn't even want this shit in here, Nettie." Not grandmama, not granny, not mama, but Nettie. Misty, still with her eyes closed, rolled over and went soundly to sleep. This sent Nettie into a rage. She starts yelling in this shrill, high-pitched scream, "You can get out of my house, you filthy cocksucker," and on and on and on. Horrible, horrible name-calling, accusations, etc. Just a complete 180 from the sweet little old southern lady in the scary makeup into this foul-mouthed, shrieking monster. At some point, I had backed up all the way against the wall of the room and found myself out of real estate. Just when I thought things were about to go into psycho overdrive, Daniel calmly and politely chimes in, "And where would you like this nightstand?" Without taking a breath, Miss Carol replied, "Right over there on the far side of the bed, if you don't mind." "Thank you." We quickly had her sign the paperwork and hightailed it out of there. As I was backing out of the front drive, Daniel said, "Hit it, dude. I swear to God, Leatherface is going to come busting out of that front door any minute now." This happened to me about 3 years ago. It was the first day of 9th grade, and I was heading out my front door. My grandpa owned a very large van that sort of resembled an ice cream truck. The van pretty much blocked my view of the left side of our driveway. As I was walking closer to my grandma's car, she was still locking up the house, I could hear a very faint humming. I didn't recognize the song then, but now I know it to be "Piece of My Heart" by Janis Joplin. I rounded the side of the van to see a woman with horribly unkempt, frizzy, dark brown hair. She was caressing the van in an almost sexual way. At first, I didn't think she had seen me, but before I could turn to go get help, she began to speak to me without turning to look at me. "I'm Janis Joplin. I want to buy this van." It wasn't weird for us to have people offer to buy the van, as it was pretty cool. However, I knew that Janis Joplin was long dead. I'm pretty creeped out by this point, so I turned to look for my grandma, who has gone back into the house for whatever reason. I assumed she'd forgotten her cigarettes like she always did. When I look back to face this woman, she's already taken the liberty of getting completely in my face, so close that I could smell her breath, which smelled earthy, like she'd been eating soil. This woman looked really unhealthy. That was when I noticed what she was wearing. She had a white nightgown on, like the ones in hospitals, and was covering a dog tag in her hand that was around her neck. Her eyes were so pale blue that I thought it possible that she may be blind. Being a 14-year-old girl who was scared of everything, I completely lost all sense of reason and tried to book it back into my yard. I felt this woman's cold, clammy hand clenching my wrist so tightly that I winced in pain. "Do you like to rock and roll, little lady?" she whispered into my ear. This was absolutely the final straw for me. I screamed for my grandparents to come outside, and before I knew it, my grandpa comes stomping outside, threatening to call the police, saying that he was armed. He always has his gun. Unfortunately, this wasn't the last I saw of Janice Joplin. After finishing school that day, I sat in my living room watching TV and doing homework. I'm home alone for the next couple hours. Pretty normal for me. A few days prior, my house had had a yard sale, so our stuff was all tarped up on tables in our backyard. We always put our stuff away this way, especially when we plan on reopening soon. We never had any issues with it. I start hearing the tarp move and then some glass clinking together. I peek out of our bathroom window, which overlooks the yard, to see the infamous Janice Joplin lady laying our things out on the grass. I was scared, but I felt safer being inside my house. So I yelled at her to stop, or I'm going to call the police. This didn't scare her. She ran up to the window and started screaming curses at me. She resembled a rabid animal. I run to the kitchen where the phone is, start to dial 911, but the phone rings. I answer it, and it's a family friend of ours. He asks if I'm okay and that he called the police because he saw the woman in our yard when he drove by. I thank him, and he says he'll circle around and come back so he can help me talk to the police. Turns out, the woman had broken out of a mental ward that was just a few blocks from my house. The tag she was messing with was her ID. When the police arrested her, she was trying to cut them with one of our plates that she'd broken. She kept saying that I assaulted her and that she was going to cut my private parts up. So, demented Janice Joplin imposter, let's never meet again. I have cerebral palsy, spastic diplegia specifically, which means I can have trouble walking long distances. Also, this was a while ago, so it's kind of fuzzy. I was walking with a friend of mine after trying to meet up with our mutual friend, which didn't work out. So walking back from her house, my friend and I were goofing off and such, and she ran a bit far ahead of me. I was running out of breath and started to feel exhausted, so I slowed down. We trailed a bit farther from one another, but we could make eye contact. Suddenly, this older man, maybe 40s or 50s, pulls up right next to me. He asks if I'm okay, and I say that I'm fine. He asks me if I need a ride home, and I tell him no because my house was literally right up the street. He asks me where I'm heading, why I'm out alone, etc. I answer him as politely as I can and tell him that my friend is up ahead waiting for me. He looks around quickly and gives me a smile and a "I don't see anyone" type of gesture. He keeps asking me if I need a ride, to which I continue declining. Now, my parents warned me about never approaching someone who follows you in their car, and never to take rides from strangers, so I was already pretty on edge. It's at this time that my friend finally runs over to me. She asks what's up. "Just offering a ride," he says. My friend was very protective of me, and immediately said, "No, we're okay," and she leads us away. The man pulls up next to us, though. He tells me he's a doctor at Shriners, and asks me if my parents ever tried taking me there. At the time, I didn't know that they'd in fact taken me there as a baby, so I told him no. He then starts to tell me about how Shriners could heal me and all this other medical miracle stuff. I just tell him thanks for the advice and the offer, and try to walk away once more. He pulled up again and said, "Nice meeting you. I live a couple blocks down the road if you and your friend ever want to come over." His smile seemed genuine, but his offer was inappropriate, considering we were two middle school-aged girls. As soon as he drove off, my friend and I booked it to my house. It's been about 4 years since this occurred, and I can never quite figure out if he really was trying to help or not. This is something that happened to me in both 9th and 10th grade by the same dude. He was a friend of a friend, and I guess I just wound up being a sorta kind of friend to him. Now this guy, he was super geeky, really gross, and 4 years older than me. I sat with him at lunch because he sat with my other not creepy friends. I like to draw anthro characters, and it just so happened that on this day I was at the lunch table doodling some characters in the nude. Nothing sexual, just pose and anatomy studies. He snatches up my notebook and takes pictures of all the busty women I drew without permission. He hands it back and tells me he's a furry, and my drawings are sexy. They didn't even have detail, just the shape of a woman's body. After that day, he began to make sexual comments towards me whenever I was at lunch. He asked me if I was a furry, and I told him no, the character I draw is just something fun to practice consistency. He starts asking me if I can draw his fursona with my character in poses like make her on her knees or sitting in my lap. Of course, I told him no. Weeks pass of him trying to guess the shape of my vagina and telling me that my bra size was perfect because he liked perky boobs. I get sick of it and tell the office. They simply tell me, okay, well, he's not allowed to talk to you anymore. What do you know? Nothing changes. When I try to leave the table, my friends follow me, and so does he. He picks up this game of trying to throw his vegetables down my shirt whenever I wore a tank top. I think because whenever I retrieved them, my shirt would fall a little lower. I'm furious because I've made it painfully clear that I hate this guy, and neither him nor my friends seem to be picking up on it. I get sickened by seeing him eat the broccoli that was just in my shirt, so I eventually stop taking them out. I leave the lunchroom every day with a chest full of raw vegetables and empty them in the bathroom. My boyfriend has known about this guy the whole time, but I wouldn't let him do anything because I didn't want him to be suspended by getting into a fight or something. Until one day, when I was walking home, boyfriend was out sick. He pulls up next to me and asks me if I could check and see if his bike in the back seat was still intact or whatever. I shake my head and tell him I have to go. He insists a few times, and I still say that I can't. I was a couple of blocks away from home, and was scared that he would follow me there. I text my friend the situation, and she tells me to come to her place, which is right down the street. So I do, and he follows me, clearly not trying to make it appear that way. I waited at her place for my boyfriend to come pick me up, despite the fact that he's been blowing chunks all day. He tells me that he's going to talk to him, and I don't object. I'm not sure what my boyfriend said to him, but after that, he didn't bother me or even go near me. So my little sister and I were shopping at a Walmart. We got done and went with our bags to the little sitting area in the mall next to the Walmart to see if we were hungry enough to get food. Less than a moment of sitting later, a tall, blonde, slender man wearing a yellow coat stood in front of us. He asked us, "Did you just go get food?" We looked at each other and said, "Yeah, why?" So he just glared at us and walked away. He left for about 10 seconds, and as soon as my sister and I were about to leave, he came back saying, "God hates you. You should be punished. You are both sinners." He starts yelling at us right there in the mall. He yells about God, pointing his finger at us like we were doing something shameful sitting there. People stopped to watch, but no one really helped out. He continued to yell for a while. I grabbed my little sister's arm and stood up to leave, and he stood in my face and started to yell before a guy's voice said, "Dude, chill." The guy in the yellow coat looked around and then took off. From somewhere behind us, a female mall cop showed up and asked if we were okay and if we knew the guy. We said the obvious. We didn't, but we were okay. She, well, we think, walked off to find him. As we were leaving the mall a few minutes later, we saw the guy again. He yelled, "God'll tell me where you live. I'll find you, and I'll make you pay for your sins." Thankfully, God obviously never texted or called him back. However, creepy dude in the yellow coat, let's not meet again. This is still ongoing. However, I'll begin at the beginning. I'm really quiet and I walk everywhere because places I need to go are normally a half mile to a mile away. One day, I was walking to the CVS and this guy, 60 plus years old, 5'5", thin and with a huge odd smile, stopped me. He was deaf but tried to ask me questions by scratching questions into his arm. They seemed normal. How are you? Where are you going? You know, that kind of thing. So I signed as well as I could and said I had to leave. So I did. The next day, he was there again. So I'm like, well, okay, whatever. This time he asked if I found him hot. Not cute, not adorable. He used the word hot. I'm 28 at this point, but my age limit on men is 40. But at 60 or over, I would consider him not hot. No offense or anything to seniors. I said no. He said I was hot, then he asked my age. I told him and he jumped and said I looked 17. And then I thought, you're over 60 and flirting with someone you thought was 17? But I said no, and so again I left. This became a near daily thing. Every single time he'd find me and ask what I wanted to do with him sexually, if he could pay for me, or he'd tell me what he'd do to me. Daily. For months. Months! I'd try to ditch him if I saw him coming, but I live off a busy street that's mostly houses on one side and a waterway on the other. Until I get to the stores, I can't do much of anything. I change my walk schedules, I go early, about 8 a.m. when places open, and for a couple weeks it's fine. But then he finds me, and it happens again. I take the bus places because it's so much cheaper than $4 a gallon for gas. 2 buses stop on my walking street, and he accurately gets on the one I frequent to sit beside me and touch me until I get off. I've told cops who say nothing can be done because there's no proof. He's deaf. What am I supposed to do? Get my phone out and take pictures of his arms and signs? He stalked my little sister until I stopped going places with her so he'd leave her alone. She's completely deaf in one ear, and she's easy tweaker bait, so yeah. He yells at me when I ignore him. He'll yell from across the street and scare traffic and other people. He'll sit at my bus stop and wait for me to get off the bus. It's been over a year since it's began. I've changed my hair color and my coat and backpack, and I've changed the time I do things. I've even changed my weight. Nothing is working. I need some advice. What do I do? What would you do? Cops think I'm insane. People think I'm a jerk because he's a disabled guy. What do I do? I'm a 25-year-old guy. This happened 4 years ago. It's still unresolved, if you'd like to call it that. This was a Friday night, and I'd gotten off work around 5:30 p.m. and was ready to make plans for the night. I was recently single, and with asking readers not to judge, I'd made up for lost time. I'd met a few new girls, but most other single girls I knew didn't think my breakup was for real because my girlfriend and I had been together for such a long time. As the type to kind of stay away from clubs, I began to explore online dating. While at home, I start looking at girls near me on Plenty of Fish. For some reason, that night I really wanted to be in the company of a woman, and the hour I'd spent with no suitable response began to wear my patience down. Eventually, I looked at Craigslist and posted a personals ad. Now, I know Craigslist is not the best place to meet people, but at this point I was thinking with my other head, if you know what I mean. I went out for an hour or two, and when I returned, I noticed that I had some responses to my ad. Mostly spam, obvious escorts, and catfish. I may have been desperate, but I wanted someone I felt comfortable with, on a friend and personal level. After weeding out, I saw one response that looked legit. I could tell she had read the ad, as it was an actual written response. She even included a few pics, all of which looked normal. She was cute, but didn't look like a model or from a magazine or anything like that. They just looked like selfies she took of herself. In hindsight, there was something about this that I didn't catch at first, which is important to the rest of the story. I use a dummy email for Craigslist, and I have it set up that pictures don't download automatically. I learned my lesson after posting an ad for a table and getting a dick pic. However, these pictures showed up right away as soon as I opened the email. This will tie in later. After some back and forth, I decide I'll come over. She gives me the address, and I see that it's an apartment building. Even better, as I'm always thinking of safety. I didn't want to go to an actual home. I get there and email her that I'm outside. Just give me the exact building and apartment number. She tells me get out and walk to the courtyard so I can make sure I'm who I say I am. Understandable. I said I was 5'11". It would be scary on her end if someone 6'5" was out there. After seeing that it was truly me, she says she has to tell me something. I'm thinking the worst. I start to think of what it could be. She then tells me, I'm really a man. I'm sorry. Now I'm pissed, but it washes over immediately as I just feel played. I'm prepared to just take my loss and quickly head back to my car when I get more emails. He tells me to come in and that he can give me money or cook or have drinks, whatever. He sounds like he really just wants the company, but I say, I'm sorry, I'm not chilling with some guy. He then sends the last email that simply says, $200, 2 hours, no touching, no sex. It catches my eyes, and I walk up to his door. Stupid, I know, but at this point I'm thinking I'll just take his $200, maybe knock over some of his things for tricking me, and just leave. My better judgment gets the best of me, thankfully, and I'm about 5 feet from the door, and then I turn around and leave. I decided that this was a sign that I just needed to stay at home for the night. I stopped at a 7-Eleven to grab a beer. I get back in my car and start reading through Facebook. All of a sudden, I get a Facebook message from someone I don't know, who I can tell is a fake profile, saying, I'm sorry, can you please come back? I get upset at the nerve of this guy, and then the air escapes from my throat. How did he get my personal Facebook? I used a fake email that has no ties whatsoever to my real name. I message him back, leave me alone. I apologize, I'm not interested. The man then threatened me by saying something along the lines of, you should listen, my name of my job. It was listed on my Facebook, but it was my first ever camp job before college, so it didn't really mean much. I told the man, either stop or I'm coming back with someone to help make you stop. I didn't get any more messages after that. I deleted the Facebook messages, deleted my email account, and went home. 2 days later, I'm on my computer when I again get a Facebook message from that guy that says, black shirt. I don't even begin to give the time of day to decipher that and delete the message. I block the dude. 10 seconds later, I come to the realization that I'm wearing a black V-neck. I look at the window as if I'm suspecting someone to be peering inside, when I remember I'm on the 11th floor of a high-rise. There's only one way in, and the door has a strong deadbolt lock. Whenever I come in, I quickly close and lock the door due to my pets, so I knew there was no one physically in my place with me. I'm startled, but I brush it off as a scare tactic. I bet like 6 in 10 guys right now are wearing a black shirt. The man just seemed like a lonely troll, and I'm sure he was doing this to everyone who felt trapped to his Craigslist scheme. I closed my computer and went on with my day. 2 days later, I'm sitting back at my computer as per usual, when once again the guy messages me. I already know it's going to be nonsense, so I'm going to do a mark as read/delete so he can't see that I read it. I see the partial message that says black and red globe. I literally scoot my chair back and stare at my computer. Right behind me, I'm sure, reflecting in the screen if the light would have hit it correctly, sat a globe with black water and red land. A friend got it for me because it was different. I understood right away. This man could access my webcam. I then thought back to my original email. He penetrated my picture firewall, and he somehow tied my fake email to my real name. I'm pretty good with computers, but I'm the first to take note when I'm dealing with someone who's a genius with computers. This man gave off every vibe that he knew what he was doing in the computing world, and maybe even in the hacking world. I slam it shut and pace around the room, mumbling to myself that I'd been so careless to get in a position like this. I run to a drawer and scramble for the black electrical tape. I find some and place it over the cam. I'm officially freaked out by this point. I'm not a tough guy by any means, and I hold my own in most situations, but I felt out of control. I delete my Facebook account, and every other social media account as well. I spend the next 10 minutes privatizing my online presence and cleaning out my computer. I keep the tape on, and try to get on with my week. 2 days later, I come home from work around 6 p.m. I come in and close the door and greet my pets. I see a white piece of paper that was slid under my door. This usually either meant maintenance had a project going on, we were late on rent, or the elevators were broken. We got a lot of those elevator letters. I pick it up and place it on the table as I get my dog to stop jumping on me and put my bag down. I pick up the note, and it says, Blue Doormat. To give you some background, during an escapade, drunken, mind you, my ex and I bought a bright blue doormat that we were both 100% certain was green and would match the green carpet outside our door. When we both sobered up the next morning, we realized how off we were and decided to keep it as a joke. This man had been inside my building and at my door. The thing is, it was a big building. You would need to know the building number, address, floor number, and apartment number. My dog wasn't going crazy, but I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. I swung the main closet doors open. Nothing. I run to the bedroom and swing those doors open. Once again, nothing. I race in the bathroom and open the shower curtain. Nothing. The man hadn't been inside, but he'd been close enough. I'm not the type to call the police, but I felt like I didn't know what to do. After sleeping on it, I call 911 the next day and ask for non-emergency. After a hold, I'm connected to a lady and tell her what's going on. She says she can't do anything, but gives me the number to the police of the city where the man lived. I call and speak to an officer and basically tell him I'm trying not to press charges or anything, but can someone please go over there and scare him or something. I could tell the cop wanted nothing to do with me, but I kept his ear, probably because he could hear a rational young man basically pleading with him to help him. He said it would send someone out there. I get a call a few hours later from the station. The cop I spoke to said there was no answer at the door. He told me he went to speak to the leasing office, and the sales manager said the only person who lived there was an older lady who'd been there forever. I froze for a moment. The guy wasn't even at the apartment when I came there. And I started to think, was he in a different apartment? Was he waiting in a car? Behind a tree somewhere in the courtyard? I personally think he was somewhere inside a neighboring apartment, just watching. However, I'd never felt so careless. The cop told me to reactivate my account and wait for another message. I did that for a month or so before shutting it down for good before making another one. I just felt more comfortable that way. I've never had another encounter, and have since moved and gotten a new computer. I got the courage to go up to that apartment twice. The first time I didn't get a response when I knocked. The second time I was greeted by an older lady, similar to what the cop told me. I told her what happened, and she assured me she had no sons or nephews or anything. She left me with a lecture, telling me to be safe. That was 4 years ago. I'm 25 now, and I look back at my 21-year-old self. I would never even consider meeting someone online like that now. Please, if it seems sketchy, it is sketchy. I haven't told this one to anybody in a while because it's been so long since it happened, but I remember it being one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I was 17, and I remember that it was fall because I had a hoodie on over my work uniform. I didn't have a car at the time, so once in a while when I couldn't cop a ride, I ended up having to walk a couple of miles to make it to work. This particular morning was one of those times. The walk was pretty normal, kind of nice that time of the morning because most people were already at work, so the streets were kind of empty. I remember thinking it was really nice out, with the temperature and the fall leaves and stuff, and I enjoyed the thought of not seeing many people on my walk, as the town I work in is kind of low income, so many people walk to where they need to go as opposed to driving. I had gone about a mile when I saw a man up ahead, carrying a six-pack and standing in the dead center of the sidewalk. I thought it was a little weird, but I was honestly more upset about having to acknowledge him in order to walk around him than about him being there. As I approached, he noticed me as well. He stared at me as I walked closer, not even pretending to look away or anything. I started to get a little anxious, but I didn't really have the time to dick around, so I figured I'd ignore him if he tried talking to me. Once I was within earshot of him, he smiled, and I braced myself. I remember thinking that I was too tired to be dealing with catcalling. As I walked around him, though, he started walking too, keeping pace with me. That's when I started to freak out a little. Wanting to put on a brave face, I refused to look at or acknowledge him, looking forward instead and keeping a neutral expression. Since him stumbling along beside me didn't seem to faze me, he started talking. "Hey, honey, where you going?" he asked. His breath reeked, and I could tell he was probably drunk. Up close, I noticed he was dirty. His hair was greasy, his beard was scraggly, and he looked like he'd been living out of a dumpster. I kept my eyes ahead of me. "Work," I mumbled, picking up the pace. He kept walking beside me. "Oh, do you work close by?" he asked. When I didn't answer, he continued, "Because I live near here. You want to come to my place and party with me?" I shook my head, and I could feel his eyes scanning over my body. His voice was a low whisper at this point, and I was starting to panic. "Yeah, you can come with me. We'll have fun. I'll even pay you after we're done, if that's what you want," he murmured. At this point, I was almost in tears, and I did the only thing that seemed logical. I booked it. Not a full sprint, but quick enough to catch him off guard and get myself somewhere safe. Contrary to earlier in my walk, I found myself desperately wishing that there were people around. I looked over my shoulder to see the man running after me, still a little unsteady on his feet. I was terrified. I'm not very quick, and I didn't know if his drunkenness would be enough of a handicap. I had made it around a corner, and up ahead I saw a woman at a bus stop. I looked behind me again to see if he was still chasing me, just in time to see him wipe the fuck out on one of the uneven pieces of sidewalk and crack his head on the corner of the curb, rolling out into the street along with his beer. He didn't get up, but I was too shaken and angry to really care. I slowed my pace, and once I got up to this woman at the bus stop, she smiled at me, saying something about how he dropped his beer. I didn't reply to her, and walked the rest of the way back to work, looking over my shoulder now and then the rest of the way. To this day, I wonder what happened to the dude. Is he dead? Did he just wake up in the street and wander off to find someone else to party with? Either way, dude with a six-pack of shitty beer and a bad idea of what a hooker looks like, let's not meet again. Hey guys, so in the midst of the floods of Louisiana, creeps still come out, I guess. So, because of all the flooding that happened on my street, my mother and I went to the Hyatt Hotel where she worked. We got to live there for free, so lucky me, I guess. Anyway, my mother was the night auditor, which means she worked overnight and I was left in the hotel room alone. So, curious night owl bored me decided that it would be fun to roam the hotel in my PJs, which were just shorts and an oversized t-shirt I'd stolen from my brother. I went down the stairs because the elevator made way too much noise. My mother warned me about the stairs, actually. She said that the homeless people sleep there at night sometimes, but I'd forgotten all about that. As I slowly went down the stairs listening to some music, I made it to the last floor, and a man was on the staircase asleep. I snuck past him and went outside. Homeless people don't scare me. I mean, they're just people. And my neighborhood is full of druggies and drug dealers with guns who speak to my mother almost every morning with "yes, ma'am" and "no, ma'am." So they're a lot scarier than people without homes. Let me explain the setup. There are two doors that lead out of the staircase. One was leading to outside, and another led to the inside of the hallway of the hotel. I went outside like a dumbass. I began to roam the outdoors and threw a couple of pebbles at a very high-leveled creek and watched as the water glistened from the shine of the moon. Quite magical, I might add. Anyway, after swatting at mosquitoes for about 3 minutes, I decided I wanted to go back inside, but silly old me forgot her key inside the door of my room. I couldn't get back in through the doorway, but I could through the staircase. So I went in. The man was standing up and watching the door. He was a scruffy man, with stubble from a beard that could have been, and a navy blue sweatshirt with stained brown pants. No, I don't want to know what was on the damn pants. He looked at me, just staring blankly. I stood there in utter shock, but it was getting so fucking hot in the stairwell, I said fuck it and ran past him. Not until the crazed motherfucker grabbed my fucking arm and said, "Have my babies," in a disgusting, groggy voice. If you would know how loud I screamed, I think ambulances would hire me to sit on top of their truck and be the siren. All of a sudden, he let go and ran out of the door. I sat on the step and continuously breathed like I'd just run up 70 flights. My mother bursts through the hallway door and looks at me, along with about 5 other people. I look up at her. I'm fine, and she asks me what happened. After I told her, a couple of the people around began searching for the man, but they never found him. I swear, I'll never take those hot-ass, scary stairs again. About a year ago, I had a very unsettling experience that I've never been able to make sense of. I think about it a lot, and I've told the story several times. Despite that, nobody has any better explanations than I do. So, without further ado, last August, I set out on a road trip with 2 female friends. Unfortunately, I have a bladder the size of a sunflower seed. We were in the middle of East Jesus nowhere between the rural outskirts of Dallas and Texarkana when I felt the call of nature. When I say middle of nowhere, that's not an exaggeration. It had been miles and miles of nothing. No houses, no rest stops, hardly any other cars on the road. Just trees. I was weighing the pros and cons of relieving myself on the side of the road when we spotted a gas station. Hallelujah. Except, the gas station obviously hadn't been there for years, maybe decades. The building was collapsing, the pavement had been all torn up, and a few of the pumps had fallen over, and they were all missing nozzles. I was groaning in disappointment and discomfort when I noticed a small diner behind what used to be a gas station. It looked like any other greasy spoon in a one-horse town. Low ceilings, grimy windows, signs proclaiming a special on fried catfish. There was a sign on the door. Restrooms for paying customers only. Alright, I thought. I'll get a soda or something. Whatever, I really have to pee. An 18-wheeler who'd been behind us for a while got off at the same exit and also pulled into this diner. As soon as I got out of the car, the trucker stepped down. He was short, bald, and very old. His hair was sparse and white. He walked with a pronounced limp. When I held the door open for him, he grinned, revealing several missing teeth. I was already a little uncomfortable, but when I stepped inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Every table in the diner was empty. Despite that, the diner was loud with kitchen noises. Hissing, clattering, clanking, sizzling. The woman behind the counter was as much a stereotype as the diner itself. She was tall and chubby, with dyed hair and a big smile, also missing several teeth. At the sound of a door opening, a man appeared in the window to the kitchen. The lady smiled at me, and her smile brightened at the sight of the trucker behind me. "Can I help you?" she asked me. Something about that place was making my hair stand on end. Something was wrong, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So I stammered, I need to use the bathroom. Here, I'll buy some water." I strode over to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of generic water. All 3 pairs of eyes followed me the whole way. Trying not to look uncomfortable as I felt, I paid for the bottle in cash and asked where the bathroom was. She pointed me to a door in the front corner. I left the bottle sitting on the counter and walked to the bathroom, trying not to notice that everyone was watching my every step. I need to reiterate that, because it's important. All of them heard me ask where the bathroom was and watched me go in. The bathroom was disgusting. The sink was full of brown water. Who knows how long that had been there. A handwritten sign directed me to please dispose of toilet paper in the trash. Geez, okay. Swallowing concerns of E. coli and flesh-eating bacteria, I set about my business. And then I heard steps outside the door. At first, it wasn't that weird. Maybe somebody else needed the bathroom. Whoever it was knocked on the door. "Occupied," I called back. The knocker stopped for a moment, then started up again. I didn't respond that time. I finished up quickly, opted to use my hand sanitizer rather than touch the sink, and opened the bathroom door, expecting to come face to face with whoever needed the facilities. There was no one there. I stepped back into the dining room to find all 3 people staring at me intently, all still smiling. "There she is," the lady and the trucker cried out. "See, I told you she was in there," the lady said to the trucker. "Yeah," the trucker replied, never taking his eyes off me. By that point, every single instinct I have was telling me to get the hell out. I grabbed the water off the counter, muttered a thank you to the lady behind the counter, and walked out as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. Their eyes and grins followed me the whole way out. My friends were waiting in the car this whole time. They sensed that something wasn't right too, and we were peeling out of a parking lot before I had a chance to close the door behind me. What happened in there? I relayed the experience. The creepy smiles, the knock on the door, the surprise at my reappearance from the bathroom. I was almost done with the story when my conscious mind took notice of something my subconscious must have noticed immediately. The diner, with the sign for the fried catfish. It didn't smell like food. Places that serve seafood smell like grease and fish, no matter how often they get cleaned. Although there were no customers, and likely hadn't been for a while, the kitchen was clanging and sizzling away, but it didn't smell like food. And who was making all that noise in the kitchen? I never saw anyone besides the man in the window. Nobody else walked past the window. He didn't speak to anyone. Nobody was talking or yelling to each other. It didn't add up. When I finished the story, my friends mentioned that the trucker had been looking at me creepily. One suggested that they may have thought I was a prostitute. That could explain the leering trucker and the knock on the door, but nothing else. Furthermore, nothing about my appearance suggested that I was there for prostitution, unless prostitutes have started dressing like lazy hippies on road trips in the last few years. My next thought was that I'd stumbled into some kind of crime ring. But what kind of illegal activity is profitable when you're miles away from anyone or anything? Crime is a business just like any other. I even considered paranormal explanations, a glitch in the Matrix perhaps, but none of those added up either. I remember every detail as if it happened yesterday. I think about it constantly. Maybe that's silly since nothing actually happened, but it bothers me that I don't even have a good theory for what was going on. Anyway, that's my creepy encounter. Sorry for the length. Thanks for listening. I'm a middle-aged woman, and I have a few of these let's not meet and creepy encounters experiences, mostly as an adult, but I remember this from my childhood, and my siblings and I have since talked about this. I grew up in Rio Linda, CA, and this happened, I believe, around 1970 or 1971, when I was 6 or maybe 7. I hung out a lot with my older brother because we're very close in age. I'm younger, but my older sister is 9 years older than me. This is relevant information. I lived with my family a stone's throw from the Rio Linda Elementary School. At the time, it was the seat of the school district administrative offices, so the school district bus yard was just down another street in the neighborhood. A couple of streets and around the corner lived Mr. Niceway. Mr. Niceway was already a long-time district employee school bus driver by then, was middle-aged, no wife or kids in the house. His yard was decorated all up with these cheap-looking cement animal statues and made to look all jungle-like. Basically just overgrown lawn with cheesy statues, but we thought it was cool. And so did our cousin, female, who was about the same as us and also lived nearby. Mr. Niceway was super nice and smiley, and inside his house he had this big outdated rock wall fireplace where the entire wall was rock. Called it his bear cave. And he had some dried up taxidermy animal to make it all cave-like, and it was cool inside his house. And there was another room further in, I don't recall very well, but he made that room all cool with neat things that drew us in. Us kids were inside that house a few times, not regularly, but definitely more than twice. Nothing bad ever happened, and as I recall, I never felt engaged with Mr. Niceway while I was there. I don't think he paid much attention to me, and I quickly got bored. Well, he was clearly more engaged with my brother and cousin, so I lost interest. We all did. Grew up and never gave it a second thought. Fast forward. I'm in college in a sociology class and studying antisocial behavior or some such when we start talking about pedophilia, and I have an aha moment. Their grooming techniques, and why the hell did this middle-aged man have this children's wonderland inside his house? And we thought it was so cool because we were children. Adults don't live that way. I brought it up the first chance I had with my siblings and found out he had a daughter, and our older sister, remember the age gap, went to school with her and had been swimming at their house. That house. Many times from about 11 to 12 years old. At that time, there was a big burl wood table with a glass top, and underneath the glass were a bunch of photographs of his daughter's pre-adolescent girlfriends in swimsuits. Totally creeped her out at the time, and when she found out how we'd been inside his house at such a young age, she gasped. I think that table may have been a big wood table I remember, many years after my sister had been there, but no pictures. Part of that bear cave theme. My brother, who was just enough older to have better skills of deduction than me, remembers feeling like he was most interested in our cousin. He distinctly recalls having an awkward feeling about this. This is when my sister proceeds to tell us about a conversation she had with a friend of the family who was an ex-homicide detective. He also grew up in the area, and they talked one evening about Mr. Niceway. Apparently, old Niceway was once questioned and for a short time was a suspect in the kidnapping, rape, and murder of a young girl whose body was then dumped in or near Dry Creek, which wasn't too far from where we all lived. Not too far from where he lived. She was under the age of 12, African American, but not from Rio Linda, one of the nearby towns, sometime between 1964 and 1969. There was definitely media coverage, and it was in the newspapers, but I don't think it was ever solved. So this ends my story, and yeah, I think I was inside the house of a pedophile when I was a child with my brother and cousin, and thank God my sister didn't see any pictures of herself under the glass table, because she told only just before posting this originally that Mr. Niceway asked if he could take her picture, but she was having none of it. These days, I only ever see my cousin when someone dies, and we never really had a relationship as adults. But I do hope I remember about this the next time I see her, because She would be really mature about this, and I'm curious as to what her feelings were about these visits now that she's an adult. First, I must say that this is my first ever post to Reddit, and that English is not my first language, so please excuse all of the mistakes, as there are definitely going to be lots of them. For a bit of background, I'm a 17-year-old female and have a boyfriend with whom I spend a great amount of time. I live in Central Europe. I live in a small house with my parents. The house has a driveway which is separated from the street by a huge gate that has electrical remote but can be opened by key as well. This may not seem relevant, but trust me, it is. Not that I live in a dangerous area, but there was, and still is, a fairly large problem with gypsies, as most of them just don't seem to fit into normal society. For example, a few of them once attacked and tried to rob my brother because they saw him buy something in the street market and knew he had money on him. Fortunately, he was cautious and strong enough to fight them off. Anyway, I usually spend evenings with my boyfriend, either at his house or mine. The evening of this event, I took the bus to my village from his and got off, just as usual. It was around 9 p.m., so it was pretty dark by this point. To get to my house, I have to walk a few stairs from the bus stop, then turn left, walk for a bit, cross a different street, and walk down a hill. The whole way from the bus to my house takes about 5 minutes. So I walk down the stairs and turn to the left where there are some trash containers. Now, I don't know if this is in other countries as well, but we have separate containers for different kinds of trash, glass, paper, etc. In this place, there's no container for mixed trash, food, or anything like that, just glass, paper, and plastic. As I walk by them, I look to my left and see a gypsy man going through the garbage. We instantly lock eyes and he makes this crazy grin and kind of stops in the middle of his job. I walk away, not looking back, until I hear glass breaking. He stood up, and as I glared back, he grinned once again and started to walk towards me. I quicken my pace and cross the street. As I start going down the hill, I hear his footsteps get louder and louder as he's getting closer. I'm about to cry at this moment, but I hold it in. I take out my phone and text my boyfriend. If I send you a heart emoji, call the fucking cops to my address. He starts freaking out and calls me several times. I never pick up. Looking back, I should have, because it might have scared the man off. I almost see my house and start to feel a bit relieved, but then I realize the fucking gate. I only have 2 options. Option 1, open it with a key. Option 2, ring the house bell and hope for the best. I try searching small pockets of my bag, but my keys are nowhere to be found. I look back for a second and find the man just a few meters behind. He's not grinning anymore. He seems more angry. I finally reach the gate and ring the bell, just about 10,000 times, when my father finally opens the main door and asks me, "Where have you been so long?" in a funny, ironic way. I'm there, still behind the gate, but the man is now just 2 meters away. I scream, "Open, what the fuck is wrong with you?" and I start to cry. He sighs for a second, but then probably realizes what's wrong and pushes the remote so quick I don't even notice. The gate starts opening just as the man passes by. I'm crying, but trying not to let the man know. I push myself through the gap between the fence and the gate. I finally feel safe, until I hear a faint whisper I'll never forget. "You better run next time." I collapse at the door. Dad tries to follow the guy, but he stands no chance because the man is long gone. Ever since that, I'm afraid of walking in the dark and paranoid of someone watching me. I know my fear is unfounded, but I have no way of getting rid of it, and I don't know if I actually want to, because it makes me more aware of my surroundings. Hey everyone, first time posting here. I'm Mexican, and my family is from Sinaloa. They have lots of stories of duendes, which is an umbrella term for goblins, gnomes, and elves. According to my family, duendes are the souls of children. Those that die too young, or those that were aborted. They like to play pranks on people and love to hide in bushes and trees. My great-uncle Chuy was a man that never married. He was chaste his entire life, and all his nieces and nephews loved him. His pockets were always full of candies. The duendes loved him too. My mom said she would often hear the laughter of children coming from his room and once saw little human-looking creatures jumping on his belly while he slept. When she gasped, they all scurried away. My uncle died about 6 years ago. When he passed, my mother and I flew to Sinaloa to attend the service. According to his sister, Chewy acted strangely before he passed. She said he would talk to himself in his room and would go to the hills for long hours on his own. He used to work as a gravedigger in the village's cemetery, but had stopped going to work. The day before he died, he came home with a bucket loaded with gold coins. They found him dead the next day. The coins gone. His room was a large, shambled structure in the backyard. The floors were dirt and the walls planks of rotting wood. He had one window that looked out into the alley. To the right was the neighbor's home. When I visited, I became good friends with the children of the neighborhood. While playing around a big grapefruit tree that stood in the center of their yard, we saw what looked like a small green man with a chubby, childlike face scramble down the tree. He seemed annoyed that we were swinging from the branches. He ran away into my uncle's room. We all chased him, and after that, no one saw him again. My new friends told me those were the duendes. At night, I heard them laughing. Needless to say, it was a strange visit. This story happened 2 years ago when my son was just a few months old. I had received a call from my dad telling me he was very sick and wanted me to visit him. I didn't have a car at the time, so the only way I could go see him was by bus or train. I decided to go by train as the bus station is situated in a very densely populated area with a high crime rate and large amount of homeless people. I had my 3-month-old son with me and wanted to be as safe as possible, so I opted to take the train. To get to the station, I had to take 2 buses there. The first bus was uneventful, and my boy slept through the entire ride. While doing the transfer to the second bus, I got a little overwhelmed because he started to cry. I sat down and nursed him for a bit at the station before heading out to get the second bus. At this point, I'd noticed a janitor cleaning the area. He'd taken a couple looks in my direction, but I thought nothing of it. As I got my things together, I noticed he'd creeped closer. He asked if I knew where I was going, and I told him yes, that we were fine. He began telling me I was very pretty and such a young mom. I was 20 at the time. I politely told him thank you and continued on my trek to catch the bus. I was pushing my son's stroller and pulling my luggage while he followed. I couldn't walk very fast, and right as I got to the elevator that led to the stop, he cornered me and asked for my number. In a panic, I gave him my twin brother's cell phone number. I was scared he would hurt me or my boy if I declined. After that scary encounter, we continued our journey to the station. When we got off, we were only a block away from the giant train station. As I walked there, I saw a man heading towards us. He was a dirty-looking man, covered in tattoos, his head shaved completely. As I walked past him, he whistled and turned around. He started hooting at me and saying lewd things. "Hey mama, I just got out of jail and haven't seen a pretty lady in a while. Let's go have some fun. I know you can have fun. Just look at that baby. I want those tits in my mouth." By this point, I was panicking. This guy was walking right next to me and cooing at my boy and trying to get me to go home with him. As soon as we walked into the station, I ran to a little booth filled with snacks. I had to tell him I was getting condoms so he would let me in alone. I begged the attendant to help me, and she called security while I hid in the back and cried. I made it to my dad's house safely, but ever since then, I do not take public transportation with my kids. Back in late 2006, I was fresh out of high school and starting college life. country girl in the big city and all on my own. I met people quickly, made a few friends, and got a job to support myself that took up the majority of my time. In no time at all, I was besieged by the plague of the mooch friend, the person who really needs you to cover their bills this month because insert new reason that makes you the jerk for not helping here. I was brand new to living on my own and thought they really needed my help, so I tightened my belt and worked harder and longer. Pretty soon, though, that was turning into me paying for everything and barely having food. It was about this time one of the people I'd recently met started asking me to go on a blind date with a friend of theirs named Connor. I said no a few times, but when they said it would just be dinner and a movie and that Connor would pay, it really piqued my interest. I had been living off ramen noodles for weeks, and an actual meal and something to do other than work sounded really appealing. She swore up one side and down the other that Connor was so nice and so shy and so sweet, and it didn't have to be more than just one date. I asked her why such a great-sounding guy was getting set up on a blind date. At this, she faltered and said that he really seemed to have retreated into his shell since starting college, became hard to talk to, and had been all around odd lately. They thought a nice night out with someone would bring him back out of his shell and help him adjust to the enormous life change that is college. I reluctantly agreed, and she immediately set up a time that very night, as it was my first day off in a while and we didn't know when it would be free again. Connor responded that he would pick me up outside a local ice cream shop in his red car. This was important since I didn't have a cell phone, so that was how I would know it was him. I went to the ice cream shop, and after being 20 minutes late and starting to feel like I should just walk home, the car pulled up way too close and Connor stepped out. He was about 5'6", with a bowl cut, blonde hair, big round glasses, and a polo shirt. He ran around to my side and opened the door, placing a hand on the small of my back and telling me to get in quick or we'd be late. My first red flag had popped up, but I just figured he was a jerk and was happy that I would only be around this guy for a few hours. We started driving and he immediately started asking me questions and wanting to know all about me, and I was happy to oblige as he wasn't really adding to the conversation and it felt awkward when no one was talking. I didn't say anything personal, mostly funny stories and anecdotes. I knew better than to give out all kinds of information to someone I just met. After a while, I realized I had no idea where we were. Not in a way you feel when you are new to a city and the streets become unfamiliar, but in a way that I wasn't sure anymore when the last time I saw streetlights and road signs was. I realized then that he was keeping me talking as long as possible so I wouldn't notice where he was driving me. I was alone in a car with a guy I didn't know, driving who knows where with no phone and a bunch of roommates who probably wouldn't notice me missing until the bills were due. I felt like such an idiot, but I knew I had to berate myself after this was over, and needed to get my head in the game now. I decided to play along like I was still oblivious, and asked what movie we would be seeing, and what kind of food after, and how he knew my friend who set this date up. Just lots of things to keep him talking and distracted while I looked for a road sign and gently felt for the unlock button on the door. Suddenly, a sign popped up in the distance for a gas station, and I figured I could just tuck and roll out of the car and run inside for help, if I could just find the button to unlock the door. Just then, the car stopped and Connor threw it into park and jumped out just as someone else jumped into the back driver's seat. He shut the door and turned to the man in the back seat, which was great for me because I could now look for the button and unlock the door without him noticing. I found the button, quietly pushed it, and pulled the handle, hoping to do this as quietly as possible to maybe gain some ground to the gas station before they noticed me. I pulled. No response. I pushed on the door while pulling. Again, no response. I checked the button again and tried again. No movement from the door. It was at this point I realized I wasn't getting out of this car unless it was from the driver's side. All the while this is going on, Connor is having a loud conversation with the guy who jumped in the back, who's apparently his drug dealer. Yeah, suddenly all that stuff about him acting weird since college made a very loud click, and from what I gathered as I was trying to open the door, Connor had developed quite the habit. Apparently, he owed his dealer money for cocaine and was using me as leverage to hold on to while he went and got them money. What the fuck? Luckily, this was full of, "I swear I'm good for it," and "I'll be back in a few minutes," repeated several times, and were loud enough to mask my fumbling with the car door. Connor ran off into the darkness of the woods we parked next to, and it was just me and the dealer in the car. I stayed straight ahead, so there would be no problems about me having seen his face later, should it come up. We sat in silence for what felt like forever, and then he says, and I'll never forget this, "Hey honey, want to go out back behind the gas station and blow me for some coke?" I wasn't sure what to say to this, so I went to my first response, which was a high-pitched and musical, "No, thank you." To my unending look in this man's credit, he proceeded to bust a gut laughing, which made me laugh too. He then said, "Damn, girl, you got, like, self-respect and shit." To which I once again didn't know how to respond, so I just shrugged and said, "I try," which made him belt out a long, loud laugh again, and we both ended up chuckling for a few minutes. He then asked, "What the hell is a chick like you doing with this guy?" I didn't know how to respond, and so far things have been going all right, so I just told him everything I told you. He even asked if I tried to jump out of the car when it stopped, as that would have been a sensible thing, and I told him I tried, but my door didn't seem to open from the inside, because at this point, what have I got to lose by lying? He then said something I really didn't think I would hear. He said he was sorry. Apparently, ever since college had started a few months ago, he'd been going to the same one as Connor and was stealing on the side to make ends meet until he got his degree and didn't need to anymore. Connor was from a rich family and was one of his best clients at first, but spiraled into debt with him quickly and was hitting this stuff way too hard and fast. Connor was supposed to meet him here to give him the money he was owed, but when he got into the back seat, this guy jumped out of the front, made a million excuses about how the money was coming in just a few minutes, and had ran off into the woods, with me still in the car. At this point, I had no idea what was going to happen next, and was about to ask how long we'd been waiting when a hushed argument and stomping sounds became evident from the woods in the direction Connor had run off to. Out pops a much taller guy dragging Connor along to the car window and begins breathlessly apologizing for the actions of Connor. He said Connor was an idiot, and this was all a big mistake, and handed the dealer something, I imagine money, as he said it was all there and a little extra and that Connor would not be bothering him again. The tall guy opened the door for the dealer, who got out less than happy with these guys, but content with his money. At this point, the big dude introduces himself as this guy's roommate, Kyle. When Connor had come back to the apartment, it had popped a red flag as he was way too cheerful for someone who had left a few hours prior shaking at the thought of paying off his dealer. After a little questioning, Connor said he decided to pick up a girl and leave her in the car with the dealer to pay off his debts. Kyle was rather irate at this, and wanted to know how exactly that was going to pay off anything, and what exactly was wrong with him. Connor said you saw drug dealers take chicks all the time on TV, so this must be a valid form of payment. Kyle then began to beat up Connor, and demanded to be taken back to wherever he had dropped off the car right now, but not before making him stop at an ATM for the dealer's money. Connor protested, but Kyle smacked him around a bit until he saw the light, and, making a quick ATM stop, marched him through the woods back to the car to pay the dealer and get me home. He told me this while repeatedly hitting Connor in the back of the head as he drove me back to the city, exclaiming things like, "Whatever made you think kidnapping some girl was a good idea? And did you think you would just magically never see the dealer again? You have a class with him on Monday, dude." He then made Connor apologize as well, and we sat in silence for a while, as I wondered how I ever, in a million years, got lucky enough to get kidnapped by a complete idiot who had the nicest drug dealer on the planet and a roommate that doubled as an aggressive Jiminy Cricket. They dropped me off as soon as we hit downtown, as I didn't want them to know where I lived. I thanked Kyle profusely as I got out, and he said it would be all good if I promised to never go to the cops about it, since they had futures and whatnot. I said no problem. They drove off, and I walked home to eat my ramen and never, under any circumstances, let myself end up like that again. When I was 5, my parents signed me up for football. We lived in a lower middle-class neighborhood in Alabama that was big enough to support Little League teams in multiple sports. There were 20 kids on my team, and we practiced at a park in our neighborhood. We played against school teams, travel league teams, you name it, and we beat the brakes off them. I always believed the reason we had a good team is because we all lived, played, fought, and traveled together. It was a kind of You fuck with me, you fuck with the whole trailer park mentality, if that makes sense. When I was 8, in 1988, our team won the city championship, and then the regional tournament championship. Our whole neighborhood threw a massive block party for us. They cooked a pig in the ground, hamburgers, hot dogs, the whole 9 yards. It was a massive party. I remember my dad going to the local Air Force base to buy beers in bulk at a discount to supply the parents. The day of the party, we were in the park where our practice field was located, doing what little boys who've played 18 football games in 20 weeks do, playing more football. We had divided up into 2 teams of 10, and were having a great time. As I mentioned, this was a lower middle-class neighborhood. Many of the houses were built in the 60s and 70s and were populated with working-class folks. There were some rough places within and nearby the neighborhood, but these were the days of free-range parenting. We kind of had the run of the place, and we just couldn't cross any of the main roads bordering the edges. It was a great place full of oddball characters, community mothers and grandmothers, and roaming packs of kids. At some point, the football took a crazy bounce and went down a steep hill on the edge of the park. This particular edge of the park backed up to the back edge of a mechanic's parking lot, and the ball rolled all the way onto the blacktop. My friend Michael said, "I got it," and true to 8-year-old form, I said, "I got it." A race ensued. Little boys, if told to line up and get their heads chopped off, would race to be first in line. Anyway, the ball had rolled over the blacktop, and we got it at the same time. We did a half slide and both got a hand on it, jumbling to the ground in laughter. Around that time, we noticed there were 2 cars parked at the back of the lot, behind all the cars that were left over the weekend for the mechanic to work on Monday. The 2 cars were parked half facing each other, the driver's side turn signal of one car almost touching the passenger's side turn signal of the other one. The car furthest from us was a Fiero, and the other car was a '79 Oldsmobile 98, just like my dad's. The Olds 98, if you're unfamiliar with it, was so long that the front and back seats could feasibly be in different time zones. There was a woman standing in each doorway of the Fiero with the doors opened enough to allow them room to stand. There was a man with curly shoulder-length reddish-brown hair standing in the door of the Olds. He had on a white t-shirt tucked into a pair of tight, rust-colored pants over pointy-toed black boots. He was long and lanky, and he had his shirt sleeves rolled up a couple of turns. My grandfather would have called him pool hall trash. None of them seemed to notice us at first, and the woman in the driver's side door was fairly animated. She punctuated whatever she'd been saying with, "What the fuck ever, Mitchell. Just keep on playing and find out." This seemed to be Mitchell's cue to escalate shit pronto. He tapped on the top of his car a couple of times, nodding. Then he reached into the car and produced a snub-nosed pistol, which 8-year-old me identified as a Kojak pistol, from the syndicated reruns I'd watched with my father on WGN. He slammed his door and said, "Is that right, Gloria?" He had the gun down by his left side, his walk indicating that he was all business. The women started scrambling, not necessarily trying to leave, but just trying to get out of a position where they were half in, half out of the car. The women on the passenger side seemed to get into the car, but the woman on the driver's side backed away from the car door. She got back out. Michael and I had gone statue, and the woman on the driver's side noticed us as she moved away from the car. Mitchell obviously noticed this, and he turned to look at us too. I distinctly remember seeing his pointy mutton chops when he turned to us in profile. He turned back to Gloria and said, "Don't matter to me. Tell me again how I'm gonna find out. You tell your man Dingo I still live on the same street, same house. Maybe we all get in the car together and I tell him myself." With this, he motioned towards the car, like a maitre d' with the pistol. The woman on the passenger side of the car, a bit older and presumably the driver's mother, started rattling off something in Spanish, and Mitchell pointed the gun at her. "That's enough talking." Gloria put both hands in front of her and said, all right, Mitch Brana. Just calm down. I didn't mean nothing. Let's just calm down. Nobody's got nothing to say to you. I just want to leave." She looked at us again. I realized now that she was perhaps using us as leverage in case Mitch got trigger happy, or perhaps she was hoping that he wouldn't start shooting with kids around. Mitch reached up and wiped sweat off his brow with his pistol hand and said, "Fuck y'all." He strolled around the front between the two cars and got in the driver's seat. The two women quickly did the same and peeled out of the parking lot. Michael and I, still both clutching the football, watched as Mitch sat in the car, his engine idling. He looked at us intently for 20 seconds or so, then put his car in reverse. He suddenly started swearing at no one in particular as he looked back over his shoulder. When he put the car in drive and started moving again, he repeatedly began banging the pistol against the side of his head and yelling, "Oh, you will you? Is that right? Is that right?" until he was out of the parking lot and out of sight. Michael and I quickly ran to the park, and Michael found his father, an MP at the military base, and told him what happened. I think it was the first time I'd ever felt danger in our neighborhood. Later that year, my parents sold our house and we moved out into the country, an unincorporated area with a smaller school. I think their belief was that I'd be safer there, which wasn't always the case. To give some background information, this event occurred a little over a year ago, and I still haven't been able to even begin to get over it. I'm a 22-year-old, 5'4" female, and at the time, I was 21. My family and I had recently moved to a new town that was a fair amount more rural than the town I'd previously lived in, and our new house was a large ranch-style house with a basement. I was home from college, and my parents had left for the week to celebrate their wedding anniversary with their friends who lived several hours away. Before I continue, I'll give a quick layout of the house so that you'll be able to imagine the setting a bit more clearly. There were 3 doors which led into the house, one on the front porch, a sliding glass door on the back porch, and another door on the other side of the wall from my bedroom which led into the garage and basement. When you walk out of my bedroom and turn, you can see all the way across the house to the door of my parents' bedroom and the stairs leading up from the basement. It had been a few days since my parents left, and I hadn't had any problems. They had sent me a couple messages on Facebook letting me know that they had arrived at their friend's house safely and were having a good time. The day had gone well, and I was sure to check that I'd locked all the doors of the house once the sun started to go down. It was about 11 p.m. and I was doing my nightly routine of laying in bed and messing around on the computer when I suddenly got this sinking feeling of dread. I felt as if I was being watched. It was the summer and we didn't have AC, so I had a large box fan in the window blowing the cool night air into my stiflingly hot room. But once that feeling settled over me, I decided that I should remove the fan and close the window, just in case. Once removing the fan, shutting and locking the window, and pulling down the curtain, I felt a bit better. However, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I lay back in bed and tried to continue what I was doing, though I didn't put my headphones back on. After a few minutes, I began to hear something that sounded like light scratching. I sat still in bed, listening to the sound, trying to pinpoint what it was and if I recognized it at all. Our new house, although relatively close in distance to our neighbors, had a fair amount of forest around it. So I thought the scratching may have been an animal or someone's dog that got loose and wanted to come inside. After a few minutes, the scratching stopped and everything returned to silence. So I figured that I was probably right and that it must have been an animal. My relief was short-lived, as soon after the scratching stopped, from the other side of the wall I began to hear slow footsteps descending into the basement. This is when I knew I was completely fucked. There was no way I could get out of the house without walking past the basement stairs. We didn't have a house phone, and at the time I was in the process of getting a new cell phone because mine was broken beyond repair. I sat there for a few seconds wondering what the hell I should do. I knew I would need to get out of the house as soon as possible, and that the more time I wasted, the worse it would be for me. I contemplated popping the screen out of my bedroom window and jumping out, but it was far enough off the ground that there was a good chance I would end up getting hurt if I did. Not to mention that if I jumped out the window and hurt myself, I wouldn't be able to run for help, and I'd be right next to the door that whoever was in my house had gone in through. So I decided to very carefully and quietly open my door and peek out around the corner, and if the coast was clear, I would make a mad dash for the front door and sprint to my neighbor's house. I very slowly opened my bedroom door, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness of the house before creeping around the corner and looking to see if it was safe to make a run for it. What I saw nearly made me vomit. As my eyes scanned the house, I noticed that something was off. I squinted hard as I looked over at the basement stairs and was able to make out the shape of a man. What made it worse, he wasn't just standing at the top of the stairs. He was fucking crawling up them like some kind of nightmare creature. I quickly backed into my room again, shutting and locking the door as quietly as I could. I didn't think he'd seen me, and there was no way that I was going to make a run for it now. My only choice was to pop the screen and jump out the window. As I was unlocking and opening my window, I heard the handle to my bedroom door turn. Once the man realized it was locked, in a sickeningly sweet sing-song voice he cooed, "I know you're in there." This was followed by a loud cackle, and what I can only imagine was him throwing himself at full force against my door. I ripped the screen out of my window and flung myself out. I landed wrong on my right foot, and I was sure that I'd hurt my ankle, but at the time I couldn't think of anything other than getting as far away as possible. I got up and ran as fast as I could to my neighbor's house, knocking on their door in a panicked frenzy and ringing the bell over and over. I looked over at my house as I was yelling for my neighbors to let me in, and I swear to fucking God I could see the man standing at my window, waving at me. My neighbors finally opened the door after what felt like forever, and I managed to explain well enough what was going on for them to let me in and call the police. I stayed with them until the police arrived. The police searched my house and found that the lock to the basement had been picked and that the door to my bedroom was hanging off the hinges. They weren't able to find the man anywhere, and because I'd only seen him for a split second in the dark, I couldn't provide them with a good enough description of him. Of course, I got into contact with my parents immediately, and they hurried home. The police took my statement and searched the area for the man, but of course, they came up with nothing. After this event, my parents and I were sure to add deadbolt locks to the door leading into the basement, and to the door leading out of the basement to the rest of the house. They also helped me pay to get a new phone. What really bothers me about all of this is that nothing was stolen. There wasn't any evidence that the guy had looked through anything while he'd been in my house. This event occurred about 2 years ago, so I was 18 at the time. It was about 9 p.m. and I had just remembered that I needed to fill up my car with gas so that I wouldn't need to in the morning. My commute for work was about a half hour, and I had to leave my house at 3 a.m. to make it to work on time for the morning shift. Needless to say, at 3 a.m. I wasn't totally functional, so I didn't want the extra hassle of getting gas. Both of my parents were home at the time, and had only been home from college for about a week. I grabbed my keys and walked out the door, closing it behind me and beginning to shuffle down the stairs leading to the driveway. I used to live on a hill, so there were 2 half flights of stairs separated by a little gravel walkway. As I stepped onto the walkway, I noticed a large black truck slowly driving down my street. I was immediately on edge, due to the fact that my street had practically no traffic during the day, let alone at night. But I figured whoever it was probably looking for someone's house and was having a hard time seeing the house numbers because it was so dark. As I hesitantly made my way down the second set of stairs, now rushing a bit to get to my car, the truck continued to creep up to my house and stopped slightly in front of me, so I couldn't get a good look at the driver. The driver rolled down their window and proceeded to say something that I couldn't quite hear. I could tell that the person in the car was a man, and I saw that he was light-skinned because he rested his arm on the window. "What did you say?" I asked, thinking that I was right and that he was probably asking for directions. He said something again, but again he was speaking too quietly and I couldn't hear him very well. I refused to move from where I was, thinking that it wouldn't be smart to just waltz up to a stranger's car. "I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?" Again, he responded too quietly for me to hear. I was getting a little annoyed at this point, along with already being a little frightened. "I'm sorry, sir. I need to hurry to get where I'm going. Wish I could have been more help." I took a step forward, and suddenly, the man spoke up slightly, though I still had to strain to hear what he was saying. "Is he in there?" he asked in a demanding tone. "Who?" I asked, trying to make out who this man was, and noticing that there's a second man in the passenger seat who appears to be holding something. "That nigger. Is he hiding in there?" he says with the same tone, now clutching the door. I completely was not processing what was going on, and I was still unsure if I was even hearing what he'd said. No, he's not here. At this point, I'm considering turning around and bolting back in the house. "You tell that nigger that he has until the count of 10 to come out right now, or I'll shoot his windows out," he boomed, pointing at me as he said the word, "you." I just stood there like an idiot for a few seconds, thinking that there was no way I'd heard what I said. "Wait, what?" I stammered, now beginning to process the fact that the man I was talking to thought I had something to do with whoever he was looking for. 1, 2, 3, he began to count. I was freaking out at this point, realizing that if I'd heard him correctly, this man just threatened to shoot at my house if I didn't somehow produce a man that I didn't know in the next few seconds. I had to think fast, and I decided to press the alarm button on my keys, which would make my car alarm go off. I quickly pressed the button, and my car alarm started blaring. Fortunately for me, this seemed to spook the man. His arm shot back into the car and he sped off down the street. I took this opportunity to run back into my house and quickly tell my dad what had just happened. He told me to call the police. When I was on the phone with the police, my dad looked out the window and saw the truck creep past my house again. I told the operator on the phone what had happened, and they said that they would send a squad car to my location, but the operator didn't seem very concerned with what I'd just explained had happened. They did send a squad car by, but by then, the man was gone. I never saw the truck again, and I never heard anything back from the police about what happened. Scary man in the black truck, let's not meet again, and I really hope that you never found what you were looking for. Okay, I've been engrossed in this subreddit, and I've decided to share a creepy experience with you guys. I have plenty more to share if you would like. Bit of backstory. I'm a 17-year-old male living in New South Wales, Australia. I'm half Asian and, in a way, I'm female-looking. I'm around average height and very thin. I have what you could call emo-esque hair, this coming into play later on. So, this happened about 2 days ago. I live in a typical Australian suburb. Nothing out of the ordinary in Australia. Where I live is a lot of heavily wooded areas as well as very swampy areas. So here it goes. Me and all my infinite wisdom decided to go for a walk. The area I went isn't frequently traveled to because it's very rural, at least for the city I live in, and it's where the new housing estates are getting built. I love this area because it's so picturesque and quiet. Now, I'm walking along listening to music, and it's about 40-ish minutes from my house, and you have to go through a lot of bushland. I should mention my neighborhood backs onto an industrial estate, which is in, decline. I walk there. It's quite a normal day until I see a bunch of what looked to be construction workers talking to each other and occasionally glancing at me. I thought nothing of it and kept on my merry way. Now, this area is my safe haven. It's on the fringe of what used to be an industry and new houses. Where I always sat and looked into the distance, there was always a fence. I never went past it because of the barbed wire on top of it. That day, I felt adventurous and saw there was a gap in the fence that led beyond. I checked on the workers in case they saw me, and they were gone. So I went through. This is where it began. I walked for a solid 7 minutes into the area when I sat in the grass to admire the view, when I heard in a male voice, "Where the fuck did it get to?" I was freaked out a little as this is a reserve and I thought I was caught, so I dashed away into taller grass. Another male said, "We know you're here. Come out, you're not in trouble." I was in full panic mode. Like, who would say that to someone, especially a stranger? I glanced at the people calling out for me, and no surprise, they were the fucking workers from the site. I assumed they must have followed me. Come out, little rabbit. We won't hurt you." "Well, not much," said a raspy, female-sounding voice. I glanced at these workers. One had a roll of duct tape, another rope, and the female had a large wrench. I was taught as a kid how to get away from strangers in cars, but nothing of this caliber. I grab a piece of large sandstone from the ground and I hurl it into the grass far away from me. They go running. Stupid fucktards, I thought to myself. I book it down through long grass and climb the fence into the industrial estate. As I'm over the fence, I see the workers on the top of the hill pointing at me. They leg it towards me, yelling, "Oi, come back here." I proceed to nope the fuck out of there back to my house. I haven't seen these people since, but what frightens me the most is I'm pretty sure they thought I was a girl. I don't know what their intentions were, but I have a feeling they weren't good at all. Okay, so this is what happened about 2 months ago, around 1 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. My friend, who we'll call Gino, and I were hanging out at a lake that's not too far from where I live. Gino works nights, and I was off the next day, so we weren't worried about how late it was. We live in Ohio, and as anyone who grew up here will tell you, there's jack shit to do anywhere, especially that late at night. So, hanging out at the lake is a common occurrence for us. So anyway, we arrive at the lake and park the car. We're sitting inside talking when suddenly I see movement out of the corner of my eye. I turn around and see 2 people, one man and one woman, standing uncomfortably close to the rear of the car. They're just standing there gawking at the car. I open the door to confront them, and as I do, they both begin to quickly walk toward the edge of the lake, which was around 30 feet away. Okay, that's weird, but whatever. A lot of people go to the lake late at night for night fishing, so I wasn't thinking much of it beyond wondering why they were so interested in the car. I close the door, and after a few more minutes of conversation, we decide to exit the vehicle and sit at the edge of the lake on a small stone wall that acts as a barrier between the shore and the water. And this is where it gets kind of scary. Gino was sitting on the wall, and I was standing near him. We were talking when suddenly a man approached us from the edge of the lake, the same man who had been standing near the car earlier. The woman was nowhere in sight. As soon as I noticed him, I knew by instinct alone that this encounter was not going to be pleasant. "Hey, fellas," he called out as he approached. "Hello," Gino responded. The man reached us and stood uncomfortably close to us, so close that I could clearly see his face and his incredibly disgusting teeth. He said nothing for about 10 seconds before repeating, "Hey, fellas." "Hey," Gino said. "Can we help you?" The man smiled. "You're not doing very well, man. I'd suggest that you get the fuck out of here." Gino and I were taken aback by this, as the man had flipped from hello to fuck you in about 15 seconds flat. He was staring dead into Gino's eyes, unblinking. "Excuse you?" I finally asked him. "You're fine. You're thin and fit, and you're wearing red. You're just fine," the man said to me. "But this guy here, well, he's a fat, lazy piece of shit, and he's wearing all black, and he should be punished." Now, Gino is in fact a bigger guy, but he's also just shy of 7 feet tall, and he looks considerably larger around the waist when he's sitting down. And I am thin. I've been in the army for almost 3 years, and I take pride in maintaining my fitness level. As for the color thing, well, I've got no clue in hell what that was about, nor do I really care. Okay, Gino says to him. "Yeah, you heard me. You're a fat, lazy piece of shit, and you deserve to be punished," the man growled. He was slowly inching closer to Gino, clenching his fists and acting in a very threatening manner. I stepped toward him, putting myself between Gino and this guy. Now, the first thing I was trained in, when I was in the army, was medic, and upon looking this man in the eye, I saw that his pupils were very dilated. We have a problem with meth and heroin where I live, and I would guess that, based on his pupils and aggression level, this dude was sky high on the former. I'm gonna need you to leave. Right now, I said to him. You should go. No, man. This guy should go. He's a fat, lazy... I cut him off. Get the fuck out of here now. The man looked at me and said, Why? I'm fine. You're fine. This guy, he's not fine. Look at him. I stepped toward him with my fist raised, though I had no intention of actually hitting him unless he tried to attack me, but I was hoping he'd get the hint and back off. And that was all that it took for him to scamper back away from us. As he retreated, he started yelling threats and vulgarities at us before disappearing around the bend that's further up the road. Gino and I sat there for a good 15 minutes discussing what had just occurred. Finally, we decided to leave. As we were going around the bend, we saw him, standing there. He took off running as soon as he saw the car, but the fact that he was still standing there, just out of sight and creeping around, that's disturbing. We didn't go back to the lake for a while after that. This goes back to my very first year in college. I was 19. At the time, I had an on-again, off-again girlfriend with whom I'd just had a fight. Meanwhile, my best friend at the time, a guy called Matt, had been chatting up this girl named Sarah. The thing about Matt was that he was the kind of guy who always had a girlfriend and another lady or two in the works if things didn't work out. The problem was, it takes a certain level of instability to be okay with this setup, and that attracts a certain level of instability. Anyway, he was chatting up Sarah, but at the last minute decided to get back together with his ex. In order to save face, he played it off as him testing her to see if she'd be right for me. He at no point consulted me about this. Instead, he approached me at lunch and said, "Hey, you want to go on a date with Sarah?" I responded in the negative, but was informed that this was less of a question and more of an informative statement. We meet up and the date goes okay. She's fairly pretty and very nice. We had ice cream and sat around talking. At the end, we exchanged numbers and go on our separate ways. Now, I should clarify that this college was a very small, private Christian college. Relationships tended to move quickly and I was fairly inexperienced. That's why I let things go on as long as they did. She texted me that night and we talked for a bit before bed. The next morning, she told me she loved me. I was a bit uncomfortable with this, to say the least. The next day, she made a comment about if we got married. I should have left. I should have gotten in my car and driven as far the fuck out of there as possible. I didn't. We met that Sunday and went to church together. She held my hand the entire time, and any time I so much as glanced in her direction, she got this big, creepy serial killer grin on her face. There was something about that look and the feeling I got when I saw it. And that was when I realized it was time for me to nope on out. I decided that regardless of how mental she was, I was going to break up with her properly. I took her to a quiet area of the campus where a lounge area had been set up and made it clear that I was a little concerned about the breakneck pace of this relationship and that I thought it would be best if we distanced ourselves from one another. She asked if I was breaking up with her. After a little bit of stalling, I said yes. Thus began my 2 months of hell. The next morning, I woke up to a knock on my dorm room door. It was 6 a.m. I opened my door to see her and a couple of friends. She informed me that they were there to help talk us through the relationship issues we were having. I slammed the door in their faces and went back to bed. Not my finest hour, but she was nuts and I was tired. When I woke up, the friends were gone, but she'd been sitting outside my door the whole time. Not crying, just sitting. She was angry. I walked out into the hallway and she gave me a lecture about how that is not how you were supposed to treat a girlfriend. I walked away from her while she was still talking. I was done with this. The next few days, I saw her out of the corner of my eye a few times. Each time, I had a friend confirm that she was actually there. I don't just mean around campus either. That's explainable enough. Other places as well. For example, a friend invited me to the college class at his church. About 5 minutes later, in she strolled. I don't remember the exact wording the teacher used, but he clearly indicated she'd never attended this class before. That night I got a text that read, I saw you made eye contact with me at least twice. I think you want to get back together with me." I spent most of the next few weeks in my room, only leaving for class. My friends would drop food at my door for meals. She began following them as well. Matt actually told me that Sarah found him playing basketball with some other folks and asked where I was. He told her he and I were meeting for dinner. She said she'd join us and sat down on the bench. He reminded her that it was at 2 and that dinner wasn't for another 4 hours. "I know," she replied. My grades plummeted. I stopped going to class for anything short of a test. She knew my schedule. I tried to perhaps dissuade her by getting back together with my aforementioned on-again, off-again girlfriend. This worked for a time, but Sarah wound up talking to her. They had a chat, and Sarah made some thinly veiled threats that made her uncomfortable, so she broke up with me once more. When the semester ended, I was done. My family lived about 700 miles away. I figured this was more than enough distance to keep her at bay. I blocked her on all forms of social media and changed my number. Adam, another friend of mine, later recounted Sarah's actions to me. Apparently, for a time she dated the guy who had the same first name as me. Broadly speaking, he even looked a bit like me. She told him to wear glasses because it made him look distinguished. The fact that they were the same style as mine was, I'm sure, purely coincidental. During this time, her emotional state was erratic, to say the least. She told people I'd touched her without her permission, that I'd broken up with her in a shitty way. Adam also thinks she turned to self-harm, as she wore long sleeves in the summer in the deep south. Eventually, she met a guy who was a bit clingy and desperate, and was willing to accept her quirks. That's the last I heard about her. It kind of tainted my view of relationships. I used to be sort of clingy and creepy, but this sent me perhaps a bit too far in the other direction. I'm a bit too detached for a lot of girls now. I developed a sort of fear of intimacy that I'm slowly getting over. I'm not exaggerating when I say this last year was the first time I hugged a person since the incident in 2010. The main point here is I don't care how cute she is or how totally perfect we'd be together. No, I won't go on a date with your friend. I've lurked on here for a while and finally figured I would share my own creepy experience. I go to school in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking cornfields and cows and Amish driving their horse and buggies through campus. Hell, the town is so small that going to Walmart is considered a social outing. In a way, it's kind of nice. Things are quiet and it's rather hard to get lost once you've lived here a few months. It also helps there's a rather large city within an hour's drive, just a straight shot down the country highway, and you have malls and restaurants and pretty much anything you would need to entertain yourself when small-town life got boring. The independence to go wherever we wanted was intoxicating. It was around Christmas of my freshman year of college that it happened. My best friend, Em, and I decided to drive into the city to get Olive Garden and browse the nearby bookstore for gift ideas. The evening was fun and we were both pretty giddy by the end of it. Em and I were joking around, bouncing to music, as I drove to get back onto the highway that would take us home. Because of the time of the year, it was dark and the roads were quiet. We didn't have a care in the world. When we came to the final stoplight before getting on the highway, I pulled up next to a man on a motorcycle. The rider was unremarkable to the point that all I remember was dark gear and a helmet, but the bike's undercarriage was illuminated by an eye-catching neon purple glow. We thought it was neat. Maybe it was our pointing and grinning that caught his attention. I don't really know. The light turned green and we sped off, man and bike forgotten. We continued on our conversation. That is, until about 5 minutes later I noticed the bike was behind me. "We have a friend," I told him jokingly. It wasn't so alarming to see him there. After all, it was a well-traveled highway, a major one for the area. I pointed it out and we went back to whatever subject we were on. I forgot to mention how dark this road is. No street lights and few traffic signals, just you and your headlights for miles. I looked in my rear-view mirror again a few minutes later. He was closer this time. Much closer. So close that I could see his silhouette in my taillights. Because I was young and stupid, I was pushing 90 and had been doing that for a while. In order to get that close quickly, he'd have to be going over 110, easy. His speed and proximity unnerved me. I said as much to M, but I figured he just wanted to pass. Never mind that we were the only souls on that stretch of pavement. I switched lanes, and he did the same. While he did back off a bit, I was on high alert. I was beginning to think that we were being followed. I switched lanes a few times. I sped up, slowed down, growing more panicked as I realized no matter what I did, he was still behind me in the same lane. What was worse is that his driving had become erratic. Sometimes he was back in the glow of my taillights, and the next time I checked, he was but a purple speck in the darkness. He drove off of the road a few times, but was almost religiously in the same lane as I was. We were terrified. As we neared our exit, I called my dad. Why didn't I call the police? Well, I was 19, scared, and still trying to convince myself in vain hope that this wasn't actually happening. My dad told me to drive to the police station. I had no idea where that was despite living in the town for a few months at that point. We took our exit and, lo and behold, the purple glow took it too. I was near panic attack at this point, but I didn't want to drive back to the dorm, so I passed campus with the bike still on my tail. In a split-second decision, I decided to turn into the parking lot of an open grocery store. The bike began to turn as well, but at the last moment his motor growled and he sped away. I managed to glance at him speeding down the main road. He disappeared over a hill, and we sat in that parking lot for 10 minutes just trying to calm down. I didn't see him again that night, and we went home. Maybe it was my imagination, but I heard the revving of a motorcycle a few times that night. It seemed to be circling the campus. I'm a junior now, and I've driven that highway more times than I could count. I think I may have seen him near the city a few times, but I'm not sure. But one thing's for certain. In the 2 years since that incident, I've never seen a bike like that in this tiny town. That man followed us 30 miles into a town he had no reason to be in. I'm afraid to know what he would have done if he'd actually caught us. I'm a 4'10", 21-year-old girl. I work as a cashier at a one-stop shopping sort of place in the Northwest. It was earlier this year. I was on light duty due to a wrist injury I received, so I was far from my actual department and placed in home. I remember this day. I clocked on at 11 a.m. and walked to where I was supposed to be and saw a tweaked-out dude walk into the store. He was maybe 5'10" to 6 feet tall, with dirty clothes, dirty hair, and his face was covered with pock marks, looking like a typical drug addict. I saw people like that on a daily basis, so I shrugged it off and went to the garden gates. The other light-duty person wanted to swap out, so I walked around the home department for the last half hour or so of my shift to help customers. I saw the dude again. He looked suspicious, so I walked up and asked in a cheerful voice, "Hi, how are you?" No response for a good minute. I began walking away to greet a couple that was coming up when I heard, "How rude of someone to ask how they are and just walk away." In such a mean tone. Annoyed, I walked back, apologized, and asked, "Do you need help finding anything today? Looking for a specific seat cover?" Since he was in automotive looking through the seat covers. Again, no answer, so I was pissed. I just stepped away and heard him mumble. I didn't care at this point. I called the home manager. He picked up his phone and said, "Hello, this is Andy. How can I help?" "Andy," I began saying, "I get a weird vibe from this guy in automotive. I'm trying to keep my eye on him." "I am too. They've been watching him grab stuff off the shelves and have no idea where it's gone." So we hung up, thinking this was just another dude trying to steal. I kept going, greeting and helping as much as I could, when I saw someone set yogurt on the end cap. I decided to take it back since I had 10-ish minutes left of work. I headed to the dairy wall and nicely put it back for them and began walking back when I saw him. Then I felt a weird chill on my back. I just kept walking until I was far enough to safely look back, and there he was when I passed him, staring at me and not moving an inch. I kind of ducked and dived out of the field of vision as much as I could, freaking out about it. Finally, I clocked off, not seeing the dude again. We have a special door we have to exit that's in between two entrances. As I clicked my beeper to unlock our door, I always head towards the first exit to go shopping after work. And then I heard a voice. "So, you like being followed?" I turned to see the man come out of nowhere holding just a glass canister. I panicked and ran into the entrance. He had a smirk on his face. I grabbed the phone from the customer service desk, immediately called the home manager. "Andy, that dude that we were suspicious of. He followed me when I walked out past the employee door. He asked if I liked being followed, and now he's heading towards the first entrance." I had to choke back the fear in my voice as I told him that. He told me that security was on their way to find him, and loss prevention. What made it worse is I ride a bus home, and if he came out of nowhere like that, who knows when he'll do it again. Since then, I've carried a pocket knife in my apron at all times. I've become paranoid and terrified. I always look behind me when I walk out of the employee door and grip my pocket knife when I walk to the bus stop. As for the guy, never saw him again nor heard if they caught him. But creepy, pockmarked drug addict dude, I hope you are where you deserve to be. Every month in my city, there's this event held at a downtown music venue. Basically, people get up on stage and tell 5-minute stories, all related to whatever the theme of the night is. I've been attending these storytelling events pretty religiously since I discovered them last fall, and have actually become a somewhat established storyteller there. It's always fun for me to listen as well as talk, and it's one of the few places I feel comfortable going to at night by myself. So, I'm one of the first people in, as I'm a kiss-ass and was hoping to help out the people who work there with the setup. Everything was done by the time I got there, though, so I just found a good seat and waited for the fun to begin. A man who's around 30 years old came up to me and said, "I like your shorts. May I give you a hug?" This set off every alarm in my head, but I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, so I figured he meant no harm and gave him a hug. He told me I was very beautiful, to which I gave him a "thanks, man," and the interaction was done. A little weird, but then I saw him hug another woman a few feet away from me, so I thought maybe he's just weirdly affectionate. I thought little more of it. Time passed, and after I'd had fun conversations with strangers and told a story on stage, it was intermission. I decided to go to my car and grab my sketchbook because I was feeling fidgety. On the way out, I saw the guy from before. Trying to be friendly, I asked, "Well, how did I do?" He gave me another hug and said, "You were wonderful. You were wonderful." I thanked him and let go. But he didn't let go of me, and he kissed me on my neck. Maybe it was only for a second, but it felt like forever that I was stuck there with him. I don't even remember how I reacted. I was so shocked that I just took off, looking over my shoulder to make sure he hadn't followed me to my car. I went back to the venue, determined not to let this ruin my night, but the truth is, I don't really remember any of the stories from the second half because I was so shaken up that I couldn't focus. I was texting my mom the whole time, trying not to freak out too much. After the show, I found Janice, a 40-something mom who also is a storytelling regular and in the past has walked with me to my car after these events. I told her what happened, and she stayed with me until I was in my car. Weird Guy was nowhere to be found once I wasn't alone. I'm so grateful for women like Janice. I feel a lot of different emotions about what happened. Scared by his actions, angry that I was taken advantage of, sad that the one place I felt really safe in doesn't feel safe anymore. I wanted so badly to just be kind to another person, and he used that against me. You bet I won't be giving any hugs to strangers, or going there alone anymore. I thought I was just being a puss about something that happened to me years back, until I saw a post about something similar here on Let's Not Meet. In college, my boyfriend and I lived about half an hour apart. I had limited free time due to work, school, etc. So on weekends, we'd hang out for marathon stretches, Many times, I wouldn't end up leaving his neighborhood until around 1 or 2 a.m. The aforementioned neighborhood was a beautiful suburban town. Super safe. I wanted to move there with my son someday for the killer school district. But driving home at night along those dark, winding suburban roads by myself in my shitty 13-year-old sedan was another thing. Being the type of person who is obsessed with the types of stories and situations that this subreddit focuses on, I knew that every time I took that 30-minute drive through the empty, dark roads, I was making myself vulnerable. I always wore an oversized hoodie over my hair to disguise the fact that I was female, because I know those stories. I kept my hood up and my eyes on the rearview mirror for any of the few cars that ended up being on the road with me. So, when eventually, a few months into my routine, I looked back at a car that was rapidly converging on my bumper, I wasn't really surprised. But I was scared. I sped up, on the off chance that this was just a person who needed to get home at 15 miles per hour over the speed limit and was annoyed with my adherence to the posted signs. Nope. No matter how much I sped up, he clung to my bumper as if our cars were linked magnetically. My heart was racing, but I was calmed by a conviction that no matter what happened, I wasn't getting out of the goddamned car. You never get out of the car. If I just stayed in the car and got home, I'd be safe. And if he followed me all the way home, he could come at me in my driveway, with my 3 brothers I was going to call and wake up. I just had to make it another 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. He continued to follow close. At the halfway point, I stop at a light, all adrenaline. He pulls up next to my car. A middle-aged white guy, goatee. His eyes are wild behind his glasses as he frantically motions for me to roll down my window for a solid 60 seconds straight. He's desperate, almost pleading. I finally comply, out of a bizarre pity. When my window is down, he brays in one of the most earnest voices I've ever heard. Don't drive scared. Just drive home. And peeled the fuck off. To which I have to say, don't drive like an insane monster. Just drive home. And also, well-meaning car stalker, let's not meet again. It was a chilly Wednesday evening in October when I was 14. I was standing in our kitchen waiting for my father to drive me to church school. My father, meanwhile, was stomping back and forth from the living room through the basement to the basement stairs. He would go to the top of the stairs and yell down at my 17-year-old sister who was also getting ready to leave. She had a meeting of her church group to go to, but since her meeting wasn't at the church, she was driving herself. Since she was taking her time, my father would yell down the stairs for her to hurry up and then stomp back towards the living room and look for his keys, which he had misplaced. So, there was my father, standing at the top of the stairs and yelling to my sister in the basement. Behind him was our back door. The back door was open, but the screen door was closed. My father then moved away from the screen door, and there she was. A girl, standing in our driveway and peering in through the screen door. Peering, I guess, isn't the right word. She was staring. She was tall and slender, with straight black hair tied into a ponytail. She looked a few years older than my sister. It was her eyes, however, that were the most noticeable. They were huge and unblinking. Her eyes would dart around the inside of our kitchen, scanning the room. And then she noticed me. I was still standing in my spot, leaning against the kitchen counter. I wasn't especially creeped out at this point, just curious. And I did start to get a little worried when she took a step forward and reached for the handle of the screen door. At this moment, my father rushed past me. "Got him," he said while clutching his keys. "Let's go." As he moved closer to the screen door, he noticed the girl. "Oh, hi," I heard him say to the girl from my position behind him. He opened the door and then turned to shout down the stairs, "Steph, it's time to go." "All right," my sister responded in that annoyed teenage girl voice of hers as she came running up the stairs. My dad held the door open for her and I and pulled it shut behind us. My sister and the girl started walking down the driveway to my sister's car. I think my dad and I had the same thought. They didn't acknowledge each other. Two teenage girls didn't bother saying hello to each other. I've been around my sister and her friends long enough to know that they could barely stop speaking when they were together. We stood in front of the garage watching the two of them walk away. When they reached the car, my sister put her key in the door and unlocked it. The girl, now standing by the passenger door, tried the handle. It was locked. The next moment plays out in slow motion in my mind. I remember my sister, still holding the door handle, slowly looking up at the girl with the big eyes and saying, "Can I help you?" My dad heard it too, and began quickly walking down the driveway. My sister looked at him with a confused stare. He turned to the girl and repeated my sister's question. "Can I help you?" Her eyes darting from my dad to my sister to me, she looked back to my dad and said something I will never forget. "You have my grandmother in your basement." My dad looked at the girl and said what we were all thinking. What? Now, I may not have spent a lot of time in our basement as my room was upstairs, but I was down there every day. The biggest TV was down there, the laundry room was down there, my hockey equipment was stored in the furnace room, and my sister's room was down there. So I'm pretty sure I would have noticed someone's grandma in our basement. The girl, however, seemed convinced. She began to rant about how her pastor had told her we were devil worshippers and that we were trying to kill her and planned to sacrifice her grandmother. I was getting pretty creeped out by this point, not just by what she was saying, but by how she moved. The way her eyes kept moving around rapidly, the way her hands were shaking. My sister and I both stood frozen to the concrete of the driveway. My dad, however, didn't panic. He'd been a paramedic my entire life. He'd definitely seen his share of strange things and dealt with people with mental health issues. He calmly told my sister and I to go inside. Neither of us moved. He said it again, more forcefully than before, and we began to walk backwards up the driveway. The girl began to look very confused. She looked at the three of us and began to make almost a whimpering noise. She started moving up the driveway as well, while walking almost sideways. My dad took a step closer to her and the whimpering intensified. "Just stay right here with me," my dad said calmly, "and we'll figure this out." The girl moved faster up the driveway towards me, the whimpering reaching a crescendo before she lunged at me, and the whimpering became a scream. "No!" the girl cried while reaching both hands out to me. I turned to run. My father lunged at the girl and was able to grab both of her arms and pull them behind her back. My sister and I ran into the house and slammed the door behind us as the girl violently flailed against my father's grip. Once inside, my sister and I rushed to the window on the side of the house. We could see my dad now struggling to subdue the girl as her flailing continued. He began guiding her up the driveway towards the garage. When they were both inside, he closed the garage door. I stared at my dad while the door came down. I remember the feeling of terror as the door made contact with the cement. We couldn't see him. There were no windows on the garage door anymore. There had been, but I broke them all with an errant slap shot, and now, where there were windows, there was only plywood. My sister and I stood in the kitchen, crying and staring at the garage door for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, the side door opened and my dad looked at us through the kitchen window. "It's okay," he said. "Just call 911 and tell them to send an ambulance." Behind him, we heard the girl crying. My sister called the emergency dispatcher and we waited. Moments later, the ambulance pulled into the driveway and my dad opened the garage door. The girl was bent over at the waist and sobbing loudly. My dad greeted his colleagues, who ran into the garage and calmly and gently guided the girl toward the back of the ambulance. We could hear her wailing as the ambulance backed down the driveway. When the ambulance had pulled away, my sister and I sprinted to the garage and embraced our father. It had been a frightening experience that could have gone much worse if it weren't for him. I was working at a small college on the East Coast in the physical education department. I taught classes, worked as a strength and conditioning coach for their athletic teams, and had a separate contract with the school so I could use their facilities for personal training. It was a very active campus. There are many trails around and through the campus for joggers and cyclists. The only time of the year that there weren't a lot of people on campus were the first 2 weeks of August. During that time, the place was a ghost town. All buildings on campus had their power cut, so the school could save some money. The only buildings that still had power were the administration and physical education buildings. In order to understand what happened, I have to explain the setup of the building, as it can be somewhat confusing. It's built into the side of a hill and has 4 floors. There are 3 entrances. The first floor entrance, which could be considered the back of the building, faces west. The main entrance, which is on the 3rd floor, faces east, and a side entrance, also on the 3rd floor, faces south. Confused? That's all right. It's going to get stranger in a minute. The 3rd floor entrance leads to a small parking lot on the side of the hill. That's the faculty and staff parking lot. That's where I go in. I walk in that door, which leads to a basketball court and 2 flights of stairs to the 2nd floor. Going down these 2 flights of stairs leads you to my office and a small gym area I use to train athletes and clients. On a Saturday in early August, I'd finished with my last client of the day and decided to stay a little late and get a workout in. Since I didn't want anybody walking in the building while I was wearing headphones and the only person authorized to be there, I locked the south door and set the security system. When I was finished working out, I went into my office to finish some work and get things ready for that Monday. The blaring of the alarm system got my attention, and I walked to the nearest keypad, which was down the hall. The display showed that the alarm on the 1st floor entrance had been tripped. I turned off the alarm and headed downstairs. It wasn't the first time this happened, and I thought it could have been a jogger or cyclist who needed a drink or to use the bathroom or was hurt in some way. When I got to the 1st floor entrance, there was no one in sight. I opened the door, looked around, and still didn't see anyone. Figuring that they had already left, I pulled the door shut, made sure it was locked, and turned back to the stairs. That was when I heard it. On the stairs above me, there was a stomp. Stomp. "Hello?" I said. Stomp. Stomp. "Hello?" I yelled again in a louder and deeper voice to let whoever was there know I wasn't messing around. Stomp. "God damn it," I muttered as I began climbing the stairs, listening to the stomping echo my own footsteps. I reached the 2nd floor and still heard the stomping above me. "Hello?" I yelled again. I reached the 3rd floor and still heard the stomps. There was nothing on the 4th floor except the main office. I tried to rationalize what I was hearing. Maybe it was an employee who forgot something in the office. Maybe they were wearing headphones and couldn't hear me, or somehow the alarm they set off. I rounded the corner in the hallway and walked to the office door. The lights in the office are automatic. If anyone had walked in, they would be on, but they were off. I tried the door anyway and found that it was locked, as it should be. What the hell is happening, I thought. I began moving back to the stairs when the alarm sounded again. I ran to the elevator and checked the display, which showed that the alarm was from the 3rd floor east entrance. I bounded down the stairs and sprinted across the main lobby of the building. I crashed through the door and looked around, hoping to see who was messing with me. Nothing. I pulled the door shut, made sure it was locked, and made my way to the stairs. I almost jumped out of my skin when the alarm rang again. I ran back to the elevator and checked the display. It was the 3rd floor south entrance. My entrance. The fastest way to get there was to cut across the basketball court. However, the door was locked, since the school would use the 2 weeks when there was no one around to redo the court every year. Like most gym doors, if you pull hard enough, it opens, so I ripped the door open and, as fast and lightly as I could, ran across the court toward my entrance. I rushed through the door and was standing in the faculty parking lot. There was nothing there except my car. By now, I was freaked out and more than a little pissed off. I decided to head back to my office, call campus security, and tell them someone was in the building setting off alarms and giving me the runaround. I stomped down the first flight of stairs, muttering curse words to myself. I hit the landing, turned the corner, and a man who at that moment seemed to be 8 feet tall ducked down, got right in my face, and said, "Hello." He then walked past me, up the stairs, and out the door. If he had turned and looked back before pushing the door open, he would have seen me, leaning against the brick wall, arms spread to my side, gripping the wall for support, with what I can only imagine would have been a terrified look on my face. After what seemed like an hour but was most likely only seconds, I peeled myself off the wall and went to my office. I locked the door behind me, sat in my chair, and tried to figure out what the hell just happened. I don't really know how long I sat there, but it was long enough that my wife sent me a text asking why I wasn't home yet. I gathered my things and went up the stairs. I stopped at the door. A vision flashed before me of the large man I'd seen leaning against my car, waiting for me. The relief I felt when I opened the door and found an empty parking lot was one of the most amazing feelings I've ever had. As I drove away, I looked for the man everywhere, but I couldn't find him. To this day, I have 1,000 questions about that day. How he got in, how he went from the 4th floor to the 3rd without me seeing him, etc. But I don't think I'll ever figure out. So this story happened to me last year in New Mexico. For some background, I'd recently moved from New England to this dusty old Wild West state. I didn't have a job lined up, I didn't have a car or anything, so I basically took the first job I was offered. This job ended up being a sign-holding job. I know, so glamorous, but it was literally a 5-minute walk from my house. The job was weird from the get-go. The town is a weird and dying one, and it was the summer, and my boss was a very attitude-filled chain smoker who basically cracked the door open, stood by it, and smoked all day. Anyway, I usually had random people scream things at me. I had people come up to me and flirt. I've also had someone try to shove food in my mouth. Oh, and I was asked out by a random person who I never saw again. Not to mention the neighborhood drunk always stopped to talk to me. So I was pretty used to weirdness. I just took it and moved on, and didn't dwell on it too much. And that all changed when one day this Dodge Charger pulled in right behind me. I was an idiot that day. I wasn't being observant as I usually was, and as I was taught. I was tired of standing on my feet. It was over 100 degrees and I was hungry. At first I didn't even hear the guy or the car. I had my earphones in, jamming to Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, and Ozzy. And then I felt somebody behind me, and I spun around to be faced with this super tall man that had a vibe of danger. My first response was to back up, but I curbed it and just smiled at him and asked if I could help him. He asks me for my name, which I stupidly gave, and then he asks me these questions. Do you prefer diamonds, rubies, or sapphires? Do you prefer the couch or the bed? Shoes or no shoes? Favorite color? Do you have a man? At the time I didn't, but I answered yes. Well, I don't see a ring on your finger. He should be all over you, making you his... And then it gets weirder. Can you believe it? Will you go out with me? I can treat you better. I calmly and firmly said no. And well, he wasn't too keen on that. He stared at me coldly for a few seconds, and then he smiled, got into his car, and looked back at me. I'll be back for you, every day until you say yes to me. Usually I would laugh off and roll my eyes, but this guy was dangerous. An expensive car, nice watch, and expensive clothes in this particular dying town. I'm thinking drug dealer. I can't be sure, but that's really the only explanation. I quit the next day. I wasn't about to take a chance. From then on, I either always carried pepper spray or a knife on me. And now I have a boyfriend who wholeheartedly believes in the Second Amendment. Thank God I haven't seen the guy since, but the thing is, how do I know he hasn't seen me? Obligatory, I created a Reddit account just to share this story. This happened a few hours ago, and I'm still a little shaken up. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I feel the need to talk about what happened. A little background. My mom owns a boutique which has been going strong for 5 years now. Tonight was her anniversary party, which was held at the store. Quite a few of her friends and employees were there, just having a good time. Being a 17-year-old male, I didn't want to spend all day in a boutique. I spent the day with some friends and left just as it began to get dark. I decided to stop by the shop party and say hi to my mom and her friends. On the way over there, I noticed it was a full moon. That turns out to be quite the coincidence, since everyone says full moons bring out the weirdos. I enter the store and everything's going great. My mom's laughing with her friends. One of my buddies is actually there playing guitar for them. His dad is there as well, who I also get along with. I began talking to my mom's friends who were asking me all the usual questions that friends of parents ask. I was actually having a pretty good time. And then a large man who looked to be in his 20s came in. He was well-dressed, clean-cut, and appeared to be in a good mood. My first thought was that he's here to buy something for a girlfriend. He goes to a group of my mom's friends and casually asks, "Are there any demons in here?" Everyone looks at him, obviously puzzled. "What?" someone asks. A little louder, he says, "I'm looking for demons. Are you demons?" My mom and a couple of her friends approached him, but I couldn't fully hear what they were saying. In a smart-ass tone, the man yells, "Should I call you demons, or should I call you bitches?" That's when my mom and her group snapped back, demanding he leave. "Are you kicking me out? Am I not welcome here?" He keeps repeating those questions. My mom didn't back down. She just kept looking straight up into this guy's eyes. Adrenaline kicked in. I started fearing for my mom's safety. I was carrying my pocket knife, and somehow my brain decided it was too short to do any real damage. At this point, I'm already moving towards them. On my way, I notice a large liquor bottle, which I instinctively arm myself with. I'm coming up on his side, but one of my mom's friends, Amy, is between us. I reach my arm around her and try to move her out of the way. She doesn't budge and starts trying to calm me down. The man is still going at it with my mom, calling her a bitch and threatening her. He kept saying things like, "I'm going to have to come back here and finish this." Even though Amy is still between us, I have a clear shot at the guy. The bottle was very round and didn't have a long enough neck to use as a handle, so I cocked it back as best as I could, about to slam it on his head. And then someone yells, "Oh my God, Tourette's Texan's gonna hit him." I freeze. He turns and faces my direction, but strangely not at me. "Who's Tourette's Texan? I want to see Tourette's Texan." He repeated those questions several times. Then my mom starts calling out for me to come over, though there was no fear in her voice. I prepared my arm for a second attempt at a strike, but several of my mother's friends got in between us. Somehow, Barbara, one of my mom's friends, started calmly talking to the guy. They started talking about Jesus, and he yells, "Jesus is a girl." Barbara responded with, "All right, sorry, God bless you." He seemed to get annoyed and said, "It's Jehovah. Jehovah bless me." "Okay, sorry. Jehovah bless you." "I am Jehovah." She got him to walk out of the store with her. Adrenaline and panic filled me, and I tried to follow them, since I was still intent on smashing the bottle over his head. But Barbara turned around and told me to stay inside, so I did. I stood there and looked out the glass door as she talked him down. Eventually they hugged, and he walked off into the night. My mom called the area's security guard, and he came to the shop almost instantly. We told him what happened, and he went out and did a quick search for him. He didn't find him. He told us, "All the weird ones come out this time of year." That's when I mentioned the full moon. After that, everything went back to normal. Truth be told, I was pretty shaken up. Still am, obviously. I found a hammer under the counter and sat it by the door the rest of the night. Whenever one of the women would leave, I'd escort them out to their car and make sure they left safe. I keep going over what happened in my mind, even though I know the situation ended perfectly. No one hurt and there was no physical contact. I keep regretting not hitting the guy. I take martial arts, but I'm pretty lightweight. This guy was a lot bigger than me, so I know it's stupid of me to want to have initiated a fight with him. It's just hard hearing someone call your mom a bitch and threaten her right in front of you. I'm just glad I was there to help. The weird thing was, he appeared perfectly sober. I'm almost positive that he has a mental illness and was off his meds. I volunteered to go up to the shop during the evenings and sit with whoever's working. I guess I'll update this if anything else happens. No, I hope it doesn't. This incident took place when I was in 8th standard. I used to go for Hindi tuitions, which were about 15 minutes walking distance away from my house. I was 12 years old, and I had this thought that I was old enough to travel alone. I know, I was just 12, but come on, it was only 15 minutes and I had a phone so I could contact my parents in case of an emergency. However, it took time convincing my parents that I would be alright on my own. Initially, they resisted, so my mom hired a maid to drop and pick me up from classes. I believed myself to be an independent person then, and decided to fire the maid myself politely after a few months of irregularity, as I used to get late for classes. My parents were shocked, but cool with it after some convincing. It was one such day after I began traveling alone. I was on time and waiting for the lift at the ground floor. Had to go up to the 8th floor. On entering the lift, I was just about to close the door when I saw a man in his 20s waving at a distance. He was waving at me to stop the lift as he wanted to get in and was a little distance away. At first I decided to ignore, but then I figured, what harm would it do letting him share the lift? Plus, I had my phone. He soon got in, thanked me, and tried to strike up a conversation. I knew I shouldn't, but I encouraged it. He asked me where I was going and all. Also, it was just 8 floors, but the lift was super slow, as it was an old building. The man looked in pain. At about the 2nd floor, he asked me whether there was a doctor in the building, but I didn't know. He started hissing in pain and brought down his pants and underwear, exposing his penis. And that was the first time I ever saw a penis. He started muttering to himself that it was painful in Hindi and started rubbing it. I was stuck there for a few seconds. I couldn't get out as it was a moving lift, and I was scared to abruptly stop it. I kind of panicked inside. Didn't know what to do, so I stayed calm on the inside, staring at my nails. After what felt like an eternity, he got off at the 6th floor. I was so relieved. I haven't told this to anybody. I tried telling a friend, but couldn't. I feared traveling in that lift again, but had no choice. I know most of you are thinking it's just a normal encounter and that nothing happened to me, but guys, I was 12. Born and brought up in a protected society where talking about such things is a taboo, and it was a sudden shock to me. Anyway, I'm thankful that it only lasted a few seconds, but I was so terrified and embarrassed at that moment. The poor guy probably didn't care that I was in the lift, considering his pain in the penis. I had a bad childhood. Being in a horrid situation I'd rather not discuss this time, but around 2004 or 2005, my mother and I had gotten to a women's shelter in the Bible Belt of America. I was a nearly 5-year-old boy who was used to moving around, even in such an adolescent state of mind, and to get some money within our first month there, we had to sell my mother's car and sold it to an early 30s Oriental man. The man seemed normal at the time, but as the weeks went by, we would see him more and more, my mother not thinking the worst yet. Later, we figured out that he lived across the street from the shelter, and looking back, this gave him the means to prey on women and their children in their worst times, which is all the worst, given I have faint memories of him being near my therapist's building, although I could be mistaken. I helped my grandmother at the farmer's market when I wasn't in school, as much as a 5 or 6-year-old could, and so it was normal for me to be semi-unattended on and off throughout the day, normally roaming the market and speaking to family friends who also worked there. During one of these strolls in the market, and I saw that man, the one we'd sold the vehicle to, looking at me, and then suddenly walking towards me, and kneeling down, he said something that haunts me to this day because of the many implied situations that could have occurred. He asked, "Do you want to go to China?" Luckily, I was a faithful child to my parents' permission and told him I'd need to ask them first. He then darted away from me, and within minutes my father was chasing him with a baseball bat, but never caught up, and he was never reported to the police as to not start any trouble, as the state we lived in had many gangs who were and still are known for how they deal with trouble. This happened during the summer of 2004. I live with my husband and children in a small town about 50 miles outside a major city. My town is relatively quiet without much crime, but we do get the occasional break-in or other petty crime. I should also note that my area seems to get many door-to-door salesmen and church groups, but I generally considered it more annoying than anything menacing. It was around 10 a.m. when I was home alone, cleaning the house and listening to music, Metallica. I had my front window open. It faces my front door as we don't have central air and it was pretty hot that day. Someone knocks on my door and I look through the window to see a girl I would guess is in her early 20s standing there. She has a clipboard and pen in her hand. I assume she's selling something. I turn off my music and open the door, ready to tell her I'm not interested. She immediately hands me a laminated card with a list of magazines she's selling. I'm holding this card, not really reading it, and was about to hand it back to her when I flip the card over and see written in red pen, "This girl is crazy. Do not let her in your house." I'm shitting bricks when I read this, and I'm about to slam the door on her when she says, "I love Metallica. Turn it back on." She pushed her way past me and sat down on my couch in my living room, which is about 5 feet away from my front door. I'm still standing in the doorway of my living room in utter shock. I just stare at her for 5 to 10 minutes before I find my voice. I tell her she needs to leave now. She lit up a cigarette and walks over to my stereo to turn the music back on. By this point, I'm completely freaking out and walk to my kitchen and grab my phone to call the police. She ran out the door before I could even dial. I live 2 blocks away from the police station, and they're there in less than 5 minutes. Long story short, they aren't able to find her, but tell me that they've gotten complaints about someone that fits her description from other people in the area as well. A neighbor down the block told me she came to her door too. She didn't try to go in her house, but she was super pushy and kept saying odd things like, "Let's go shopping sometime," and other nonsense. So, creepy magazine sales girl and Metallica fan, let's not meet again. I remember something strange happening to me one night back in 2012 and didn't know where else to put it, but recently learned about this subreddit. I was sitting in my house early fall, playing video games. My mom and brother went to bed. My dad is still at work and should be coming home. I hear the doorbell ring. It was roughly 11 p.m. I thought, oh, it must be my dad. Probably couldn't get into the garage. I paused my game to get the door, but since I was unsure, I looked through the peephole. Around the corner is a street lamp and my porch light wasn't on, so all I could make out was a dark figure. It wasn't my dad. My dad's a pot-bellied 5'10" man, and this figure was thinner and shorter. I'm staring out for what felt like an eternity. The figure rings the doorbell again and knocks. By this time, I realized the door was unlocked and immediately locked the door. The handle rattles and I let out a gasp. I run into the living room to get my cell phone and start dialing the non-emergency line. I look out the peephole, and it's gone. To my north is the cul-de-sac I live on. The houses are spread out and it's reasonably lit. To the east and south is an open space with another well-lit road, and west is a highway and a neighbor. My house has a ton of windows and is on a slight incline. I essentially can see if someone comes into the cul-de-sac, people walking down the roads, people in the open space, etc. There's little to nothing obscuring my view. Now at this point, I'm thinking it's my unstable and abusive ex. My ex didn't have his license, lived 3 miles away to the south, and mainly traveled by bike. I broke up with him a couple of months beforehand, but he stopped bothering me. I looked out all the windows facing the cul-de-sac, the open space, and towards all the roads. I looked out the peephole again. Nothing. I sat back down in the living room, but had a really bad feeling, like my hair was standing up. After about 30 minutes of Minecraft, I turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, I opened the front door to get the mail and found a handful of purple petunias there. My mom and I didn't grow petunias. I walked up the street to get my mail. My neighbors didn't grow petunias either. I came back to my house and saw that our fence to the backyard was wide open. I grabbed a 2x4 and walked back there, finding more scattered petunias all the way up to the patio door. The patio door looked into the living room where I was playing video games and had forgot to close the curtains. To understand some of what happened in this story, I have to give a small amount of backstory. I'm a female college student, only 5'3" tall, same height I've been since middle school, and 112 pounds at my heaviest. I was 17 years old when this occurred, and I'm 19 now. However, I always seem to look younger than I am. Most people think I'm 14 or 15. Though I had never been creeped on before this incident, it's been pointed out to me before that my small build, young age, and even younger appearance makes me look like a victim. One last thing you readers have to understand about me is that I, at a very young age, was diagnosed with PDD-NOS, an autism spectrum disorder. Among my symptoms are struggling to read facial expressions, tones of voice, and body language, facial blindness, meaning I struggle to remember faces, and some hypersensitivities to sound. The latter symptom doesn't normally bother me terribly much, but I do like to keep headphones on or earbuds in whenever I can to block out sounds other than music. The incident in question began barely a few weeks into the beginning of my senior year of high school. I had a 0 period, so every day I would have to be at my school and in my class by 7 in the morning. The catch was that I had to walk, as my mother was the only one with a car and never had time to drive my 2 sisters and I to school. I would usually leave the house by 6:30 at the latest, and I always went alone since my sisters didn't have a 0 period like I did. And, being that it was autumn, it was very dark in the mornings. Even in a relatively safe, though rather large, town such as the one I lived in, this was a recipe for trouble. Every morning on my way to school, I would have to walk past a small set of houses beside an Arco gas station. The middle of the 3 houses was the home of a Hispanic mustached man who would always sit on his porch in the morning and watch me walk by, even when I chose to walk across the street from him. I'm a terrible judge of age, but I believe he may have been somewhere in his 50s. But, regardless of age, I always felt that he had no business watching me every morning, and, unfortunately, it wasn't just in the morning that he watched me. Every afternoon when I walked home, he would again sit on his porch and watch. He watched other kids as well, but his gaze always seemed to pick me out, even in a thick crowd. It creeped me out, but not enough to warrant me telling my mother or grandmother, whom I call Nana. Perhaps due to my autism, I somehow wound up believing that his behavior might not be that strange. I was, after all, aware of the fact that people reading wasn't a skill of mine, so I just tried to ignore it. This continued on for months, with nothing of great importance occurring. I walked, and he watched. That was it. Until, that is, around early January. One day, I was walking to school in the early morning again. Some jerks in my neighborhood had begun popping off fireworks in spite of the early hour and the fact that the New Year's holiday was in the past. I didn't like the loud popping noises, so I put my headphones on and turned on a flute song. The sound of the wooden flute soothed me, and I turned the volume up loud enough that I could drown out the fireworks a bit without deafening myself. Because of the loud music, I didn't hear the creeper man when he, for the first time ever, tried to speak to me as I walked past. I don't know if this angered him or not, but it did prompt him to walk over and lay a hand on my shoulder. Since another of my symptoms is an aversion to being touched, save for under certain circumstances with certain people, I immediately recoiled from the man. The swift movement, combined with the way I jumped, was enough to cause my headphones to slip off my head and around my neck. Almost as soon as they did so, I turned to the man and he, for whatever reason, smiled at me. "I spoke to you, sweetheart. Guess you didn't hear me." There was a small pause, then he asked, "What are you listening to?" I didn't say a word back to him for several reasons. 1, I was startled. 2, I was well aware of the concept of stranger danger, and didn't like speaking to new people anyway. 3, I didn't think the answer to his question was, well, any of his business. Fourth, and finally, I didn't want to waste time and end up being late for school. So, instead of replying, I simply turned and resumed walking to school. Nothing further happened that day, apart from the man's usual staring, and I didn't tell my mom or Nana. However, my ordeal wasn't through yet. The events of that day ushered in a new period of creepiness, with him now trying to speak to me every single time I passed his house, even when there were well over 100 other people around. But, because I could never really read him, I could never quite tell if he was just being overly friendly or if he was genuinely being a creeper. It bothered me, but I still didn't tell anyone, and things only escalated from there. Around March, I was genuinely stalked for the first time. I walked past the man's house one morning, as I always had to do when walking to school, and he suddenly got off of his plastic chair, stepped off of his porch, and walked beside me. He stayed there the whole way, only leaving when I reached school. This, of course, freaked me out, but one aspect of it didn't. There was only one high school in the whole town, large though said town was, so I figured he would know my school either way. Still, him following me did finally scare me enough to consider speaking about it, but of course, I was a fool and didn't. Instead, I did something I've learned to do over the years to express myself, which is something I struggle with. I wrote. By the end of May, I had filled a good couple of pages with small snippets and journal entries where I vented about my encounters with the man. During that time, he'd accompanied me to school nearly every other day, and had put his hand on my shoulders and arms multiple times. He always seemed to enjoy the way I jumped, and would smile every time I would try to glare. Then, about a week into April, he got creepier. He walked with me to school again, despite my attempts to get him to leave, and talked the whole way. At one point, he told me quite suddenly, "You're special, sweetheart, I can tell. My niece is a lot like you. She's special too. I like special girls." I had no idea what he really meant by that last comment, but something about it freaked me out enough to prompt me to sprint the rest of the way to school, textbook-laden backpack in tow. I was no track star, but I was fast enough to lose him. He made chase, but thankfully stopped once I was within the school's gates. After that, he simply walked away. Still, my journal entry for the day was quite creepy in comparison to the rest. This is where my wonderful Nana comes in. My Nana's a hard woman to live with for many reasons, one of those reasons being that she was and still is a very nosy woman. Barely 3 or 4 days after the man made that special girls comment to me, my Nana happened upon my nondiscreet spiral notebook and journal sitting in the desk in my room, which one had to pass through to get to the backyard. Having never seen it before, she promptly picked it up, opened it, and read its contents. Its secrets revealed, my normally grouchy but also very protective and loving grandmother freaked out, called my mom, and the two of them picked me up after school that day. One would think that this sort of incident would have been reported to the local police, right? Well, that didn't happen. The reason for this is that the cops in the town genuinely don't care about doing their duties unless they think weapons are involved in the crimes taking place, which often leads me to wonder how the town stays as generally safe as it is. A prime example of their lack of care was when my sister was stalked and harassed by some large teenage boys on the way home from school once. The police said she'd probably somehow provoked them, and that nothing could be done. My mom never really forgave the local cops for that. There was only around 10 of them, nor did she ever regain trust in them. As such, the only change that occurred was that she and my Nana helped me work out a new route for me to get to school and back home, as I struggle with learning streets and the like, and my Nana promised me to pick me up in the afternoons whenever she could. Nothing else really happened after that. I avoided the man successfully, and life went on. The only other thing relating to this incident that ever came up was a rumor. The rumor was that, supposedly, the man who had stalked me to and from school was a known pedophile. I never learned if that was true or not, and I moved away from that town with my whole family that August. The chances of my ever seeing that man again are slim, and I'm very glad. I mentioned at the top of this post that I struggle with facial blindness, but forgot to explain why this is relevant. The reason why it's important to the story is because, even pretending the cops had cared about the stalker man, I likely wouldn't have been able to tell them anything more than what house he lived in and that he had a mustache. And, of course, that may not have helped if there were other mustached men living with him. So needless to say, there probably still wouldn't have been much of anything done by the police in that case. In 2012, I was living in Rome for the summer. My apartment was very close to the Colosseum, but I was working as an undergraduate visiting researcher at the university. Every day I would walk to and from work, which took about 35 to 40 minutes. One evening, I decided to take an alternative route that would shave off some time from my walk. Normally, I would have went through the main terminal where all the people and shops are. This new route, however, had me cross the tracks further down from the actual station. As I got closer to the tracks, I noticed the area began to look really rough and that there were a lot of homeless people hanging around. I power-walked through it and just avoided eye contact with everyone and eventually reached a small traffic tunnel. About halfway through, I felt someone come up behind me. He smelled terrible and was almost certainly foreign, as his Italian had a very, very thick accent, and plus he didn't look Italian. My Italian also wasn't very good at that point, and I couldn't really understand what he was saying, so I said, "Despiace, non parlo italiano." The guy still wouldn't stop talking to me, even though he knew I couldn't understand what he was saying. I just assumed he really wanted money or something, but would go away on his own when he figured out I wasn't going to give him any. We reached the end of the tunnel, and I was doing my best to just ignore him. I looked around and noticed the streets were abandoned, even though it was just after rush hour. I turned to him at some point and said, "Basta," stop, or that's enough, but he just kept following me and talking. I began to get nervous, but because he wasn't doing anything really threatening, I wasn't overly worried. When I reached a small stoplight, the guy's hand reached down and tugged at the bottom of my dress and sort of started to lift it. At this point, I felt threatened and swung my bag at him, which made him stagger a little. It was enough for me to take off in a bit of a sprint. However, I noticed when I looked back the guy was still following me, just now at a small distance. I kept jogging until I finally reached a small grocery store and ran inside. The guy was right at my heels. At this point, he was directly behind my back, so close I could feel his body heat. He then started reaching for my elbow like he was going to drag me out of the store. I shoved him off again and ran up to two other girls who were by the produce and seemed to be around my age, asking if they spoke English. When they said yes, I motioned to the guy behind me and told them that the man had been following me since the train tracks. The girls' faces turned pretty serious at that point, and they started speaking rapidly to the guy in Italian. They then turned back to me and asked whether I knew him and told me he was saying he was my boyfriend and that we'd just been in a fight and I was lying. I told them I never met him before and had no idea who he was. I'd say the fact that he couldn't speak English and that my Italian was limited to telling people I couldn't speak Italian and asking for the bathroom made them certain that there was little way this guy actually knew me. One of the girls then left to get the manager, who promptly threw the man out and told me he was watching on the monitors to make sure he went away. After the manager realized the man wouldn't go away, and having him attempt to re-enter the store about half an hour later, he called the police. The police arrived and I told them my story. By that point, the guy seemed to have finally left, probably scared off when he saw the police coming. The manager then gave me a ride back to my apartment so the guy couldn't follow me just in case he was still lurking around. Luckily, that was the end of that, and I never walked past the train tracks again. I think I got lucky to have found the store, but it still taught me a very valuable lesson about being careful about the areas you venture into in new cities. Now I ask the locals for areas to avoid, instead of wandering around foreign cities on my own. When I was 17 and freshly graduated from high school, my aunt gave me the gift of a lifetime. She flew me and my older cousin Stephanie to Europe. We started in Madrid, Spain, We drove from there to Almeria, Marbella, and then Seville. We were only staying in Seville for a short time because we had to get back to Madrid to fly out to Dublin, Ireland. Seville is much more Spanish than the other larger cities we visited. From what I say, it was way less touristy. Anyway, even though I'm 17, literally no one IDs me. Being a woman is awesome. Now, I'm fairly short, 5'2" on a good day, and at the time, 140 pounds. I was cute, pale with dark curly hair, and for my age, fairly large-breasted. We got to Seville around dark. We checked into a hotel, ate at a local pub, and then decided to walk around town to a local Irish pub. The bar ended up being somewhere my aunt's boyfriend at the time worked, and the staff were awesome. They were giving us drinks on the house and making us specialized drinks to try. My aunt and her boyfriend went off to find some other places and take pictures. My cousin was eating some dude's face. Well, after getting fairly smashed, my cousin, graceless as she is, starts puking everywhere, including on the side of a church. Now, I'm drunk as a skunk, but she's so drunk she's literally no help. I have a little map that the hostel gave us, but I'm too drunk to notice it's upside down. We start walking back in the general direction of where I know the hotel is. My cousin is crying and falling down and puking in gutters, and I'm doing my best to keep her up with me. I take a left down a street and notice a guy on a bicycle. Now, I'm a shy type person and don't ever talk to strangers, but my cousin is literally sobbing and puking on the sidewalk, and there's no one around, so I flag down bicycle guy. He's really nice, has decent English, and I show him the map that shows him where my hostel is. He laughs and told me I took a left instead of a right, so I drag my cousin to her feet and we start heading back the way we came. I thank the guy and keep walking, but he starts walking with us. He starts talking to me, asking how old I am, where I'm from, etc. He was being fairly friendly, so I obliged, told him I was with family and we were on vacation, etc. My cell phone rang and my aunt was calling to ask where we were. We were literally down the street from where the hostel was, and my cousin just fucking runs off and leaves me there with some stranger. I kind of stutter goodbye and turn to leave, but he grabs me and fucking plants one right on my mouth. Luckily, my aunt was coming towards us down the street, and once he let me go, I stuttered goodbye and just ran off towards my family. If it ended there, it'd have been fine, but like 2 hours later, that same guy shows up at the hostel. He's drunk as shit, and this is a high-class hostel, so they turn him away at the door. I only knew he was there because our room was close to the door, and he was literally screaming for me. The next day when we're packing to leave, that guy showed up. My aunt's boyfriend is no small dude. He's at least 6'2" and 200 pounds easy, so when he saw this guy eyeing me, he took him aside and had words with him. It was scary because he was so violent and hostile about trying to see me when he'd been so nice the night before. I don't know what would have happened if my aunt hadn't been walking down the street. Would he have let me go? I can't remember my age at the time exactly, but this was during my danger whore years, so anywhere between 16 and 20. One of my close friends sweet-talked me into fishing with her on the social media website Tagged. I was cute, 5'2", big hazel eyes, double D's, and all the innocence and naivety of a child. I was like an instant cult classic. I received hundreds of messages daily. Most of them were the "let me see your tits" variety, but some people actually put in effort. It was those that tended to put effort in that I rewarded with conversation. I wasn't picky, and I ended up making friends with a much older guy, like late 40s, early 50s. He was nice. He wasn't pushy or weird. We talked for a while, and when he asked me for my cell number, I obliged. The texts were nice, not creepy or anything. He was from a small town like 45 minutes away. He asked if we could meet. I declined because he was so much older. Well, he kept pestering me about it, so I agreed, but he wanted to meet at a hotel at night and said he would buy booze. I was kind of sketched out, but I agreed. I knew the city really well because I previously lived there, had tons of friends and adults I could contact, so I guess I felt okay about it. I met him. He was nice, but he seemed so old. I didn't drink anything, but he was already drunk when I got there. He tried to kiss me, but I declined, and he respected that. I only stayed a little and left. It was a long drive home, after all. I decided that even though he was nice, he obviously had the wrong impression, and I told him we couldn't be friends anymore. He flipped out. He would text me constantly, calling me names and degrading me, saying I was stupid and he would take care of me. At this point, I told my mom, who called our phone company and got his number blocked. When he realized I wouldn't text him back, he started blowing up my tagged account. The creepiest message I ever got from him was from a song, AO Technology by Milo. It's a much more intense, intimate version of the pop version. I told him to stop and deleted my tagged profile. Now, when I'd met him, he'd pointed his car out to me because he was apparently so super proud of it. It was a Honda hatchback style painted purple with flames on the side. Totally lame. My bedroom at the time was an old family room converted. It was during summer and it was hot. I always kept the window open and the blinds raised halfway. My dog liked to sit there. I had a coffee table for him in front, and while he's prone to bark at any damn thing, he actually growled. That alone freaked me out, but when I got to the window, I saw someone dodging around the side of the house towards the fenced yard. Kids cut across our lawn a lot because we're the corner house, but I saw that ugly-ass car drive around the corner. I flipped and called for my mom. She called the cops, but they said there was nothing they could do. Luckily, after that incident, nothing else happened, but it taught me a great lesson about social media cesspools. I caught myself looking over my shoulder a lot more to make sure I never saw him. I also quit frequenting the small town because I was afraid I'd run into him. I'm a female. Colombian, 29 years old, athletic, and adventurous. I enjoy traveling, walking, hiking, and camping. This happened about 6 years ago. In one of these trips, I was with my ex-boyfriend and our 2 dogs. He had a crossbreed brown lab-looking dog, and mine is a golden retriever. Not scary dogs at all, but certainly big and with powerful barks. We always went walking with them on trails and exploring around the city limits, but this time he'd heard about this river in the middle of the mountains with a huge cascade that seemed to be out of this world. The place was described to him by his college mates, and it sounded beautiful, so we assumed it would be a fun way to spend our Sunday morning and early afternoon. We packed simple bags with sandwiches, snacks, water, and beer, and off we went. Once we made it to the beginning of the trail, the dogs seemed impatient. They were very active when they were together, so we assumed they just wanted to run, and we let them loose. The mountain started out in a very steep way. We pretty much had to climb along sharp rocks for about 15 minutes before we could reach the actual trail. Keep in mind that Colombia is nothing like the United States. Our wild areas are actually wild. No trails designated, no forest rangers, no watchtowers, nothing of that sort. Once you're out of the city limits, you're pretty much on your own, and there's certainly no cops or anything around these areas. They're highly underpopulated and, overall, deserted. Once we reached the trail, we noticed that it was hardly visible to see it. Trails are usually patches of the forest that are not as prominent, so you can see somewhat of a trail left, but it was made by people or animals walking around, so it gets very faint sometimes, and many times you don't see it or have no idea where to go. This trail was like that, which we actually liked, because that meant there'd be no people around bothering us and we could smoke and enjoy the river on our own. We got excited and kept walking through the almost invisible trail. A little ways down, we started hearing branches break, voices, and a little bit of laughter. We looked at each other with disappointment because we wanted to be alone, and these sounds clearly indicated that we were not. We kept walking and then saw some colors and shapes through the bushes. They stopped as well and saw us. The elderly man waved and he was getting closer. His wife walked behind but was holding him from his elbow. They walked slowly as we exchanged pleasantries about the day and what a nice day to hike sort of thing. When they reached us, he looked up at us as he was petting the dogs and said, "You guys heading back?" To which we responded with, "No, actually we just got started. We wanted to reach the waterfall on the mountain over there." He looked at where I was pointing and frowned. I found it odd, and then he replied, "You guys should be careful. I hear a lot of stories about people getting lost in these parts, or even worse. You're better off heading back with us." We both thought the old man was just being a wet blanket, and we were somewhat experts in trails, hiking, camping, and living on the edge, so my ex said, "Nah, we'll be fine. We have these two beasts to protect us." To which we all kind of chuckled. He then said, "Well, anyway, be very careful. And you, sweetheart, you should tuck in that little gold chain inside your shirt. You never know who's looking for that stuff to yank it off." I had yet to think about that, but I was wearing a little golden chain on my neck, except it wasn't golden. It was a 24-karat gold chain that was given to me by my godfathers when I was born. It was a tradition in my family that any time a baby was born, all the uncles, aunts, friends, and close family members gave us gold accents with different shapes and forms, as well as a chain to hang them all from. It's a Colombian thing, and it mostly ensures good luck for the new baby by presenting gold gifts as the three wise men did to Jesus. I had found the chain on my mom's safe during my last visit to her house and was wearing it ever since. No accents, though, just the chain. The accents were so many that they weighed a ton, but I liked the chain because it made me feel safe somehow. I grabbed it instinctively and tucked it inside my shirt collar. We exchanged goodbyes with the couple and went off. We were hiking for over an hour, stopping here and there to take pictures, drink water, or give the dogs a treat. Nothing weird until then, and we were almost at the mountain. We could faintly hear the waterfall. The next part of the way was rougher, though. We had to climb down this cliff, literally a cliff, and we didn't bring any gear, so we had to be extra careful with the dogs, but they did it rather quickly and with no hassle. While I was heading down, though, my ex was waiting for me at the base of the cliff with his dog. Mine had turned back to come down again with me, but she stopped at the top and stared at the woods before the cliff. She stared and then started growling. That's weird. My dog is by far the sweetest dog ever, and she never growls, but this time she seemed fierce. She kept growling more and more while I called for her. "Fermina! Fermina, come here!" She then looked at me almost halfway down the cliff, and then back at the woods, and then back at me again and started heading down. She would stop every now and then and stare at the woods, but eventually got down with me and we kept walking. The mountains have created a natural junction with water falling from the very top to a clear pond at the bottom. The water was freezing cold and the noise was pretty intense. The dogs were beyond themselves. They started running, jumping, chasing each other, barking, and swimming. We got off our clothes and jumped in as well. It was delicious. The cold water against the hot weather felt like heaven, and we were high by then, so the sensations were very strong. We kept playing in the water for a while, then we got out and sat on the rocks to smoke some more. After a while, we heard the dogs barking, but not playfully like before. They were barking loud and menacingly. We looked at them, and they were both at the very edge of the pond, staring at the woods on the top of the mountain and barking. The fur on their backs was raised. They looked creepy. I called for Mina again, and my boyfriend did the same with Rebecca, but none of them flinched. Their paws were firm on the ground, grasping at it. Their barks were so loud that it was becoming unbearable. I got up and walked over there and grabbed Fermina by her torso, just kind of giving her a hug and pulling her towards me. She kind of snapped out of it and started licking me ferociously. I kept asking, "What's wrong, girl? What's wrong?" And she just whimpered, licked me, and then started going back and forth from the edge of the pond to where I was standing. She whimpered really loud. It was like crying, and I was getting scared. I said to my ex, "Screw it, I'm out of here. She's acting really weird." Rebecca, his dog, always barked at everything, so he wasn't concerned at all. He agreed, and we started packing. And then I heard something. A whistle. It was definitely a human whistle. Sounded like a little melody. First a long one, and then two short ones. I stopped dead on my track and tried to hear it again, over the barking in the waterfall, but couldn't hear it anymore. I thought to myself, weirdest bird ever, and put my backpack on. We started walking back to the cliff again, and the dogs were getting worse. It was almost impossible to hear anything besides them barking and growling and Fermina whimpering by my side. I started climbing first. My ex was behind me, and the dogs made it to the top in no time and started barking again and growling at the woods. I kept telling Fermina to shut it, but she wouldn't, and then I finally made it to the top. One side had a huge drop of over 50 to 80 feet, and on the other, there was the woods. Tall pine trees and wild bushes everywhere made them look dense and deep. I urged my boyfriend to hurry because the dogs were unbearable. And then I heard it. Branches breaking. The dogs got even more aggressive. They started running towards the edge of the forest, back and forth to where I was. I just stood there, staring as well. More branches. Now they were getting louder. I knew someone was there, and getting closer with each step. I kept trying to see past the tree line, but only saw green and brown and darkness. But then a figure started emerging from within. First I thought it was another couple, or maybe just a hiker like us. But this figure was moving weird, a little bit too heavy to be a hiker, and slowly, and had no backpack, but the hands were holding something in front of him. A shotgun? What is this? I freaked out. The dogs started barking louder, and Rebecca almost jumped the guy when he came out of the woods. He was stocky, wearing a black jacket, shotgun pointed straight at me. I yelled at Rebecca, "Stop, come here," and she actually did, which is weird because she never listens. He then said, "Tell your boyfriend to come up," and I took just a couple steps back. I was almost on the edge of the cliff and stared down. My boyfriend was almost there, and he heard the voice of the man. He hurried up and climbed to where I was. I was standing there, petrified, unable to talk, just looking at the dark circle of the shotgun barrel. Then I got a glance of something shiny, something metal-looking. He had a machete hanging from his belt loop, just like that, a huge machete with rusty edges. I was beside myself, but I managed to grab my boyfriend's hand as he stood up on the top of the cliff and stared at the man. My ex was nothing less than scary. He was 6'8" and weighed over 200 pounds. His green eyes glared as he stared at the man, and then he said, "Take what you want and leave us." The noise the dogs were making was extreme. The guy looked at me and pointed the gun as he said, "Grab those dogs and shut them up or I'll shoot them both right here." I called them softly and grabbed Fermina by the collar. She started licking me and whimpering, scared and not understanding what was going on. Rebecca was a little rascal, so I kind of crawled on the ground and grabbed her by the back leg. She then turned around and I grabbed her collar. I held them both close to me while I petted them, whispering, "Shh, it's okay, girl, it's okay," over and over. I was in tears by then, but my ex stood his ground and just kept glaring. I saw his fists and he had them tightly closed, as if he was going to punch the guy. Then the guy whistled. It was the same whistle I heard before, the long one and then two short ones. The weird bird. Two more figures began coming out of the woods on either side of him. One of them had a silver revolver. I don't know much about guns, so bear with me. And the other one was just standing there menacingly. He then said to my ex, "Don't try anything stupid, pretty boy." And they started getting closer. I actually thought of jumping off the cliff. But then what? Even if I made it alive, they could easily shoot me from a distance in the canyon underneath. We were trapped. He then said, "Give me the bags," to which we replied by taking them off and sliding them on the ground closer to them. And then he said, "Stand up," looking at me and pointing the gun. I could now see his face. He had sunspots all over and really bad acne. His eyes were dark and small, like a bird's eyes. His hair was greasy and covered with a dirty black beanie. A big round nose completed the look and gave him an almost comical appearance. There was nothing comical about the shotgun, though. I stood up, holding the collars of the dogs tight together, and he then said, Not bad at all." He then turned to look at the guy with the revolver and said, "Bring me that gold chain." I kind of gasped when he said that, and the other guy started walking towards me. The dogs started pulling the leashes. He stopped and looked at them and then the other guy and said, "I don't like these fuckers. Let's just get rid of them." I was full on crying by then and just said, "No, please. No, hold on, I'll get it for you." I took the leashes with one hand and with the other, yanked the chain off my neck and then turned and gave it to my ex. He grabbed it and stared at me. He knew how much it meant to me and my family, but it was either that or our lives. So he turned and walked towards the guy. He grabbed it quickly and went back to his position. The other guy then stared at us, then back at his guys at his side and asked him, "Have you ever had your way with a spoiled little girl?" And they all laughed. I felt like throwing up. My ex looked even more angry now. He then said, "We don't have anything else. Please let us go." Then the guy quieted down and stated back, "You do have something else. I'm deciding whether or not to let you walk out of here with it." And then gave me a perverted look that made my skin crawl. My ex said, "Sure, you can have your way with her." In such a calm way I thought he was giving me away, but then added, "After you fucking cowards fight me one by one and beat me until I'm dead, 'cause that's the only way." They all laughed at this, loud chuckles, and then he said, "Nah, not worth it. I can just shoot you and be done with it," and then pointed the gun at him. I was in shock. I couldn't believe this is how our lives were going to end, massacred over a stupid gold chain. 1,000 thoughts were going through my head. I was shivering when I heard this really faint whistle, very far away. Same frequency as theirs, but it was definitely further away, at least 3 miles. It was faint, but I heard it, and they did too. The guy with the shotgun stopped laughing and stood still as if trying to listen better this way. And then the whistle was there again, but this time the first whistle was way longer, and all 3 of them started walking backwards, almost retracing their steps back to the woods, and then the guy said, "You 2 fuckers are in luck," and turned around and disappeared as fast as they showed up. My ex and I exchanged looks of astonishment and then vaulted out of there, running through the woods like maniacs. The dogs were rattled up and they also jumped and ran all the way down to the main road. We didn't stop. We didn't talk. We didn't even look back. We just ran and jumped and stumbled until we were in the first climb again, and then we looked back. I thought I saw something moving behind the tree line, but I brushed it off as I jumped down and called out to Fermina. We then started walking home at a slower pace this time, not excited anymore, thinking how we would enter the flat without any keys as they were in my backpack. I touched my neck. The yanking of the chain left a little red mark, and after all, it was solid gold. This happened back in 2014. I went out on a night out for Halloween during my first year of university. I was wearing high-heeled boots and a leather jacket. Over the course of the night, drunk me had taken them off and left them at our group's table due to being uncomfortable. By the end of the night, I'd practically danced my way to near sobriety, and I went to my group's table. However, they'd given up on the table, and my boots and jacket were nowhere to be seen. Someone had stolen them. Whatever. They weren't expensive, and I rarely wore them anyway. Now, however, I had to walk the 15 minutes back to my accommodation. I didn't have money for a taxi, so I thought I'd just walk slowly. I asked one guy, the asshole in the group that everyone hated, if he could just keep me company because he was tall. He laughed, said no, and walked off, dragging the only girl who was also shoeless with him. So I was walking alone, shoeless, in a busy city center, watching out for broken glass or anything else that was harmful and disgusting. Everyone else was so far ahead that I couldn't even see them, but I just kept going. I was halfway to my place when I was stopped by a Middle Eastern man. The city's very culturally diverse. He asked if I was okay, and I was grateful someone cared enough to make sure I was all right. He offered to help walk me home, so I accepted for at least part of the way. He was very kind and told me his name was Omar. He started saying how beautiful he thought I was and how lucky he was to have found me, which unsettled me slightly. Once I was around the corner from my place, I thanked Omar and said I'd walk the rest of the way on my own. He instantly looked offended. "Don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea to thank me?" I told him no, because I don't know him. He kept hold of my wrist. "Well, can I have a kiss for helping you?" Again, I declined, and his grip tightened. "Well, do I get a hug for being your friend?" At this point, I just wanted him to let go, so I gingerly gave him a hug. He then grabbed me and tried to kiss me, but I pressed my lips together, and instead he just licked up my face. I finally get free and start walking away. He follows me. I speed up, and so does he. I abandon my check for glass on the floor and begin sprinting, now terrified as I hear him running too. I get out my phone and call my friend Rob, who I beg to help me. Omar is no longer following me, but I needed someone to keep me safe. He agrees and gets to my flat not long after I do with a knife in case Omar was still there. I told the people in my group and they were mortified that they left me alone. I returned home for a week because I was so thoroughly shaken up. Now, on a night out, I make sure everyone is close by, so it doesn't happen again to me or anyone else. This story took place no more than 3 years ago. For a little background, I was with my then boyfriend from the UK as he'd come to visit me and my family in beautiful Colombia. We haven't seen each other for a while, so I decided to buy a couple of plane tickets and take him from one plane to another at the very next day of his arrival. I did a lot of research, since I wanted to show him a place that not even I knew, and that we could both explore together. I chose this set of islands near the west coast of the country and at least 10 hours away from my hometown. The plan was to get off the plane, take a cab to a small coastal town, and from there take a boat to the chosen island. We made it to the small regional airport on time, took our bags, and started asking around where we could take the cab that would take us to our next stop. We found a cab service that took us along with other people in a van, and after a couple of hours made it to the small fishing town. After getting off the van, we noticed that the sun was setting and no boat will take us to the island at that time, so we decided to find a cheap hotel and sleep for the night. After walking around asking in different hotels, we chose the cheapest one. It was a little gross, but we didn't care. We were all about the island that waited ahead. On the next day, after a delicious yet humble breakfast, we took our bags to the port, found a boat, and it took us to the little island we wanted to go to. Our time in the island was lovely. We were almost alone, and stayed at an eco-friendly hotel that took our breath away. The white sand beaches were clean since no more than 50 tourists were at the island at the time, and most of them locked inside a 5-star hotel that we found walking down the shore. After 5 magical days on this beautiful paradise, we were heading back. Money was running low now, and since I was the one paying for almost everything on this trip, I was struggling to keep up. We made it back to the fishing town somehow, and we still have one more day left. We searched again for a nicer hotel this time, somewhere we could actually shower and relax, and then got bored indoors. It was just too hot to stay inside, so we decided to go explore. This town was small in comparison with other Colombian cities or towns, but at the same time, quite overpopulated. More than 2,000 people lived there, and even though they all knew each other, it still felt a little crowded. The beaches in this town were not as nice as the islands, especially because the sand was dark. The ocean had brown and green-colored waters, and it was dirty, since the amount of tourists from the other small town nearby was at an all-time rise. We didn't want to bathe in those waters and started asking around where we could go for a nicer beach nearby. Many people agreed that there was this beach called La Playa del Francis. Translated, it's something like the French guy's beach, and apparently it was cleaner, solitary, and romantic. We didn't need to hear any more. We took a simple bag with our phones, sunblock, water, towel, wallets with money, and the hotel key. I was wearing this bag as a crossbody since it was an ethnic kind of bag we use in Colombia called mochila, and it's basically one big bolt of fabric with a strap sewn or cut on opposite sides. It has no way to close up, so imagine you wearing a grocery bag but the straps are just one and it's way longer. We started walking. The sun was scorching and the sand felt like burning even through our flip-flops. I gotta admit, I was excited about exploring, but at the same time, many people warned us to be careful, that there were a lot of alleged robberies in the area. But this is an everyday thing in my country, so I didn't pay it any mind. Every time I saw a guy or group of guys, my heart would flutter. It's like having tiny little panic attacks every time you see a face coming out of the dirt roads. This was a very poor town, so I wasn't concerned about the people who looked raggedy and dirty. However, my heart fluttered here and there when I saw people, especially once the tourist area started fading out in the background and we just kept walking towards the port and more empty beaches. We noticed the sand getting cleaner, less trash, and also less people. We saw this group of guys talking and they stopped as they saw us and stared. I tried to remain calm and tried to look as if I wasn't scared out of my mind and asked with my strongest voice, "Excuse me, do you know how far the French guy's beach is from here?" One of them scoffed and replied, "You're a ways far. Maybe you should take a cab or motorcycle." We didn't want to spend yet more money on unnecessary expenses. I had already started using my cards since I was out of cash, so I just looked at him and said, "All right, thanks. We'll keep walking and see what happens." We uncomfortably waved and kept walking. We noticed that as soon as we left, they did also, and were talking between themselves, but it wasn't possible to hear what they were saying as they were walking in the opposite direction. We kept walking through the beach. We saw the port coming up to us, and the beach in that area was closed. We were forced to take one of those dirt roads parallel to the beach and into the neighborhoods. What we didn't know is that we were walking right into the slums. My boyfriend back then was a very cheap guy. I'm not saying everyone from the United Kingdom is, but this particular guy was. So we started fighting once I figured we were really far, but he didn't want to chip in for a cab ride. I got really upset and said, "You know what? Screw it. I've covered for everything on this trip and I'm fed up with it. We're heading back." He started arguing, something like I already spent my money too, to which I interrupted with another snappy comment, and so on and so forth. The fight got a little heated from then on, partly because of, the intense heat, and partly because my feet hurt since it was so hot and I started walking in front of him, getting further and further away from him. As we fought, we headed back toward the beach where we'd come from, and just before we reached it, I saw this young scrawny guy standing next to a bush, right in the corner where we had to turn. I paid no mind since I was so upset and focused on fighting with my cheap-ass boyfriend. When we started getting closer, I noticed the guy was staring at us, and I just thought it was because we looked exotic, a very white, blue-eyed foreigner and the dark-skinned Colombian with the long hair. I made it to the corner first, and I was about to mutter a weak good afternoon, since it's a common courtesy in our land to do so, but the words died in my mouth as the guy quickly stood forward and jumped me. The movements were fast, and I only saw glimpses of what was happening. There was another guy, hidden behind the first one, and he also came forward, but this one went straight to my very scared and frozen in fear boyfriend. The first guy tried to grab my bag as he pulled this huge knife from behind his back. It was a long and wide silver blade, and it shone against the burning sunlight. He kept saying something like, "You fucking gringos, give me the bag." By this time, I fell on the ground. The blow didn't do anything to me, though. I was too concerned about keeping my hands around my bag, holding it tight against my chest. That bag held inside my brand new iPhone, the same I just started paying for. Thoughts raced through my head. What was my boyfriend doing? The guy kept trying to pull the bag from underneath me as I cried, "No!" And he said, "Let go or I'll cut you, bitch." I was rolling on the ground, hugging the bag as I saw the shine of the knife again, but this time it went under me and he cut the strap and held the bag as well. He yanked the bag and I stood up as soon as I could, just to see him getting on a bicycle as the other guy was blocking my ex. This made me hate him at that point. The stupid idiot was just held behind by the other guy without even touching him. He was blocking him by just standing there, and my idiot ex just stood there as if he was being held captive by some invisible box. The second guy turned to see his friend getting on his bike and rushed to do the same on another bike parked behind the bush where they'd been hiding. I didn't hesitate, somehow. I wanted to fight for that phone. It's hard to obtain such an expensive item in Colombia, and I've worked really hard for the past couple of years to get a brand new one. It was powered by pure hatred. I hated them, I hated the country, I hated the government, I hated the fact that society's conditions have created such violence and poverty and deprivation. I felt sick of it all. I wanted to bash their heads in. I wanted to be violent as well. They quickly took off on their bikes, and I took off running behind them. My flip-flops flew in the air as my first steps hit the scorching hot dirt road, and the tiny rocks cut and hurt the skin on them. I was fueled by hatred then, and I ran like I've never run before. At the same time, I was screaming. There was people just standing on their precarious house doors. Some of them even came outside as they heard the commotion. I was screaming, "Stop them! They just robbed us! Help!" I never thought I would say such a silly word, believe me. In Colombia, people prefer to be robbed and head home feeling defeated afterwards. Hell, I've done it as well, many times in the past. But this time I was determined. I was tired of being a pushover for lousy crooks that were half my age. I would give it my all. I ran and screamed for 2 blocks, and many people started screaming as well and pointing at them, but no one did anything, and soon enough they started gaining terrain in front of me. They then turned around one of the corners down the road. I kept running as I saw them turn yet again on another corner. By then they were too far and I couldn't follow anymore. I was heartbroken. I stopped running and threw myself on the ground and started pounding on the dirt road, crying and screaming hysterically. I couldn't believe they robbed me so easily and in such a stupid way. How could I explain this to my parents? How would I even call them? People started walking towards and surrounding me. My idiot ex-boyfriend arrived a few seconds later, jogging slowly, trying to comfort me, but I just wasn't having it. I cried as people asked me, "What did they take? What did you have in the bag?" Between tears, I cried, "Our phones and wallets." But at this point, I realized phone robbery is so common it wouldn't matter at all, so I decided to lie. "And our passports. He's from England, and now how is he going to go back?" They all started murmuring while a huge, luxurious truck appeared at the end of the road. A very heavy woman yelled right away, "They took their passports. There's the mayor, there's the mayor." And some other lady asked, "Anyone know who it was?" And I heard another voice saying, "It was Mr. Rosario's son. I saw him." The sounds were now getting confusing. There were at least 20 people around me, trying to comfort me and asking questions. The truck slowly rolled closer, and the heavy lady pretty much jumped in front of it. She was screaming too. "They took their passports. That's why we can't get enough tourists here from other places." And more people started complaining to the mayor. I slowly stood up and looked at the man behind the wheel. He was a very heavy fellow, shaved head, no facial hair, and with a stern look on his face. He said nothing. There was a guy next to him. He seemed to be his secretary, and he did all the talking. He asked where we were staying at, what they took, and who it was. I told him I didn't know who they were, but then the heavy lady interrupted me and saying, "It's Mr. Rosario's son. The ones from the slums." The mayor remained quiet and just staring. The secretary then said to a couple of guys standing in the back, "Take them back to their hotel," and then looked at me. "We'll let you know if we find anything." After that, they left. The other two guys took us back to the hotel on the back of their dirt bikes. I felt defeated and weak. When we got back to the hotel, we explained on the front desk what had happened and the reason we didn't have our key anymore. The owner, an elderly gentleman, walked us back, muttering encouraging words, and opened the room for us. I threw myself on the bed and cried. My feet were bleeding and my head felt like it was exploding. My idiot ex tried to console me, but I just scoffed and told them to let me be. I had to make phone calls now, cancel my cards, my national ID document, all that complicated stuff. A few hours passed. I calmed down, took a shower, and started thinking what I was going to do next. Then I heard a dirt bike, and after that a call to our room. The front desk gentleman told us there was someone looking for a gringo couple, so we went outside. It was the heavy lady, riding a beaten-up dirt bike, and boy was she upset. She kept saying she hated when things like this happened and that the mayor needed to step up and make the town safe for tourists, because that was their whole life income right there, selling snacks, knickknacks, or beer to the tourists on the beach. She then saw the mayor's truck coming down the road and told me, "When he comes closer, we'll demand that he does something or I'll do it myself." The truck came closer, and once again, when the window rolled down, I saw the stern look on that dark face again. He said nothing, but the secretary did. We found a bag, but it didn't have any passports in it. Then he pulled up my mangled bag, strap cut, but it didn't excite me. I muttered something like, "Oh yeah, we checked and the passports were actually in the room, thank God." He gave me a weird look and said, "This is all we could recover. Sorry about that, but people should really have warned you before you entered the slums." I meekly took the bag and felt the weight being way lighter. I wasn't optimistic at this point. I muttered a quick thanks as the heavy lady kept talking about how this could never happen again. This is their town and it needed tourists to come visit and blah blah blah. I just held the bag to my stomach, as if its warmth would make me stop feeling that emptiness inside, but it didn't. I then started walking towards the room again. I opened the bag just to make sure what was left, and surprise! At the bottom of it was my phone, with no case. Just the plain phone, my cards and documents. No wallet, of course. And the room key. I felt like screaming. I took it out and it was on plane mode, which made me assume they tried to unlock it and couldn't since it had a passcode. I couldn't believe my luck. Up until this day, I still can't believe I got it back, and it's so unlikely. It's like finding a green sapphire. The gentleman at the front desk came towards me and said, "They were probably looking at your every move ever since you made it back from the islands. They knew you were here and where and when. Be careful in the future, would you, sweetheart?" To what I only replied with an automated, "Yes, sir, will do." I can't believe my screaming, crying, and hysteria had worked on my advantage. My then boyfriend and I left the next morning, counting our blessings and heading back home. We didn't last for long after that trip, though. He just wasn't strong enough for me. I was already feeling invincible. I was a badass, and I wasn't going to be scared ever again. So, this story happened around mid-2014 when I was a 17-year-old living in Perth, Australia. I was in my final year of high school, and I often spent a couple days of the week studying at the local university library near my house, because I didn't get a lot of work done at home. So anyways, where I lived, and the uni, was considered a pretty safe area, and nothing significant had happened in the area for about 15 years, so I felt quite comfortable walking around at night. One night, after some study at around 7 or 8 p.m., I decided to walk to the service station across the road from the uni to get something to eat. As I was casually walking past the petrol Bowsers, a tall African man in his shitty hailstone-damaged car calls out to me as he was moving his car in neutral gear, as his car seemed to be broken down. I help him move his car into one of the customer bays and help sort his car. He tried turning on his ignition and it wasn't working, didn't even start the engine at all. Then somehow, after a few moments, his car magically started again, and he got into the car. He started asking me weird questions like, "Do you like books? You speak good English. Where do you learn it?" Even though I'm white and have an Australian accent, and "You need Jesus Christ," all out of context and random. I don't remember the whole conversation precisely word for word, but he mentioned something about going to the local recreational center down the road to play a team sport. Thing was, this particular rec center down the road closes at 5 p.m. on a Saturday and is closed on a Sunday, which was really odd since he said he was going there at 8 to 9 p.m. to play sports. What made this even more creepy was the location of the recreational center being so isolated amongst a small national park. A large field, a sleepy soccer, and a farm located on university property, so it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So pretty much going there at the time would be creepy and suspicious as fuck. I vaguely remember a pause of silence, and out of nowhere he said, "Get in the car!" At that point I froze and just walked off into the service station and just hung around there for 20 minutes before I ran back to the library in total fear. And the walk to the library is a good 400 to 500 meters through the bushes, car park, past tennis courts, courtyards, etc. Because I remember telling him I was studying at the library, I was worried he would park his car and hide amongst the bushes and ambush me as I was walking back to the library. This was probably one of the most creepiest experiences of my life so far. I pretty much ceased studying at that library for the night and just relaxed and went home. I remember when I was younger, my mother would take us to the Tides restaurant in Bodega Bay. This restaurant was, or maybe still is, a wonderful place to eat right by the ocean. There was a dock right next to the driveway, and you could hear the tide in the ocean pulling back and rushing towards the docks, especially at night when it was dark and the water couldn't be seen. It was truly beautiful. One night, I went with my mother and her friends for a birthday dinner. I was around 12 or 13 years old. I remember because I was kind of a brat then and hung out with the wrong crowd. I had a boombox that I would bring everywhere with me, and I would get bored really fast. While I was sitting there eating dinner, a really cute guy in his 20s walked by. I was pretty sure he worked at the restaurant. Of course, me being a tween who looked like she was 17 didn't help my mother at all. He probably thought I was older, or now I hoped he did. Anyways, he smiled and flirted with me, and I flirted back. He seemed extremely busy, as if there were a lot of people eating that night, and would go back and forth from the kitchen to wherever he was headed. Each time he would smile. He had chin-length feathered hair and wore a blue tank top with jeans. This was the late 70s. As we finished dinner, my mom and her friends wanted to have some coffee. I just wanted to go listen to music. The cute guy seemed to have disappeared, so I was extremely bored, as usual. My mom gave me the keys, and I went out to the Volkswagen van that she proudly drove around in. I was a bit embarrassed by the van, so I sat in the back seat with my feet up listening to music. I heard some yelling outside, and I watched as the cute guy was arguing with a girl. It wasn't that easy to see what was going on because I was hiding in the back of the van, but it looked like he had slapped her. Then she tried to go inside the back door, and he grabbed her arm and pulled her back. She screamed at him as he pulled her toward the dock. I watched, waiting for them to come out and not draw attention to myself. I was scared. Suddenly I heard a scream, a loud, terrible scream from a woman, then nothing. I was shaking all over. I didn't want to get out and run for the door because he started to come back from the boats. Alone. Right when he was at the back door to the restaurant, I started to get up and crawled into the front seat so I could go inside and tell someone. But he turned around right when my hand covered the door handle. He looked right at me. The music was still blaring on my boombox, but all I could hear was my heartbeat thudding in my chest. He let go of the back door, then started to walk toward the van. My heart raced as I locked all the doors and sunk down in my seat. He stared right at me with an angry look on his face that I'll never forget. He was about a car's length away when my mother and her friends came out of the front door. They must have spooked him, because he turned around and went the other direction as they headed toward me. I didn't say a word on the way home. I thought my mother might be mad at me for flirting with such a terrible person, so I kept quiet. Living in an area like Portland, Oregon, you learn to expect a certain amount of weirdness taking public transit. Being a woman living in any major city, you expect to, at one point, likely more, in your life encounter perverts or creeps. It comes with the territory, even if it shouldn't happen at all. This encounter happened a few years ago, but I still remember it. It changed my behavior when wandering alone at night, which is significant for me since I'm an introverted night owl who prefers graveyard shift and shopping at 24-hour stores. In 2008, I was working at a call center, and my shift at the time had me clocking in at 7 p.m. and leaving at 4 a.m. Most nights I would usually leave with a couple friendly coworkers, and we'd wait for the Blue Line train to roll through, usually only a 10-minute wait on a weekday. At that point, all but one would part ways with me. Most of my coworkers lived closer to Gresham, and at the time I lived in Hillsborough. We were pretty good acquaintances by proxy of being on the same team and taking the same train, but not quite friends. She lived further down the road than I did, so she usually sat with me until I got off. It was sometime in July. I forget the specific day, but it was hot enough even after dark that I opted to go to work in a spaghetti strap top and shorts rather than my usual t-shirt and jeans. The call center was casual dress, doubly so for graveyard shifts since our manager didn't care what we did as long as it didn't get back to upper management or HR. That night, I was alone for the walk to the max since half my team had called in, my train buddy included. I didn't think much of it, aside from being pissed off and exhausted from the extra workload. I suspected they had all bailed to attend a party a coworker had advertised the week before. When my train came by, I honed in on a deserted section and claimed a forward-facing seat by the operator terminal, intent on ignoring the world and catnapping my way home. Someone getting on with a bike jolted me out of my daze because of the obnoxious clattering they make when people position them on wall hooks. Apparently, scowling is considered a form of flirtation because the bike's owner made eye contact with me, smirked, and sauntered over to take a seat right across from me. It made me even more irritated because the car was deserted aside from two people on the opposite end. I ignored him and stared out the window, longingly waiting for my stop. After a few minutes of being ignored, he leaned across the aisle to get my attention. "Hey, good morning. Work around here?" Polite enough, but I grunted non-committally in return, not in the mood for small talk. It only seemed to encourage him. After a brief pause, he tried again, less subtly. "You're pretty." It's not the first time I've had people hit on me, but generally when I put on my bitch face, they leave me alone, so it made my skin crawl uncomfortably to have it ignored. My disdainful frown didn't seem to register as he took my silence as an invitation to slip over to the seat directly beside me, blocking me in. This sent up red flags and wailing sirens in my head, even aside from the very obvious way he leaned in and peered, clearly trying to see down my shirt. I finally found my voice, leaning away. "I'm not interested." Any normal human being at that point would have realized they were being creepy, apologized, and moved. Not this guy. This guy smiled, reached into a pocket, and pulled out his phone. I was prepared to physically kick him out of the seat if he pointed the camera at me, so I was struck dumb for a minute when he calmly asked, "What's your number, sweetie?" It was as if he wasn't registering my reactions as unusual. Before I could think to respond, he glanced at me expectantly. "By the way, where's your friend tonight?" My blood ran cold, and I felt a little panicked at realizing he'd clearly watched me previous nights, but I didn't recognize him as I'd come to recognize other regulars on the morning trains. Seeing his stop coming up, I stood abruptly. "This is my stop." That finally made him frown, but he switched back to his original seat without comment at having me loom over him. I'm 5'7" without heels. The second there was enough room to move without touching him, I made a beeline for the nearest door, not caring that it was still a good 3 stops from where I needed to be. I was in such a rush to get away from the uncomfortable situation that I didn't register the sound of someone taking a bike off a rack. I intended to just wait for the next train, but as I was walking towards the kiosk to look at the schedule, I finally noticed the clicking sound of bike gears behind me. Too afraid to draw attention to the fact I'd been lying about my stop, I stared straight ahead and kept walking. The platform was deserted, so I knew it'd be a while before the next train came by in either direction. The stop was one I wasn't familiar with, but I recalled that not far from it was a shopping center and a few apartment complexes. I walked purposefully and tried to pretend like I hadn't noticed I was being followed. Since he made no more advances, I got the sick feeling that he intended to follow me home. I stuffed my hands into my pockets to feel for my phone and a small pocket knife I keep out of paranoia for just such a situation. I thought about calling 911, but since nothing physical had happened yet, I knew they wouldn't take it seriously and didn't want to provoke him with such an obvious gesture. The walk seemed to take forever, even though I now know the shopping center is only about a quarter mile from the stop. The stores and parking lots were deserted, but it was situated on the corner of a busy intersection, and a little further down I could see a lit gas station sign. I walked a bit faster. I must have looked as freaked out as I felt, because when the attendant spotted me through the front window, he came out from behind the counter. When I walked in, he was looking past me. "Friend of yours?" I shook my head emphatically and explained that the man had followed me from the train. The attendant nodded in understanding, discreetly going back behind the counter and picking up the phone while I made my way to the back of the store, staying close to an employees-only door by the coolers. I pretended to browse the aisles as I listened to the attendant talk to whom I could only assume was his manager, finally turning around to see just where the creep was. My stomach dropped. He was just standing outside the window, smiling, staring straight at me. He made no move to follow me inside, but he seemed prepared to wait. More than a little scared, I made my way to the counter. The attendant looked annoyed as he hung up the phone. "My manager's on the way. There's not much I can do until then, since he hasn't done anything. You can stay in here, and if he comes in, I can ask him to leave. It should get busier soon." He offered the last feebly, unsettled as well. Throughout the wait, the man didn't budge, just stood there smiling and blinking. It was a tense few minutes until, finally, a car pulled up and a heavy-set older Latino man jumped out. He paused for a moment to assess the situation before approaching the creep. I couldn't hear exactly what it was said, but it sounded like the manager was pissed, and the smile suddenly vanished. I thought I was going to be sick from relief after a few brief moments as the man hopped back on his bike and pedaled off. Shaking a little as the adrenaline began to wear off, I thanked them both and explained what had happened on the train. The manager offered to drive me home. Stranger danger on high alert. I declined. I did accept an offer to walk me back to the Max station, and he waited with me, keeping an eye on the platform until the next train came. I made it home without further incident, but I was jumpy and paranoid at passing bikes for a good long while afterwards. I stopped going out at night and instead tolerated sleep deprivation on my weekends to shop during the day. After my train buddy heard what happened, we exchanged numbers, and we let each other know when we'd be calling out sick. I never quite felt secure in my home or at work after that, wondering just how long that creep had been watching without me or my coworker noticing. I declined to renew my lease when it came due, and had a coworker with a car help me move. Shortly after that, I quit work and found a new job on a bus line. When I was 19, I went to school to get certified in a certain medical field. I was engaged to my now husband, and we would be getting married in the next year. Classes were held at night, and the first night I found a seat in the back at a table. Seated at this table was a man in his early 40s. His smile was friendly, so I sat a couple seats down from him. He introduced himself, and we exchanged pleasantries. For the first few weeks, all was fine. We would partner together in class on assignments, and we were both good with the material, so we would get good grades. One night, we were in class and he started complimenting me. My hair, eyes, nails. He touched my hand as he complimented my nails, and I started feeling uncomfortable. I said a simple thank you and ignored anything else he said. As the weeks went on, he began saying inappropriate things about my fiancée. He would say that he would love to challenge him in a fight to see who won, though he knew he would. At this point, I started to distance myself and sat at a different table. One night on a break, he invited me to dinner at the most expensive restaurant in town. He said he would love to take me back to his house after and have some drinks. He said I should leave my fiancée and travel with him. He bragged about the amount of money he had. I reminded him I was engaged and these comments were inappropriate and to stop with them. He laughed it off like he was joking but said okay, that he didn't want to make me feel uncomfortable. The next few weeks, anytime we saw each other, only school-related topics were discussed. I felt at ease again and figured he was just a man trying his luck with a younger woman, and I'd put a stop to it. On the last night, we had a pretty difficult final test and we were allowed to leave after. I was the last to finish and was happy I aced it. In our class, we would walk out the back door to the parking lot. The instructor left through the front door that led to a hallway. I don't know where he was going, and I left out the back. Outside waiting for me was the creepster. "I'm not letting you walk to the car by yourself," he said with a smile. "Oh, I'm okay," I said back. "Come on, I'm parked next to you anyway." At this point, I had no other option. The parking lot was empty save for our cars, and the back door locked from the outside when it shut. I walked, making small talk about the test, trying to get to my car and get it unlocked. When I got there, his car was one space over from mine. His driver's side door was facing my driver's side door. He opened his door first and sat in his car. I had to squeeze past to get to mine. A mistake on my part, but he wasn't leaving first. "Your butt looks incredible in those jeans," he said, his voice low and sending shivers down my spine. "That's inappropriate. Can't take a compliment. I think you need a spanking." At this point, he grabbed me around my waist and pulled me into his car, onto my stomach, across his lap. He hit my butt 3 times. I was screaming for him to stop. He did and let me go. I got out and got into my car shaken. He laughed and drove away. I never told anyone. My fiancé was already angry with the inappropriate comments. I knew if I would have told him, he would have literally hunted this guy down and probably got himself into heaps of trouble. It doesn't end there, though. I used my certification in that field for a little bit and decided it wasn't for me. A couple years later, I applied for a job as an office assistant. I was called in for an interview. When I went into the interview room, there he was, sitting smiling at me. It was a position to be his assistant. Apparently, he'd worked at this place as a director for years and was currently using his certification for a side job. I didn't even finish the paperwork. I left, not before hearing him tell me how much he would love to have me as his assistant, though. That was about 6 years ago. I haven't seen him since, and I prefer to keep it that way. As you can tell from the title, this Let's Not Meet is a bit of a throwback, 2006 to be exact. This is about my encounter with a guy I met online named Jared. I have no idea how he came across my profile on MySpace because we had no friends in common, but he messaged me wanting to know about me. I saw that he only lived 45 minutes north of me, and I remember thinking he was very attractive, saw that we had a lot of the same interests, and found his statuses hilarious. Even though adding people I didn't know on MySpace was completely out of character for me, I'm introverted, private, and don't really like meeting new people, I decided to add him anyway. We started messaging each other a lot, and he really piqued my curiosity because he was so different from all the guys I had grown up with. His humor was a bit odd, but I still found him to be really hilarious. I remember using a friend's computer to talk to him one night, and she walked up behind me and said, "Who is that?" I told her I didn't know, but I liked him. She then said, "Ask him out." I thought, sure, why not? He only lives 45 minutes away and he seems really cool. We exchanged phone numbers and set a date for dinner that weekend. Jared told me to meet him at the grocery store near his house and I could just follow him to his apartment in my car. I thought the idea sounded great. I pull up and only had to wait about 10 minutes or so before he got there. He pulled up right next to me and I was immediately thrown off. Because even though it was dark out at this point, I could still tell right away that he wasn't nearly as attractive as his profile pictures. I decided I wasn't going to be so shallow and proceeded to follow him to his place. Here's where it starts to get really weird. As we're driving down a two-way road, there's a succession of entrances to different apartment complexes, spaced about 15 feet in front of one another. Jared keeps turning on his blinker, turning in, and then swiftly turning back out, like he's trying to psych me out. I'll admit that the first time it was pretty funny. I thought, you got me. However, that initial feeling quickly fades as he does this for nearly every single entrance on the way to his place, so maybe 9 or 10 times. Now I'm thinking, what the fuck is he doing? I actually became insulted and thought he was trying to lose me at this point. I kept on having to brake, cars are starting to build up behind me, and it's making the drive take forever because I keep having to slow down for this nonsense. Had I not been a naive 17-year-old, I would have followed my fuck this shit instinct and turned around and drove all the way back home. But no, of course not. I chalk all this up to his weird sense of humor and try to give him a chance. We finally get to his apartment. We have a normal introduction and I walk into his place. It's a typical bachelor pad, I tell myself as I see the back of his door entrance is entirely covered in porn. Think a collage of the filthiest smut hung up to convey every inch of this 7-foot-tall door. Okay, whatever. He's a single guy, I'm thinking. Maybe not the classiest guy, but a guy nonetheless. Anyway, we get to talking and he's kind of quiet, but for the most part he's awkward and doesn't even know what to say. It's at this point I notice he's wearing a really raggedy-ass white t-shirt. Weird. It's been about 15 or 20 minutes since we've been at his place just hanging out in his kitchen and he starts to ask me personal questions. I start taunting him about his awkwardness a bit to A, lighten the mood, and B, get him to change the subject. For example, he asked, "How many guys have you slept with?" And I retort, "Wow, nice question to ask a girl on the first date, Jared. How'd you get this smooth?" He eats it up and thinks we're playing a game. This goes back and forth for about 10 minutes before I ask him when we're going to dinner. He sort of snaps back into reality and says he has to change. Thank God. He comes back out looking pretty sharp. Maybe this night will turn out all right. I could not have been more wrong. We get into his car, which is a pretty decent Mustang, to go to some places he wants to take me for dinner. We're driving for about 15 minutes before he says he needs to make a detour to see a friend. Okay, I said. The friend walks up to my side of the door. They talk for a couple of minutes, and then the friend starts to get into the car. Jared looks at me and asks me to get into the back. At this point, this guy is really starting to get on my nerves. Could he be any more rude? I'm dying in the back seat, thinking this is just the worst, and I can't wait until he dumps this friend somewhere because I'm starving, and I didn't drive all the way up here to hang out with two rude-ass strangers. I have no clue why he picked this friend up. I have a hunch because of how quick the interaction was that he was buying drugs, but I couldn't see into the front seat or hear over the blaring music. As we were driving where I can only presume is back to the friend's place to drop him off, he starts driving really erratically, pulling some more absurdity like he was doing earlier, plus turning sharp corners like he's Dale Earnhardt, but he's really driving like Mr. fucking Magoo. I'm being tossed all over the back seat, and I see the friend is hanging on for dear life as well. Then, when I think it's all over, he starts a turn to go into a neighborhood, but he has to cross a lane of oncoming traffic. As he's making his way through the turn, he stops. I freak out. All I can see are headlights through the tiny backseat window shining and coming right at us. Me and the friend in the front seat are just screaming nonsensically. I don't even remember what I said. I was just screaming. As soon as we're almost rammed by a giant Cadillac that has to slam on their brakes so hard that they fishtail, he peels out, completing the turn. I'm shocked. I don't even say anything. I wait until he drops his now totally calm and collected friend off and tell him I'd like to go home. He drives me back in complete silence. When we get over to his place, he hurries over to my side and lets me out, but he's standing so close that I have to squeeze past him. As I'm trying to get out of his deathmobile, he places the hand he isn't holding the door open with on the other side of me, trapping me in between him and the car. I look at him and he's just staring at me, so to say, "I'm not kissing you." He responds, "Oh, come on, let's just go upstairs." I have to literally hold back a guffaw. I tell him, "Okay, Jared, that's enough for one night. I'm gonna go now and I'll text you later, okay?" He's still staring intensely into my eyes, and I'm just praying he lets me leave. He starts to shift away, and at that moment I think he's letting me go, but he pushes his mouth onto mine so hard that I'm thrown into the side of the car. I struggle free and haul ass to my car, quickly look behind me and see that he's just standing there. I start driving the long 45 minutes home in silence. I'm so relieved that I get to go home to my nice warm bed. All of a sudden I hear my phone. Ding, 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 ding. I hear about 20 messages coming in, and when I look at my phone, I feel sick. The texts read, "Hey, why did you leave? Please come back, I want to play more games with you." Is this a game? You want to play a game? Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes to get back here. And I'm counting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I miss you. Please, come back. I don't like this game at all. He sent all of that within a period of about 2 to 3 minutes, around 10 minutes after I left. All I can remember thinking is, what was that? How can someone be so awesome online and then end up being a total weirdo? On one last note, the next morning, the entire top right half of my mouth and a bit underneath my nose was swollen and bruised. So, MySpace Jigsaw Tokyo Drift wannabe freak, let's not ever meet again. My stepfather is an idiot. He's an ex-alcoholic drug addict who is heavily involved in several Catholic churches and the local AA community. AA standing for Alcoholics Anonymous, for those who don't know. The drugs and alcohol must have seriously fried his brain because he still has really bad judgment and decision-making skills, especially when it comes to people. He has brought so many sketchy people into my life. Thank God nothing serious happened. I get it. He's trying to help others who are struggling with the same battle he went through, and maybe he is making a difference in some people's lives, but he's been bringing these kind of people into my life since I was 4 years old. Some of them even lived with us for a while. I had kids young. I was 20 when I had my son, and 23 when I had my daughter. When my son had his first birthday, my stepdad and mom retired. My mom had me when she was 40, and decided to travel, going on mission trips with their church and moving to another state. They started working with this Catholic organization that specifically helps people who struggle with alcohol and drug addictions. The church gave them housing among their nuns and priests and paid them a small amount of money to buy food and necessities while they worked with them. One year around Christmas time, my parents came home for the holiday and brought an older nun with them. She was probably in her 50s. My family got together and went to a Santa's workshop, which was super crowded. My mom, stepdad, their nun friend, and my sisters and their kids came too. My daughter was about 6 months old, maybe less. She's a beautiful red-headed baby. I've received many comments from family and strangers on how beautiful she and her red hair are, and probably have a few other stories of people who don't understand personal boundaries regarding children. The nun was immediately taken by how beautiful my baby is and kept touching her, talking to her and wanting to hold her. It was immediately uncomfortable because this was my first time meeting her. Also, she wasn't acting this way with any of the other children that were with us. My son, who was a 3-year-old at the time and has since been diagnosed with ADHD, was a handful and running all over the place, getting into everything. It's so hard going places with him and her without their dad. He didn't come with us because he was most likely working. So I think I was distracted because my son was getting into something he wasn't supposed to, and I let go of the stroller for a second, and this nun immediately took it. She told me she would give me a break, and since she was a friend of my parents and my family was all around us, I decided to let this nun push my daughter in the stroller. Another incident happened where my son was getting into something and I was distracted, again, for less than a minute, when I turned back around and the nun and my daughter were gone. I freaked out and my whole family was still around me. No one knew where this nun went. She didn't say anything to anyone about leaving. My family and I immediately began looking everywhere. Luckily, there were so many of us, and we found the nun at the front of the building, right near the exit. It was terrifying. When we found her, she just said she was taking my daughter on a stroll. I decided to leave right after that happened, and so did everyone else in my family. Luckily, I haven't seen her since. So basically, one night about 2 years ago, me and 2 of my girlfriends were driving home from getting Mexican food. We saw red and blue flashing lights behind us, obviously, assuming it was the police. Amy, who was driving, didn't feel safe pulling over where we were, considering it was the middle of the night and the street we were on and the ones near us had no street lights, so we slowed down but continued on. Amy came to the conclusion that it couldn't be a real police car, because it looked more like a shitty old, beat-up car. The car then started to speed up and passed us in the opposite lane. We then decided to call 911, and when she did, the dispatcher confirmed that there were no squad cars near our current location. She told us to stay on the phone and someone was coming to us right away. Then the car tried cutting us off and passing us again. Finally, a real police car came. We pulled over, but the other car sped off and was chased by the real police. We never found out what happened or who they were. Poser policemen, let's not meet again. This happened about a year ago. A little info about myself. I'm a 19-year-old female. I'm also very small. I'm 4'11" and weigh 95 pounds soaking wet. And no, I don't have an eating disorder. My 11th grade year of high school is when this event took place. It was within the first 2 weeks of school and I was a bus rider. We had a new bus driver. Me, being a very social person, I always thanked him for his service and was super nice to him. And I believe that's where I messed up. One day after school, I was riding the bus. I was always one of the first to be dropped off, so when I realized I'd been on the bus for an extra 10 minutes, I was a little curious and just chalked it up to the fact that bus routes get changed all the time. At this point, I'd been on the bus for about 30 minutes, and there are 2 kids left on the bus, an old friend of mine and of course myself. This friend of mine lived in a very remote location and there was absolutely no cell service out there, so when we dropped her off, I couldn't call my parents to let them know what was happening. As we were leaving this area, the bus driver pulls into a cemetery and told me to look out my window. When I did, I saw a baby deer torn to shreds. My whole body went into shutdown mode. I didn't know what to do. My initial reaction was to pull out my phone and call my parents, but then I remembered I had no signal. I immediately got up and ran to the back of the bus. Keep in mind I'm the only person on there. We sit by that deer for a good 10 minutes, and the whole time I'm in the back, and my blood is absolutely boiling. It took everything in me not to run off that bus and look for help. When we started to leave, he just started talking about random stuff, like how he loves his wife and loves his new job as a bus driver, the whole time barely paying attention to the road. I get on my phone and go to Google Maps. Thank God they work even without service. I realized that my house was 15 minutes from where we were, and I was super excited to be going home soon. Boy, was I wrong. This jackass then decides to take a shit ton of back roads and keep talking to me. The whole time I'm sitting in silence with no service on my phone. So about 20 or 25 minutes later, I start seeing landmarks that are around my neighborhood. I look down and there's service on my phone. I immediately call my dad. He doesn't answer. Not even 2 minutes later, we pull into my neighborhood and he drops me off at my house. I wanted to run, but for some reason I stood in my yard and stared at him, frozen in fear. Eventually he pulled off, and when he did, I took off running into my house. My parents were in the room freaking out about where I was. My mom started grilling me about where I was and what I was doing. On a normal day I would get home at like 2:30, so my mom was very upset seeing as it was around 4:45. My dad's phone was dead because he tried to call so many times. I began to cry and tell them everything that happened. My dad was furious and called my school and used my mom's phone to record the whole conversation between my dad, the principal, and myself. My principal was extremely pissed off about what had taken place, as was my dad. My mother was just cuddling me and asking if I was okay and if anything else happened. I didn't go back to school for about 2 days. There was no formal investigation. The school handled it themselves. The bus driver denied everything, and when they checked camera footage, they found the camera happened to be covered by a sticker or something of the sort. Thankfully, nobody believed the bus driver, and he was fired, and I haven't ridden a bus ever since. I know this isn't as creepy as some of the stories on this subreddit, but it's my only one, and it's still the most bone-chilling experience I've ever had. This is my first time posting, and it's by far the weirdest thing to have happened to me. This all took place around 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, living in northern England. For some background, my mother is a single mother because my dad left before I was born. She works very hard, and in the whole 17 years leading up to this point, it was always just me and her. She'd never had a boyfriend or anything like that. But just before my 17th birthday, this is what happened. It wasn't long before Christmas, and my mother had told me she was speaking to one of her old friends from school on Facebook and was going to ask him to come around for some food and catch up. At this point, I had no male role model in my life whatsoever, so I can't say I wasn't a little excited myself that my mother had finally met someone after so long. On the day he came round, I was out most of the night because my mother had bought me 2 tickets to see 50 Cent for me and a friend as an early Christmas present, so we went and my friend stayed over after. This is when I first made contact with the man I'll call Dan. So he stands up, shakes my hand, and tells me he's heard a lot about me and all seems good. He even brought us food and convinced my mom to give me another early Christmas present, so I liked him already. If only I knew then what I know now. So now that you're all caught up, that happened around November, so fast forward to January, which is when my birthday is, and I was turning 17. Now this had already started to feel a bit weird to me because Dan had already moved into my house, but I just thought he might have been struggling. Even though he always went on about how he worked offshore on the oil rigs, he had 3 houses that are all up for rent and etc. So you would expect him to have a fair bit of cash, but he never seemed to have any. So anyway, my 17th birthday comes and I ask my mom if I can have a party just messing with her because it was obvious she'd say no. And she did. But then Dan overhears and convinces her to let me, and they'll both stay so it doesn't get out of hand. So I invite my friends over and we're having a good time, and I'm really starting to like Dan even though I only had known him for a short amount of time, but he seemed to understand what it's like to be my age. So the party's going good and everyone's enjoying it. Then Dan sits in the front room with us. This is where it started to get a little off. I'm the funny one in my friendship group, so I made my friends laugh quite a lot, but Dan didn't really seem to like it. I don't really know what he was thinking, but he started talking to all my friends as if he were competing with me and was belittling me at every chance he got. I thought it was a little weird, but I'd never had a father figure before, so I thought he was only joking. But as the night went on, it got weirder. He came up to me later on and pulled out a tiny bag with cocaine inside and offered me some. So I had some, and he then said to me, "Don't tell your mom or I'll get into shit." I agreed I wouldn't. Believe me, I'd be in a lot more shit than he would if I did tell her. So anyway, Dan got more and more drunk and then started to like my friends more than I did and made a comment to one of my friend's girlfriends, who was 16 and he was in his late 30s, asking if she wanted to go upstairs, and she said no and came up to me asking what the fuck his problem was, and I shook it off again, saying he's just messing around. So the party's over. It's a few days later and Dan is acting really weird, not to my face but behind my back. For example, my mom would ask me to wash the dishes or clean my room, and Dan would say, "Don't worry about it, just leave them. You go out and I'll do it." So I said thanks and went out, and when I'd come home the dishes wouldn't be done and my room would be a mess, so I'd get into shit for it. It was just stupid things like that, and it began to make me start thinking. This is where the worst part comes in. My mom and Dan are going out drinking for the night, so I invited my girlfriend over to stay the night while they were gone, so we ordered food, watched movies, and then fell asleep. I was awoken by my mom screaming, "No, Dan, please don't," and Dan screaming at her saying, "I'll kill you and your fucking son." So I told my girlfriend to wait in bed and give her a small metal pole from my weight set to defend herself with in case anything happened, and then I proceeded downstairs. When I got downstairs, it was crazy. There was a hole straight through my TV. The glass cabinet had been smashed, and Dan had my mother by her arm, screaming in her face that she's no good and loads of other horrible things. So I shout, "Get the fuck off her." They both freeze, and then calm down, and straight away he says, "I didn't hit her. Do you really think I'd do that?" in the calmest voice ever. So I did what any mature teenager would do and punched the cunt straight in the nose. But obviously, he has muscles bigger than my waist. I'm not the biggest of mammals to populate this planet, so he just tackles me to the floor and punches me. And then all of a sudden someone bangs on the door, but they didn't stop to wait and see if anyone replied. It was just repeated until Dan finally answered the door. My next-door neighbor was there with a pole in his hand, and he said, "Have you been fucking hitting her?" And Dan was extremely calm again and says, "What are you talking about?" I then stand in the doorway behind him, bleeding from my nose, and my next-door neighbor drags him outside, and they both start fighting on the front garden. And Dan had been hit by the pole, so he was bleeding from his head and had blood spewing down his face. The police then arrived. My neighbor obviously called them before he started swinging poles around, which was a smart move. Dan was then arrested, and my neighbor also got taken to court, and my mom, get this, stuck up for Dan. But she was obviously just scared, so I made a statement to the police because God only knows what he would have done if my neighbor hadn't have come. So Dan's now in jail. There's no story about it as proof, but I'm just hoping you'll believe me. The weirdest part about it all is that my mom and I talked about it a few months later, and she said he never had any money. He didn't have 3 houses. He lived with his mother and had lied about it all. He was just living off me the full time and had spent a lot of our money. So for a while we thought we would have to sell the house. My mom is a fighter, though, so she worked her butt off to pay all the debts owed and keep the house. But she also said, "He told me you took cocaine and always refused to do things he asked," which I denied at the time, but she knows the truth now that I'm older. But even though I took it, I can't help but think he was trying to get in between me and my mom to bring us down, when in fact it only made us closer. She's fine now, and we still live in the same house. I asked her about why he hit her, and she said, "He said I slept with one of your friends at your party," which was quite funny because my mom wasn't even there, but that just shows you how crazy he was. There were a few more incidents from Dan, so if you want to know more, just comment and I'll get to it when I have spare time. My mom is now with a different man who's frankly one of the nicest people I've ever met, and Dan is married to another woman he was cheating on my mom with the entire time. God help that woman. Personal message from Kingy. Dan, may your asshole gape forevermore. Not me, but happened to a friend of mine a year or so ago. He gets these night terrors pretty often and sees vivid dreams, so this kind of makes the whole happening even more scary. One night, he wakes up in the bedroom and sees a silhouette of a person sitting at the edge of his bed. He reaches for his girlfriend's side of the bed to see if she's sleeping next to him. She's sound asleep, right by him. At this point, he's sure that it's just another horrible nightmare of his, but still decides to speak up and ask if someone's there. No answer. He reaches over, and there's a person sitting at the end of their bed. He freaks out and turns the lights on and sees an elderly, seemingly drunk, disoriented lady just sitting on their bed. It took them until the next day to figure out with the leaser of the apartment that the lady had keys that had access to their apartment 1 floor below her own apartment as well. Almost had a panic attack when he told me about this. I live in a very small town of about 100 people in rural New South Wales, Australia. This happened when my friends and I were 14. My town used to be a very close-knit farming community, but the shift to modern times and the massive drought of the 2000s led most of the businesses to be closed and farmers to move away. The aging population slowly died, and their houses were filled with despicable types. Drug dealers and addicts, thieves and dole-bludgers. It's sad, really, but even now, there are still great people here. What I've always found creepy is, even though a very small population and I've known just about everybody since before I can remember, there have always been people in the surrounding area that no one seems to know. Old loners, mostly, who keep to themselves and no one ever sees them. On top of that, there have been several pedophile charges laid against some of them, and there have been numerous break-ins and attempted break-ins on our homes. Not to mention that for long stretches of time we've been without a police officer, which means a 000 call would take an hour for help to arrive. It gets even creepier the further out bush you go. I've heard of abandoned farmsteads where families have just disappeared, all their belongings including cars left behind. There was even a multi-generational inbred family, reminiscent of the Hills Have Eyes discovered a few years ago, though thankfully that's a few 100 miles from me. Anyway, I grew up and went to primary school here, but we had to travel an hour to go to high school. It took quite a while for my closest childhood friend Tim and I to make new friends. After 2 years of high school, we invited 3 friends to come out to our town to go camping. Tim's parents owned a small property where they kept sheepdogs and horses a few miles from the town. We camped for 5 days there in the school holidays. The first night, as what often happens, we sat around the campfire telling stories. I told the story of some of those creepy loners I mentioned earlier, a pair of brothers that lived a few miles up the road from where we were camping. They were very rarely seen, with a reputation of being creepy hillbilly hicks. I told them the story of how one night they tried to cripple my father over him supposedly stealing their business. They ambushed him at a local weighbridge at night. My father managed to fight both of them off. My cousin also had a run-in with them by taking a shortcut across their field, only to hear gunfire in his direction. My cousin had lied to me before, so I didn't think it was true, but I made out like it was, and later embellished their reputation with the normal inbred cannibal-type crap city folk would expect. On the second night, we decided to go for a bit of a night walk. We were kids and enjoyed fantasy movies and games and had a bit of role-playing fun. One of us, though, was too scared to go out in the dark, so on our walk we decided to play a prank on him. We started screaming and running back to the camp, scattered, saying, "He got Henry!" It worked, and we caused our scared friend Zeb to try and climb an electric fence to escape. Henry, came back dirty and bloody, and we hid in the farmhouse until Tim ruined the prank by claiming he heard the brothers skinned people, which caused us to burst out laughing. The next afternoon we hiked up the nearest hill, called Sims Gap Hill. It was a popular walk for Tim and I when we were kids. The fastest way to get to the hill was by taking the dirt road called the Stock Route, which ran parallel to the main tar road which led to the town. The 2 roads are connected by another called Sawmill Road, which was at the base of the hill. Anyway, we walked down the Stock Route and I pointed out the Hillbilly Brothers' property as we went past it. All you can see from the road are piles of old rusted cars. We reached Sawmill Road and walked across the paddock to the hill and had an enjoyable time. We started climbing down the hill as it got late, but underestimated the time it took to walk across the paddock to the road. By the time we reached the road, it was night, and of course, it happened to be pitch black. As we started walking down Sawmill Road to the stock route, a pair of massive bright headlights turned into the road from behind us. Naturally, we got off the road, which meant disappearing into the thick patch of trees between the road and the brothers' property. As the lights caught up to us, the vehicle started slowing. Up until then, we'd thought it was a farmer's ute, but now we realized it was a very old, very loud tractor. Not wanting to be questioned by any meddling adult, I encouraged the guys to hide. The tractor slowed down and flashed a spotlight into the trees, then sped away. The guys asked me who it was, and I said I didn't know. We continued walking slowly until we saw the tractor turn down the stock road and into the brothers' property. Now I was unnerved. The tractor came roaring down the fence line, and I yelled at the guys to run. We ran until we came to a small, well-hidden ditch, which we jumped in and laid very still. The tractor stopped right on us and shined the spotlight over the trees. It didn't illuminate the ditch, luckily. The driver stopped the tractor and got off, walking over to the fence. I peered up and saw the silhouette of a dirty, disheveled man with messy hair standing at the fence line, looking around. In his hands was a rifle. In a nasally, Aussie hillbilly voice, he yelled out, "Where are you, cunts?" We didn't dare move. I started thinking what we'd have to do if he climbed the fence and started coming our way, but he eventually turned around and got back on his tractor. It started with a groan, and it rumbled down the other way. I got my friends up, and we sprinted towards the stock route, ducking under branches and jumping over fallen trees. We hadn't quite reached it when the headlights were behind us again, roaring up Sawmill Road. We made it to the road and panicked. It was still 2 or 3 miles back to the camp, and we wouldn't be able to outrun the tractor. On the other side of the stock route was a state forest with tens of miles of twisting dirt roads and motorbike trails and goat tracks. Despite how dark it was, and with a strong possibility of getting lost, we dove in there. We hid as he went past again, finding a forest road which led back in the general direction of the town. We followed it for a while, wondering if he'd given up and if it was safe to go back on the stock route. Then he was in front of us, blinding headlights roaring down the forest road. We jumped back into the trees and decided to run. We ran straight past him. Behind us, he turned back on the stock route and started chasing us again. He circled us 4 times, with us hiding, then running, hiding, and then running. When we'd gone far enough that we thought we were close enough to the camp, we ran through the woods and jumped back on the stock route, to be met by headlights. Tim's mother had come looking for us after finding our camp empty. She'd finally found us, and we were still a mile or so from the camp. Needless to say, we quickly piled in and she drove us back. We told her what happened, but she and my parents just said they're weird people and to stay away from them in the future. From 2006 to 2008, I was a student at university in England, studying paramedic science. This course was a 2-year fast track into becoming a qualified paramedic, or EMT. The course involved placements at various points throughout both years. First, we spent an evening and night in a dispatcher's. I'll never forget some of those calls, like a man waking up in bed next to his wife who died during the night. Next, we were stationed with the Patient Transport Service, taking patients to their hospital appointments when they couldn't get there alone. Finally, after a good 6 months for the opportunity, it was time to spend a prolonged placement with the 999 crews. You could choose a couple of preferred locations, and I was fortunate enough to be given the ambulance station close to my home. So I moved back to my parents' house that winter for a full term, leaving my university buddies behind. In hindsight, I wish that I hadn't, because it turned out to give me far less interesting experiences. The station was Buxton, Derbyshire. Google map it. It's middle of nowhere territory. It's also 45 minutes from the nearest hospital, so you better not get hurt badly up there. Only people did. One evening, we respond to a call where a guy's come off his bike on the Cat and Fiddle run. It's named after a pub by the same name on that road, which passes over the Pennines Mountains. Bikers love to bomb it up and down. It's notorious. The guy broke a brick wall with his body. Legs were over his shoulders. We took him with blue lights to the aforementioned hospital. I don't think he survived. This is where things got messed up. We turn out of our hospital, travel maybe half a mile, and get flagged down by a pedestrian. She shouts through the window that someone has been beaten, badly. We later find out that this was the case of somebody bumping into somebody else at a bar, nothing more. At that exact moment, a guy in a red t-shirt stumbles out from a side street and collapses in the road. I had been in the rear passenger seat of the patient compartment, my mentor and a technician riding up front. They get out before me to help him, whilst I open up the side bay. Stupidly, I climb out as my mentor helps him in. That's the point at which I notice two things. He isn't wearing a red t-shirt. He's topless and saturated head to waist in his own blood. And there's a mob of people heading straight at us. Maybe 10, maybe 15. I forget. I'm still outside the ambulance and pretty much frozen in terror. I'm only 19 at this point and a pussy. This was 2007. Thankfully, my mentor hauls me inside and locks the door instantly. She then turns to me, asks if the rear door is locked, and it's not. They open it from the outside. My mentor pushes them back, and I couldn't believe it, heckles them, telling them to pick on a group of people and not just one man. She then manages to lock the door. What happens next will stick with me forever. And clearly, as I'm telling this story, nearly 10 years on, they begin to try and flip the ambulance. Meanwhile, another guy starts hammering the side window, shatters it, cuts himself wide open with blood everywhere, but keeps going. They were animals. There's a window between the rear and front cabin. We see a police car approaching. He doesn't stop and continues straight past. Please, give UK cops guns. I don't blame him for not stopping. Only later did I find out that the keys were still in the ignition, but nobody had attempted to enter the cabin through sheer luck. Anyway, crazy bloodthirsty hooligan mob, let's not meet again. Now, P.S. After this I finished my course and went off and became an English teacher instead. The number of dead bodies I saw in my time there was enough to haunt me for life. To all you brave service folk, I commend you. Good evening, all. You may remember me from the bloodthirsty mob surrounded our ambulance thread. I thought I'd share my other Let's Not Meet experience, as it's a doozy, and the reason that I wanted to become a paramedic in the first place. The night I'm going to talk about was nearly the last night of my life, and I gained a strong belief in fate after it. It's nearly August 2004. I'm 17 years old and working a late shift at McDonald's, one of my first part-time jobs. It's Saturday, and my best friend, with whom I had just started to go out with drinking, is disappointed because I'm at work. The shift is unusually quiet. At 7 p.m., the manager declares that one of the newbies, myself or another guy, can go home. It comes down to a coin toss, which I win. I know that this sounds dumb, but that coin toss nearly cost me my life. I immediately hop on a bus home, shower, change, and set off to meet my friend. We go to a student union bar on the outside of Manchester. In 2004, we were still enjoying the golden age of extremely lax ID procedures and easily got into the bar on fake ID cards from the internet. We get a little too drunk. I was so irresponsible at 17, we'd mix shots of whiskey, vodka, etc. all into a glass, then down it. Whilst fucking about on the dance floor, I knocked a guy's drink out of his hand. He started to blow up and I promptly walked away. His friends kicked me in the back as I did so. I later learned that he had been kicked out after throwing a bottle at my head, which missed me, so I had no idea it even happened. We left the club, which led out into a passage beside the college it was attached to. This passage fed through onto the busiest road running through our town, but it was 2 a.m. and dead quiet. By this point, my buddy had bumped into some old friends from our high school and didn't notice me break away from the group. There was a petrol station directly opposite, where we would always get sandwiches for the munchies. At this point, my memory is a blur of what could be memories or bits of eyewitness accounts that I've constructed into false memories, so I'll tell it as if I were seeing it now for the purpose of clarity. I was drunk off my face. I walked/jogged towards the garage. A car came from the car park adjoining the passage. It was long, the path, so it easily cleared the car park and got out onto the road before I got there. As I stepped out onto the road, this car had, unknown to me, accelerated to 30 miles per hour and struck my right leg as I placed it forward on the ground. This is incredibly important to the story and my survival. First, about that car. Oh God, how I was lucky that I was dealing with a chump from the club. He had a typical look-at-me modified car with a low bumper. It was nearly touching the pavement. This resulted in my foot being scooped up. A regular bumper would likely have buckled and shattered my ankle at this angle, so I'm told. So, it hits my right leg. I'm in the middle of a stride, and this saves my life. The car instantly snaps both bones in my lower leg, but crucially, it spins me like a coin on its head around, the side not over the bonnet and roof. I break 2 ribs in my right side as I hit the bonnet, and I puncture a lung, too. My right forearm impacts the passenger side window as I'm flipped around the car, and the glass destroys my arm. I later see in hospital that it was akin to taking an ice cream scoop down to the bone. I bounced off the car and onto the road at this point. My landing couldn't have been any more unlucky. I land on the shattered fragments of window and essentially roll across a lake of glass, shredding my arms. I don't honestly know if I remember this. Writing this story, I get fragments of super realistic memories, but it's like my mind saying hell no and recalling them before I can properly picture them, and it makes me feel sick. I guess that's regression for you. My best friend at the time called my parents and an ambulance. I spent 14 days in hospital, had emergency surgery to repair my leg, cosmetic surgery on my arm, and my leg now contains a titanium bar that's great fun at airports, but apart from some late-day tingling, I walk and run normally. I had a fantastic surgeon fix my arm without the need for skin grafts, too. You might be wondering, why is this on this sub? The driver of the car was Mr. Bottle Thrower. The whole bunch of people outside the club later gave statements that he'd accelerated and swerved intentionally into my path. His girlfriend was riding up front and was covered in my blood. What a lovely bloke. He went to jail, but I don't know how long for. I moved to the south of England several years later. This happened just yesterday. My friend Anna and I were on the bus after running some errands. She wasn't feeling well, so we ended up getting off the bus about 20 minutes before our stop, so she could use the restroom and a Taco Bell. She hands me the bag she was carrying, and whilst she was doing so, a guy comes in and says, "How you doing?" She politely replied with a "hello" before going inside the restroom area. I'm waiting with the bags, scrolling through my phone, when I feel eyes in my direction. This guy is sitting across the restaurant, staring at the bathroom door. I go in to check on Anna and talk to her outside the women's bathroom. It was single stall. She says she's okay, so I go back out and sit at one of the tables. He's still staring, and hasn't ordered anything at all, not even a drink. She's still in there when he gets up and goes through the door for the restrooms. I immediately text her telling her not to come out, explaining he's been staring and waiting. Nana tells me that she didn't hear the men's door open or close at all. They're next to each other. I immediately go up and tell one of the workers. The women's bathroom is clogged, while lowering my voice and saying, "A guy has been following me and my friend. She's trapped in the bathroom." The worker just says, "Okay." The guy finally comes out and sits where he was before. I text Anna saying it's safe and blockade the bathroom door so he can't see her coming out. This probably would have worked if Anna wasn't taller and curvier than me. It wasn't even 30 seconds later when the guy followed us out. He's trying to talk to Anna, who just keeps saying no. I lead her to some construction workers who are working on the construction of a pizza patron. I inform one of them quickly what's going on, and he stands with us. The guy passes us and walks away. I didn't notice police by the apartments next to it. I just needed to get somebody's attention before it turned dangerous. The other construction worker went over to inform the police, who went to patrol a little. The worker stayed with us while we waited for the bus and told us to be safe. We made it home without another incident, but we'll never stop at that location again. So, stalker who refused to take no for an answer, let's not meet again. And Taco Bell worker, fuck you. You're asking for a lawsuit. If I hadn't told her not to come out and she opened the door, he very well could have taken advantage of the fact that there wasn't a way to unlock the door from the outside. Edit. Since people were throwing hissy fits about me saying it warranted a lawsuit, I never said I would sue them. I simply stated that if this had gone worse than it did, Taco Bell could be held responsible, as they were aware but did nothing to assist. I'm a 22-year-old female, but this happened when I was 13. I'll start off with some necessary background information. When I was 13, my aunt lived in a huge apartment complex with 150-plus units within the same city as my mom and dad. I would visit her all the time just to spend time with her. Her complex had a great park and swimming pool. I was also very close to some of the neighborhood kids that were around my age. This was during the summer of 2007. I was going to 7th grade that year, and this was the summer I stayed with my aunt to get out of the house. My aunt's complex was on the bottom floor, on the very back corner of her building. The buildings in this complex were surrounding the park and pool I frequented to create a sealed-off community with 2 exits to the main road. The buildings were 3 stories high with 6 apartments on each level, all connecting to an outside corridor which connected to the stairs. Now that that's cleared up, here's what happened. It was a particularly sunny day at the complex, so I decided I was going to go outside and see if any of my friends were there so I could hang out with them instead of wasting the day away inside. I changed into shorts and a t-shirt and headed out of my aunt's apartment, made my way down the corridor, came from underneath the stairs, and began walking to the park. I'd only made it about halfway when I hear, "Hey, you," loudly from a corridor 3 stories up. I look up and see a face but can't make it out, and I could tell it was male, but his voice sounded like a kid's voice, and he looked like a kid from where he was. I pointed to myself and shouted back, "Me?" He said, "Yeah, you. Can you come up here for a second?" I stopped for a minute to think about the situation. My 13-year-old mind just chalked it up that he was one of the neighborhood kids wanting to talk or something, so without another thought, I headed up the stairs towards where I saw him. I finally get up there to see a black man, around 35 to 40, sitting on the steps waiting for me. He's dressed in a striped polo shirt, khaki shorts, and those sandals that make you think of Jesus. He seriously looks like an oversized 5-year-old. As soon as I saw him, I had a feeling in my gut of dread. I'm sure my face looked confused, and I blurted out, "What do you want?" He starts gawking about my hair and asks me why I dress the way I dress, and keeps suggesting I should go into his apartment so he could show me around. The creepiest thing is how he looked at me when he suggested it. It was the creepiest expression I've ever seen a human being make. The expression is hard to explain, but it led me to believe, even at 13, that he had sinister plans once in the apartment. I quickly said that my aunt was expecting me and that I needed to get back to her apartment or she'd come looking for me and I'd be in trouble. He then tried to ask what number the apartment was and if he could escort me there. I was shocked at the thought of that. I hastily said no and that I can make it there on my own, but thank you anyway. He just looked at me with a blank stare for a few seconds as if he was thinking of what to do or say next. And then his facial expression was clearly disappointed, and before he could say anything else, I sprinted down the stairs and ran back into my aunt's apartment. I didn't know if he'd seen where I went. I didn't know if he'd followed. All I know is that I didn't give him the chance to play out his sadistic intentions, whatever they were. I told my aunt since she'd seen me lock all the doors, and lock the screen door. She called the cops and I made a statement, but since he never touched me or physically harmed me, there wasn't much they could do about the situation. I made sure never to go up any more stairs unless I for sure knew the person, and to stay away from the area where his apartment was for the rest of the summer. This happened about a year ago, last summer. I'm 20 now, but I was 18 at the time, and I'm a girl. I used to live in a town that gets very hot during the summer, about 95 or 100 degrees Fahrenheit every day. I went to my local Walmart to do some light shopping and pick up a pair of flip-flops. As I was in the shoe aisle, I noticed an older guy, probably in his late 30s or early 40s, standing there too. My town has a good amount of drug users, and he appeared to be one of them. When he saw me, he started to say really gross and sexual things to me. I'm used to being catcalled and experiencing this sort of thing, so I just ignore him and pick out a pair of shoes and continue with my shopping. He follows me down a few more aisles and then stops following me. After I pay for my things, I leave out the exit of the shop towards the parking lot. The Walmart is part of a strip mall with other stores, so I start walking right towards the end of the strip mall to catch the bus back home. After walking about 20 seconds, I notice the man standing next to a car in the parking lot, talking to someone inside it. He sees me and breaks away from the car and begins to head in my direction. I continue walking right, and he begins to walk parallel next to me in the road, about 10 feet away, still yelling really gross things to me. At this point, this is more than just creepy comments in the store. He's following me outright. I noticed that he was approaching the entrance to a John's Incredible Pizza, which is a kid's pizza and play place here in California, so I run to the doors and make my way inside. I told the girl at the counter that there was a guy following me outside and asked if I could stay inside for a few minutes until he was gone. She let me, and also sent 2 male workers to walk all the way around the store to see if they could find him. They didn't, so I decided to stay about 10 minutes before I left to go to the bus stop. When I got to the stop, there were 2 women there who, when I told them what had happened, promised to stay with me and talk to me to keep me company. I'm sorry I don't have all the precise details, as my mother has since passed away, but this is everything I remember of what she told me happened when she was in her teens. My mom had just started driving on her own and went to the Rite Aid about 2 minutes away from her house, in a really safe neighborhood. On her way in, she saw a guy leaning up on the wall next to the door and said she thought he was kinda cute, so she smiled at him and went inside. She finished her shopping and came out and got in the car. Suddenly, she felt something up against her side and turned around to look in the back seat, and the man she saw while she was walking in was in her car and holding a gun to her side. He told her to drive, but she was worried about what he would do once they got somewhere more secluded. He told her to drive again and she told him no. She said he was surprised and said, "Did you just tell me no?" And my mom said, "I did." He told her, "You're going to find out what it feels like to get shot then." My mom said, "You're going to find out what it feels like to go to jail then, because I'm going to start screaming and someone from this parking lot is going to call the cops." At this point, the guy realized my mom was too stubborn and wasn't going to budge, so he got out of the car and ran away. The cops came and interviewed her, and she gave them his description, but they never caught him. If you knew my mom and knew how stubborn she was, you wouldn't be surprised that this is how she reacted. It's crazy that it worked, though. This happened to me when I was 9 years old, around 2005 or 2006. I live in India. Here, the school starts at 9 a.m. and finishes at 4 p.m. My school is about 4 to 5 kilometers away from my place. Usually, my dad used to drop me off in the morning and my mom used to pick me up in the evening. Well, one day, the high school kids in the school had some function. Hence, we had class only from 9 to 11. I had forgot to inform this to my mom. At 11 a.m., all of my classmates left to their homes. I waited for a while in the school canteen. As you all know, we hate school and want to reach home as soon as possible, so I didn't bother to wait for my mom and decided to walk those 5 kilometers back home. My school at the time was in a somewhat rural area, so not many vehicles or people are to be seen in that route. The first 10 minutes of my journey was going smoothly. One side of the road was covered by rice fields, which I was enjoying on my walk. After some time, a man in a motorcycle going by saw me and stopped. He started questioning about me in a polite manner, and I answered him some of his general questions like my name, my grade, and my place. After listening to this, he said he was going that way and would drop me off at my place. I wasn't stupid and knew something was wrong since he was moving in the opposite side from my place before I stopped. I said, "No, I prefer walking," and started moving away from him. I was a bit freaked out. Around 5 or 10 seconds passed, and I turned back to take a look at him, and I see the man slowly moving towards me after parking his bike. I was scared as shit and started running as fast as I could and crying for help. The man was running after me, and I could feel him right behind me. I didn't know what to do and thought my life was over at that point. Thankfully, 2 farmers that worked in the nearby field began yelling at the man after hearing my scream. The man saw them and ran back to his bike. The farmers stopped me and asked what was going on. I was crying and didn't utter a word for a while, and then after calming me down, I told them everything that had happened. They asked me my parents' phone number, which at the time I didn't know. After making me sit for 10 minutes, they walked me halfway, though. The remaining journey was a semi-urban area, which I was covered up by myself. As soon as I reached home, I started crying again and told my mom what happened. At first, she yelled at me for trying to come home alone and not waiting for her, but then consoled me, saying everything's all right now. After that, she made me carry her phone number and kept a small amount of money in my bag for a cab. When I was 25, over a decade ago, I met a guy who grew up with some friends of mine. He seemed really cool, and we started dating. After about a month, I noticed Kurt was very jealous and controlling. If I mentioned I was with a group of friends, if any of the guys were single, he accused me of sleeping with them and would ignore me for a couple of days. In retrospect, I should have gotten out of Dodge, but I was admittedly an insecure girl who was afraid to be alone back then. Another few weeks passed, and I'm a week away from getting my new apartment, which was in the same complex as his. I figure I can tough it out and break up with him when I get the place. Staying at his house was a quick walk to work. Staying at my friend's was a half-hour bike ride on a rough gravel shoulder on the side of a dark highway. Turned out, he broke up with me. No big deal. But this is where it gets ugly. He would continuously message me on MSN with passive-aggressive insults. He was the king of jabs that, to an outsider, wouldn't seem so bad. I tried blocking him and changing my email, but he would realize he was blocked and start contacting friends. He even contacted a really obscure friend I'd never talked about, leading me to believe he, hacked my email. He would show up at my patio doors and walk right in if it wasn't locked. He'd come in and just grab things and say he was borrowing them. He'd bring it back, and things stayed peaceful, I guess. One day he came in, and I was in my room folding laundry. He proceeded to flirt and joke. It was actually so funny I laughed. He took that as an invite, and sparing the details, didn't stop until I was in tears. That was the day I started double-checking the patio doors and sacrificed a nice breeze on warm days. At the time, because I knew him and was laughing with him, I thought I was to blame, so never told anyone. A couple weeks later, I was at his brother's place in his building, small town. He called me asking where I was. I asked if he was at my door. I looked outside, and sure enough, he was there. I told him I was at his brother's. I'd known his brother for years before I even knew he existed. His brother never mentioned him, and frankly, now I know why. Kurt started accusing me of sleeping with his brother. I went downstairs to calm him, feeling safe since his brother was in the building and knew where I was. He yelled at me and kicked me in the stomach. I went back and told his brother, who was going to go confront him, but I told him no. With that, I went to the police and made a report. I also had the police come facilitate getting possessions back that he refused to return. That was a separate call. I didn't get my things that day. Kurt told the cops they were gifts to him. He later returned them on his own time because, well, control. Things quieted down. I eventually got a new boyfriend in the States. I was living close to the Detroit border. My boyfriend contacted me and said that Kurt tried to add him on MySpace. I looked at the existing page and he'd changed it so it was all pictures of me with slanderous comments. He did that so my boyfriend would see it. Luckily, the boyfriend knew about him already. If you're wondering why I didn't go to the police again, here's why. I would text him, often telling him off, and threaten to go to the police. He would then threaten to charge me with harassment due to the texts. Well, my career relies on a clear criminal check, and I was afraid to risk it. Also, when I reported the assault, the small-town officer claimed he could use force to remove me from his apartment, even after I said I never entered but was in the hallway. I don't trust the police now. He would watch my apartment and ask whose car was in my spot, telling me he felt betrayed. He would message me telling me he made dinner and to come over. To be honest, I was afraid not to. I'd go, eat, and promptly leave. It seemed to make him feel he was in control, and I felt it was better than any potential lashing out if I didn't go. I eventually moved to another town, but the passive-aggressive abuse continued. Kurt had moved to another province where my niece lived. Coincidence. And started using my niece to get at me. They conspired to tell me he sexually assaulted her. I stopped speaking to her as well after that. I mean, who the hell does that? I eventually moved across the country, and even then, a year later, he contacted someone I met up with out there that was also from our hometown. Only when this guy told him he knows all about him, and if he messes with me, he's messing with him, did it finally all stop. Then, 10 years later, last October, I moved back home. I didn't change my location on my Facebook because even years later I didn't want him easily finding out where I was. I also posted that if anyone asks about me, not to share my information. I got a notification on a dating website that Kurt wanted to meet me. I know this was his way of letting me know he's back too, and still around. I hadn't thought of him seeing me on there. I was afraid to go out at night, and when I did, I was always looking over my shoulder. A week passed with no further contact. A few weeks later, I saw him at a festival. We made eye contact, and I hated that he may have seen my initial expression of shock, so I composed myself and said hello. He simply smirked. I felt like I had looked into the eyes of the devil. I left, watching to make sure he didn't follow me and make sure he didn't see what car I got into. I knew that he had seriously abused women since, but had gotten off every time because he hires the best lawyers. My only comfort is that I don't think he revisits the past too much because those women know what he is. His charm won't fool us a second time. I'd been contacted about one of the most recent women and was wanting to contribute to the case after speaking to her, so I called the police asking for a copy of my report. The cop who said he was allowed to kick me never even filed it. So, if anyone has other ideas as to how I can prove this to the mods, I'm all ears. Also, my moves were never about him, just making the point that distance didn't stop him. I hope to never see him again, but I hope the law does. His last girlfriend has a permanent brain injury, and the next one will probably not be so lucky. He gets more confident every time he gets away with it. I have so many stories to share because there's a lot of creeps here. So, this happened quite a few years ago, maybe around 2013 or 2014. That's when I changed my entire style. I started wearing t-shirts with shorts and slightly more makeup. You know, just some foundation, eyeliner, and lip gloss. Kind of a natural skater kind of look. So, I was at the mall with my mother, and she wanted to check out this one clothing shop. It wasn't really my taste, so I asked her if I could go and get some bubble tea. She gave me some money, and then I went all the way down to the first floor from the third floor. Everything was okay so far. There were families around, and little kids occasionally looking at me because of my skin tone, but I don't mind. I went to get bubble tea for my mother and I, and slowly heading back to the third floor where my mother was at. When I was almost at the top, these three guys in their 20s asked, "How are you?" in the most laziest and effortless English, then proceeded to laugh at me. I ignored them because I didn't know who they were and thought they were just bullying me because, well, I have a different skin color. And then I heard them say amongst themselves in their language, and this is a direct translation, "She's so rude. Never even says hi back. What kind of people is this?" Whatever that means. I kept walking to the shop, and then I noticed the three guys were following me. I got paranoid and decided to walk around the floor, basically one round around the floor, before heading back to the shop. Then, I noticed they were following me all the way, so I started running into the shop as quick as possible. I told my mom that there were three guys stalking me, and she just told me to stop overreacting and that I was just paranoid. I couldn't stop shaking because I was so scared. I looked outside the shop and saw the three guys standing there, gazing in. I decided to hide deeper inside so they couldn't see me. Once my mom was done, she and I walked out and she asked where the guys were, and I told her they were standing behind us. And then she told me that they weren't doing anything and I should stop overreacting. When they saw that I was with my mother, go figure, they stopped talking to me and began minding their own business. This all started when I was 6. My sister Jo was 16. She had a new boyfriend, Bruce, and brought him over. I thought he was great, as he'd even play games with us in the backyard. One day, she said she was going to the store and asked if I wanted anything. I asked for a drumstick. I remember because for years I would joke with her that I never got that drumstick. Hours turns to days, and it seemed Jo had run away with Bruce. Those days turned to weeks, and then months. Then one day my parents said they were going to get her from a city hours away. There was a sense of urgency I didn't understand at the time, but when I got home from school, she would be there. And she had a baby. Being an aunt was a cool concept for a now 7-year-old. Also, it was over. I could stop crying and missing her. Turns out, it was far from over. Soon, the phone calls started. He would call and threaten her and the rest of the family until she was in tears. I can remember seeing her on the phone and know from the tone that it was him. I'd be terrified he'd come to get us. The police were involved and the calls were being recorded, but that didn't give much peace to my young mind. I would occasionally overhear the adults talking about the terrible things Bruce did. He had held a gun to her head, chased her with a chainsaw in the dark, and many other forms of abuse. Once, I heard my mom say she couldn't sleep and was doing laundry. She looked out the window and saw him standing outside and looking up at the window. Our main floor windows were higher than average because our basement wasn't wholly underground. Once, we found a broken basement window and all I could think was Bruce here? He might come back. The glass was outside. Even at that young age, I knew that meant that it was broken from the inside. I remember my dad angrily asking if any of us did it. I now lived in an almost constant fear of him making good on his threats. Fast forward to the last time we saw Bruce that I can remember. My parents were down the street having coffee with friends. I can't remember for sure who all was home. I only remember Joe, my own fear, and that my oldest sister was upstairs because she was playing loud music. I can't remember if my other siblings were there. I assume my niece was there, but I have no recollection. Anyway, suddenly there was banging at the side door, and someone was trying to get in. We could see it was Bruce as the porch light was on. Joe and I started screaming and crying, but my oldest sister couldn't hear us through the music. I hid under the couch, though I can't remember how I fit. Next thing I knew, the banging stopped. My parents had pulled into the driveway, and Bruce ran when the headlights appeared. Shortly after, my parents left again to talk to the police. I imagine they thought he wouldn't come back right away. I begged them to stay, but they tried to assure me I'd be fine. That's the last I remember of him. If there was more, I either forget or it was better hidden from me. The police didn't find him. Years later, however, when my niece said she wanted to find him, I looked him up too. He's now in prison indefinitely and considered a dangerous offender. Not sure why, but that's hard to pin on someone in Canada. He's currently provinces away, now behind bars. I read some strands on Prison Talk and was shocked at the amount of young people posting about how he kidnapped their mothers and got them pregnant. And that's how they came to be. I also learned he'd been in and out of prison doing only 2-year stints because he'd rat out other criminals. He left a trail of abuse literally across the country. He'd taken my sister to New Brunswick at one point. Now he's on the West Coast. Found another woman who escaped him on Prison Talk and spoke with her a bit. So now, 30 years later, I still have a fear of uncovered windows at night. I prefer to live in apartment buildings rather than a house with ground floor entry points. Until my early 30s, I slept with lights on, probably as a result of his terrorizing us. If I do sleep in a house, there's almost always a brief moment when I map out an escape route in case of an intruder. Thanks for that, Bruce, and for all you did to my sister. I'm glad we will never meet again, since you'll likely die in prison. Hey everyone. I've been reading a lot of No Sleep and Let's Not Meet, and I decided to share my creepy and annoying events that, at this point, have me worried about not just myself, but my current boyfriend as well. Background. I'm a 17-year-old girl who lives in Asia. Won't mention exactly where, and I'm actually half German, so I don't look Asian, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of creepy encounters happen with me. Also, I'm in college. That makes it easier to understand the story. So, let me summarize what happened before the encounter. I was 16 at the time, a week before Valentine's Day. I was together with my high school boyfriend. Now he's my ex, and I'm dating someone else. Anyway, we didn't have a very healthy relationship. He was flirting with all the girls, and I spent half my time crying, and whenever I confronted him about it, he would put the blame on me, saying I'm the reason he lost his female friends. But a bunch of my friends also just thought I was jealous and overreacting, so they told me to just let him have his friends. Kinda pissed me off, but I brushed it off like it was nothing. Anyways, a week before Valentine's Day, I had college break for a week, so I stayed with my parents. My boyfriend, at that time, I'm gonna start calling him @boyfriend, went on a family trip to Japan. Then I heard that he bumped into his female friend that he kept hitting on, but I didn't bother listening to the details. I did get upset. So my best friend, I'm gonna nickname her Sapphire, decided we should head over to another friend's place because he's hosting a house party. Why not, right? So we went, and the friend, the host, introduced Sapphire and me to this one guy, we'll call him Bob, who seemed quite innocent enough. Average college guy, relatively small in stature, popular. So we headed into the house and just hung out, and we decided to play an adult version of Truth or Dare, basically doing dirty stuff or yelling dirty fantasies or whatever. We were quite a bad bunch. So the host then told all of us that Bob isn't innocent. I thought it was normal, losing virginity and such. Then it started becoming weird. Bob started hitting on Sapphire, but she kept rejecting him, so he eventually stopped. Sapphire was definitely the good-looking sort, so I'm not even surprised. Before heading home, Bob invited Sapphire and I to hang out the next day, just going to the movies. Since Sapphire agreed, I did too. Won't be much of a danger since we got each other. Later that night, I had dinner with my parents at this one restaurant. My parents were just chatting with the waiters and waitresses, so I got bored. And then I received a text from Bob. The casual, "Thanks for adding me on Facebook," and "Great party, right?" Nothing unusual. I texted him for a bit, and that's when things started to get uneasy. He started saying things like, "You're really cute, by the way," and "When I first saw you come out of the car, I was like, wow," and "That's when I thought you were the right one for me." I got a bit creeped out and told him I had a boyfriend. That's when he started going over the line. He kept asking me to break up with @boyfriend and that my @boyfriend couldn't pleasure me enough. Then he started asking a lot about sex, so I stopped replying. I got annoyed after a while and told him that I would only lose my virginity after marriage. He then stopped and agreed we would just be friends. Well, that was easy. The next day I arrived at the mall where I was supposed to meet Sapphire and Bob. I only met Bob, so we decided to wait for Sapphire. She didn't turn up, which is no surprise. She has a knack for not turning up without a text or a call. So Bob and I decided to go for karaoke instead. At the karaoke, things started taking turns for the worse. The karaoke was really quiet, with only 2 rooms taken at the most. I settled down and replied to my boyfriend's texts because I felt quite uneasy. And then I saw that Bob used a microphone to lock the door. That's when I knew something bad was going to happen. He sat next to me and started asking about sex again. At this point I got annoyed and told him I'm only losing it to either my boyfriend or after marriage, and that's final. He proceeded to ask me to have sex with him, and he wouldn't stop. I wanted to make a run for it, but I got too scared. And then I agreed, so we ended up doing it. I felt so guilty afterwards that I texted my trusty best friend, gonna nickname her Sea Lion, and she told me if I would have argued or made a run for it, he would have done something worse and hurt me, considering his age and the fact that he's bigger than me. Fast forward to Valentine's Day. My boyfriend asked me out for a midnight movie. After the movie, we snuck into one of the toilets and we almost had sex, but he backed out last minute. I felt even more guilty. Bob wouldn't stop calling me and texting me. I finally got up and told him to stop contacting me. But after that, he still kept calling. I told Sea Lion and Sapphire about it. Sapphire tried to distract him from me, and Sea Lion raged at him. Then I had enough and picked up his call. And this was the conversation. "What do you want?" "I just want you to be with me forever." "I already told you I have a boyfriend and I intend to stay with him." "I'll stay out of your life then. But there's one problem." "What?" "I might have made you pregnant." I told Sapphire about it and she told me to confess everything to my boyfriend, and after that we'll do something about it. I confessed, and boyfriend broke up with me. I called Bob and asked if it's true, and I kept pestering him to tell me the truth, and in the end he said he was just joking. I raged at him, and so did Sapphire and Sea Lion. After that, I blocked Bob's number and deleted him off Facebook, and Sapphire made him swear that he would stay out of my life. A month later, I started dating a guy from my college, and we still are. However, since then and until today, I've been receiving friend requests from Bob. He even went as far as texting me again. I told my boyfriend, and he told me to block Bob completely from every social media. My boyfriend also said that if Bob dares to try talk to me or threaten me, he would personally speak to him. What I'm afraid about is, knowing the kind of person Bob is, he might get a new number and start calling me, and might even go as far as hurting my boyfriend. I hope you guys bared with me. It was, and still is to this day, the worst event in my life, and it still gets me scared sometimes. When I was 13, around 1998, my family and I lived on a street right off the main road that went through town. Our house was about half a mile down from the main road. At the corner on the main road was a barber shop, and around the corner on the right were a bunch of other shops. One summer day, I decided to walk to a shop on the main road. As I'm walking up my street, a car pulls up with an old man inside. He asks if I need a ride. He looked like a harmless old man just trying to be nice, but I'm not stupid either. I said, "No thank you," and continue on my way, and he drives away. Only a minute or two later, he pulls up and again asks if I need a ride. He must have drove around the block or something. I assured him that I still didn't need a ride. After I turn the corner of the main road, there's a small parking lot on the right before I reach the rest of the shops. As I'm walking past the parking lot, I heard a honk. Of course, it gets my attention, and I turn to see the old man in his car smiling and waving at me. The shop I wanted to go to was only 2 shops away, so I hurry past the parking lot and head in. After about 15 minutes or so, I leave the shop. I peeked into the parking lot before walking past, and I didn't see him there. Figuring he left, I went on my merry way. Walking back down my street, he pulls up again, asks me for a ride again. I forcefully said no, and he pulls away again. This time, I decide if he comes around again, I'm not going to my house in case he sees me. I don't want this freak knowing where I live. I would either go to my family's business, which is further down the road, or a friend's house, whichever I could reach first. Once more, this guy pulls up and says, "Are you sure you don't need a ride?" I basically yell at him, "No, go away." He speeds off. I sped up and still had a few minutes left of my walk, but I didn't see him again, so I figured it would be safe to go to my house. I told my mom, and she got worried and was glad I was home safe. Never walked on my own after that until we moved out a year later to a safer area. It's been almost 20 years, but the memory still creeps me out, especially being older and less naive about creeps. So creepy old man in your car, let's not meet again. In May, I finally graduated from university. My school is in a very safe, very upper-middle-class community. Most instances of crime were committed by students and were typical of most college campuses: sexual assaults and burglary. Reported instances of crime were typically on campus or in the downtown area and frat row. My school also had a few highly publicized sexual assault scandals, so I was always wary of dangerous situations and avoided being most places alone at night. I lived off campus in an area that backed up to a part of town that was mostly families and the elderly. I never really felt unsafe until my senior year when I had 2 run-ins with peeping toms. The first incident happened at the beginning of my final spring semester. I was often at my friend's apartment on the opposite end of town, usually just to hang out and do some homework. Their apartment was a part of a complex that was solely for students and, more or less, run by the university. 4 of my friends lived in this suite-style apartment on the ground floor, but on this night, which was a Sunday, only 2 of them were home, and another was driving back to the area that night from her parents' house. All of us actually come from the same geographic area, and since graduation, we all still live near each other, which is great. I was hanging out with one of my friends who lived in the apartment, we'll call her Pat, and another friend that lived in the same building. We were waiting for our other friend, Brianna, who was driving back that night. I really wanted to wait for Brianna, but she's pretty notorious for being late, so after hanging out for a few hours, I was frankly ready to go back to my apartment, as I was pretty tired already and wanted to Skype with my boyfriend before bed. I said my goodbyes to my friends and left probably around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. I walked out into the parking lot and towards guest parking. Guest parking is situated up a tiny little incline at the other end of the building. As I mounted this small hill, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and stopped very briefly, turning to look to my left. I saw a man hurriedly stand up and move away from a first-floor window with its lights on. I remember he looked distinctly middle-aged, heavier set and balding, wearing a red t-shirt and blue jeans. My presence seemed to spook him as he began to move around the back of the building, out of my line of sight. He was also not very far from me, and I was spooked as well, so I quickly moved up the hill and got into my car. It was highly unusual to see a man of his age in the apartment complex, and my internal alarms were going off. When my doors were locked, I texted my friend Pat to tell her to make sure all their windows were locked and that they secured their back door, which didn't have a working lock. The apartment complex was slow to address tenant complaints. I told her I saw a man creeping around the first floor windows, and I knew our friend Brianna often left her window unlocked so she could get it open when she smoked. After alerting her, I drove back to my apartment, which took about 5 minutes. I was a little shaken, and I basically sprinted from my car to my apartment's back door. When I got inside, I Skype called my boyfriend and checked my texts. Pat and the other roommate that was home had locked all the windows and turned off the lights in the main living area. Pat told me I should report the incident to police, and I was a little torn about doing so. My boyfriend agreed that I should report it, and I called the police department directly instead of using 911. The officer that answered took my description and my personal info and thanked me for the call. He told me they'd be sending some squad cars out to investigate. I didn't have any further contact with the police after that, but my friend Brianna said she arrived back at her apartment as the police were pulling up, lights flashing. Apparently, they couldn't find the guy, but the apartment complex did issue a warning and the description of the creeper. I'm glad I did call the police, even if they didn't find the man. My next encounter with a peeping Tom happened closer towards the end of that same semester, and this is the one that scared me the most. For the first time in my life, I had my fight-or-flight instincts kick into overdrive. I was coming back from the same friend's apartment one night. It was late and it was fairly dark and windy. My apartment complex had only a few lights in the parking lot, and only a light at each front door in the buildings. More often than not, I would enter my apartment from the back door, which was a huge glass sliding pane. The backs of the apartment buildings were not lit, and each ground floor patio and bedroom window had hedges next to them, which made hiding pretty easy. On this particular night, I should have entered through the front door, but the back door was closer, and I wanted to get inside and out of the wind. I walked across the parking lot and to the back of my building, head down against the wind. I looked up as I got closer to my apartment, and my heart leapt into my throat. There was someone standing behind my neighbor's bushes, directly in front of their bedroom window. The silhouette was distinctly male, with short hair and broad shoulders. My fear was instantaneous. Whoever it was had seen me, and they ducked pretty quickly behind the bush, knowing they had nowhere to really run with me right in their path. I remember cursing myself because I'd left my knife in my purse, and I had nothing in my backpack to defend myself with. I only had my keys in my hands. Knowing that, I sprinted to my back door as fast as my fat legs would carry me, cursed to myself as I struggled with the lock in the darkness, and got inside as quickly as I could. I locked the door and drew the curtains shut, backing away into the darkness. I was terrified at this point. I thought I was alone in the apartment, and I thought this guy definitely knew where I lived now. The only thing separating him from me was a glass pane. I rushed into my room, livid that the apartment complex didn't put locks on our doors. I called my boyfriend, almost in tears, telling him what happened as I looked for my knife. He stayed on the phone with me for a little bit as I calmed down. He was angry that there was nothing he could do for me being so far away. This time, I was strongly considering calling 911 because this incident had happened only 20 or so feet from my own apartment. My body was pumping with adrenaline, which only made me feel more jumpy and scared. However, my boyfriend told me that the guy was probably gone at this point anyway, and that seeing me had scared him off. The fact that he ducked to avoid me made it seem like he likely had no intentions of hurting me, and I'd just interrupted his creeping. I was still scared, but I thanked him and hung up. what if the guy was still in the complex, looking for more windows he could look into? I texted my roommates asking if they were home. Both of them were, and had been trying to fall asleep when I'd run into my apartment like a madwoman. They both emerged from their rooms, and I told them about what I saw, and my one roommate told me that she was just as scared as I was. Apparently, girls had been reporting on Yik Yak that a man dressed in all black, face covered, had been harassing girls on and off campus, going as far as to chase some of them and threaten them. I was hoping the individual that I encountered was not that person. I didn't sleep a wink that night. My bed was directly underneath a large window that sat at ground level. I was always uneasy about it, but that night it was much worse. I felt safer knowing I wasn't alone, but for the rest of the semester, I was extra cautious at night when I came home from work or from my friend's place. I always had my knife in a reachable pocket. In hindsight, I really regret not reporting the incident to police or the apartment complex. I didn't even say anything to our neighbors. They usually had all their blinds and curtains open at night, and you could always see inside. For the two girls that lived there, that didn't seem so smart to me, but I didn't say anything to them because I didn't know them and figured they wouldn't believe me. However, about a week later, I started noticing that at night, all their blinds and curtains were drawn, and I began to wonder if maybe they too had seen someone at their window one night. I'm a 26-year-old female, and I work the front desk at a public library. Let me tell you about Hank. He's mid-30s, average-looking guy, and he's always with his mother. He has some sort of mental disability that no one is really sure of. From what I've heard, he suffered brain damage as a child, and it gives him a speech impediment. Most of all, he loves to read. I mean, boy howdy. Once or twice a week, Hank and his mother come in with bags overflowing with books to return, only to come back to the desk with an equally tall pile of checkouts. He'll talk about his favorites out of the return bag and rattle off lists of titles for us to reserve for him. When he's not physically in the library, he'll call us with requests or just to ask if his previous orders are ready. And speaking of those orders, his lists are so long that something arrives for him almost every day. Rarely a day goes by where Hank isn't mentioned in some way at the library. All the librarians know Hank, and he knows all of us by name. And he's usually polite and upbeat and likes to share what he's reading with us. This would all be fine if Hank's favorite genre didn't happen to be romance. And I don't mean Nicholas Sparks. I'm talking about the endless abyss of Harlequin sleaze, pulpy paperbacks with nearly broken spines and covers bearing cheeky titles and glistening faceless torsos locked in passionate embrace. Obviously, these books are popular to begin with, hence the ruined spines. And we librarians see all kinds of snicker-worthy titles get checked out. We're all adults, and we've all read our share of smut, so it's not as if we're a bunch of prudes passing judgment. But whereas most patrons have some sense of modesty about their sexier checkouts, Hank doesn't hold back. He has absolutely no shame about his romance habit because, as far as I can tell, to him they're just books, no different than any other book in the library. He'll spout off the most ridiculous-sounding titles and gush about authors with the same unchecked enthusiasm teenagers have when they tell me about young adult series. So far, this is all quite harmless, if not a little unusual. My problem with Hank is that I'm his favorite. I could tell from the moment I met him that he liked me, given how friendly and personal he was. It only got uncomfortable when one day he invited me to his house. Of course, I politely declined, but he went on to explain that he and his mother had really fixed the place up, and we could have dinner and play Xbox together. I again said no and mentioned that I had a boyfriend, to which Hank became visibly frustrated and said it was nothing like that, he just wanted to hang out with me. I declined again, and he finally gave up and left. Freaked out, but slightly amused, I hurried to the break room to tell my friends. They all laughed and told me Hank was known to become very interested in new stuff, and this wasn't the first time someone had been invited to his house, so I brushed it off and didn't take it too personally. Another incident wasn't so easy to ignore. It was the day before Christmas break, so the library was predictably dead. My coworkers and I had a nice time kicking back and chatting about our plans for the holidays and seeing to the few patrons we had. The phone rings, I answer, and it's Hank. We exchange pleasantries. He asks to renew his books. Business as usual. I process his request. We say Merry Christmas, and as I'm about to hang up, I hear, "Hey!" I put the phone back up to my ear, and in a quiet, sheepish voice, he says, "You're really cute," and hangs up. Fast forward to a few months later, and once again when I pick up the phone, it's Hank. As I said, he calls pretty frequently, and somehow I'm usually the one to answer. He often keeps me on the phone for 10 minutes or more while he asks about his books and places requests, and while I've come to expect it, it doesn't make the process any easier or less annoyingly time-consuming. During this particular call, after he's already had me on the phone for a while, meanwhile a line is forming at the desk, he eventually asks me to read the description of a particular book. I'm caught off guard since that's not really a common question, but I look up the title on Amazon. The book jacket blurb is so overloaded with flowery language that you could practically hear the bodices ripping, and I quickly decided there was no way I was reading this out loud to a man over the phone. I told him there was no description listed in the library catalog. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Keep in mind that between these incidents, I still see Hank all the time. He makes it a point to come to my desk. When I'm with another person, he'll wait, even if my coworkers are available to help him. And when he's got me, he's very reluctant to let go. He spends as much time as he can at my desk, fiddling with his bag, asking redundant questions, all the while clearly racking his brain for what to say next. He always tells me how nice I look. Meanwhile, his mother stands next to him, avoiding eye contact with me and remaining mostly silent. When she does speak, it's only to say, "Hank!" with an insistent tone whenever he dawdles for too long at the desk. There are times that she's practically dragged him away. Her sheer embarrassment bordering on contempt used to bother me out of sympathy for Hank, but these days, I wonder if she knows something we don't. The latest incident was the tipping point. Hank and his mother come in, unloading their returns into the bin, Hank already babbling about what he wants renewed. His mother quickly disappears to do her browsing, and I set to filling Hank's request. Then he asks if I could tell him what he currently has on hold. He orders so many he rarely remembers what he's ordered, and I am already inwardly groaning when I see the list has over 30 entries on it. I start reading the titles aloud, which start off with sci-fi fantasy. Then I'm suddenly careening down a list of 20 books that all include the term bad boys. It was a fucking series, and each title was more puntastic than the last. I tried to be professional, but I'm sure my disgust was obvious as I kept reading out the titles. I felt that everyone was listening to this and enjoying my discomfort, Hank especially. When I finally reached the end of the list and looked up at him, he was beaming, his eyes wide with excitement, and suddenly I felt sick. He leaned in and said, "What was that last one?" My helpful librarian mask was completely gone by that point. I set my jaw, shut my eyes, and said slowly and without a hint of sweetness, "I like bad boys." Hank flashed me another huge smile, said a quick thank you, and ran off, practically giggling with glee. After that, I took my break and hid in the back until I was sure he and his mother had left. That last bit happened about 2 weeks ago. Ever since, I've tried my best to avoid Hank. When I see him coming, I make myself disappear. There's not much I can do about the phone calls, since that's left up to chance. But when I have spoken to him, I'm efficient yet unfriendly. I hate to be that way, but it seems to be working, since he doesn't seem to hunt me down the way he used to. I'd like to think he's made the connection between his behavior and my sudden coldness, but I doubt it. And even if he has, it hasn't stopped him from engaging in similar conversations with the other, younger girls at the library. Maybe I'm an insensitive asshole prude, but I simply don't believe he's as naive as he appears, and it's a little unnerving to humor a grown man the way you would a teenage boy. Either way, I can only hope he'll eventually run out of printed smut and make the leap to digital. Then, whatever happens is between him and Amazon. For context, at the time of this story, I'm a 24-year-old female. I used to live in a trailer park with a roommate. The neighborhood never felt particularly safe. Sketchy neighbors, flimsy locks, and absolutely zero streetlights. But the rent was cheap, so we made the best of it. There were 2 keys, naturally, but as my roommate didn't have a car, and thus no key ring, and was chronically forgetful, we figured the easiest thing to do was keep a spare key under an ashtray on the porch. I know. We were very stupid. Thankfully, this is one of those lesson learned kind of stories, though. I usually got home around 9 p.m. and she worked at night, so I more often than not came home to an empty house. On this night, I'd stopped by the store on the way home. So I'm walking up the steps to the porch, both arms full of groceries and fumbling for my keys. Keep in mind, it's pitch dark outside. Even our porch light didn't work. I find my house key and blindly aim it for the lock, and something's wrong with the knob. I feel it and realize the spare key is sticking out of the lock, and the door is open. My blood runs cold, and for a few seconds, I'm not sure what to do. I tell myself that my ditzy roommate probably just forgot to take the key out and stuck my hand inside to switch on the lights. I take 3 slow steps into the trailer, eyes darting around for anything unusual. Everything is exactly as I left it. Just as I'm starting to calm down, I hear this low whistle from somewhere behind me. Just this long, breathy, the kind of whistle a person makes when they're amazed or impressed by something. I have no idea where it came from, but it's so clear in my memory it may as well have been right up to my ear. That's when the what do I do fear turned straight up into run mode. In what felt like one motion, I dropped all the groceries on the floor, ran outside, and slammed the door behind me. I dove into my car and I was shaking so badly that I had trouble getting the key in the ignition. I kept my eyes on the trailer the whole time. To this day, I'm not absolutely sure, but I think I saw a shadow moving in the kitchen. I tore out of the park and called my roommate. When she answered, I asked as calmly as possible if she'd use the key today. When she said no, I started crying and told her what happened. I was absolutely hysterical by the time I got to where she worked. I called 911 and described as best as I could what happened without losing it again. When we arrived back at the trailer, there were 4 squad cars in our driveway, and all the lights were on inside. Officers looked all through the trailer and didn't see any sign of anyone, and nothing had been taken. I told the story again, and despite the smirks on the other cops' faces, the officer I was speaking to could see how shaken I was, and he was very kind and understanding. He assured me that I did the right thing, and told me not to hesitate to call if we noticed anything strange. I was in pieces for the rest of the night. I spent the night at my parents', in my mother's bed no less, and just cried and shook for hours trying to fall asleep. I think the worst part about it was how hysterical I was versus everyone else's calm. I felt stupid for getting so worked up over what evidently turned out to be nothing, but I couldn't stop thinking about that shadow in the kitchen and that whistle. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was waiting for me to come home. Obviously, we never left the key outside again, and I never really felt safe again until the day I finally moved out. So, I'm pretty new here, but seeing as it's the Halloween season, I figured I would post a pretty disturbing story that happened to me a few years back. My friends and I back in college wouldn't necessarily call ourselves ghost hunters, but we liked to go out into the woods at night and find old abandoned houses, graveyards, and the like, which are plentiful when you live in the middle of nowhere. A common place for us to go was a park which is very far into the woods and had an old covered bridge that was supposedly haunted. As an explanation as to why this bridge seems so scary, there's a light at the end of the bridge, and the shadows of the trees form what looks like a figure. When you sit in the middle of the bridge, the wind makes the figure look like it's moving towards you. To the unsuspecting visitor, this can be a frightening experience, so we liked to take our friends here to freak them out. To set the scene, it was a late summer on a Wednesday night, probably around 2 a.m., We were all on summer break and had nothing going on, so we decided to take a couple people down to the bridge and give them a good scare. This area is not easy to get to, and there are a lot of steep hills and rocky roads. It's very secluded, so as expected, there were no other cars on the road. We got down to the bridge as we had so many other times before. It was tough to see the light at the end, but there were definitely plenty of shadows around, so the scare factor was still pretty high. So, as you're supposed to, we parked our car in the middle of the covered bridge and turned our lights off, as well as our engine. Immediately, the people we brought with us saw the shadow figure approaching our car. We obviously tried to play it up and act like we saw it coming towards us as well to continue to scare them, but something was all wrong this time. The figure seemed a lot more lifelike, not like a tree swaying in the wind. It didn't feel like an illusion at all. I looked over to my friends and could tell they noticed something was different this time too. It was at that point that I noticed that we were no longer looking at the same shadow figure at the end of the bridge. This one had actually moved directly in front of our car. In a panic, I turned on the headlights because it was becoming a bit too real. Once the lights came on, the figure didn't disappear at all, and it didn't stop inching towards our car. There, in front of our car, was a person in an all-black hoodie and all-black pants, hoodie over his head looking at the ground. After the lights came on, he kept inching toward the car at a snail's pace. A prank, I thought. Someone saw us come down and was familiar with the story and wanted to mess with us. We opened our windows and yelled, "Hey, you got us. That's pretty good." He had no reaction. Thinking he was just trying to stay in character, we laughed it off and backed out of the bridge and started heading back up the hill. There was a parking lot at the top of the hill, still pretty deep into the woods, maybe a minute or two drive from the bridge. We decided to head up that way to gather our thoughts and sort of process everything that had just happened, since our adrenaline was still running pretty high. We got to the parking lot, which is normally about a quarter full on a busy weekend during midday with hikers, and it's a pretty popular hiking spot in the area. But 2 a.m. on a Wednesday should have this lot totally empty. Upon pulling in, every spot was full. Considering the park closed at dusk, this was a disturbing discovery. We parked in the middle of the lot trying to figure out what was going on. I grew up just minutes from this area, and the amount of cars in the lot was probably the equivalent of the nearest town's entire population. We sat in the lot for about 5 to 10 minutes just talking to each other, trying to figure out what was going on when 2 German shepherds came running down the hill. They stopped at our car briefly and then continued running off into the woods. The girl that we brought with us had a look of horror on her face and told us we needed to leave. Confused and still a bit concerned, I agreed and left the area quickly. She put everything together. She said that cult activity in the area around us was very high. German shepherds are commonly an animal they use for sacrifices. I don't know where she got all this information, but all I know is it's been about 5 years. I never saw her again, and I never went back to that bridge at night again either. I used to work in a liquor store while I was in college. I know that sounds like the dream for a drinking-age student, but believe me when I say it was the worst job I've ever had. Most people were friendly and pleasant, just hard-working folks picking up a little relief at the end of the day. But the rest were difficult. Some would argue about prices and demand discounts for knowing the owner. Some would be shit-faced when they came in, and they'd either be rude or way too friendly. Some were just hopelessly lost and depended on me to shop for them. A few would come in several times a day until they literally ran out of money, counting pennies on my counter and asking other customers for change. I really have too many stories to count, but the problem I usually ran into was creepy men. It's relevant to note that I was 21 at the time and also a tall, curvy female. I'll admit that I'm an attractive woman, but I've never felt comfortable being approached by men. Thankfully, it doesn't happen very often, except at this job. Maybe being surrounded by booze just gave these guys confidence, or maybe they were already buzzed and feeling frisky, or maybe the nature of my business made it appear that I was more of a party girl than I actually was. Whatever the reason, nearly every man that walked into that place always felt the need to say something to me, commenting on my appearance, asking if I was married, inviting me to parties, leaving phone numbers, etc. Most were harmless, but some were pretty aggressive. I remember one guy held out his credit card to me, and when I reached for it, he grabbed my hand, and he wouldn't let go. Another refused to leave after I politely declined his invitation to a party, and stood at my register for 10 minutes asking why I was being so mean. Another had a perfectly nice conversation with me before nodding at my breasts and saying, "I'll be back to see those again." As I said, too many incidents to count. I constantly received attention from men on the job, some more insistent than others, and it was an ever-present source of stress for me. I'm a raging feminist, but also terribly shy, so despite a lot of these encounters making me really upset and insulted, I was often too racked with anxiety to hand out any good comebacks. My boss was no help. He gave me a raise just because the men who come in here like you so much. My one coworker was equally unhelpful. He was in the back most of the time, and any time I told him about someone creepy, he would laugh it off and tell me these guys just couldn't control themselves around such a pretty girl. The stress of daily encounters plus the complete lack of support made for even more anxiety, and I was miserable for most of the 2 years I worked there. This story takes place fairly early into working there, before the deep-set misery, but not long after I realized the kind of attention I was getting. It didn't bother me as much at that point. I'd had a few creepers, but the attention was sort of flattering, and like I said, most of my regulars were harmless flirts. This particular night was fairly slow. I had a line of 2 people, the first a semi-regular customer, an older man. As I'm bringing him up, we have a casual exchange that I can't remember, but I don't recall it being anything beyond chit-chat. He smiled and left, and I started seeing to the next customer, this time a middle-aged woman. She asked my advice on different kinds of whiskey, so I came out from behind the counter and led her to the brown section to walk her through the brands. I'll quickly describe the layout of the store. The front is all glass with a door in the center. When you enter the store, there's a straight line that leads to the beer coolers. To your right is the vodka and wine, to your left are whiskey and bourbon, all on shelves that reach about hip level. The counter is on the far left wall. The glass windows face the tiny parking lot where maybe 5 cars could fit at one time, and the parking spaces were placed so that anyone parked could look directly into the store and get a clear view of everything inside. So I'm helping this lady shop, giving a little info about the brands as we go through them, and I notice that there's a Jeep parked outside with its headlights on. It's not the woman's car, as her little sedan is 3 spaces over, locked and empty. This Jeep has its engine running, bass thumping, and lights, high beams just burning into the store, parked right in front of the section we're standing in. The lights are too bright to see the driver, but I eventually recognize the Jeep as the semi-regular's car. The man I helped just a minute before. I figure, okay, maybe he's on the phone or something. He'll be on his way soon, and I carry on helping my customer. A few minutes pass and I'm starting to get annoyed with the awfully bright lights in my peripheral vision. I continue to talk to the woman, but I put my hand over my eyes for shade, an effort to maybe get the jerk outside to notice he's blasting us. It doesn't work, as the bass keeps vibrating and those lights just keep glaring in at me. Through my fingers, I glance at the car and can just barely see some kind of movement in there, but not much. The best I could tell, he was just sitting there. So about 10 minutes pass with me helping this woman select something, and this dude is still sitting there. At this point, I'm starting to feel uneasy, and I'm glad to hide behind the counter. The woman pays for her things and leaves. I watch her pull out of the parking lot, and that Jeep continues to sit. By now I'm outright pissed and decide that maybe I should say something, at least wave from the window to get his attention. I mean, what kind of dick just blasts out the whole parking lot while he's on the phone? So I gather my courage and march out from behind the counter, heading for the window. At that moment, the high beams switch to normal headlights, and he smoothly starts backing out of the space. I stop walking and watch him, still dazzled by the lights and seeing spots, but I do see him stick his hand out his window and slowly point his finger at me. I couldn't see his expression, so I don't know for sure, but the gesture wasn't threatening. It was more like, "Oh, you, I'll be seeing you soon." And like that, he was gone. I can't say why, but something in me just knew he hadn't been sitting there on the phone. I'm pretty sure he was doing something else entirely. Whenever he came in after that, I tried not to interact with him, but I noticed he always gave me this steady, knowing smile, like he had a secret. Needless to say, I stopped feeling flattered by anyone's attention in that place. It was 2013 and I had just graduated college. I was a 22-year-old girl with a shiny new bachelor's degree and no idea what to do with it. I hadn't made any real plans for what to do after school except get out. I had been living in the same small town in the middle of the Deep South for most of my life. Like most small-town kids, I believed everything I ever wanted was just on the other side of the state line, and if I could just get there, everything would fall into place. So with that brilliant strategy in my pocket, I decided to set off and search for adventure. My stepfather made arrangements with some friends in a neighboring state to help me find a job, and had offered to put me up in a hotel room for the week so I could go to interviews and hunt for prospects. I was elated, and I couldn't wait to start carving out my new life. The road trip itself was an experience all in itself, but I generally love long drives anyway. I was loaded up with podcasts to pass the time. I had my mom's emergency credit card, and I had my taser tucked away in my purse. I felt prepared for anything the open road had to throw at me. When I finally made it to my hotel 3 states away from my home, I felt on top of the world. That buzz would quickly fade. The hotel wasn't exactly pristine, and it was open air, so you could hear all comings and goings outside just above the roar of the nearby freeway. My room was around the back of the building right next to the dumpster, with an enormous pothole directly in front of my door. Real promising start. But I was still high from my anticipations of the week, and I happily devoured McDonald's and Miller Tallboys in my rented king-size bed as if it were the height of luxury. The next morning, the cracks in my little fantasy began to show. For one, I noticed that I seemed to be alone on this side of the building, except for a few construction workers staying upstairs, in the room directly next door to mine. This room seemed permanently occupied, door opening and slamming shut, multiple loud voices, TV constantly blaring, different cars coming and going throughout the day. I never really got a look at the people inside, but there were definitely more than a few folks there at any given time, and I assumed there was probably a little sketchiness going on in there, but I didn't pay that much attention to them and comforted myself that I wouldn't be in my room much anyway, and set off on my job hunt. Fast forward a few days and my outlook turned grim. After stumbling through a handful of interviews and filling out some applications only to be met with a sympathetic, "We'll call you if something opens up," more often than not, I was feeling pretty hopeless, to the point where I spent an entire day in my hotel room, only leaving to buy beer. I just returned from one of these beer runs, and as I'm walking up to my door, fumbling with my key card, the door next to mine suddenly opens. I was startled, but I usually don't make eye contact with strangers, so I just kept searching for my key until I realized the guy's sticking his head out and looking at me. When I look up, he's smiling and says hi. He looks about my age, fresh-faced and friendly. I mumble a reply and give a polite half-smile, approaching my door. This guy leans a little further out the door. Keep in mind he's holding it so I only see him and not inside the room, and says in a low voice, still smiling, "Hey, you want to make some gas money?" At this time, the question caught me completely off guard, and I didn't really think about what he was asking. It just struck me as weird that a complete stranger would offer money to me out of the blue. So, as I usually do when I'm confused, I uneasily replied with the truth. "No, I have my own money." My tone must have come out colder than intended because the guy's friendly smile just vanished, and he shut the door without another word. Despite still being confused and feeling weirdly uneasy, I shrugged it off and went inside. When I called my mom later to update her on the job search, I mentioned the exchange with my neighbor, but just as a weird, "Isn't it funny?" incident. She didn't think it was funny at all and started asking if I felt safe and if I wanted to stay somewhere else. It was only after assuring her I was fine that I began to realize the gravity of the situation. I began to wonder if the guy next door had been watching me. The way he happened to stick his head out just as I was walking up implied that he'd been waiting for me. And how long had he been watching? Had he been watching my comings and goings into town? My frequent smoke breaks? My nightly walks to the vending area? For the remaining 2 days of the trip, I stayed indoors and kept the door bolted, and when I did have to go out to my car, I kept my taser tucked in my shorts and an eye out for anything near me. There were no other creepy incidents on that trip, and even though it wasn't exactly traumatic, it still makes me uneasy to this day. When I was younger, my favorite place in the world was Books-A-Million. On family shopping trips, I would browse in there when my parents shopped in nearby stores, and when I started driving, I would stop in whenever I had money to spend or time to kill. It was my safe place, so to speak, surrounded by all my favorite things and with no one to bother me. One day, when I was about 16, I had just gotten off work and it was raining out. I had the rest of the afternoon free and had just gotten paid, so I decided to drop into my favorite store and get myself a little something. I was standing in the bestseller aisle, the ones closest to the doors and adjacent to the cafe area, looking for a new memoir to read. I didn't pay much attention to other people when I'm out. I work in customer service, so when I'm off duty, I'm not smiling at anyone, unless they're also in customer service. And so I didn't really notice the woman approaching me until she said something. "Do you enjoy reading?" she asked. I turned my head hesitantly. She was a cliché little old lady. Gray hair, big glasses, purse she held with both hands like a squirrel with a nut. But not little. She was about my height, 5'8", and hunched over slightly. She was staring right at me with an expectant smile. I gave her a "who, me?" look, and she repeated her question. "Yes," I said, my first thought being, isn't that obvious? I'm in a bookstore. Even at 16 and working in customer service a while, I've never been cool with talking to strangers. Stranger danger was hammered into me throughout my childhood, so my gut instinct reacts to just about everybody that approaches me. But alarms were instantly going off with this lady's eyes on me. Then she started talking. My memory is fuzzy as to what she said exactly, for a couple of reasons. This happened a few years ago. She was babbling in a way that was heavily detailed but hard to follow, and I was so overcome with stranger danger alarms going off that I probably didn't hear much of anything. What I do remember was her vaguely British accent, but it was hard to place and sort of went in and out. It was more like a practiced Audrey Hepburn way of speaking. She stood too close and made a lot of sweeping gestures as she talked. Not erratic, but again, practiced. Intentionally dignified. She would occasionally touch my shoulder for emphasis. A lot of what she was saying didn't really connect or make sense, but she just kept talking to me as if she were telling me something very meaningful. She mentioned speaking to the young female over there, motioning to a preteen girl sitting in the cafe with her family. That struck me as odd. I mean, first off, who says young female? And then I wondered if that little girl was as uncomfortable during their conversation as I was now. I tuned back in when the woman asked me if I wanted to go somewhere and have a cup of tea with her. It took me a moment to answer, as the whole time she'd been talking, she hadn't asked me anything. I stammered that I couldn't, that I was meeting with my mom in a few minutes, and she asked if I came to this store often. Stupidly, out of fear, I told her the truth. Yes, I come here a lot. Eagerly, she asked how often, and if we could meet there again the following Sunday. I was really unnerved at this point, and all I wanted to do was end this conversation. My customer service instincts kicked in, and I started babbling away about my hectic work schedule, but I visited the store whenever I could, and surely we would run into each other again, all with a big smile. That seemed to satisfy her, and she finally wandered away. I bolted to the back of the store, unsure of what to do. My adrenaline was pumping, and I thought immediately of running out of the store and that it would look strange and draw attention. I didn't want her to see me leave, so I eventually made a loop and went right back out the front door, trying to keep a steady pace. As soon as I hit the parking lot, I ran out to my car and sped off. I avoided Books A Million for at least a month after that, and even then I didn't like going alone. Maybe she was just a lonely person trying to make friends, but something about her just felt off. Besides her strange demeanor and lack of regard for personal space, something was just weird, and let's be honest, a much older woman inviting teenage girls to tea is just strange, much more so suggesting to go elsewhere for tea when standing in a cafe. I never saw that old lady again, and I still don't talk to strangers. Back when I was a high school student, I took some advanced German language classes to fill my electives. As a reward for my class's good progress and fundraising efforts, my classmates and I were able to travel to Germany at the end of the year for a student exchange program with partner schools. One of our partner schools was not far from Cologne. I spent a few days settling in and getting to know my host family, and we got along quite well. At lunchtime on a school day, my host and I took the train into the city center of Cologne to see a more urban side of the area and meet up with some of the kids. The exchange student pairs had the afternoon off to get acquainted and meet up with each other. We agreed to meet outside the Kölner Dom, an iconic Gothic cathedral, to eat. Now, people who have lived there might have a different perspective, but to those of us who were young, naive tourists who were just excited to be there, Cologne in the middle of the day felt safe. It was bustling with people from every corner of the world. The sky was clear and bright, and there were musicians outside of the cathedral playing all sorts of musical styles for the visitors. To give some perspective, I'm a guy, but I was regularly mistaken for a girl throughout my teenage years. I had a baby face, wore pretty androgynous clothing, and my hair was long. I was also socially awkward and reserved as a teen, and tried to be polite to everyone. I ate lunch with the kids from my school. About 15 other students from my school were also part of the exchange program, and many of them I knew well. Some of the girls had bought a lot of chocolate bars from one of the tourist shops and offered them to the rest of the group. They were sitting on the edge of the fountain, and I took one of the chocolate bars and sat down with them. I stayed out of their conversation, not interested in what they were talking about, but absolutely interested in their stash of German chocolate, so I didn't go back over to where I'd been eating my actual lunch with a group of friends a few feet away. I was zoning out on an expensive-looking shop, one of those with almost nothing on display in the windows and a guard, when this much older guy comes up to me and motions to the half-eaten bar of chocolate in my hands. His face looked like it had too much skin for the fat under it. It was all hanging off of his cheekbones like a shirt that was 3 sizes too large. He only had a few teeth, was wearing way too many clothes for the heat of the day, and was so filthy that I couldn't discern any color in his skin or clothes. It all just looked gray from the grime. I thought he might be homeless. Since the dude had approached me just asking for food, I thought I would be doing something kind by sharing. I broke off a piece of chocolate from the bar, and he got this big grin on his face when I held it out. He took the chocolate, and instead of leaving like I thought he would, he leaned in and started furiously kissing my cheeks, alternating between left and right. I froze. I'm familiar with the custom of kissing someone's cheeks as a way of saying hello or goodbye, but it's very unusual in my country, and this didn't feel like anything like that. Instead of the typical air kiss or quick peck, this guy was kissing me hard, fast, and so sloppy that I could feel his saliva on my face. My train of thought stopped completely, and I was panicking. I was disgusted by how physical this man, who was at least twice my age, was being, and freaked out. I wanted him far away from me, but I had no idea what to do. In my haze of panic, I heard my close friend Tyler shout, "Hey!" loudly. People were often intimidated by Tyler, as he wore clothing with lots of metal and pins, had a mohawk and many facial piercings, and was outwardly an aggressive person, despite being warm-hearted and friendly once you got to know him. Picture the stereotype of a fanatic punk rocker, and that was Tyler. Tyler grabbed the guy who was almost on top of me by the shoulders and shoved him to the ground, shouting at the man, "Get away from him." I got the impression that the man couldn't understand English, but Tyler had startled him enough that he scrambled to his feet and ran off. Dazed and feeling a bit dumb for not doing it myself, I mumbled a thanks to Tyler. Tyler then explained that the guy had done the same thing to a couple of the girls. Somehow I hadn't noticed. We stayed by the fountain for another hour or two, and I hung by Tyler. I was embarrassed about freezing up like I had, but I was still grateful and somewhat on edge. Tyler and some of his friends decided to visit the museum that was beside the cathedral. I chose not to go with and told them I was going to take a look around the bookstore next door. The creepy dude had slipped my mind by this point, and I figured he was long gone. How wrong I was. The moment I left the bookstore, the guy appeared in front of me, out of nowhere. I'm not sure what made me realize it, but my stomach sank as it hit me that he waited for me to be away from Tyler and the other students. He had waited for me to leave the bookstore. I had no proof of this, but my gut was sure, and I was inclined to believe it. Most of the visitors to the area had left by this point, and I was alone, and not a big guy compared to him. He said something in a language I didn't recognize and handed me a flower. I have no idea why I took it, but I did. He kissed my cheek again. No longer stunned, I had had enough of him and wasn't about to put up with this behavior again. I ducked away from the kiss and shoved him roughly in the chest with both hands, forcing him away from me. Mustering the dirtiest look I could, I told him not so nicely to scram, and pushed my way past him without wasting another second. Thankfully, I didn't see him again. What a creep. This happened about 3 weeks ago, and to this day I'm still creeped out, and I hope that the man never returns. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I just finished my 3rd year at my local university. Tired of living in a dorm, I wanted my own apartment, and was lucky enough to find an apartment close to the school. At first, pulling up to the place, it looked like a dump, but with the deal of only $300 a month plus utilities, it was worth the hassle. Walking to the front desk, I looked around and the place was well worn down. Almost looks like one of those Motel 8s that are cheap, and the wallpaper was falling as well. I've already bought the place, paying 3 months' worth of rent, and the landlord was showing me to my room. I was on the 3rd floor, so with the elevator out. I had to carry boxes up the stairs, which only made me dread this place even more. The landlord was creepy himself. Let me describe what this guy looked like. He weighed about 300 pounds and was sweaty, about mid-50s to be exact. His teeth were yellow and his voice was hoarse. He complimented me, saying that it's been a long time since we had pretty college girls living here. I was disgusted and creeped out. This isn't something I wanted to hear. Once we arrived to my room, he unlocked the door, letting me go in first. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was that the room was actually decent, but it still looked run down. I couldn't exactly get my deposit back, so it looked like I was stuck there. Setting my boxes down, I couldn't help but notice the landlord walking toward me, placing his gross hand on my shoulder, saying, "You'll fit in well here. If you need anything, just let me know." Cringing at the thought of his hand on me, I forced a smile, pulling back away from him. "Thanks. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to start unpacking my stuff," I said, watching as the man left, shutting my door behind him. What was I getting myself into? This guy was a total creeper. Shaking the encounter off, I started to unpack, going to my car and loading up boxes to take upstairs. Once I unpacked, it was already late, and I wanted to get some laundry done. Walking toward the washing machine that was in the laundry room down the hall, I noticed another guy was sitting down washing his clothes. Offering him a smile to be polite, I started to load my clothing into the washer, but I could feel his eyes leering on my body and checking me out. The man looked homeless, but he was young. Mid-30s, maybe? Leaving to go back to my room to take a shower while my clothes were watching, it was about 20 minutes when I heard noises outside my door. Turning off the water, I listened as someone was breathing heavily and slowly. I walked toward the front door, and moving toward the keyhole, I went to look and saw the creepy guy from before who was washing his clothing, peeking through a hole at me. Backing up, I cursed at him. "What the hell? Get away from my door, you pervert!" I screamed, hitting the door and watching again through the hole as the guy rushed back to his room and slammed the door behind him. After getting dressed into my nightclothes, I left my room, shutting the door to go downstairs to the front desk where the landlord, Ralph, was. I complained about a man peeking through my door, but the landlord shrugged it off. "Don't worry, darling. No one will do anything to you. Some people are curious of new people who come in. We only have a few tenants, and they've been here for years." Angry could not properly describe how I felt that the landlord was pretty much doing nothing. Walking away back to my room and slamming the door behind me, I cursed, forgetting all about my laundry, and left once again for the washroom. Getting my clothes to dry out, I tensed, noticing the same male looking at me from the doorway of the washing room. He coughed. "Hey, I'm sorry if I frightened you. I was just curious about the new neighbor. You're pretty. What's your name?" "I'm Nick." Scoffing. Did this idiot think I would give him my name? "How about you stay the hell away from my door and leave me alone?" I said, walking back to my room and shutting the door. After another hour, I folded my clothing and turned down for the night. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard footsteps again toward my door, and I sat up in bed listening to heavy breathing. Ignoring it, I went back to sleep, but it was so hard to sleep not knowing what was on the other side of the door. For 4 nights I heard footsteps every night and heavy breathing at my door that creeped me out. The landlord wouldn't do anything, and half the time wasn't even around. So for the first few weeks I hear heavy footsteps and breathing, and I knew it was Nick peeking through the keyhole. One night, though, well, everything changed. I was reading a book when I heard noises once again from my door. Getting up, I went to the door, keeping my pepper spray with me that I just bought. Opening the door, there was Nick standing there with my mail and a gross smile on his face. "Here you go, love. Thought I'd drop these off to you. Mind if I come in, beautiful?" Taking my mail from his grimy hand, I said, "No, I don't want you in here. Just leave me alone." Just as I shut the door, his foot stopped the door from closing as he leaned in very close to me. "You know, darling, it's rude not to be nice to your neighbor. I only wanted to give you the mail and check in with you." Pushing him back, I slammed the door hard in his face, quickly locking it and yelling for him to leave me alone. Keeping my ear to the door, I heard his footsteps start to leave, and just to be safe, I looked through the keyhole, which was my biggest mistake. The jerk was jacking off in front of my door. He must have spotted me through the keyhole because he just has one of those smirks and licked his lips. Disgusted, I walked away, wanting out of this apartment complex, but I had nowhere to go, and I was very far from home. Looking up my school's website, I found a dorm spot available and immediately called in. I got it. I would leave in 2 weeks at this point, and I didn't care about my deposit. We have a fire escape outside that leads to each floor in case of emergency, but what happened next made me never want to be alone in the apartment. One day I went out for lunch with a friend from school. Coming back, I noticed my front door had been picked unlocked. Immediately taking my pepper spray, I walked inside and saw my clothing all over the floor. and a lot of my panties were missing. I knew it was that sick bastard Nick. Picking up my clothes and stuffing them back in my dresser, this really scared me. But what scared me most was a photo I found laying on the bed. It was a picture of myself in my robe, and written on the photo was the word beautiful. That sick bastard must have taken a photo of me in the fire escape. I had enough and packed my bags, wanting to get the hell out of that apartment after weeks of his harassment. Just as I packed my clothing and opened the door to leave, I will have my best friend's brother come with me to get the rest of my stuff. There Nick stood outside the door with a pleasing grin. "Why are you leaving, beautiful? You know I enjoyed your company." I only shook my head. "You're a creep," I said, walking away with my suitcase. But just as I got down the hall, I heard footsteps, and he was following me. I felt his grasp on my arm stopping me mid-walk and pulling my back against his chest. "You really should stay." I elbowed him hard in the stomach, pulling my arm free, and took off to my car. Getting in my car, I wasted no time leaving. Never will I forget these experiences or even trust apartments near my city. God knows what the guy would do if he ever caught me one night or decided to break in when I was sleeping. He could have been a psycho or even a killer. Lucky no rent was worth all that trouble. I may have lost my money, but at least I was safe. First, I would like to say this. If you've heard my first story I posted on Reddit, this happened 2 months after I left the apartment. Let me tell you, this is the reason why I wanted the apartment, was to avoid Josh. Moving into my dorm, it was on a Friday, since upperclassmen normally moved in later than freshmen, but I was dreading the fact that I had to be in the same building as my ex-friend, who frankly was really creepy. I met Josh my freshman year, and at first everything was fine. We became friends, and he told me about his dark past. Pretty much at first he was alright, but as the semesters went on, Josh got very clingy to me, which was kinda freaking me out. He started following me around, wanting to spend, quote, quality time with his best friend. After I told Josh I wasn't interested in a relationship with him and I wanted to be friends, that was when everything changed for the worse. We parted ways after freshman year, but little did I know my second year was only going to be worse. Now, speaking of the present as a sophomore, I was happy because not only was I away from Nick, but it also meant that I would get my own single dorm. Once I moved in and got settled after the hall meeting that the RAs give each floor to welcome new people, I was currently working on my desk, scheduling classes and checking my email. It was probably 11 p.m. when I heard a knock on my door. I lived in a co-ed dorm, so females and males were on certain floors but still lived together. Opening my door, I couldn't believe it. Josh was standing there with a smile on his lips, almost too excited to see me again. How the hell did he find out where my room is? I mean, the dorm has 9 floors. He leaned against my doorframe and spoke. "Hey, Courtney. So good to have you back again in the dorms. What happened to the apartment you wanted?" Ugh, I cringed. I didn't want to tell him about the neighbor who, well, frankly, was jacking off in front of my door. It was fine. I didn't like the apartment, but, hey, I'm kinda busy. Can we talk tomorrow? Honestly, I wasn't busy. I just wanted rid of him because he made me feel uncomfortable. Shaking his head, Josh only leaned in closer. "Come on, Courtney. Let's go to late night and get something to eat. We have a lot to catch up on. I mean, it's so cool that we live in the same building." Again, I shook my head, telling him that I was busy and wanting to get my classes set up and that I would meet him tomorrow. Finally, he left and I shut the door, going back to checking my school email. The weekend went by, and everything was fine until Monday night. I came back from class around 3 p.m. and settled in my dorm to finish some homework. Josh lived on the 4th floor, and I lived on the 5th floor. I needed to go to the store that was right down the street from my dorm, and when I left for the elevator, there Josh stood to wait for the elevator as well. Why Josh would be on the 5th floor when it was only females and the only person he knew was me. Standing beside him, he grinned. "Hey, what a chance that we would meet up again." He didn't feel excited at all and knew he had no reason to be on my dorm floor and also near my door, which is close to the elevator. Yeah, I'm just going to the store. What are your plans? The moment he spoke, I dreaded opening my mouth when he responded. Well, I was going to go to the store as well. I need some things for my room. We can go together. I wanted to be nice and offered a smile. Sure, that's fine. Once we were in the elevator, he kept looking at me with a smile, complimenting me on how good I looked since he last saw me. Of course, I kept my distance, at least trying to, until finally the elevator dinged, and without waiting for him, I left, heading out the doors and walking down the street to the store. Josh following close, we made a small awkward talk that was well until a car stopped and a woman got out, going to Josh and yelling at him for trying to rape her daughter. I froze stiff hearing that, and knowing of his dark past, how he was abused, I wasted no time walking to the store and leaving him behind. This could not be happening. Why could I not just get one break? Once I finished at the store leaving, Josh was gone, so I headed back up to my room to unload some groceries. It was about 9 p.m. when I heard knocking on my door. It was Josh, demanding I open the door and that he needed to speak with me about the incident. Shaking my head, I called out, "Go away and leave me alone, Josh." He kept knocking, taunting and saying that if I didn't open the door, I'd be very sorry. Scared, I found my phone and messaged the RA on my floor, letting her know that Josh was bothering me, and after a few minutes I heard my RA demand he leave the floor for disturbing the other girls. Breathing a sigh of relief, Josh thought that could answer all of his problems, but the guy was screwed up in the head. Here's where everything got worse. The next few nights I found notes from Josh that were slid under my door saying we needed to talk, and I shouldn't be ignoring him. It was a weekend and I was doing laundry in the middle of the night since I couldn't sleep, but I felt a chill, like someone was watching me. Looking out the door, I spotted Josh right near the elevator, waving at me with a smile which wasn't pleasant. He looked angry that I was ignoring him. Not even getting my clothing out of the wash, I went toward my room, quickly shutting the door behind me and locking it. Calling security, I told them what was going on, and they would need to keep a lookout for Josh since, well, it was against the rules to harass other students. Needing to get my clothing, I cautiously looked out, seeing that Josh was gone. No longer seeing him, I quickly went to the washroom, getting my clothing, but noticed my favorite underwear was missing. Drying my clothes, I folded them and went back to my room, deciding to go to security tomorrow, but I couldn't without proof, and maybe I misplaced them. Monday came around and I had a late class that normally got out about 8 p.m., the latest, and on my way to the dorm I spotted Josh a few feet behind me walking at a fast pace towards me, his voice calling out my name and that he wanted to speak. He was yelling at me and telling me I was being rude and if I didn't stop I'd be sorry. Turning around I saw him coming toward me and he had something behind his back. Not taking a chance, I whipped out my pepper spray and sprayed him square in the face. Watching him fall to the ground, dropping what looked like a small pocket knife, I ran toward my dorm, informing them of Josh, but when campus security came, he was gone. It was my word against his, and it seemed that Josh was no longer having the knife when the cops questioned him. A few days later, I decided to live with my best friend in her apartment that her father owned. Now I can update you all that I no longer stay in the dorms, and Josh has been kicked out of the dorms, but I made sure to change my schedule so I would never run into him. I'll update more on what's going to happen with Josh, myself, and the school. Frankly, I hope to never see Josh again anytime soon. Back when life was simpler, but bad things still happened. John Benet Ramsey being murdered, and at that point in time, Elizabeth Smart was just taken out of her home. I myself had a very scared notion about being in my room alone. I'd slept with my parents from the time I was born until now, which at this point in time I was about 12. I finally decided that I needed to sleep on my own, though again, very freaked out about being kidnapped. The only child, parents being overprotective and letting me watch the news to keep me informed about the world. Anyways, I was so terrified about the things that I had seen that I didn't even undress in my room. This was the first night that I actually decided to do this. My room was situated on the first floor with the living room and a wall between me. This is where my parents were. I had bunk beds, top bunk for my crap, bottom bunk for me to sleep, so because of the shadow that cast from the top bunk, I could see out the window better than if there was no bunk. I'd left the window and shade open to let the cool night air in. I think my mom was in the bathroom, which precipitated me getting dressed in my room. Otherwise, this may have never happened. Worse. So I go and take off my shirt, and that's when I hear branches cracking. I immediately look out the window and see a black silhouette of a face. I can't see any features. This face is looking at me, and I'm looking back, and I scream bloody murder. My dad rushes in, but before he can see anything himself, this man or being slowly turns to the left and walks, not runs, walks away. My dad tries to tell me I'm making it up, that everything is fine. He closes the window and pulls the shade down and goes about the rest of the night. In the morning, I make my own investigations. I go out to where this thing was, look up at the window, and guesstimate that he must have been over 6 feet tall to look into my room like that. My dad's only 5'11" and can't look into my room at all. I tell my dad this, but he just shrugs it off. Fast forward to about 13 years later. I'm sitting in my dad's apartment with my boyfriend talking about this ordeal. My dad adds to the story. "Oh, Katie, I remember that night. I ran out the front door to see if I could see anything. I saw a man walking up the street, dressed all in black. I slept on the couch with a knife in case he came back. Dude was really tall, and when I yelled at him, he just kept walking. You're fine and alive. Don't worry about it anymore." I grew up in the UK. It's a beautiful place, has a lot of amazing history, and it's an amazing place for shopping, etc. However, in some ways, it isn't all that great. While I was growing up in the late 80s and early 90s, I heard about crime on the TV all the time. My encounter isn't as violent and awful as you might think. I lived in the town center of a beautiful town around the coast of England. My street was pretty basic. Houses were new during the 80s, and I grew up there, and I loved the house. On my street was a lovely old-fashioned sweet shop. It had actually been there since the Victorian times. It was a family business that's actually still going on to this day. Anyway, in 1988, I just turned 7 and had been given a lot of money for my birthday. Well, it was a lot of money to a little girl anyway. Every birthday, me and my best friend Alice would visit the sweet shop and buy a shitload of it. The man who worked on the counter at the time was an old guy called Charles. He was a lovely guy to me and Alice. He would always talk to us, telling us about his new sweets that he got in and if we wanted to try them. We always accepted the offer with excited smiles on our faces. He also let us have free stuff from time to time and offer us drinks of orange squash. He was a lovely guy. He worked there with his brother when my mom was a child, but unfortunately, his brother died in a car accident in 1982. I felt awfully sorry for Charles because this was only 6 years before, and they had worked at the shop since they were extremely young, and had memories there as very young children. I entered the shop with Alice. Charles was reading a newspaper on the counter. "Hello, girls," he said when we walked in. His voice was very dry, even though he was only in his early 60s at the most. We replied to Charles, and he remembered that it was my birthday. He wished me a happy birthday and asked me what I got, etc., and gave me a free bag full of sweets. I hugged him and was unbelievably happy. We'd been in the shop for 20 minutes until we exchanged goodbyes and Alice and I left. For the rest of the year I continued to shop at the sweet shop, but eventually I got older, and over the years I stopped going. Until I was 11 years old in 1992, and went again with my new friends from high school. We only did this because it was situated on the journey back home. What I found odd was that Charles still spoke to me like I was 7 years old, asking if I wanted squash and if I got any new toys recently. And then I did something to impress my new high school friends that I will always regret. I said, "Fuck off, Charles the pedophile," and we all ran out of the shop and went home. All night I was feeling guilty for what I did. He did nothing to deserve that, especially after what he's been going through. I didn't visit the shop again while I was growing up. I couldn't see Charles after what I said to him. That would be extremely awkward. Anyway, it didn't bother me as much because why would I need to go there anyway? I finished school in the summer of 1997. It was the fall time now, and there was a news flash on TV. I stood there in complete shock. Charles had been arrested and imprisoned for molesting and raping a 9-year-old girl in the sweet shop. The little girl was my old friend Alice's little sister. I almost threw up. I turned the news off and couldn't watch anything else because I was just so shocked. Over the years, I've thought about, what if that little girl was me back then, or even one of my friends? I still feel awfully sorry for Alice's sister and her family. I haven't seen Alice since school and haven't been able to find her on social media either. I don't live in the UK anymore. I moved to the United States in 2010 and will be staying here. The sweet shop is now a Chinese takeaway. I visited it last year when I came to see my parents and other family members. All I could think about was how a young girl was molested and raped in here, and how it could have been me. Charles died in prison in July 2005, and I'm extremely glad. Charles, I'm glad I called you a pedophile in front of all my old friends, and I'm so happy that I'll never have to meet you again. Okay, so this happened this summer and I still can't take my mind off the whole situation. It's by far the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. First things first, I'm a female and I'm 20 years old. I live in a small village in England. It's beautiful and I've lived here all my life, so I have many good memories here. In June, I started walking to the neighboring village every day, which took maybe around 25 minutes to walk to. The village is a lot more old-fashioned and has a lot of history. The journey was fun for me because I love the countryside. It's a beautiful place and it interests me quite a lot too. As soon as you left my village, you'd be walking on country lanes that followed you to the other village. Usually I'd leave my house at around 11 a.m. and start walking back to my own village roughly around 2 or 3 p.m. I went alone most of the time, apart from the weekends when I would go with close friends. Both my village and this village only consisted of houses, parks, and churches. You know, all that sort of stuff. When I went alone, I sat at a beautiful park and would sit on a picnic bench and read a book or sit on my phone for hours. I even bought a phone case that charges my phone so my phone wouldn't run out of charge. I did this for a month, until mid-July when I went shopping and sat at a pub in the closest city with my friends on a Thursday. This meant that I didn't go to the village at the usual time. I got back quite late, maybe around 9 p.m. I don't know what the fuck was going through my mind, but I decided that I would go to the village tonight due to the fact that I wasn't tired and was in a good mood. I left my house at 9:30 and started heading there. It was getting quite dark, so when I left my village and entered the country lanes, I forgot my flashlight on my phone. I was walking for 5 to 10 minutes before I realized that what I was doing was stupid. Walking the country lanes at this time at night was not a good idea. Stupidly, I continued. It was no longer than 2 minutes later that I noticed a silhouette in the distance. It was standing about 20 yards away next to the sign that told you which directions you can turn to. I felt pretty awkward because I didn't want to pass this person at this time of night, especially on my own. I crossed the road to walk on the opposite side, and the person was just standing there, and they were staring at the ground. As I got closer, I could make out what they were wearing. It was a man wearing a black hoodie, tracksuit bottoms, and some muddy trainers. I got closer and closer, and when he finally knew I was there, he looked up and stared at me. For some reason, I stared back, but continued on walking. I shrugged him off, and was walking straight for 10 seconds until I heard him walking behind me. I turned around, and he'd crossed the road to my side. I hadn't noticed his face. I was terrified and disgusted. He looked like he'd been on drugs for most of his life, and I'd guess he was in his mid-30s. I couldn't turn around now. I was halfway there and knew for a fact he'd follow me home if I did. I didn't know what to do. I still had at least 10 minutes of walking left and was in the middle of nowhere. No people were around, and the closest building was in the village. I had no friends in the area either, so I couldn't go to anybody's house. I started walking faster, but so did he. I was petrified at this point. Things like this don't happen to people like me, or that's what I thought. I started to cry a little, and then I heard him say in the most horrifying and evil tone I've ever heard, "You can't escape me, young lady." I started running and I was screaming. I don't know how to explain it, but I couldn't control my screaming. It was like I was automatically doing it, if that makes sense. He started running too, and he was much faster than I. Could this whole scenario get any worse, I thought to myself? I slowed down, extremely out of breath. I cursed my asthma for this. Tears were streaming down my face, and I felt like I was going to collapse. Then this fucking creep grabs me and I fall to the floor screaming louder than I've ever screamed before. I didn't know how I could possibly have screamed like this considering I was out of breath and having a panic attack. He was lying on top of me. He was so fucking heavy and smelt so bad that I could have thrown up. I couldn't see his face as well anymore due to the tears in my eyes. I paused for a second, then he whispered in my ear, "I won't hurt you, but I will break your neck if you continue to scream like that." Regardless of what he just said, I continued for what felt like an eternity. I heard a car heading toward us in the distance. I screamed, "Help me!" I felt a lot of relief when I heard the car slowing down. "Help me, please," I continued. The guy got off of me and sprinted into a cornfield. A man and a woman stepped out of the car. They must have been not that older than me, and they asked me what happened. I told them the whole situation, sputtering and gasping for air. The woman sat with me and gave me some water, and luckily she had an inhaler. The man shouted for the creep, who we could all see sprinting extremely fast down the field, and took off after him. They both took me home, and I thanked them both ever so much for helping me. God knows what could have happened if they didn't stop or even notice me. I told my friends about the whole event, and a lot of people met me during the weekend and comforted me. The police were notified, but unfortunately, the creep was never caught. I didn't have a good enough explanation of his face, and of course there was no CCTV footage in that area. Now, I never walk the streets, especially country lanes after dark anymore. I only visit the village every other week now since this event, and I only go with my close friend Courtney. My lesson here is that no matter how safe your area may sound, there will always be bad people, and you should never walk the streets at that time alone. This event took place today, not even 5 hours ago, and I immediately thought this would be a great place to share it. For starters, I'm an 18-year-old female, and I was with my best friend who's also female and of the same age. We've been best friends since elementary school, and we always try to spend all of our free time with one another. We've had numerous creepy encounters that I someday plan to share on another sub. I think this particular encounter is a better fit for this sub, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Now that that's out of the way, this is what happened. When my friend Kelly got out of school today, we planned on going to a local swimming area and hiking the nearby trails. It's usually pretty secluded at said swimming area, and we were actually the only people there upon arriving. I've never felt unsafe there. When we reached our destination, we got out of our van, locked the doors, and began to stroll through the wooded trails. As we hiked, we chatted about what's going on in our everyday lives like we normally do. We weren't very familiar with this particular trail we were walking on, and were curious to see where it led. We walked for quite a while until we reached what we thought was just a clearing. It was actually just another body of water, and where our trail came to a halt. We realized we could do a U-turn and walk on the mushy sand bordering the water all the way back to where her van was parked, rather than cutting through the woods. That's what we decided to do. I'm so thankful for that decision. We continued to chat as we walked back towards her vehicle. The walk was lengthy, but it wasn't until we were already almost back that we heard someone in the woods next to us. Just to clarify our surroundings, the woods were to our left and the water was on the right. Straight ahead was the swimming area and Kelly's vehicle. We could hear a male's voice, but his words were jumbling together. We couldn't make out exactly what he was saying. We sped up a little simply because we were completely secluded from civilization. It was only Kelly, myself, and whoever the hell was in the woods beside us. I had my phone on in case we needed to call for help. It was a huge comfort, to say the least. We tried to stay quiet as we walked around the bend to where her van was parked. We began to hear multiple male voices as we crept towards her van. We soon realized there was a small car parked right beside hers, and there were 3 men surrounding it, all on different sides. We watched as a 4th man exited the trail Kelly and I had first hiked to. We immediately knew he was the one we'd been hearing in the woods. All the men were different ages. 3 of them were very obviously older men, and the other one looked to be about 30 years old. When they noticed us, they quickly silenced themselves and began to stare. At this point, I was ready to sprint to her car. I tried convincing myself that I was overreacting, as I suffer with anxiety and usually overthink things. I mean, what's weird about 4 grown men hanging around a swimming area with no fishing poles, wearing normal clothes, staring right at us and surrounding my friend's vehicle? When we finally reached her van, my heart was pounding. They never stopped looking at us, and we were only around 7 feet away from them. If they wanted to do anything, here was their chance. My friend opened her door and, of course, began having trouble unlocking the passenger side door. Just my luck. I stood impatiently by the passenger side door, praying to hear the unlock sound. I kept checking behind me in fear that they'd sneak up on me, and to my horror, that's exactly what one of them was doing. The man who'd been in the woods next to us, he was approaching our vehicle very quickly. The door finally unlocked at this moment, and I flung the door open, practically throwing myself inside. He passed our vehicle and we locked the doors. Then we noped the hell out of there. As I watched in the rearview mirror, their eyes never left our direction. We parked, hidden of course, to see what their next move was going to be. It was only a moment after we left that they did too. On our way back to my house, Kelly confided to me that the man who'd been approaching me was holding something in his hand as he crept behind me. What it was, I'm not sure, and I think I'd rather not figure it out. It's terrifying to think what might have happened had Kelly and I went back the way we came. We would have met this man face to face in the woods, and no one else would have been around. I'm not sure what this guy's intentions were, but I'd rather not meet him again to find out. To the man who was almost my roommate, Thomas. We met at a McDonald's after being given each other's phone number by a mutual friend. We were both looking for a new roommate, as you wanted to leave the halfway home/shelter you were living in, and I wanted to get away from financially and mentally abusive roommates. We talked for hours that first day. You were amazed by my openness and my lifestyle and felt it was important that you knew about how I was active in the BDSM and kink community. You told me your interest in it, and I did my best to explain where to get information and explain different terms and answered all your questions. Then we came onto a hiccup. I personally am strictly poly. Due to a bad history, I felt no need to explain our first meeting. While you are strictly monogamous. You questioned why, what it meant, how I loved, why couldn't I have that one and only, and after we left, we texted a lot. We met again alone at a park and talked more about possibly being roommates, and you were excited as you told me about your research, your introduction to the lifestyle as it was. It was getting cold and you offered to hang out in your van, but I felt uncomfortable getting into your vehicle alone with you, so I insisted on my car. We talked for a while longer until I made up an excuse to leave. It had been hours and I was tired. I had work in the morning. I just had things I wanted to do that didn't involve you. The next day, our mutual friend insisted on lunch. He's the type of person that nothing scares him. He lives on adrenaline and laughs in the face of death, and he started our conversation with, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea." I was already confused, but he continued. "Don't go anywhere alone with Thomas. Don't move in with him. Don't get in his car. Don't meet him anywhere private." He stressed. He explained that Thomas had been talking to him about how much he wanted to kidnap a woman and keep her with him. How perfect it would be because he could rescue me, fix me, teach me that monogamy was the right way. I took his advice. I wouldn't meet anywhere alone with Thomas after this. My friend and I would see him, I'd text him, but I'd always make excuses. So we started taking it out on my friend. "She's seeing you, isn't she? You're tricking me. You're a bastard and keeping her for yourself." Just getting more and more crazy as time went on. My friend would give me updates and explain he was talking about kidnapping coworkers now. How since finding out about the kink community and that both him and I were in it, he felt like he could tell my friend all his deepest, darkest secrets and he wouldn't feel protective of me. I stopped texting back. He started actively avoiding him when Thomas wasn't being aggressive towards him, which was hard when they worked together. Last I heard, Thomas was fired for inappropriate actions towards one of the female workers. Neither my friend nor I heard from him again. In college, I lived with my mother and aunt. We had a house on a hill in the woods. You had to drive up to get the garage door, and front yard sloped down to the left to expose all the floors of a pretty turret on the side of the house. To get to the front door, you had to step onto a wooden walkway that followed along the whole left side of the garage. There was about 4 feet underneath the bottom of the walkway and the ground underneath the door. I got home late one night and saw my aunt's light was still on. She was a night owl like me. I pulled in, parked, and walked up to the front door. It was dark, but I could see that there was something wrong with the doorknob. It was hanging out of the door and the screws were mostly out. I unlocked the deadbolt, locked it again, and went upstairs to ask my aunt what happened to the knob. She was really confused and told me she'd just been out there smoking and it was fine. I told her it was broken, and she argued that she had literally been out there only a minute before and hadn't even seen me pull in because she was still walking up the stairs to her room. We both go back downstairs and I show her the door. Her face turned white, and we realized that in the time between her shutting the door and me getting to it, someone had tried to break in by pulling the locks out. We had many more instances after that where someone was stalking us, but never found out who it was. I own a large 2-story Victorian house in a small rural town of about 4,000. It recently earned the ranking of safest town in the state, with exactly 0 crimes committed in the past year. Regardless of this fact, I'm kinda paranoid from having lived in bigger cities with higher crime rates. While most people in the town leave their doors and cars unlocked 24/7, I always lock all the knobs on my 3 house doors, and I have chains on all 3 doors that stay chained whenever I'm inside the house. About a year ago, my younger sister was back for spring break during her senior year of college, and was staying in one of my guest bedrooms for several days. One night at about 10 p.m., we were upstairs in my bedroom having a conversation, and the rest of the house was dead quiet. Suddenly, we heard downstairs one of the doorknobs on one of the doors jiggle, and then we heard the door slide open with its very distinctive sound, and then, after a few seconds, we heard it slam shut. It was slammed so forcefully that the whole house shuddered. We both stopped talking and just stared at each other in shock for a moment. "That was one of the doors downstairs, wasn't it?" I said to my sister. "Yeah," she said. I thought about calling the police, but I do live only 10 blocks away from my parents' house, and there is the off chance that maybe I accidentally left one of my downstairs doors unlocked and one of my parents or one of our younger siblings came by for some reason. I don't want to call the cops on one of my family members if that's who it is. However, I was pretty sure my family members would knock or ring the doorbell first before walking into my house, so I was very apprehensive about this. I don't own any weapons, so I took a thick metal curtain rod off one of my windows, and I slowly crept downstairs to check it out. All 3 of the doors to my house were both locked and chained, just as I thought they'd been all night. The only possibility I could think of is maybe I accidentally left one of the doors unlocked, someone had come in, locked and chained the door behind them, and was presently hiding somewhere in my house. So I decided to go through my house and look in every nook and cranny. I looked under and behind furniture, I searched every closet, I searched the showers, I scoured the basement, I checked every cabinet and low cupboard, and I even checked the attic. I didn't find any trace of any other human being in the house besides my sister and I. Without any good explanation, I just assumed it must have been a series of noises that sounded very similar to the doorknob jiggling, the door opening, and then slamming shut. It must have just been our minds playing a trick on us. At this point, I was standing in my kitchen with the light on and feeling convinced enough that my sister and I are safe in my house and that there's no intruders with us. I started to exit the kitchen and turned off the kitchen light on my way out. Having turned off the kitchen light, it was now pitch dark inside the kitchen. I turned around for one last look into the kitchen. 2 of the doors that can be used to enter my house are located in the kitchen, and one of them has a large glass pane embedded in the upper half of the door so that you can see outside. I looked at the window, and in the faint light of the street lamps, I saw what almost appeared to be the shape of a white face in the door window. My first thought was that it must be a trick of the light, so I slowly creeped through the dark kitchen toward the door to get a better look through the window. When I got about 10 steps away from the window, I squinted my eyes in the dark and saw that, yes, it was definitely a person, with what looks like very pale white skin, standing outside and peering in through the glass pane of my kitchen door. It looked like a thin, gaunt, fairly young, maybe 30-ish man. He was glancing back and forth, as if surveying the inside of my kitchen. I froze in place and just stared at the man's face, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds, the man's eyes locked with mine. A very surprised expression came over his face, as though I'd startled him. The best comparison I can make is to that scene in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when Steve Martin's character recognizes John Candy's character in the airport as the guy who'd earlier stolen his cab. The man outside then darted away and sprinted off into the darkness. I rushed up to the door and peered through the window, and I couldn't get a good viewing angle to see where he went. I went from window to window inside my house and did another check around the perimeter of my property for any intruders. Once I was satisfied that he was gone, I went back upstairs and told my sister everything. I debated whether or not to call the cops, and eventually she convinced me that it was probably nothing to worry about and calling the police would be more time and trouble than it was worth. To this day, I still don't know how a door that was locked and chained from the inside managed to get open from the outside and then closed, locked, and chained again. Maybe my sisters and my brains misinterpreted some other noises, but we both agreed it sounded exactly like the door being opened and then slammed shut. And then to see a trespasser lurking outside one of the doors and peering in through the glass, I just don't know what to think about the whole thing, even to this day. I'm glad that there were not any burglaries, assaults, murders, rapes, kidnapping, etc. in this area in the days, weeks, and months after the incident. Otherwise, I would have felt really bad about not having called the cops. A few years ago, I worked the graveyard shift, alone, at a 24-hour Subway. The sandwich shop, not the transit station. About half of the customers were military guys who were also working the graveyard shift on base, as we were located right next to an Air Force base, and roughly half the customers were drunk people coming over from the nearby bars. A small sliver of our customers were mentally ill, homeless people and drug addicts who were just attracted to an establishment that was open at 3 in the morning. Well, one night, at about 3 a.m., a man comes up to the counter as though he's going to have me start putting together a Subway sandwich. He's wearing a big coat. He's of mixed race, bearded, and probably 50 to 60 years old. He just looks down and won't make eye contact with me. I say, "What can I get for you, sir?" He's standing there, shuddering and making some strange noise. I realize that he's sobbing. "Are you all right?" I ask. At this point, his sobbing turns into laughter. "I gotta come in here and get away from them big gray motherfuckers with the big eyes," he said, trembling. "Okay. Them motherfuckers with the big black eyes are trying to take me. I had 2 children, but they took them away from me. They took everything away from me. I used to be one of the village people, you know." At this point, an Air Force serviceman and servicewoman walk into the shop, much to my relief, and stand behind the man. The man throws his arms up in the air and says, "You go on ahead of me. I'm not in line. I'm not buying anything for myself. I'm buying you kids your sandwiches. You get whatever you want and I'm paying for it." The 2 soldiers politely declined his offer and went up to order their own sandwiches. I assembled their subs and they began to pay for them when the man in the coat suddenly announced at the top of his lungs, "I am God. I am God." The 2 customers and I look at the man and he proclaims, "I will prove to you my power." He begins taking bags of Doritos off the chip shelf and throwing them across the dining area. "Do you see my power? Behold my power." The 2 customers finish paying and depart, much to my dismay, leaving me with the man. I run over to the phone and dial the police station. As I do, the man loses his energy in an instant and begins sobbing again. He exits the restaurant slowly. As I'm speaking with the dispatcher on the phone, she says, "Yes, we've gotten several calls about this man tonight, but we haven't been able to find him. We'll be down there right away." Within a couple of minutes, I see the blue lights of cop cars as police officers take the man into custody along the side of the highway. I always prided myself on being pretty good with dealing with the drunks and weirdos that come in during the middle of the night, but that was one of the few times I actually feared for my life in that job. Hey guys, so this is my first post. I've read a lot on Let's Not Meet, and it made me think of this situation I had in high school with someone of the creepy persuasion. I didn't really realize how messed up it was at the time because everyone was telling me to brush it off. Anyway, here we go. When I was 15, I got my first job in a tiny rural town at an artisanal tea shop. Once the summer months rolled around, my job became working an iced tea stand outside. It wasn't a bad gig, but it did inspire a lot of irritating and slightly creepy individuals to talk to me for long periods of time. One day,
This scruffy guy who seemed a bit off wanders over to my tea stand and starts chatting with me. I kept trying to steer the conversations towards him buying an iced tea, but he was only concerned with talking to me. We'll call him Tom. He starts asking me how old I am, where I go to school, my name, etc. As I was still young and naive, I told him, trying to be friendly. Tom then proceeds to tell me his entire life story. He told me how he was in his early 30s, girlfriend died, and he overdosed on heroin on a bathroom floor. No exaggeration, I stood there for hours going into detail until my boss had to come and tell my friend to leave. I was definitely put off, but I thought it was more sad than anything else. The next day at work, Tom comes back to my job. The moment I saw him, my stomach started turning. Great. Another day being annoyed. Tom immediately pulls out a 10-page handwritten lover letter for me. I began reading it, but it was mostly literary porn. He then continues to tell me he's never met anyone like me and how I wasn't tainted by the world yet. This guy flat out told me that I was an angel sent from heaven. Great. Over the next few days, Tom comes back every day I work with a letter. Eventually, I just began throwing them out or refusing to take them, and my boss had to tell me he wasn't welcome there anymore. If this was where it ended, I probably would have forgotten about it by now. When he lost his chance to contact me, while I was still working, he started messaging me on Facebook. I recently looked back at some of the messages he sent me. One in particular was a fiction story he wrote about me, the conclusion of which was basically that he decided I was too beautiful to exist and that my existence was torturing him, so he pushed me off a cliff. I would block his account and he would make new ones and message me poems, stories, letters, and from there. After a while, he must have gotten sick of me telling him to fuck off and stopped messaging me. Fast forward about a year and a half. I'm 17 and working at a dingy restaurant in the same town. It was a very laid-back job, and I got along well with my coworkers. One day, to my dismay, I see Tom walk through the door. I kid you not, I saw this guy's whole face light up with glee when he saw me. I'm surprised he didn't see the horror written all over mine. Again, he comes straight to me and doesn't buy anything. Just starts immediately saying how I still look like an angel. I think he found me working here by accident, but once he figured it out, he wasn't giving up. He started coming back every single day again and messaging me on Facebook all over again. I couldn't believe he was still doing this. One coworker I was close with, we'll call him Max, started picking up my vibe when this guy came in. He ended up telling me that he went to high school with him and he got in trouble for stalking more than one girl, in addition to having a lot of drug issues. Basically, he was bad news. Next time Tom came in, there happened to be nobody else in the restaurant, and Max told him not so subtly to walk out and not come back. He didn't. To this day, Tom will still occasionally message me on Facebook from a blank account to tell me how much I'm torturing him. I'm not sure if he ever had real malicious intentions for me, but for the sake of my sanity, let's not meet again, Tom. This is a story about the most disturbing thing that ever happened to me while delivering pizzas in high school. There are a few others, but this one stands out above the rest. I was 16 years old and just got my license, so I needed a job to pay for a car. A few of my good friends were working at a local pizza place in town close to my house, so I decided to apply and got the job without having to interview because they were so short-staffed. They also hired me as a delivery driver without ever checking to see if I even had a driver's license or not. I did, but I always thought that was funny. About a month or two later, we were having a really busy night, and I was sent off to a delivery in a fairly nice part of town the next city over. This was before GPS was common, not very reliable, so we still used maps to locate houses. This particular house was in a new development, so it wasn't listed in any of our directories, but my boss thought he knew where it was, and he gave me directions. He was way off, so I had to call the house for directions, and this is where things got weird. The conversation on the phone was normal. I told the man I was near his house, but needed directions because the ones I was given weren't accurate. He was very understanding and told me how to get there from the road I was on. A few minutes later, I pull into his driveway and instantly get a bad feeling. He was a man in his early 50s or 60s and was standing in the middle of his driveway with a creepy, satisfied smile on his face and wearing a maroon silk bathrobe. I got out of my car and gave him his 10-inch Hawaiian pizza, which costed $10.95 at the time. He gave me a $20 bill and told me to keep the change. Considering I was late on the delivery and had to call the customer for directions, I wasn't expecting anything for a tip, let alone almost $10. I drove away from the delivery thinking that something was off, but I got a tip, so I was happy. I lit up a smoke and turned up my radio when I felt my phone vibrate. It was the number from the house I was just at. I got nervous thinking it was going to be a complaint or something, because why else would someone call the delivery guy after he's delivered your food? My blood curdled at the words that came out of his mouth. "Do you want to come back over and get the knife?" he said. Or at least, that's what I heard. I said nothing and hung up the phone and drove back to work as fast as I could. I also called one of my friends who was working there at the time and told him what happened. On the 5-minute ride back to work, he called me at least 3 or 4 more times. For some reason, I actually answered one of the calls, and he asked me if I wanted to come back after I get off work and spend the night. I was greeted at work by laughter from pretty much everyone working that night. Everybody thought I was either faking or overreacting. And then I got a call on my phone from the same guy. I showed my manager while the phone was ringing and let it go to voicemail. That's when he decided to call the restaurant. Once this happened, my manager realized this was probably a serious situation and answered the phone pretending to be me. He had a very short conversation with the guy and at the end told him he's not allowed to do business with us anymore and we're blocking his number. When my boss hung up the phone, his face was pure white and it looked like he could barely comprehend what had just happened. I asked what the guy said, but my boss would not repeat the words that came out of his mouth. I was so paranoid that I had to stay with a friend for the night instead of going home. Guess who called me a couple hours later? Yeah, he called. At least 10 times. For at least a week or two, I was living in fear of being kidnapped. I was always looking at the people or cars that were around me, being paranoid that I was watched or being followed. It's possible that I was right because I started getting phone calls again. This is when I decided it was time to call the cops and put an end to this. I explained everything to the officer and he assured me that they would take care of the situation. Turns out the cop did jack. I live in a low-crime town of less than 20,000 people. This guy didn't have anything else to do that day except write some speeding tickets during the afternoon and some DWIs in the evening. The calls kept coming and the paranoia grew. This needed to stop, so I told my boss that things hadn't improved and he called the cops himself. An officer came down to the restaurant and took down our statements. Unlike the other officer, this man seemed visibly shaken and angered by the events that had happened. He promised me that he would personally handle the situation and I didn't have to worry anymore. The police officer followed up on what he said, and I've never heard from the creep again. I kept that same job for about 3 years, and nothing but great times here. However, creepy silk bathrobe fuckface, go fuck yourself, and let's not meet, alright? Okay, so this happened 4 months ago. Just to give you an insight on why I decided to post now, well, here it goes. I have a restraining order on the roommates, and earlier today I saw them driving damn near too close for comfort towards my house. We still live in the same place. My significant other Kevin and I started working at the same place. We were homeless and, well, our boss had a place to rent and offered it to us and another couple who were also financially struggling, or so we thought. Everything was fine for the first month or so. Then it went sour. The female roommate, Susan, started going a little, let's say, nutty. At first, Kevin and I accepted it as bitchiness, but as time went on, it got unbearable. So the rent and groceries were split 50-50, groceries purchased separately.
Well, Kevin and I lived in our room for the majority of the time. We kept to ourselves and basically stayed out of the way. Susan thought since she and her significant other Rick had a child, they were the main renters and we just had a room. The first thing Kevin and I noticed was our food going missing. The second thing was we were the only ones ever buying supplies or groceries. And the third was that they would leave their 3-year-old unattended for hours and without asking or notifying Kevin and I. Finally, the fourth thing was we were only roommates when it came to cleaning up after them. So basically, we were live-in help. There are so many things that have happened and not enough time to type it all out, so I'll just try to do one small incident until I get another chance to post again. So it started going sour after Kevin and I stopped providing for them, buying groceries, and stopped cleaning up after them. Susan began demanding things like where we were, what we spent our money on, and that I needed to get off my ass and take care of her family. Rick was also calling our boss and landlord and complaining about how rude we were for staying in our room all the time. That sort of shit. So here's the first encounter that kind of, well, freaked me out a little. Whenever Kevin wasn't around, Rick would make comments, sexual comments about my breasts and butt. I blew it off at first as he's just being nice, until he came waltzing into the bathroom. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Each time the door was closed, locked, and I just got out of the shower. I'm thinking he was picking the lock. Luckily, every time I was wrapped in a towel. The last time, though, made my skin crawl. I was out of the shower and I barely wrapped a towel around me when the door flew open. I whip around to see Rick just standing there staring. I'm speechless. There's no way around him if he decided to do anything. After about a minute of just staring, it's as if he remembered Susan and Kevin were right outside and they could hear me scream if he tried anything. He just turns around and walks away. I'm still standing there hoping Kevin would sense my fear and come running, but he didn't. I told him what happened and he blew it off as an accident, but I'm not sure if it was. So, I wrote about the experience I had with my roommates and coworkers. I didn't write every detail, due to the limited time I had then. I've since left that job, and I'll explain why in just a minute. Sorry, but this is going to be long, and I'll try to just write what is most important to this story. Of course, the names in this story have been changed, but I promise you, it's 100% true. I started working at a guest ranch in Montana around September of last year. I had just moved back with my fiancé Kevin from out of state. He moved into his parents' house in another town for school, and I was staying at my uncle's house while working to move into my own place. The guest ranch was owned by an elderly couple, Will and Sherry. They seemed like good, conservative Christians, and the ranch was like something out of a fairy tale. Rabbits, deer, horses, etc. Mind you, this is a fairly small town, and I grew up here. Never heard of this place until a relative mentioned they were hiring, though. Now, the layout is odd, but important. The driveway is a long dirt road leading into a gate. Once you're in the gate, you have horses on the left and cows on the right, behind some fences. There are 3 main buildings, a few yards past the first set of animal pens. The main house on the far left, the gift shop and office in the middle, and a shack of a mobile home on the far right. I mainly worked in the gift shop and office area. The gift shop was filled with dry mixes of all kinds, and after a week of training, I was the main producer of all those mixes, which wasn't easy as it was a very small kitchen located in the back of the gift shop. I was only able to use one giant pot to mix the flours and other ingredients in, bag them, seal, and pack them in a container to take them to the shipping and dining hall. Granted, this was off-season, so there wasn't any tourists at the time. Every room had two purposes. The kitchen was for producing dry mixes during the off-season, and the regular kitchen for the dining hall during tourist season. Well, you get the picture. Basically, there was never room or enough ingredients to fill orders fast enough. After a couple weeks working there, Kevin was getting tired of school and Sherry needed help with her computer. Knowing Kevin was very good with computers, I suggested he come to town and look at it. 2 days later, Kevin had a job as a bookkeeper. He worked for 3 days and stayed with his parents and went to school for the other 4. Eventually, he chose working over school and chose to move in with me and my uncle. I could go into the details on how we ended up homeless, but I won't. My uncle is a Vietnam veteran, and well, he's unstable, so we left. I mentioned this to Susan at work the next day, asking if she knew anybody we could rent from, but she had a better idea. I honestly don't know how it happened, but I agreed to be roommates with them, and we all moved into the shack of a mobile home. Being gullible and nice, I honestly didn't mind cleaning up after them the first couple weeks. Hell, I loved their child, and when asked to babysit, I would say yes. But that was the first couple weeks. After refusing to babysit, they would just leave her with me. No asking, no heads up or any of that. I stopped cleaning up after them because I started to notice that even if I hadn't used any dishes, the sink would be full after a day. Garbage was always strung out around the common rooms like the living room, hallway, kitchen, etc., and Kevin was the only one ever taking trash out. After I stopped cleaning, Susan started being bitchy. I don't just mean snapping once in a while, I mean knocking on Kevin and I's bedroom door and demanding us to come out for meetings. Yeah, I'm serious. These meetings usually were about Kevin and I not pulling our weight around the house. So we decided to just stay in our room and only come out to get some food that we'd purchased. That plan didn't last long, as our supply was going fast and we were hardly ever there. So we stopped buying food and went out to eat at fast food places after work. Fast forward to February, and Rick and Susan are now planning a wedding. The bitchiness Susan was displaying turns into a full bridezilla mode. Every few minutes she knocked on our door during the night. I want you to sew XYZ on my dress, and if my sister doesn't make it, I want you to fill in as a bridesmaid. Non-stop demanding. She and Rick were demanding that the house needed to be spotless. The dining hall, where the reception was being held, needed to be cleaned up and decorated. Kevin and I weren't invited to the wedding, so we didn't do any of that. Well, their family shows up 2 days before the wedding and they party all night in the trailer house, screaming, breaking shit, loud music, all while Kevin and I are trying to sleep and have work in the morning. Finally, it's the day of the wedding and Kevin and I take off early in the morning since it was my birthday. They knew this for months, and we went to have birthday breakfast. Well, Susan didn't like that, and demanded to know where we were, why, and how much money was wasted on something so stupid. I was livid. I wanted to move out right then, but Kevin convinced me to go cool off. I mean, this was months of shit building up, and I was about to throw my heels off and beat her ass on her wedding day. But I didn't. Instead, I let our boss know we were taking a day and left. The next day I go into work. The newlyweds are on their honeymoon. Well, Sherry comes up and asks why I wasn't at the wedding. I explained that it was my birthday and I wasn't invited to the wedding anyways. Instead of letting it go, she brings down the shame hammer and hard, saying how they expected me there and that I missed a very important event. Of course I felt bad, but I wasn't officially invited. I was told to help do the wedding shit, demanded more like it, but I was never told I was invited to attend. After the wedding, days went from 8 hours to 15 hours. Work was non-stop. Breaks weren't allowed. Not only did I have thousands of dollars worth of orders to fill, bus tours started showing up for sleigh rides and dinner. 60 plus people came to eat, and I was the only one doing the cooking. Mind you, it's a small kitchen with a 4-burner stove. I can't stress how this kitchen wasn't fit for restaurant work. The bus tours came once a week, and I would cook, serve, and clean up. I'd be in that kitchen cleaning until midnight, 1 in the morning. I'll get more into that later. March rolls around, and Rick starts showing off his gun and talking about the warrants he has in other states. Around this time, Kevin gets a business card in his name so he can order things for the employees and for the business. Sherry and Will would take it to do things such as use it for a spa weekend, a new golf cart, and a brand new saddle for their granddaughter. Kevin even used it to pay other employees in cash for when nobody was there to sign checks. Again, this is important. So, Kevin takes out some cash to pay Susan and Rick. Well, he gives them roughly $400. Well, they call Sherry and scream that Kevin handed them the money rudely. Yeah, rudely. So Sherry calls Kevin and asks what was going on. Kevin explains step by step what he did and what he said. Sherry says okay and hangs up. Again, I wanted to leave because I didn't like that this psycho Rick had a gun, and illegally, I might add. I was tired of the sexual advancements and crude remarks coming from Rick. I was really just fed up with it all. But again, Kevin convinced me to calm down and stay. Well, shit really hit the fan by the end of March. Sherry left to go to trade shows. The dining hall was a mess, and it was my day off. Susan came over and asked me if I could help her clean up the dining hall. I agreed and walked over to the building. Not even a minute after I stepped foot, Susan and Rick needed to go run errands and left. They were gone 8 hours, and during that time, I just cleaned, because it had to be done. When I was finally finishing up, Susan and Rick came back, and she grabs a cloth and starts wiping down the table. After everything was done, I tell her I've already done that and that I was done cleaning. She flips shit on me and starts screaming about how we're not besties anymore. I start screaming back, saying she was gone for 8 fucking hours and left me to do her job on my day off. Well, Kevin was in the office just outside the door, and Susan runs past me and says to Kevin, "Your girlfriend is insane." I walk through the door and she jumps behind Kevin and shouts, "Help! She wants to hurt me!" But not in a panicked tone, more like, well, seductive. That's when I get pissed and tell her to get the fuck out and not grab onto my fiancé like that again. Kevin stands up and tells me to go calm the fuck down. Mind you, she flipped her shit on me, and he's standing up for her. I get more pissed and tell her I want to speak to Kevin alone. She starts screaming louder this time and says, "I can be here. I can hear whatever you're saying." That's when Rick comes in and starts freaking out on me and saying I hit his wife, which wasn't true, but I should have. I asked Kevin if he's going to stand up for me, and he says he didn't see or hear anything. Granted, this is the same guy that blew off every time I told him that Rick got into the bathroom, said something about my breasts, etc., so what did I expect? Will comes in and breaks it up. I go home and start packing. Kevin comes in a little while later and asks me, "What the fuck?" I told him everything, and he says, "Well, you shouldn't have done it." I proceed to tell him that I can't work and live there anymore. And after a minute he says, "Fine, just go." The whole time Susan was listening through the door. Obviously, I didn't leave. I don't know what kept me there. It wasn't Kevin, it wasn't a good job, and the house was barely standing up. I guess it was just my ignorance. Well, things were very tense in the house after that. I was switched to nights, so I wasn't mingling with the roommates anymore. I left for work at 4 p.m. and came back at 3 a.m. It only took a few weeks, and before I know it, I was back in the dining hall fighting with Rick and Susan. I left to go to town. I came back to Kevin standing in the middle of the dining hall room. I asked if he let our dogs out since I left, before he could say anything. And Rick comes in with Susan trailing behind them. I remember word for word, as this was just scary as fuck, at least for me anyways. Rick starts in and says, "What? Were you talking shit again? What, can't say it in front of us, huh?" Susan began with, "What the fuck is wrong with you? We don't hang out. You don't fucking talk to me anymore." At this time, Rick walks by Kevin, who had just answered a phone call, and says, "I'm going to fucking kill one of you." I said, "That's a death threat," and I run out the door to go tell Will. Well, when we got back in, the place was just a huge screaming match. I mean, they were just screaming, and I mean no words were coming out of their mouths. They were just straight up screaming. Will gets them to calm down, and I tell them I'm leaving the house and want to get my dogs. Will tells them to leave the room and has one of the wranglers escort me out the door. The second I get almost to the door, Susan jumps up and threatens to kill me. The wrangler's a big guy, and he moved fast between us and pushed me out the door. I get to the house, and all I grab is some clothing and my dogs, and I just leave. Back in the dining hall, Will asks Kevin what happened. Kevin just denied hearing anything. Well, after 2 days, Rick and Susan were let go and they left, but not before threatening us. There wasn't a restraining order anymore, due to a lack of evidence, so Rick and Susan have free range. Rick contacted me on Facebook last week, but I ignored him. Everyone was on edge for days after Susan and Rick left. Things around the ranch were going missing, the cow pen was being vandalized, resulting in the cattle constantly getting out and ending up down the road. Kevin and I had to clean up the house they destroyed before leaving. Later, we found out they used us to get into the mobile home and were in the process of trying to get us fired. Fired means we move out. Hence, the constantly calling Sherry to complain. Well, a few weeks go by and they start calling the business to harass us and Sherry. The calls contained death threats, police threats, and threatening the employees' families. That went on until they moved to California to live with family. Everything settled down once we heard they were no longer in Montana, and we went about our business as usual. Around the beginning of April, Sherry hired a woman. I'll call her Megan. Well, Megan seemed a little, cracked out. She didn't work at all. She liked to stand around and chat or made excuses to go home. I've caught her several times hiding in the pantry so she wouldn't have to work. Now, Megan was very tiny and very skinny, and she always wore a very big and baggy long-sleeved hoodie. She wouldn't take it off for anyone. We thought she was hiding needle marks on her arms. Well, she had a friend, Chris was his name. He was hired not long after Megan. Now, this guy was an ex-meth user, and he was trying to stay clean and work towards a better life. He was a great wrangler, awesome with the horses, and a really nice guy despite his past. He stayed even after Megan left, which, frankly, wasn't long. So, we needed more employees. By this time, the tourists started pouring in to stay in the guest cabins, and so we really needed the help. Chris mentioned his girlfriend was looking for a job, Anne, so we had to call her to come in and interview. Well, she was hired, and I tried to train her. She was very jumpy, jittery, and incoherent, so I suspected heroin right away, but I didn't say anything due to being short-staffed. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, right? Well, Labor Day weekend came and Anne was freaking out over some tires. Granted, she worked maybe 4 hours a day since she started, leaving me to pick up the pace and finish, but this day seemed surreal. She was running around yelling and pissed off, saying she had to leave before noon to catch this guy who has her tires. I was fed up with her at this point and told her to go. Just to let everyone know, I feel like shit for what's coming next. She left and was let go the next day. Chris wasn't mad. He felt relieved, actually. Or he looked it. But Monday, he came in and wasn't his happy self anymore. Later, we found out he relapsed, but we forgave him. But he wouldn't tell us why he stuck a needle in his arm. Just kept on saying weird shit like, "I don't know when everyone's so nice to me. I mean, I don't deserve it." We reassured him that he's a great guy. Still is, in my opinion. Well, a week later, he gets a call from Anne. She's screaming, panicking, and she told him the cops were raiding their house. At this point, he wants to leave and go get Anne, but Sherry stops him and says they'll arrest him. He ignores her and starts crying. I offer that he stay with us until he gets shit figured out. He agrees, so I go get some fast food in town. By the time I get back, he's gone, and Kevin told me he just got up and left, but not before giving him a Camel Zippo. Chris turned himself in for the murder of a 25-year-old guy who had stolen Anne's drugs a month prior. Labor Day weekend was when the guy was leaving town. Anne found out and left work to go find him with 2 other guys. Chris joined in afterwards. They took him to the woods and stabbed him multiple times until he was dead. I wish that I'd told her no. She couldn't leave that day. But I didn't. I was a huge pushover, but that day changed it. Nobody deserves to die over heroin. Chris didn't need to kill for his girlfriend. I don't know. It's kind of a mind fuck, and despite what Chris did, he was doing it for Anne. He didn't want to. A few days go by and we hear nothing about the murder. Then out of nowhere, Sherry gets a call from the police. Chris gave them the location of the murder weapon. It was under our house on the ranch. He hid it there right before he left to turn himself in. Sherry's freaking out as the police tell her they're on their way. She goes around warning the other employees and asking if they want to leave first. Most do. Kevin and I stay to watch. After about an hour, they dig it up. Sherry and Will are right there as well, and Sherry asks one of the officers to sweep this find under the rug. They agree and leave with the evidence. Here's the thing about Sherry. She claimed to know a lot of the legal officials here in this town. She also claimed Sherry wasn't her real name and she was in witness protection. She was very demanding, and I wish I could tell you everything she did, but I'll stick with a couple instances. She was always broke. Too broke to pay her employees, but not too broke to go buy things for herself. She would refuse to buy groceries to fill orders or make dinner for reservations, so I frequently had to go to my house and try to make a meal big enough to feed a lot of people. She also never took personal responsibility, and always had to blame others for her mistakes. She constantly blamed Kevin for her misplacing, overbooking, or forgetting to cancel someone's reservations. Basically, if you weren't there 24/7, she'd fucked something up and blame you for it. So, Kevin and I worked a lot of days with no days off. Soon, they all blurred together as we never really left. Sherry started in on our relationship not long after Chris left. She would say something to Kevin, then come in and tell me he was rude to her. I would go talk to him and he would get pissed at me, resulting in me getting pissed at him. This went on for weeks. Our relationship was going down faster than Mama June's career. Eventually, I started looking for a house to buy. Mid-June, I think. Well, Kevin and I haven't received a payroll check since February, and Sherry kept on promising we would get our money once that $10,000 order was paid for. Kevin believed her, but I wasn't going to fall for her shit. But I didn't argue with Kevin due to our already unstable relationship. I kept working for her just so we could keep living in the mobile home. Sherry found out about me looking into buying a house and cornered Kevin and I in the kitchen and asked me if it was true. Me thinking it wasn't a big deal, I answered yes. Well, she flipped out and started crying and telling us we were hurting her feelings and that we're no longer loyal to her. I was dumbfounded by this. Before I could say anything, she runs out of the room and into her house. I stood there mouthing, "What the fuck?" to Kevin. After a minute, I went out to clean cabins. We had a tour group coming, so I hurried to get back in and start cooking. As I opened the kitchen door, there's Sherry standing there with a Wrangler, talking shit about Kevin and I. The only 2 people that came in early and left late. The 2 people that worked endlessly with no days off. Well, I got pissed and said, "I'm fucking done," and left. I didn't go back for 2 days, and I was in the middle of packing when Sherry came by to ask me to come back. Apparently, I was the only employee she had that worked in both housekeeping and kitchen, stayed late to finish cleaning and all that, and she didn't want to lose me. So I unfortunately went back. Just on a side note, I was a very nice person before working at that place. I would give my last dollar to help someone in need, and that's what I thought. I thought Sherry was someone in need. I wanted her business to work. I was working the jobs of 3 people, 15 to 20 hours a day without getting paid. I snapped before I left. Something in my brain had to have literally snapped because my family, my friends, they've all said I've changed, that I'm not me anymore. It's true. I don't feel anything these days. I worked at that place for a year. I endured sexual assault. I worked endless days. I was manipulated, verbally abused, and overall was treated like a slave. And I witnessed unspeakable shit. Experienced unspeakable shit. So yeah, I've changed. The last day I was there, in late August of this year, I was working outside in housekeeping. I forgot some supplies for a stay-over cabin and went into the office to grab them. These guys came in and had a reservation. I signed them in and took them to their cabin. One of the wranglers were taking a horse ride out with an elderly couple, and we were walking by. One of the horses started bucking with the old man on him. I run over and try to help while the wrangler gets the old woman down. The thing about horses, if one goes crazy, so will the rest. So I'm holding this horse with the old guy on his back, and I'm trying to get them both to calm down, but it's not working. After the old guy's off, the wrangler and I walk the horses back to the stall. This old couple had a dinner reservation, and I wasn't notified about that. Granted, there are 3 other employees who could have taken over cabins while I started cooking, or started cooking while I was out cleaning, but they didn't. Instead, I had to make a 3-course meal for 2 people, and fast. I forgot about the stay-over cabin at this point and started cooking. In less than 20 minutes, I have a meal provided from leftovers. I heat those up, serve them, clean up, and go home. The next day I come into the kitchen and Sherry's throwing dishes, screaming and cursing, saying she got a call from the guest in the stay-over cabin. Apparently, forgetting the extra roll of toilet paper was life-threatening. She then proceeds to say that the kitchen was disgusting and that I didn't clean it right. She and her granddaughter had to come in at midnight and clean it. Okay, so why is it still dirty this morning? I wanted to ask and call her out on her bullshit. I was also there way past midnight, and she never once made an appearance. She was throwing a hissy fit. Sherry then demands I write a letter of apology for the guests in the stay-over cabin, which was ridiculous. I tried explaining to her what happened, but she wouldn't hear it. After I wrote the letter and took a bunch of pictures, I left, sent Sherry an email stating that I want to get paid and that I'm no longer her employee. Kevin was fired a week later during her rant about me. We never got what she owed us. The business card Kevin had, she made him put in his name. She used it to buy her granddaughter a new saddle, Will a new golf cart that looks like a mini Mustang, and also used it to take a weekend spa trip. Not only that, she pinned all the business charges on us as well. By the time she was done, she said we owed her, which we denied. So yeah, we left and moved. Kevin got another job, I'm starting up my own business, and we moved into a nice house, but anytime we want to go anywhere, we run into Will or her. Take my advice. Leave a job the second your employer guilts you into staying because they can't afford to pay you. Rick and Susan moved back about a month before all that, and are still currently employed by Sherry. I live in a very rural and mountainous area of California, and at this time, I was working as a cook in a restaurant/bar. I was 24 and not in the best place financially at the time, so I'd been borrowing my uncle's car to drive to and from work. I worked from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. I know everyone in this area well, and I don't have a single enemy. I get along with everyone. One night, I had gotten done closing up the kitchen and decided to have a beer before going home. The bartender was talking to a fellow community member and trying to get him to go home. He was too drunk for his own good. There were some out-of-towners that weren't too fond of the locals' demeanor, and it seemed like it was getting intense between them. I just saw it as a local that I knew being annoyingly drunk, but perfectly harmless. I had my beer and went out and got in my car. I could see inside the bar and spotted the drunk local, completely smashed. I felt bad for not offering a ride home, but I was tired from work and told myself he'll be okay. I drive away. Mind you, there's no street lamps, no buildings, it's in the middle of nowhere. Pitch black. Quiet. I realized about a mile from the bar that I should turn around and offer the local a ride home. He didn't live far, and it wouldn't be far out of my way to do so. I turn around at a muddy turnout and go back. I get in the bar, and I basically was short with the local, and told him I'd pick him up in the morning and he could get in his truck, sober. That I'll give him a ride home tonight. I was 24 at the time, and a small-built female. He was a smaller-built, 35-ish looking male. I knew this guy had hit on me in the past, but I assumed he was just a 35-year-old weirdo who was lonely. I always shrugged off his advances. Anyway, with a couple minutes of reasoning, he finally hopped in the car and I took off, driving towards his home, about 5 miles away on winding mountain roads. I didn't notice anything really at first. He seemed drunk, quiet, and mumbly. But not too long into the drive, he starts saying thank you, how nice I am to help him out. I say the usual, of course, no problem. Couldn't let him be there knowing full well he wasn't able to drive. This is where I start getting creeped out. I make a turn on the road where he lives on. It's a long road. Not many houses. All of the driveways are long, about a mile or two, so you can't even see the houses anyway. He gets really quiet, and it's dark in the car. I can't see him really well. I notice him look at me, though. I could see the reflection of his eyes from the dim lights on the radio. This is something I remember vividly. His eyes gleaming, kind of green from the lights on the radio knobs. He was just looking at me. I, without returning his gaze, said, "What's up? Why are you looking at me like that?" He says to me, "You're so pretty, and I never get this chance to be alone with you." I shrugged it off, trying to play it cool, although I'm beginning to regret my decision. All of a sudden, he reaches over to me while I'm driving and tries to put his hand on what I'm assuming was my breast, but instead his hands land on my shoulder and neck area. I start yelling at him to stop. I slam on my brakes in the middle of the road, and I scream at him to get out of this car now. I repeat it over and over. At this point, I had my hands off the wheel and was trying to physically push him out. I had leaned over and opened the car door. I had never in my life realized my own strength, my own weak strength. This 30-something guy wasn't budging against me. I noticed him laughing, a really sloppy laugh. He says, "You and I know that no one's around." I said to him, "We just left the bar. At least 5 people know where I'm going. Please, stop. Here's a flashlight. Walk on home. I'm done with you tonight." He's quiet for a minute before saying, "I don't feel like walking much." The way he said it scared the living shit out of me. I start screaming, not like a horse scream, but like an ear-piercing one. I knew the scream was strong and loud, and I'd even hurt my own ears, just hoping someone had their windows open somewhere off in the woods. But nothing happened. We struggled for what felt like minutes as he was trying to come at me. This entire time he was kind of laughing. He was drunk, so that was probably my only advantage, as I wasn't. He was sloppy and trying to attack me for whatever reason. I pushed on him like I'd never pushed on anything in my life. I pushed so hard that I felt my arms burning with pain. When he finally gets out of the car, I slam on the gas, not even bothering with the door. Remember, I was headed down a long-ass road in the middle of nowhere, and not on my road. It's a dead-end road after about 20 minutes, So I keep driving down this road I know well, knowing full well I need to stop and turn around, but this road is like 1.5 lanes wide and there's hardly any turnouts. When I finally do, I turn around fast in someone's dirt driveway, afraid of the car being still even for a second. I take off driving, knowing I'll see him up ahead any minute. I never do. I never see him again. He was a local I'd known for years and saw frequently. I don't know if he took off to another area out of embarrassment or what, but I never saw him again. And I arrived home, shaking, red, scratched, out of breath. My boyfriend and our friend were at home playing Jenga, and I told them immediately, and they knew who it was too and went to try and find him. Never saw him again. This was last November. So, a few years ago I worked at a Waffle House in a college town, so weird people really aren't that unusual. To start off, there are only two 24/7 restaurants there, and I worked third shift at the Waffle House. Sometimes when a person's car would break down, the police would drop them off at one of these two places. They weren't supposed to, so they dropped them off within walking distance, but not actually outside, like some shitty loophole. So one night, I was working with a cook and another waitress. We'll call them Mark and Cassie, respectively. Around 11 p.m., this old guy wanders into the lobby with a little bag. First off, we don't usually get older people after around 8 or so, at the latest. Second off, dude's creepy as fuck. He starts off telling us about how his car broke down on the highway and the police dropped him off in the parking lot next door. I feel bad for him because it's the middle of the night, he's not from around here, and he has no money. So I pour him coffee and I don't charge him. My coworkers are usually on drugs, so I assume free coffee isn't going to get me fired. This is when the guy just starts talking my ear off. Like, I can barely get in a word edgewise, which is difficult since I'm usually the talker. He talks about what happened to him and then starts trying to sell all the tools he has in his little bag. Of course, we say no, but he just keeps asking about it. He also starts wandering in and out of the store. The first time he does so, Mark, who's ex-military, searches his bag to make sure he doesn't have any weapons because he's starting to raise some eyebrows. There's nothing but tools though, so we feel marginally safer. When he comes back in, I keep talking to him. Mark and Cassie nope the fuck away to the other side of the store and I watch. Keep in mind, this guy is literally the only person here. We don't start getting people until 1:30 when everyone leaves the bars. Now he's beginning to talk about a lot of weird things. I tell him I'm interested in studying prisons and he tells me the best way to do that is to get arrested. Then he starts talking about how he used to be in prison, but he never says why. He's starting to make us really nervous, so I start to draw him in case the dude decides to, murder us. We'll have something because I'm good at drawing things I can see. There's a low little wall where we usually write out customer receipts, so I can draw him without him noticing. Not that it matters, since he's looking straight ahead while he talks to me. We start getting customers because it's about 1 a.m. Bars let out at 1, so anyone who can drive gets there at 1, while those who walk there get there about 30 minutes later. And this guy keeps talking no matter where I am. He doesn't raise his voice or anything, he just keeps talking at the same level, even when I walk away to take care of other customers. At this point, I'm starting to think this guy is schizophrenic. I'm a psych major, so I mean the actual schizophrenia and not just crazy, and wanting to get away. But I really can't because I'm afraid he might do something. He does, but not what I was afraid of. He just starts insulting customers. He tells one kid that he's fat and asks why he's so fat and tells him he needs to lose weight. Then he talks to a family of travelers and says, "Your wife and kids are fine, but why are you so ugly?" We decide he has to go. Mark tells him he has to leave as we've warned him several times to leave the other customers alone, so Mark says if he doesn't scram, we're calling the cops. The guy starts yelling at us and glares at me a lot and asks why he should leave, but he finally does so. But he comes back half an hour later and we have to kick him out once again for insulting customers. He doesn't come back that night, so we decide he must have found a way home or contacted someone. So I finish around 7 a.m. and walk home. I live above the bars downtown, so it's a 30-minute walk, but along the way, I see the old guy. I dart behind a building and take the long way home. I don't think much of it because, hey, it's a small town and there's not a lot of places to go. I have to work again the next day, so I go home, sleep, and get all my chores done. I'm pretending to be an adult as usual. So about an hour before work, Waffle House calls me and my coworker Kevin tells me the old guy's been coming around several times during the day, every couple of hours, and looking for me. I'm a 23-year-old female, so they're worried about what exactly he wants. I call my friend Jason and tell him why I need a ride, and he brings me in. I ask what's been going on, and apparently this guy's been in at least 10 times asking to talk to me. He never says why, he just says he wants to talk. So I'm on edge, waiting because I have no idea what this guy wants. Is this 60-year-old guy pissed off I didn't defend him when he was kicked out? Is he asking for me just because I told him my name, or is there something else? Surprisingly, for the first few hours of my shift, we don't see him, but he eventually comes in and ignores me. I'm super confused, but I keep an eye on him again. I've also bought pepper spray. Before long, though, we kick him out again for harassing customers. It's very confusing for me. He asks for me all day and then ignores me when he does come in. But after we kick him out, he doesn't come back. When my shift ends, my friend asks if I need a ride and I tell him no. The guy's left and hasn't come back, so I'm good. Well, that's what I thought, until I saw him walking towards me after work. He yells out for me and starts coming at me, but I run into another building I know has another entrance and exit. I sneak out another way before this guy can find me, and thanking every god I can think of, I know the town way better than him. I still have no idea what he wants, but I'm not taking any chances. I sneak home in some back ways and get there. I call work and let them know what happened and ask for the next few days off. They agree, and later tell me the old guy kept coming in the next few days, and they finally called the police on him and they took him away. So this is one of my less scary experiences with creepy or possibly deranged people in my life, but not to say it still doesn't creep me out. As a kid, I liked to sit on my little mini playground, as I called it, and read. I actually look back on this and laugh now that I'm a lot more isolated and an indoor person. Anyway, my dad got home around 6, so my mom took us to and from school. When my mom was there parking her car, she pointed out a creepy guy in a car in front of hers, just looking at us. She ushered us inside and brushed it up to just a weird coincidence or something like that. She still kept a close eye on me from the kitchen window, but she had to do something and left the kitchen. Now my mom was cautious because she had a creepy experience with a pedophile herself. From the top of the platform I was on, next to the slide, I heard a man say something. I don't remember what it was, but it was something along the lines of, "Hey kiddo, I have some Goosebumps books in my car, if you want to read them with me." My mom and dad had drilled stranger danger into my head, and I was a really smart kid for my age, so I tried to tell the guy off myself. I know, stupid decision, but I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. The guy kept insisting that I come and read with him, and I kept saying no. Eventually, the guy pretended to get a phone call and claimed it was from my mom. He told me she said to get into his car and he'll take me to the bookstore. I knew that there was no reason for her to ask someone to take me somewhere, and I just ignored him. Then he got out of his car and began approaching me. This was before we got a fence, so I was out in the open. He grabbed my arm and dragged me to his car, but just then, as if God himself gave me a miracle, a police car came down the road and saw what he was doing. The guy let me go and sped off. The officer chased him and eventually caught him. My mom came rushing out when she heard the sirens and comforted me. The guy claimed to be my dad and that my mom was abusing me. The officer knew my family well and called his bluff. I'm seriously glad that that officer was there just then. I can't explain it in any other way than it being a miracle. This might be a shorter story, but it is definitely scary and still gives me bad thoughts when I think about it. So, without further ado, let's begin. This took place after my parents had divorced, but they lived close to each other, so it wasn't all that bad. Anyway, I would frequently forget stuff at my mother's house and would take it up to my dad's house. This was almost a nightly thing. So one night, I was bringing my Xbox and some games to my dad's house, and one thing to note is that this was one of those double houses, if that makes any sense. Anyway, to get to my dad's house, I had to pass their side first. While I was passing their house, the wife, I presume, stopped me and asked me to come over. I thought that since my dad shared houses with her and her husband, that he knew and trusted her, so I came closer. She noticed the Xbox and games in my hands and straight up said, "Hey, we have a bunch of fun games and little boys your age that will play with you in here. You want to come in?" I slowly backed away, not turning my head to her as I was doing so. I felt a large, cold hand on my shoulder. My blood ran cold. I didn't dare turn around. I heard from behind me, "She isn't this nice all the time. I suggest you take her up on her offer." My fight or flight kicked in and I chose flight. His grip wasn't all that good, so I escaped easily and ran inside. I didn't tell my dad, but I did call the police. I couldn't live knowing that they might have multiple kids in there. A few minutes passed, and a police car showed up. 5 minutes later, the 2 officers walked out of the house with the 2 people. Apparently, they'd been luring kids into their house with the promise of games and toys. I still imagine what would have happened if the man's grip was stronger, and thank God I chose to call the police. They had 2 kids in the house, both boys. This is my story, and it's nice getting it off my chest. I'm a 28-year-old guy, currently working as a volunteer at a pet rescue shelter. I've been working like this for about 2 years, and I love this job. This happened about a year ago. It all began when a new girl started working at the shelter. I'll call this girl Gracie. Gracie was 21 years old and incredibly shy, or at least it seemed that way at first. During her first few weeks, she would only talk in one-worded sentences, no matter what she was asked about. No matter how often the rest of us tried getting her involved in social stuff, she would decline. A few weeks in, she started making comments like, "I just don't like people," and "I just prefer to be left alone." People obliged and left her alone. When she'd been working at the shelter for about half a month, she started following around a few guys like a lost puppy, drooling when she thought no one was watching her. I was one of those guys. Her behavior was outright creepy, as she was still not talking very much, just following people around, staring at them like a dog in heat. At one point, I went straight with her and told her that I found her behavior very creepy. I told her she should be careful because some might interpret her behavior as sexual harassment. She just looked away. Shit went down a few weeks later when I managed to stumble upon Gracie's Tumblr. Gracie had submitted a picture of herself standing with one of the pups from the shelter. She'd added a lot of hashtags about our local shelter, apparently in an attempt to spread awareness. Out of curiosity, I went to her actual Tumblr, and boy, it was just a Pandora's box of creepiness. Basically, Gracie's Tumblr could be split into 3 parts. One part was pictures of random people, most of which were people at work, and all of which were obviously snapped without the consent of the people in them. All of the pictures had stories attached about how the person in the picture was a bad person. Most of these stories were about how the person had been bullying Gracie, or making sexist or homophobic comments, and acting like a generally shitty person. All of these kind of stories ended with Gracie stepping in and telling the person to check their privilege, as if the stories weren't unbelievable enough on their own. The next part was pictures of guys Gracie thought to be hot, both real and fictional. In between the pictures were stories about these people mixed in various relationships. Gracie even had made up stories about these two guys at work being in a relationship, and she had countless pictures of them doing stuff like talking or caring for an animal or whatever, with captions like, "See, they're totally in love. Gays are so cute." Mind you, both of these guys were in healthy relationships at the time. The last part was Gracie either reblogging or submitting texts about social justice, especially from the extremist parts of Tumblr. I found a post talking about how a guy at work had told her off just because she'd been looking in his direction. The conclusion to the post was, I don't see what his problem is anyway. Guys think about sex all the time. It's not like it's a violation when guys actually want sex. They can't get sexually harassed because they would never actually object to sex. The post had been reblogged with various comments of "die cis scum." At first I wasn't sure what to do about all of this. I knew something definitely had to be done about it, but I didn't know what. In the end, I went to my boss and we had a talk. She told me this was probably just Gracie living a fantasy on the net, but acknowledged it had to stop. The three of us had a talk, and Gracie was utterly humiliated someone had found her Tumblr. She didn't outright apologize, but she did seem to accept that it had to stop and understand that what she was doing was borderline illegal. In the next few weeks, Gracie became a shadow creeping around the shelter, somehow even more antisocial than she'd been before. My boss only kept her around because she was always free to do work at whatever odd hour was needed. Her Tumblr seemingly got deleted, but I had a creeping feeling this wasn't the end of it. About 2 weeks later, I was checking out the accounts that had been friends with Gracie's account. Mainly, I wanted to find out how far Gracie's lies and stories had spread. Mostly it was her social justice stuff and the gay stories about the guys at work people been reblogging. Through all this, I found out Gracie had a new Tumblr, one that was even creepier than the old one. The new Tumblr didn't have a lot of posts, not at all like the first one, but those it did have were even creepier than her old ones used to be. One of these stories was an explanation about how she'd been forced to shut down her old Tumblr. Some lies about how it was because she was supporting the LGBT community, and her boss thinking ill of that because some cis scum felt threatened. The next couple of posts were either updates on the gay couple and stories about them, or posts about this shitty dude at work. What made these posts really terrifying was that she made a threat about killing me. She even wrote long paragraphs about how she would like to strangle me, poison me, or stab me, and how great it would feel to kill off a cis scum such as I. What really made my heart jump was when I found a picture of my house. A few similar posts had been made about some of our coworkers, but apparently it was mainly me that she held a grudge towards. I went to my boss again, this time telling her I'd get the police involved too because this sort of behavior was just way too far out. Gracie was called in again and got an earful, but during the entire talk it became obvious Gracie had no idea how her behavior was wrong. She told us it was just stuff inside her head, that she would never actually do it, but when asked why she had then been uploading pictures of my home, and why she'd been stalking people and kept snapping pictures without them knowing, she just made up some bullshit about how it wasn't us on those pictures. I finally blew my fuse and told Gracie I'd talk to the police, because I sure as hell wasn't going to stand by as some creep was following me around with a camera. The police got involved, and as part of the case, they confiscated Gracie's phone, her camera. Apparently, this led to another case of drug possession, and Gracie was later taken to jail. I don't know what happened to her then, but I'm hoping she's in a place where she can no longer upload bullshit on her blog. Let me start this off by apologizing for any grammar mistakes. I don't have a good excuse, I just suck at my own freaking language sometimes. So, I turned 16 exactly 3 weeks ago, but I have this weird habit of rounding up my age months before my birthday, meaning I've been saying I'm 16 for a few months now. I like to spend a lot of my time at the local library. I'm homeschooled with 3 siblings, so it's pretty much the only chance I have to do my work in a quiet, neat place. About the beginning of this last summer, I noticed some guy was at the library every single time I was. At first, I thought nothing of it, as there's plenty of people I've noticed coming to the library regularly. But one day, I noticed something way off. I had finished all my schoolwork for the year and was just dicking around, playing some games on one of the library computers, when I noticed the same guy sitting 2 computers down from me. I smiled and nodded at him and then continued my game. The internet on my computer started going off, however, so I switched over to the other side of the computer desk and logged onto that one. Lo and behold, creepy guy, who I'll refer to as CG from here on out, switched over to the other side as well, sitting right next to me and staring at my computer screen as if I was blind and wouldn't notice. I immediately got a bad feel about this Scoob and texted my mom to tell her I'd be stopping by the pharmacy next door to pick up her prescriptions for her, just so I'd have an excuse to leave. Apparently, though, CG wasn't done yet and followed me outside. He stopped me right outside the library and asked me for my name and how old I was. I told him I'm Hamming and 16 years old. He informs me that his name is Jonathan, and he's 46. He then proceeds to tell me I'm one good-looking 16-year-old, and walks away. This dude looks about as stereotypical meth user as you can get. Scruffy beard, gel-spiked hair, dirty band t-shirt, and ripped-up cargo shorts, so I just figured he was your run-of-the-mill creep. The next day, I had a writers group meeting at the very same library, so I left my house and started walking for it. I'll spare you the tedious details, but around halfway through the walk I noticed CG following behind me on a bike. I was creeped out, but I didn't want to seem crazy, and I simply chalked it up to him walking the same way as me. To be sure, I ended up taking 2 right turns, both of which he followed. I was officially bugged out, so I turned onto our town's main road, which led straight to the library. He followed me the entire 3/4 of a mile there. At some point, I don't remember, I pulled out my phone and texted my girlfriend what was going on, and then called her until I got to the meeting. When I got to the meeting, I explained to the group leader what was going on, and she offered to drive me home afterwards. 2 hours later, and we leave and see CG still waiting outside the library, glaring at us all the way to the car. A few weeks went by without a CG encounter, so he was all but forgotten by me. Until the day he proposed to me. I was walking home from the grocery store with some snacks when I noticed him sitting outside the laundromat I pass on my way home. I groaned internally and decided ignoring him was the best bet, until he ran after me. I can't remember word for word the conversation, but it went something like, Hey, how old are you now? Still 16? I don't believe you. Now, I have no idea why I didn't just knock him out then and there, but I didn't, and instead I pulled out my student ID and showed it to him. What he said next, I'll probably never forget. Oh, shit. Well, are you emancipated? No. You should get emancipated. Why? Because then you can marry me. I promise I'll take care of you, and our kids will be so cute. I booked it out of there, and after a couple more incidents of him following me around, he sort of dropped off the map, until back in August he cornered me in a gas station to demand to know why I act so scared around him, and to stop doing that. I haven't heard of or seen him since, but to this day the idea of him still freaks me the fuck out. Obligatory, not me, but my girlfriend. Girlfriend's lease is up and is looking for a room to rent for the remainder of college, so being a student turns to Craigslist. She finds a great-looking house in a brilliant location, about 30 minutes from the university and a 2-minute walk from Main Street of a lovely little town. Rent's kinda cheap, too. The house is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom place, and there's 2 guys living there. One was 24, and the other was 35 or close to it. Can't remember the exact age, and they both work together. Girlfriend goes for a visit and meets said guys. Thinks they're pretty decent, but the older one is a little odd. She decided to move in. All goes well for a couple months. She gets to know the guys better, and turns out the older guy's been homeless before and had a pretty rough start to life, but now he's firmly on his feet. She chalks his weirdness up to that. I come for a quick visit and meet these guys myself. Younger one is great, very talkative, and generally a nice guy. Older one is very quiet and keeps to his room a lot. I thought he was pretty weird too. I know you're waiting for a horror story, so here it comes. About a month or so after my visit, I get a phone call from my girlfriend who's in tears. She said that the police have raided their house with a warrant for child porn. The police have seized everybody's electronics, laptops, tablets, etc. Everyone in the house was like, what the fuck? Obviously, my girlfriend was absolutely terrified. She knew it wasn't her, and I think the police did too. She managed to get her stuff back pretty quickly after a few trips to the station. Me and her both guessed that it must have been older guy. Turns out, it was older guy. One day, he packed up a backpack of stuff and just left the house. Left his keys on the table, never to return. We suspect he was basically running away. He left all of his shit in his room. Remember, I said the guys work together? Younger guy told us a few days after that older guy had run off, that older guy went into his office and basically admitted it was him and that he'd been doing it for a while and that he's going to turn himself in. Naturally, he got fired on the spot. And obviously, he didn't turn himself in and has since vanished. I'm a blackjack dealer at a tribal casino in Oklahoma. I've been a dealer for 13 years. In that time, I've seen some scary people, but none stand out more than this guy. This was a freaky guy, and I'm not easily intimidated. He's about 6'2", medium build, dirty blonde hair, and a big scar on his cheek. Reeks of Bud Light and Winston cigarettes. He had a wife that always came in with him, and she always seemed to have fallen into something face first. He's a typical redneck asshole. Not only was he mean to his wife, he was hateful to everyone he encountered. One day, I was dealing to him and it wasn't going very well. I think I may have taken like $2,000 of his money, and that's when he started in on calling me things that, frankly, I wouldn't call my dog. When we encounter verbal abuse, we're allowed to have our pit boss have him removed from the tables. My pit boss is a woman, and he says, "I don't let no woman tell me what to do." As security is walking him off the tables, he looks me dead in the eyes and says, "You better watch your back," and I'll get my $2,000 from his ass one way or another. After the altercation, he was banned, but only for 30 days. Sure enough, after the 30 days, he's back in and on my next table. I ask my boss if I can avoid the table because of our past altercation. My boss tells me he'll keep an eye on him and I'll be fine. I get to the table and he just stares me down. I start dealing and he's winning. About 20 minutes into my 30 minutes on the table, he says, "Boy, am I glad you're paying me because I have a knife in my boot and I was planning on stabbing your ass." After my 30 minutes was up, I immediately notified my boss what was said. Security was notified. They take him to the back, and sure enough, he has an 8-inch Bowie knife in his boot. This time, he was given a lifetime ban. This is less of a creepy one-person encounter, and more a whole community creeped out by one man. The neighbor in question is somewhat famous for his lawn, an impossibly thick green landscape that he had tended by a company. I've vaguely been aware of him losing it on the landscapers, screaming at them outside. Enough, I knew he had a temper anyway. The first real red flag that he might be legitimately crazy came last summer. He asked a teenage boy in the neighborhood to check in on the house once a day and make sure all the doors and windows were secured and water their flowers. The day they left, though, he left a crazy list, saying the kid had to be there multiple times a day, turning off and on different sets of lights at specific times, and leaving weird chores for him. Also, the kid wasn't allowed to walk on the lawn and had to remove his dirty shoes before walking on the concrete sidewalk. He was never to enter the house, but was to turn off and on the lights from the doorway by means of a stick with a loop on it. Also, he wasn't allowed to use a garden hose to water the lawn, but had to instead use a teeny tiny watering can. The letter implied that my neighbor would have the kid under surveillance and would have pictures if he failed to comply. Basically, the kid's parents called him and said they weren't comfortable with the situation anymore, and while they would keep an eye on the house, the deal was off. They argued over the phone. When my neighbor got back from vacation, it was early morning, and he immediately went to their house, woke them, and tried to pick a fight with them. One of the other neighbors is a retired cop and came out to see what was going on and tried to settle the issue. Crazy Neighbor said that he would let it rest if someone were allowed to bare-ass spank the kid. He flipped out when they told him hell no. Sometime after this, another neighbor was at the grocery store when he was cornered by Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor apparently just talked at him in rapid fire for a half hour. Among other things, he started saying how wives shouldn't have friends, and said that his wife's sister was so fat she broke the toilet seat last time she visited. After this, everyone started talking about how you don't see his wife anymore. Occasionally she'll be out watering flowers, but while her husband is seen out, she isn't. Considering that she used to be a social butterfly, this is weird. During the winter, everyone found pamphlets on their mailbox from the landscaper he uses, along with a note saying it was mandatory to now use this landscaper in our area, and failure to comply would result in being sued. We're private single-family homes with no homeowners association, so this is patently untrue. During the winter, someone saw his wife and her arm was in a sling and she had a black eye. When they went to ask her about it, he wouldn't let her speak, and she said that she had slid on ice. Since then, there have been a few attempts made to talk to her alone, and all have failed. They've gone so far as to get their church involved and to call a welfare check by the cops when he was out of house. But if she is being abused, she's been refusing help. Snow was bad this year, and he blew a fit about the snowplows piling snow on his property, so he scattered screws on the roadway outside before they came by one morning. Then, someone in the neighborhood got a puppy. It's quiet and has a fenced-in backyard. Its owners wake up in the middle of the night to hear the doorbell ringing, and when they come out, Crazy Neighbor is standing on the road at the edge of the property. He tells them that the first time the dog gets out, well, they won't have a dog anymore, and pulls out a gun and waves it around before pointing it towards the backyard and saying, "Bang." Obviously, they go back inside and call the cops. When confronted, Crazy Neighbor claims he was out for a walk, thought they were awake, and stopped by. He says he didn't get the gun out, but it had been on his belt, and that he didn't mean his statement as a threat. He got some sort of citation from the police. Come spring, he's taken to sitting outside and writing something every time someone walks or drives by. We don't know what, but I've taken to driving differently home to avoid going past him. Most recently, someone put up a swing set in their backyard. They came back from work to find tire tracks through the backyard and the swing set run over and crushed. No one saw anything, but his massive truck happens to have the same kind of tires as the tread arcs left behind. The retired cop has taken to compiling statements from everyone and keeping records, because, well, we think this is going to end badly. Saturday, I went out with friends and we stayed until the place closed at 2. I was driving down the rather twisty, wooded, dark, and narrow road that leads to my development. I always take it slow along this road. My last car was totaled when I hit a deer along there. Once I hit a skunk, which I don't care to repeat. Near the ground along the road, I see a flash of light color, which I register as being an animal, like an opossum, so I lay on the brakes. My headlights frame what I now see to be a person, dressed all in black, and the white flash were reflectors on his sneakers. Then I recognize the guy as Crazy Neighbor. In a moment of stupid panic mode, I sort of give him a friendly, neighborly wave and smile. He's giving me the angry scowl of death. I drive on. It's 2 miles to my house, a bit further to his, and it's now close to 3 in the morning, and he was just lurking around in the rural woods. It sort of upset me as much as anything, because this was the alternative route I'd been taking to avoid driving by his house. Coincidence, but I still felt caught. I was telling this story this morning to a neighbor, and he tells me that multiple people have seen him out prowling at night, usually along the road, but he apparently set off someone's motion detector by walking through their backyard. Weirdest, once someone saw him in the wee hours driving a riding lawnmower down the street. Now, as far as I've seen, his landscape service mows his lawn, so it was weirdly just as much of a puzzler of why the hell does Stan have a lawnmower? Apparently, a few neighbors have gotten home security systems solely because of this guy. I'm gonna install motion detection floodlights that will light up the whole backyard, just to try to scare him off if he ever comes on my property. I talked to the ex-cop neighbor and told him about the neighbor being out by the woods in black. You all talking about him hiding a body freaked me out. He's gonna check into it. Update. Spoke again to the ex-cop neighbor, and apparently he took me seriously. He went out to check the woods in the area where I saw my neighbor with another cop. They found something. There was a camouflaged deer stand, with evidence nearby of a spot where a car had been parked, and probably several deer field-dressed. Considering it's posted land, this is poaching. My ex-cop neighbor thinks that either Crazy Neighbor is the poacher and I happened to catch him in the act, or that Crazy Neighbor, in his zeal to control the area, was trying to catch the poacher himself. I begged my ex-cop neighbor not to involve me if he confronts Crazy Neighbor about it, and he promised he wouldn't. One neighborhood family had a 4th of July party, Saturday the 5th. It was a low-key barbecue, and at some point, one of the kids there invited some other kids back to his place to play Wii. A bit later, Crazy Neighbor shows up at barbecue. He corners one of the moms and basically says he'll kill her kid if he's ever on his property again. Someone else overhears, and pretty soon the Crazy Neighbor is surrounded by understandably upset people who just heard a death threat against their kids. Apparently, Crazy Neighbor starts backtracking and saying he only meant for them to stay off his property and that he has a right to defend himself. When the crowd began getting angry, he ran off. Cops are called. According to the kids, they were walking by the Crazy Neighbor's house when a car came around the curb. There's no sidewalk, so they stood off to one side of the road, and then Crazy Neighbor came out yelling at them. The cop went to his house, and next thing someone sees Crazy Neighbor in the back of the cop car. Nothing happens around here Saturday night or Sunday, so Neighbor isn't going anywhere until Monday at the earliest. No clue yet what the charges were. God, the whole neighborhood's in a buzz. Edit. Apparently, he'll be serving another weekend in jail and had a fine, plus has to take some sort of class. Also, there's some other charges from possibly non-neighborhood issues. Not sure if that was his interaction with the cops or what. Details are sketchy. The police blotter just said he was arrested after making threats and resisting arrest, so everything I'm hearing is word of mouth. When I was in high school, I had a part-time job at a video rental store. For reference, I'm a female. I was working one Saturday night and was behind the member registration desk, adding new member information into the computer. The desk was shaped like the letter L and was connected to the wall at the short end of the L. There was only one way in and out. It was near closing, and my manager was in the office counting down the tills, so I was alone out on the floor. A man had come into the store while I was working away at the computer. He had come straight to my desk and asked me for an application for membership. I said, "Sure," handed him one and politely said, "Here you go, sir." He paused for a brief moment, then thanked me. He walked over to the table that had been specifically built for new members to stand and fill out applications. He picked up one of the pens on a chain and started writing. I hadn't thought anything was off because he looked like the average middle-aged man, but that brief pause did seem a little too long. I brushed it off as me just being paranoid and went back to work. Everything was fine until I heard him speak. He had said something that I hadn't heard clearly, but the inflection of his tone suggested it was a question he had asked. I was about to ask him to repeat the question, but as I looked up and started to open my mouth, he started answering himself, in a different voice. I was taken aback by what I was seeing and hearing. He would lean to the left and say something in one voice, then lean to the right and respond in a higher-pitched voice. It was like watching a crazy, bad puppet show, with only one puppet. He started raising his voices, and I could clearly hear both of them talking about the information needed on the form. This conversation he was having with himself turned into an outright argument. At this point, I think it would be a grave understatement to say that I was a little alarmed. The truth was, it was a 4-alarm fire, and there was no fire hose in sight. I was getting seriously scared and decided it was time to get the hell out of there and go get my manager. I tried to quietly slip out from behind the desk, but this man had turned around and seen me. Before I could make it out from behind that fucking desk, he had stormed up to me, trapping me there. He stood in the one spot that kept me from getting help. He had an angry look on his face and stood there silent for what seemed like minutes, but was in actuality probably mere seconds. I was ready to piss myself. I was that scared. How I managed to hold my bladder will forever remain a mystery to me. He then leaned in towards me, putting his face near mine, and said, "If you tell anyone any of my personal information, I swear to God, I will come back here, find you, and kill you." All I could do was promise him that I would never tell anyone, and I kept repeating, "I promise." He then said, "Just remember, if anyone comes looking for me, I'll know it was you, and I will kill you." Those last 4 words were absolutely terrifying. He said each word deliberately, pausing for dramatic effect, as if the fucking psycho hadn't already made his point crystal clear. He then threw the membership application at me. It landed on the floor in front of me, and he stepped away from the desk. He walked to the exit, staring at me and pointing the whole time he was walking out the door. He then got into his car and sped off out of the parking lot. I was too frightened to move while he could still see me. I was afraid that if he saw me taking any kind of action, he would turn around and come right back. When the coast was clear, all I could think to do was pick up the application from the floor and get to the office so my manager could call the police and give them the details on the form. My heart sank as I ran to the office while looking at the paper. There was nothing on the paper, well, except scribbles. Angry, black ink scribbles. We called the police anyway, but without anything other than the description of him, there wasn't much the police could do. It was dark out, and I couldn't see his license plate. I wish I had. When I got home from work that night, I thought about the mailman delivering mail to that psycho, or someone selling magazine subscriptions coming to his door, or a Girl Scout selling cookies ringing his doorbell. Would that crazy asshole think I sold him out? Would he come back for me? I quit that job the next day. My roommate and I lived in a 2-story condo during our last year of college. It was a new development with mostly college-aged neighbors, and in a good part of town. Over the course of the year, we had made friends with several of the tenants in the complex, so it wasn't surprising when somebody would knock on our door late in the evening wanting to have a drink or just hang out. Both of our bedrooms were upstairs, one overlooking the backyard and one overlooking the front door and parking space. My bedroom happened to be the one overlooking the front door. I was laying in bed well after midnight, cramming for the last exam I would take in my college career. I was halfway asleep when someone started knocking on the front door. I thought very little of it, as there was a girl that lived next door who my roommate would occasionally hook up with. I just assumed it was her trying to come over after a night of partying. The knocking on the door soon sounded like someone lowering their shoulder and running into the door as if they were trying to break in. I went to the window overlooking the door and could see a person that was trying to knock in our front door. It clearly wasn't the girl from next door that I thought it might have been. This was a fairly large male, and he seemed intent on getting inside our place. He would take a few steps back, get a running start, and then hit our door as hard as he could. He wanted in. I left my bedroom and walked down the hallway to the other bedroom to wake up my roommate. Somehow, he wasn't awake from the noise. As soon as I opened his door, I heard our front window glass shatter downstairs. The guy that broke in then said, "All right, you motherfuckers," in a tone that told us the guy meant business. He sounded really pissed off. We locked the bedroom door and went through the bathroom that joined our 2 bedrooms and locked my bedroom door as well. Neither of us had a gun, just a couple of baseball bats if he did happen to make his way upstairs. We then called the police. We could hear him rummaging around downstairs, breaking some stuff and going through our belongings. And then he was silent. A few minutes later, several police cars pulled into the neighborhood and eventually into our place. An officer came upstairs to get us, and when we walked downstairs, there was the perpetrator, laying on our couch in just his underwear. He was high on some drugs and passed out once he saw the closest thing to a bed, I guess. Not sure why he chose our place, but his life may have been saved by the fact that nobody in the house had a gun. Not a sinister story by any means, but when he came busting through the glass and said, "All right, you motherfuckers," I thought we were done for. Newbie here. Reading these posts got me thinking of an experience I had about 6 years ago, when I was living with my boyfriend at the time in a very small backwoods town in West Virginia. It was 23 miles from the interstate to my house, and there was only one house close enough to be seen from our house. The majority of the traffic through our road was actually trucks carrying fracking wastewater. Yuck, I know. And it was extremely rare to see people out walking around in this area. As in, I had never seen it before. So, it was a peaceful place, but it could be pretty creepy all on its own. We lived in a single wide trailer next to my boyfriend's boss, his wife, and 3 kids, the neighbor I mentioned previously. We were pretty close with them, and they were actually the reason we moved out to the area. We had spent a substantial amount of time out there before we moved out and had never really had any unsettling experiences. However, it didn't take long for that to change. We moved into our house as soon as the previous tenants moved out. My boyfriend's boss said that they were into partying, they constantly had people over, etc. We've been living in a total shithole of a studio apartment, so we were really eager to start our new lives in a legitimate house. The first night we stayed there, I could have sworn I heard someone rummaging around on our back porch. There were a few things still out there from the previous tenants, but I wrote it off as my mind playing tricks on me in this new and remote location. However, strange noises continued to occur almost every single night. Rustling behind the house, thumps and thuds on the front porch, mostly things that could be definitely animals and not people. My boyfriend never seemed to hear them or just chose to actively ignore them, and he reaffirmed my original conclusion that it was all in my head. About a month after we moved in, I woke up to the sound of frantic pounding on my back door. The back door was just outside the door to our bedroom, so it was really loud. I laid there, half convinced I was dreaming, for at least a full minute while the pounding continued. At that point, I realized, no, I'm completely awake. What the actual fuck is going on? I shook my boyfriend, but he was an extremely deep sleeper, so he just kind of made some noises and rolled over. I tried to tell him there's someone on our back porch, but it was like he couldn't even hear it. This continued for probably about 5 minutes before it stopped abruptly. I was mortified at this point, physically shaking, and I'd been too scared to get up and go look myself. After about 10 minutes, I was convinced that whoever or whatever was out there must be gone, so I got up to look out the back window. Nothing. The front window. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. I was wide awake and figured I'd be up for the rest of the night, but being so far from everything with no internet, cable, or phone service, I got bored quickly and climbed back into bed and eventually drifted off. I told my boyfriend about it in the morning, and he agreed that it was pretty creepy, and that we should maybe get a camera or something in case it ever happens again. We both went about our days and went over to the neighbor's house to visit with the kids and have dinner. Before I even mentioned it to her, the wife of the family started telling me that her granddaughter had made her so mad the night before by suddenly remembering at midnight that she had a project due for school the next day that she hadn't started on, nor did she have the materials for. Fuming, she got herself dressed again and went out to head to Walmart to get some supplies to bail her daughter out of failing this project. As she started to get in her car, she saw someone walking along the road past her house. As she was already pissed off and generally has no filter anyway, she hollered out, "Can I help you with something?" And when he turned around to look at her, she said her heart sunk. She said he may have been some kind of tweaker or strung out on drugs or something, but his face was pale and his eyes were sunken in, and his appearance was generally disheveled and alarming. He looked back at her for a moment, and then turned around and continued walking without a word. She got in her car to head out the road to Walmart, thinking she'd pass him and get a better look at him on the way. As she rounded the bend just past our houses, she realized that he was gone. There's literally nothing between our houses and the next houses except woods for at least a mile, meaning he almost certainly disappeared into the woods. While we never saw him again or had any further disturbances, for the rest of our residency there, I couldn't shake the feeling that he must be watching us. I can still hear the pounding like it was yesterday. Was this guy living in the woods? Was he looking for someone who used to live there that he did drugs with? Did he need help? We'll never know. First thing I'm gonna say is that this is totally real, and I was freaked out of my wits for days. I don't think I could make some of this shit up. Everyone I tell it to says it's terrifying, and after reading through some of the stories on this subreddit, I think it would be a good fit. It was February of 2014. This thing I was doing at work kind of came to a head all at once, and I was basically going to have to spend the entire weekend writing a press release that was needed the following Monday by 10 a.m. Now, my grandparents owned some property way out in the boonies of East Texas. I grew up going out there all the time for family get-togethers and whatnot. Since it was only a 45-minute drive away from where I lived, I would go out there with friends to camp or party or whatever. Well, I knew I was going to be writing all weekend, and I thought, why not spend it in the great outdoors instead of holed up in my apartment in Houston? I had never stayed out there by myself, but had always been keen on the idea, and I thought this would be an excellent time to do it. I called my granddad asking if it would be okay for me to use the place for the weekend, and he said of course. He did seem a little reluctant about me doing it alone, but I was a 24-year-old guy who'd grown up hiking and felt totally competent to handle anything that might happen. Honestly, at the time I was a little insulted when he seemed to think me going out there by myself wasn't the best idea. He made sure I knew how to turn on the electricity and water, which of course I did. I'd only done it 1,000,000 times when I brought friends. He asked if I had a key, which again, of course, I did. Finally, he said, "You know where I keep the Henry, right?" My granddad is kind of a cowboy and keeps a big 30-30 Henry repeater out there for mainly shooting white-tailed deer, but you never know. "Yeah," I said, admittedly for the first time nervous since, to my knowledge, he was the only one who had ever stayed out there by himself, and he'd never really talked to me about his guns. The drive out there was nice after I got out of the city. I left work at 4:30, already packed, and drove straight there. With traffic, fucking Houston, I made it out there by 6:45. Still light out, but it was beginning to turn to dusk. I took my duffel bag out of the trunk and went inside. The house is more like a small resort than a ranch house. It's really nice, which is why I enjoy taking people out there so much. My granddad was pretty well off and had the place built when he retired. It was 12 bedrooms, and I chose the upstairs sort of master bedroom, if you could call it that. I unpacked, sat on the bed, and opened my laptop to look at what I had to write, and immediately closed it. Fuck that, I thought. I'll work on that tomorrow. Now I want to take a walk. There's a trail that goes in a big circle around the perimeter of the property and is about 3.5 miles. It was dark out now, and the thought briefly crossed my mind to bring my granddad's gun, but I decided on a sturdy 5-foot wooden dowel instead, so I could have a good walking stick and I wouldn't slip in the dark or shoot my foot off or something. I put on a hoodie, grabbed a flashlight, and started off. It was a clear, moonless night, and the swath of the Milky Way across the sky was impressive, but it was still really dark out. I didn't use my flashlight, so my eyes would adjust, and after 10 or so minutes, I could see reasonably well. It was nice. Chilly, but nice. After about 1.5 miles, I decided to cut the route short through the woods and head back. I know the land so well that I could easily get back to the house from virtually any point on the property. The woods and brush were pretty dense, though, and I'm forced to turn on the flashlight. A thick wall of twigs and vines is revealed. I push through it with my stick, getting a couple scratches, when I see something deeper in the woods, partially obscured by the underbrush. It looks like someone left a pile of clothes in the woods. I keep the light trained on it for a second or two, trying to see what it is. Suddenly, it jumps up really fast and sprints away further into the forest. My heart is in my throat and my stomach does a somersault. I feel the pins and needles of an adrenaline surge all over. With all the force I can muster, I try to shout out, "Who is that?" But I have no idea what it actually sounded like. Immediately I regret not having that rifle, but hell, I even left my cell phone on the bed. Fucking brilliant. The worst part of it is, whoever that guy was took off in the direction of the house, and I can't remember if I locked the door. Now that the initial shock began to wear off, the real fear begins. It's suddenly very cold. Never before have I felt so isolated and so fucking stupid. I should have never come out here by myself. If that guy shoots me or anything like that, nobody will even miss me until Monday. Okay, get a hold of yourself. You need to get your phone. I walk a mile through the woods, terrified. The woods end about 150 yards from the house's front patio, and I basically sprint it. Now, for any of you who've been in a situation like this, you know that running doesn't help. You feel that gut-wrenching panic getting a foothold and constantly think something is on your heels. When I get to the front door in this semi-sane state, I'm in for another shock, since the door is cracked open and I can't remember if I did it or not. I have to go inside. I push the door open, holding the dowel sort of like a baseball bat, and immediately hear shrieking coming from the living room. I don't think I've ever been as close to blind terror as I was at that moment. I wouldn't have been able to speak. A strangled escaped my throat, but I was hardly aware of it. I sprint up the stairs and into the room where my stuff is, at every turn expecting to see some horrific rotted corpse shrieking at me. I slam the door behind me and hear the scream again, from directly below me this time. I run into the bathroom and dial 911, locking the door and hiding in the shower. In retrospect, this seems like a really bitchy thing to do, but every ounce of bravado I had was long since drained. I tried to describe what was happening on the phone, but I'm not sure how much of it made sense. There's a little town about 9 miles away from our property, and that was where the nearest police station was. It took them 20 minutes to arrive, during which I heard the scream one more time. It was lower pitched now and sounded strangled. Then came the freaking godsend of flashing red and blue lights through the window. I was still in the shower when I heard a man shout, "Police! Anyone here? Come out!" I got up and opened the bathroom door and hear a voice downstairs. "Christ, Evans! Call an ambulance!" I opened the bathroom door and a cop down the hall has a gun on me, saying, "Freeze!" I try to explain that this is my family's place and I'm the caller, but they still handcuff me. I soon see why. In the living room is the man I saw in the woods on his back staring blankly upward, one arm outstretched at the ceiling and the other bent but still reaching upward. His head was lying in a pool of blood. We eventually get it cleared up who was who and that I didn't crack that guy over the head. Later I found out that this guy was a paranoid schizophrenic and probably homeless man who'd wandered onto our property. Hard to tell where from. We still don't know why he was bleeding. Blunt force trauma or something. Maybe a fall. So insane, dude? You basically gave me like 3 heart attacks, so let's not meet again. And I'm pretty sure if it was my granddad instead of me out there, you would have gotten shot. I did, however, get the press release done by Monday. This incident happened to me in July of 2015. Just for clarification, I'm a 22-year-old female. 2014 was a rough year for me. I went through an awful breakup with my first boyfriend that sent me into a depression that I thought I'd never get out of. After a 2-week visit on a psychiatric ward in a hospital, I finally started to open my eyes to how great life could be. Started working out, made some new friends, and decided to get back into the dating game with the help of a funny little website called Plenty of Fish. I met a lot of weirdos on there, but also met some really decent people, so I can't say it was all that bad. I stated in my profile that I wasn't looking for anything in particular, but whatever happens, happens. A guy who lived about an hour away from me in a town where I grew up messaged me one day. We had mutual friends. A distant friend of mine dated his sister, who I met a few times, and she was cool. And after a few conversations on Plenty of Fish, we added each other on Facebook. Well, that summer, my best friend Katie, her boyfriend Lincoln, and I decided to drive out to a bar in that town because Lincoln's friend was playing a gig. We'd been there for an hour or two, and I was kind of buzzed. I was getting messaged by that guy from Plenty of Fish, Justin, and told him to swing by for a smoke and a chat. A few minutes later, Justin shows up and we hang out for a few minutes before he goes to the other side of the bar to play the slot machines. Note, the entire time he was there with us, he wasn't drinking at all and just had his face in the slot machine for like 2 hours straight. At one point, I asked Katie if we could go out to our car because I wanted a shot of vodka that I'd brought, just in case I ran out of money and didn't feel drunk enough. She agrees, and her and Lincoln and I make our way to the car. Lincoln ends up locking the keys in the car, and we're just there wondering if we should beat out the back window or find something to try to pry the door open with. Out comes Justin. We explain the situation to him, and he claims his house is down the road a bit and he has a coat hanger or something that could unlock the door. Katie and Lincoln agreed, and I offered to go with him, hoping to get to know him a little more on the way. Justin didn't seem drunk at all, and to this day, I'm not sure if he was, and just really good at acting sober. We get in the car and pull out of the parking lot. We were barely 15 seconds away from the bar when I see a police car parked at a convenience store across and up the street a little. The lights flicker on, and the car pulls out and starts coming after us right away. Justin's panicking. I don't know why. I tell him to just pull over and it'll be fine, but he had other plans. Being on a high-speed police chase. I don't know how fast he was going, but it felt like the speed of light. I remember telling him I don't want to die. He said, "Don't worry, my house is close, I got this." He was turning corners like crazy, each time slamming on his brake and spinning out 3 to 4 times before moving again. 2 or 3 police cars were right behind us with sirens and lights on, but he was determined to lose them. Next thing I know, we're in a ditch. Justin yells, "Run!" and exits his car, running straight into the woods. I get out, very luckily unharmed. Some police officers are waiting for me at the top of the ditch, telling me to put my hands up and whatnot. I'm scared as fuck. Never thought I'd be in a situation like this. An ambulance shows up. I tell them I'm fine and don't need treatment. I then sit in a cop car for 2 hours straight, talking to an officer who's recording my statement. I had no way to get a hold of Katie, who at first thinks I ditched her to hook up with this guy. The cops finally reach her, and she's freaking because they don't even tell whether or not I'm okay over the phone. So she thought I was dead or seriously injured until she saw me in the flesh. They ended up smashing their back window out with a rock and rushed to come see if I was okay. Katie and I ran towards each other and gave each other the most loving hug while crying in each other's arms. It was a scary night, but it could have been a lot worse. Here's the best part. I received a message from Justin on Facebook the next day. He apologized, kind of, and then proceeded to ask, "Round 2?" He's even had the nerve to ask me to hang out multiple times since. Justin, you put my life in severe danger, and we're never meeting again. Hello, everyone. I want to thank every person on this subreddit for having the courage to share your experiences. Since I've begun reading here, I purchased an effective pepper spray. It's capable of spraying a person as far as 15 feet away, and it also marks the person with dye. I carry it in my purse within easy reach. Today, it worked almost like magic to keep me safe. I'm a female, of slight build, and am about 5'5" tall. I was leaving a hospital after visiting a friend who's a patient there. I was walking to my car, which was parked in one of their parking lots. This hospital is located in a bad part of town. I try to avoid this area because of its high crime and seedy reputation, but I love my friend and had to visit. As I walked towards my car, a tall, bulky guy was walking in front of me. He was about 6 feet in height and had a stocky build. At first, he seemed normal and non-threatening in any way. Then everything changed. He began to ramble loudly and began gesturing with his hands. I thought that perhaps he was high on drugs and that was making him act in this manner. I decided to leave the sidewalk we were both walking on and walk in a different direction. And I just wanted to get away from this creepy guy. As soon as I did this, he turned from the direction he was walking and began to make his way toward me. As he did so, he locked eyes with me and began making animalistic sounds. His entire demeanor made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. At this point, I had my pepper spray in hand and moved the lever on it to the ready-to-use position. He was coming toward me so fast that I had to go further out into the parking lot area. I was hoping to lead him out far enough in order to buy enough time and space between us in order to run back and jump into the safety of my car. He seemed to sense what I was doing, and I began to feel as if we were in a cat-and-mouse situation. This is when everything changed. I put up my hand to aim the pepper spray and was about to yell out, "I have pepper spray and I will use it." Before I could speak, the creepy guy saw the pepper spray in my hand and immediately did an about-face and walked away quickly from me. A funny thing I realized after this encounter was that when he saw the spray, he got quiet. He was no longer acting animalistic or loud in any manner. He went from creepy to normal in 2 seconds flat. It made all the difference in the world to have that in my hand, ready to aim and spray. I never even had to utter a word to him. I quickly got into my car and locked the door. I breathed a sigh of great relief as I started my car. This guy was coming toward me in a frightening and menacing manner, but the mere sight of the pepper spray made him change his mind about accosting me. Thank you, both Reddit and Redditors. If it weren't for your shared experiences, I wouldn't have been prepared to defend myself today. Long-time lurker, first-time posting. I hate the fact that I have a story to even post to this subreddit, But it goes to show you, when living in a major metropolitan city, you never know what walks of life you'll pass by or drop off. Little backstory. In 2003, I was a 16-year-old employee at an urban clothing store here on the south side of Chicago. At the time, I had a manager who was in his early 20s by the name of Anthony. Anthony was pretty arrogant and obnoxious, but overall he was a pretty cool guy. I used to kind of give him shit and tease him when it came to approaching the ladies, because he always seemed timid or too aggressive. I was, and still am, a ladies' man, so yeah, I was being an asshole. After working at this place for about 3 months, Anthony asks me if I would drop him off at home. It wasn't far from the direction I was heading in, so I dropped him off maybe twice a week for the next month or so. Now let me tell you, these car rides were quite uncomfortable. This guy, as much as we spoke at work, would not speak and sort of just kept looking straight. It got to the point that his awkwardness went from entertaining to straight creepy. Fast forward 3 or 4 years later, I'm watching the news as they go into detail of a horrific crime committed by a Comcast installation worker. Apparently, the Comcast worker entered 2 homes he was due for an installation, raped, beat, and strangled 2 women. The real unfortunate thing is this happened on 2 different occasions, and after the first murder, the gentleman was arrested and questioned, but released and sent back to work, which allowed him to strike again. As the picture of his mugshot flashed the screen, I froze. It was Anthony. Now, growing up on the south side of Chicago, I've grown up and befriended a fair share of people who grew up to be murderers, but this took the cake. So, Anthony Triplet, let's not meet, because that would mean I'd be in jail with you. This story is technically my mom's, but it's somewhat affected my siblings and me as well. My mom grew up in South Florida, and this started during the early 70s. She was a senior in high school, and she met a guy at a wedding. He was the drummer in the wedding band, a few years older than her, and therefore he was the cool, mysterious guy that many girls her age dreamed of. They immediately hit it off, and he commented on her saddle shoes she was wearing at the time. She gave him her home phone number, and I believe they maybe went on 1 or 2 dates, and everything seemed totally fine. He would regularly call the house, and she would sit on the kitchen floor and talk to him. One night, their phone conversation took a weird turn. He started asking her things like, "Have you ever thought about killing yourself?" and "Do you ever think about murdering people?" Obviously, she was shocked at this and got very uncomfortable and completely stopped talking to him. This is the last she heard from him, or so she thought. It was 2012, and I had just graduated from college. I was hanging out in my college town to finish out my lease and work and figure out my next move. My mom calls me and says something weird has been going on. She tells me she's received a letter from this man she knew in high school. I had no idea about the guy, as she'd never mentioned him at all to me, my siblings, or my dad. She explains to me who this man is and how she knew him, but hadn't spoken to him since that one uncomfortable phone call. The letter said something like, "I see you're really happy and married with kids, etc., but he goes on to mention each of us by name. He also mentions my dad's name and where he works." My parents met in college in another state. They quickly married, graduated college, and moved to yet another state, and then another state once my 2 sisters were born. She had no idea how he knew her new married name and address. She's never been on social media, and once she had all of us kids, had stopped working. If you were to Google her name, you wouldn't find a thing. She then recalls getting a phone call from the Alumni Association at her college, telling her that a man had been calling on and off for months trying to get her contact information, but they weren't allowed to give out that information. She then tells me his name, and I remember having a Facebook friend request and a Twitter follow request from this man. My siblings all had them as well. My mother, having no social media like I mentioned, asked me to see if I could dig around his social media accounts and see what I could find. I find a Music MySpace and a Reverb Nation page of some really terrible music he'd recorded and uploaded. One of the songs was called Victoria, which is her name. All the other songs had seemingly normal titles like Summer's Day, etc. I tell my mom this and she freaks out. I send her the link and it's hard to make out the lyrics because the quality is so bad. But he mentions her saddle shoes, her beauty, etc. They literally hung out twice, 40 years ago, and these were songs that had been recorded pretty recently. I dig a little deeper and find out that he's made a website dedicated to freeing Amanda Knox, the woman accused of murdering her roommate in Italy. This was super alarming at the time, but I've since not put too much weight on that since her innocence is actually very possible, but it's still very strange. My dad didn't seem fazed by any of this, but my mom was freaked out and wouldn't stay home alone since this man knows their address. She ends up telling all this to a family friend who's a private investigator, and he decides to do some digging on this guy. First of all, he's changed his name. Secondly, he's moved to about 5 different states in the last 20 years under different aliases and working completely different jobs. There wasn't much that could be done since he never actually threatened my mom and he somehow didn't have a record. He still pops up every now and then with friend requests to my siblings and me, but other than that, no one knows what his deal is. The fact that he's moved around quite a lot and changed his name is definitely a red flag. I personally think this dude is a serial killer, and if he's not, then he's just a sad, lonely, mentally unstable man, and I hope he gets the help he needs. Props if you stuck through this whole thing. I know it's not as creepy as most of the other stories on this sub, but I'm lucky enough that this is the only one I've got. This is kinda long, so yeah. This happened around 3 years ago when I was away on a school trip. This trip was for younger students. A few people from my year in school had been asked to go help look after the younger children. To give perspective, I was 14 when this happened. I was about 5'2", female, and probably weighed less than 100 pounds. One particular day, the children were doing an orienteering activity in the woods, basically using a compass to follow a trail to find your way to the end of it. It was the 3rd day into the trip, and by this time a group of 4 boys, who I now know all had severe behavioral problems, had taken a liking to me for whatever reason. Therefore, when the children got asked who they wanted to chaperone for their activity, they chose me. We started the activity, and for the first 10 minutes, the group of boys seemed to be doing what they were supposed to, and I could see other groups from my school in front of and behind us, so I thought everything was going fine. The woods that we were doing this activity in were huge. I had no experience using a compass, and neither did the boys in the group. The boys I was looking after quickly became disinterested with the activity and started to run in random directions, climb the trees, etc. After about 40 minutes of chasing these boys in random directions through the woods that I'd never been in before, I realized we were completely lost and expected to be at the finish line soon. I began to panic as I was only 14 and had been put in charge of younger children, therefore I knew I'd be held responsible for us getting lost. I ended up being able to scare the boys enough to make them focus and help me find a proper path, as by now we were walking through bushes and trees and completely off any type of path. This is where it gets creepy. After walking down this path for 10 minutes, I see a clearing in the trees up ahead. I couldn't see what was in this clearing, so hoping it was an exit from the woods, I started jogging up to it, followed by the boys. As I turned the corner and got a better look at the clearing, I stopped dead in my tracks. It's hard to explain how I felt when I first saw this man, and all I can say is, I've never felt so much danger in my life before this. My whole body was completely glued to the spot, and I could feel the color drain from my face. In the clearing, there was a man sat on a bench. He looked to be around his mid to late 40s, slightly overweight, and looked homeless. He was balding, however the hair he had looked damp, like it was that greasy. His eyes looked glazed over and his mouth sort of hung open. That's when I realized on closer inspection that he had red stains all over his mouth. It's hard to describe this man, but the vibe I got from him was just evil. Think of a fat Trevor from GTA 5. At this point, My fight-or-flight instincts kicked in. I spun around to see the boys behind me who had completely blocked out. They all looked absolutely terrified as they'd stood behind me, looking at this man too. I shouted "run" to the boys and sprinted past them as fast as I could. I can honestly say I've never run so fast in my life. I could hear the boys running behind me and they were literally screaming bloody murder. I didn't even look back for a second, to be completely honest. I was only thinking about myself at that moment. I was getting the fuck out of there, and fast. I knew the man was chasing behind us because the boys were screaming that he was coming, and he was behind us. I don't know how the boys were shouting so much. All I could think of was my imminent death. Fortunately, the creeper was overweight and couldn't keep up with 5 teenagers who just got the biggest adrenaline rush of their lives. I'll never know what would have happened if we didn't run or if the man caught up with us, and I can honestly say I'm glad. We came across 2 elderly women walking their dogs about half an hour after the incident and managed to hitchhike a lift back to the camping grounds. Hey everyone. I was just lurking through Let's Not Meet and saw a story that reminded me of something that happened to me when I was about 12 or 13. I'm 18 now, and I thought, what the hell, I'd share. So at 12 or 13, all my friends were getting into makeup and clothing, etc., and were constantly buying nice designer stuff. My family was broke at that time, so I was never able to afford to get any. This led me and my best friend Emily to go looking for ways to make money. Where I live, you can't get jobs at 12 or 13, so we were thinking of doing jobs for our neighbors like dog walking or car washing. Emily came up with the idea of doing modeling for money. She said you can put pictures of yourself online and photographers will get in touch with you and you could potentially make money. So, being stupid, we went on loads of modeling websites, most of which probably weren't legit, and started putting my picture everywhere. We also put my phone number on there so people could contact me. Anyway, nothing really came of this, but the next weekend I was back around Emily's house and my phone rang. It was an unknown number, and I answered. From what I could tell at the time, it was an older man. He started off by saying he'd seen my picture online and complimented me, saying I was very pretty. He then went on to explain he could have a potential job for me, so I asked him what he would want me to do. He said he would like me to come to an office in the city and read a script, but the script was quite mature, and he wasn't sure if I was old enough. I told him I was 13, and this is where it got weird. He started asking questions about my body, like if I had pubic hair, if my breasts had come in yet, and how big they were, and even asked me to shave my legs yet, or if I hadn't grown hair there yet. At the time, I was stupid and young and didn't realize these questions were fucked up, so I actually answered him. He also explained all about the script he wanted me to read. This was basically him describing people having an orgy, and I was supposed to read a script about the orgy? As we continued to speak, his breathing got louder, and he sounded as if he was doing something he shouldn't be. Then he asked if I was home alone. We were, but instead I said no and that my friend's mother was home. He replied by saying, "Well, why is her little purple car gone then?" This freaked me out and I hung up. My friend's mom did have a small purple car at the time. I have no idea how we would have known that. Maybe it was someone we knew? I'm not sure, but anyway, after that I went back online and took all my pictures down from the modeling sites. As a disclaimer, although I've been in the States for a while, English is not my first language, so I do apologize for any transgressions against the English language. This is also a throwaway account. Alright, so this occurred roughly around 2 years ago, August of 2014. My husband, whose nickname is Skeeter, and I had just moved down to a small town in Nevada from the bustling city of Los Angeles, California. For safety and practicality purposes, I won't disclose the exact location of our residence, but I will say this area's population is definitely below 900 people. We'd moved just shortly after the birth of our son, having decided that the small town life was for us, as a young couple and young parents. Jobs are easier to come by, the pace is slower, expenses are reduced, and it would be the perfect place to raise our family. Surprisingly, the only concern I'd had about the place was the fact that everything was so spaced out, what with the nearest house being over like a mile away. In case of an emergency, my neighbors could be of little to no assistance. Skeeter, however, had no qualms about this, as he was a rather private person and the idea of slight seclusion didn't particularly bother him. In we moved on a hot summer day. Now, in this incident, we had only been in town for maybe 2 weeks, and we were still settling in. It was a warm Friday night somewhere around 11 o'clock p.m., and my husband was in the town working security at the bank. Our son Julius was only 3 weeks old and very colicky, and this night he was just inconsolable. No matter what I did, he wailed his little lungs out. I was stumped for what to do, so I decided to go for a walk with him, as car rides always seemed to soothe him. I would have driven the baby around in the car, but Skeeter drove himself to work that night. I should mention we have 2 dogs, a 2-year-old German Shepherd named Titus, and our 4-year-old Maltese, Dasha. I figured they would need a walk before I managed to calm Julius down, and we all turned in for the night. One thing about Dasha and Titus are that they're overprotective of me and the baby and will raise the alarm at the smallest of threats. It made me feel safe walking alone outside in the pitch dark with a newborn, miles away from any other human beings and the security of my husband. So, I threw on their leashes and strapped the bawling Julius to my chest, heading out the back door and making sure my keys and phone were in my pocket. There's a winding, unpaved trail that starts a few feet to the left of our back porch and leads into a thatch of tall trees. It's about a 10-minute walk down, but I wasn't afraid due to the fact that I'd grown up taking hikes in the Topanga Canyon and going on camping trips in Big Bear as a child. The walking seemed to do the trick, as within a few minutes the baby quieted down and my dogs finally relaxed. They were always tense when Julius was fussing. I was just about to pass the wild shrubbery and tall grass that you see right before you get to the firs when I felt resistance on the other end of the leads. I glanced back and Dasha and Titus were paused and looking off to the right of the path at full attention. As a mother and a female, this of course made me very paranoid, and I gently tried to coax them to keep walking. Both took a few steps, but Dasha stopped again and I could see her fur standing on end. Titus began to growl, which freaked me out because he was the more docile of the two, and I'd rarely ever heard him growl. This time, I hissed my command, and they hesitantly moved forward. At this point, I was beyond petrified, as I had no idea what the hell was out there and causing my dogs to go crazy. Even if I did, what could I do with a baby, 2 dogs, and no protection? I decided to turn around and go back home. Forget this whole situation. Right? Wrong. We'd been heading southwest, back in the opposite direction that we come from about 2 minutes when a figure stepped onto the weathered path. Literally, there are no words to describe the icy, potent fear running through my veins at the small figure just a few feet in front of me. I'm about 5'2", and this person, or whatever the hell it was, is several inches shorter than me, maybe about the height of an average 10-year-old. The creepiest part is that this thing had a pig mask with the mouth crudely carved in a crooked smile and smears of dark liquid all over their face. I don't think it was blood, but I digress. We're just standing there staring at each other for what has to be 30 seconds when all of a sudden Dasha and Titus launch themselves at Pigman, snarling and snapping at him aggressively. It was almost rabid, and it should have scared a normal person, but it didn't scare him. Pigman looks down at my dogs in an almost curious fashion, and I'm thanking God that the leashes are keeping them from seriously wounding this individual. I'm also trying to think of how to get myself out of this situation without freaking out. To my surprise and happiness, the baby hadn't gotten scared and started crying from all the ruckus and was just cooing softly. Pigman finally seemed to notice the baby on my chest, and I guess it had some type of morals. It made a weird sort of wailing sound and darted back the way it had come, and I could hear it disturbing the grass as it walked further into the wild greenery. I didn't wait to see nothing else, and noped the fuck out of there, hauling ass all the way home. It's true what they say about adrenaline. It makes you do some amazing things. Here I am, still recovering from childbirth, with a baby strapped to my chest and 2 dogs, and I'm full-on sprinting in the almost pitch darkness. I'm surprised that I didn't trip or hurt myself. The usual 10-minute walk only took about 3, and when I got home I double-locked the doors, closed all the windows and curtains, and waited for my husband to get home. Titus and Dasha are troopers, my little saviors, and I thank God for them protecting my family. I would have never known that thing was there until it was too late had it not been for them. I don't know how things would have turned out if I hadn't brought them along. They got extra love and treats for months after that, and to this day, I never go outside alone at night. I don't know who or what the hell that pig-masked fucker was, but I'm just glad I got my baby, my dogs, and myself away from it. One summer night in 2013, I headed over to my friend's house to hang out with her and her roommate. We had a lot of fun and time flew by. It was already 1 a.m. and it was time for me to go home. My friend offered to let me stay the night, but I refused as I hate staying in other people's homes. I'm just not comfortable. Then her roommate suggested I'd take the bus since it was coming soon. Once again, I refused and told her I was going to walk since it's night out and I love walking, especially while listening to music. My friend lives in a sketchy area and a lot of drug dealers and creepy people live there. Also, I'd like to add I was a teenager but looked much younger and still do. I was always mistaken for a 12 or 14-year-old. I began my 30-minute walk listening to music. About 20 minutes into my walk, I noticed a white van driving the opposite way I was going. Being late at night and walking alone, I instantly thought of the typical cliché van stories. I chuckled and told myself to stop being so paranoid. As I continued walking and the van got closer, I thought to myself, what if the van stops? What if there are really some crazy people inside that van? Being the paranoid person I am, I stopped my music while continuing to walk and dialed 911 on my phone, but didn't press the call button, just in case. To my horror, the van slowed down and pulled over really close to me, still facing the opposite way. My heart started beating fast. Is this really happening right now? What the fuck do I do? I just stood there, frozen, and looking at the van to see their next move. The driver's window rolled down. "Jenny?" A woman in her late 40s to mid-50s asked. "No, I'm not Jenny," I said. I felt a little bit of relief when I realized it's just a woman looking for someone. "Jenny, is that you?" she asked again. Once again, I told her that I was not Jenny, and I slowly began to walk again while still keeping my eyes locked on her. There's no way she didn't hear me, as she was very close to me. The door opened and the lady stepped out. "Jenny, is that you?" she said while slowly walking towards me in an almost crouched position. I stopped walking and just stared at her. At this moment, I'm totally freaked out and my fight or flight reaction kicks in. "I am not Jenny," I shouted, a bit annoyed. My voice giving the indication that I'm scared, I quickly glanced over to the van and then in the passenger seat. I saw a scruffy-looking male just staring at me with a blank face. Okay, I need to get the fuck out of here, I thought to myself. As the woman got closer, she glanced at my phone. I think she saw 911 on my keypad, and she backed up a bit and said she'd mistaken me for someone else. Still a little bit spooked, I nodded and began walking again, still keeping my eyes on her. I watched her get back into her van. She rolled the window down again and asked if I knew directions to some street that I never heard of. I'm very familiar with my city, and that street either didn't exist or it's somewhere normal people don't go. I guess she was trying to convince me that she was really looking for someone. Yeah, right. I lied and told her I'm not from the area and walked away faster. The van then sped off in the opposite way I was going, and as I turned the corner to get onto the main street, which was completely empty at this hour, I started bolting down it. There was a convenience store nearby and I was heading towards it. I have the habit to look behind me since I'm so paranoid, and as I turned my head to look back while I was still running, I saw the white van behind me. They saw me running and I guess they realized that I was on to them if they had any ill intentions. I ran into the store and the van didn't pull into the parking lot, but instead it passed me by and stopped at a stoplight. Then I watched it disappear into the distance for good. To this day I don't know whether or not they had ill intentions or if they were just looking for someone. Maybe they really were lost. But if they were, why'd they make a U-turn and come back my way? I myself think that the lady thought I wasn't worth the trouble since I wasn't as naive as they thought. I must say, I'm thankful that I'm so paranoid. It might have saved my life, because God only knows what kind of intentions they had. I live in a semi-rural area. It isn't too sparsely populated, but there are some pretty long stretches of road where there's nothing but corn for about a 10-minute walk or more. The road I live on in particular runs through some farmland and then down into a forest with a few houses here and there. Before I moved away to college, I would often take long walks from one end of the road to the other. It was about an hour's walk, but it was good if you needed to clear your mind and get some exercise. Anyway, 2 years or so ago, I was taking my daily walk and I was in the middle of an abandoned stretch of property. A car pulled up beside me and the driver rolled down his window. He looked to be in about his 50s, and the car looked pretty old and dirty as well. He called out to me that his phone had died in the middle of his drive and he needed to call a friend to ask him something. He asked if he could use mine. I remember his voice sounding strangely confident for a man addressing a stranger in the middle of nowhere. I pulled out my phone, but then realized he could be trying to steal it. After all, if I gave it to him, there'd be nothing stopping him from speeding off and leaving me without a phone to call the police. I told him I was fine where I was, and that if he told me his friend's phone number, I would call him myself and relay a message. The driver said all right, and held a piece of paper up to his window, telling me that his friend's phone number was written there. Looking closely from far away, I realized there was nothing written on the paper. He was just trying to get me closer to his car. A sense of dread came over me. I looked left and right, then told him no and walked quickly in the opposite direction. When I looked back, the man was glaring at me from out his window with the strangest expression I've ever seen. Almost a glare, but too cold and unemotional. Then, he rolled up his window and drove away. I walked quickly back to my house and stayed there for the rest of the day. I don't know if that man was trying to rob or kidnap me, but I'm glad I didn't approach the car. Lurker here. I don't post or comment too often, but I thought of something that happened to my mom back when she was 19 or 20. My mom was born in the late 50s in Detroit, so keep in mind she came from a safer time, where it was more socially acceptable to play in the streets at night, talk to strangers, and not have to worry. Anyways, winters in Michigan are rough. There's snow and sleet everywhere, and you really couldn't go anywhere without a bundle-fuck of clothing on. She was coming out of a local grocery, and this little old lady came up to her with her face almost completely covered. The woman explained that she needed a car ride to her house. My mom was reluctant at first and questioned why she didn't have family or money for a phone call to pick her up. Odd. But she told me she used to pick up hitchhikers a lot, so she figured this frail old lady shouldn't be out in the cold by herself. My mom started putting groceries in the trunk and said it was okay to get in the car. The woman got in the back seat. My mom just figured she was probably more comfortable in the back, so she didn't question it. She puts the car in drive and they go on their merry way. The woman explains that her house was just a few blocks away. When my mom began to wonder how much farther it was, the woman just said softly, "Just another block or two." This is where shit hits the fan. My mom comes up to a red light at a busy inner-city intersection. At this point, she gets a weird feeling, but nothing too alarming. As my mom is looking around from behind the wheel, she looks in her rearview mirror, throws her car in park, and shoves open her door. That wasn't a little old lady in the back seat. It was clear as day a man that tried luring her to his house, or God knows where. She's right in the middle of the intersection. She gets out of the car and opens the backseat door. She, in her words, told the man to get the fuck out of my car right now. He got up, looked at her, and walked away into the street. My mom never picked up anyone, ever again. This happened when I was in kindergarten, so I was about 5 or 6. My mom had recently welcomed home her second baby, and he wasn't born in the best condition. This isn't important until later. Anyways, my school district had an early release day for us. However, my mom must have not seen it on the school calendar because she wasn't waiting outside for me. My old apartment building was the kind of building where you either needed a key or to be buzzed in by a tenant. Because I was 6, I didn't have my own key, so I rang the bell. However, my mom didn't buzz me in, as she didn't know I was to be let out early. With no choice but to wait outside, I sat down on the steps and waited for my mother. It seemed only a few minutes had passed before a man walked up to the steps with a key in his hand. Assuming he was one of the other residents, I quickly explained my situation to him and asked if he would let me inside. The man obliged to let me in, but told me to stick with him for safety. Naturally, this made sense to me, so I agreed. I reckoned he wanted to stop at his apartment for a moment, and then he would walk me to where I lived. He opened the door and stepped into the building. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me in behind him. It dawned on me that it was a rather small apartment building, and my mom knew almost all the tenants. I didn't recognize the man as one of them, but I figured he must have moved in recently. I found it weird that he grabbed my wrist, but when I tried to pull away, he only held it tighter. Once we got inside, he quickly began walking down the hallway towards the back door. At this point, I knew something was wrong, but being 6 years old, I couldn't do anything but help my cause. For what happened next, I'm forever grateful. My mom's friend, we'll call her Michelle, was on her way to the back door, because that's where the parking lot was. Upon seeing the man trying to take me out the back, she screamed at him, demanding to know who he was and what he thought he was doing with me. The man quickly let go and ran out the back. Michelle took me back to her apartment and let me wait there until my mom got home. I asked Michelle about this recently, and she told me that the man hadn't been a resident in the building. So, creepy man who tried to take off with me, you can go fuck yourself. Before I start my story, I'd like to point out that I may have some grammar and spelling mistakes along the way. English is my first language, but I'm really nervous about my first Reddit post. Bear in mind that I'm not a writer. I just want to get this off my chest, and I know you guys love a creepy experience. I'll also be using fake names, not locations, for obvious reasons. Story time. Now, I'd like to start by addressing the elephant in the room. I'm a 19-year-old girl, fully capable of making decisions on her own, and this particular event was my fault entirely. This'll be important down the line. You'll understand soon enough. My parents have always been strict, mainly because of my father's shady connections, and them not wanting their only daughter to get into trouble. So it really doesn't come off as a surprise when I tell people my first ever actual road trip happened on my 19th birthday. Me and a few friends of mine drove down to Arizona and spent a few nights camping. We're from Oklahoma. We met another group there, and we all decided it'd be for the best if we stick together and do what our generation does these days. Because we didn't have much time, both groups decided it's for the best if each and every one of us shares something they wouldn't otherwise, and after one too many drinks, it was finally my turn. Despite being reluctant at first, peer pressure did its thing, and I opened up about possibly my only fetish: blowing a guy through a glory hole. A million jokes later, a girl, which I'll call Marie from the other group, told me that if I was interested in actually living out my fantasy, I should go to a certain pub in Dallas. I can't share the name of it for obvious reasons. And seeing as I'm from Oklahoma, she thought it'd be in my best interest to know about it. Fast forward to a few days later. Here I am back at my place thinking about taking a short trip to Dallas. And I think to myself, Anne, you're 19. You had your first road trip. Just go for it. And go for it I did. I packed a small backpack for a few days, bought a bus ticket, and I was on my way to Dallas, to a certain pub at which, according to Mary, I'll live out at least one of my fantasies. I won't lie, I had butterflies in my stomach from the moment I took the first step outside my place, all the way to the actual pub at which I was supposed to go. The bar looked, well, old to say the least. It wasn't the best looking place nor the cleanest, to be frank, but that was the last thing on my mind. Not surprisingly at all, most of the people inside were men around their 30s, with an alarmingly low number of women, not counting the 2 waitresses working the tables. That was the first red flag, but as I said before, I really wasn't paying much attention back then, now that I think about it. I sat by the bar, had a chat with the bartender, who was a really nice person, and after 2 drinks, I decided to take a leap of faith and actually do it. I'm not going to pretend nor lie. I was looking forward to it, and was quite excited about the whole thing. As instructed by Mary beforehand, who kept in contact with me, I entered not the ladies' room nor the men's restroom, but the room between the 2. Thinking back to this, thank God I locked the door as soon as I entered. It was small and it had one stall facing the men's restroom, which made me chuckle because I really had no idea what to expect, and next to the stall there was a small sink, which I imagine it's pretty self-explanatory as well. I skipped like a little girl to the stall, opened it, and waited very nervously. A few minutes passed before I heard the man's restroom door open. The man, almost as if he knew me without even doing anything, stepped inside the stall facing mine and stood in front of the hole, doing literally nothing. I wanted to get closer and look, but something was off. It felt very wrong. All I could see from a slight distance were his black pants and his hands as they were rested in his hoodie. It was then that I noticed his huge hunting knife sticking out from his hoodie's front pocket. In panic, I let out a gasp of fear and backed away, hitting my head hard on the doorknob behind me, which honestly made me dizzy. It was then that I found out the hard way that some places aren't meant to be visited. He leaned forward, his dark brown eyes and dirty face looking down at me through the glory hole. He didn't say a single word, and honestly he didn't have to, because as soon as he grinned, I heard someone trying to open the door of the room I was in a very harsh fashion. I quickly stood up and tried to think of a way to get myself out of the situation. There were no windows, and there was only one way out. To put the icing on the cake, I'd forgotten my phone back at the motel I was staying in. Thinking on my feet, I pretended to call the cops and spoke as loudly as I could whilst speaking to an imaginary object, hoping and praying to God they fell for it. Fall for it they did, but not before leaving me a message. As soon as I entered the stall a second time, to lock myself out even further in case they did break in, I saw the knife sticking out of the hole as the man continued to laugh like some sort of maniac before finally leaving. I waited for a few minutes before storming out and catching a cab to my motel. I ended up packing and catching bus back to Oklahoma the same hour, not wanting to spend another minute there. What weirds me out the most is the fact that as soon as I tried contacting Mary again on Facebook, she blocked me instantly, and my friends couldn't find her Facebook page either. So here I am, a few days later, still thinking about what could possibly happen to me had I not locked the door as soon as I entered. Now, I don't blame Mary nor anyone else for this, because no one forced me to try something like this out. I was just lucky enough to get through it and find a way out to tell the tale. I've got about 1 million of these Let's Not Meet experiences, but this is one of my favorites, and my brother's favorite story to tell his friends about me, so here goes. About 12 years ago, when I was 22, I worked at a video store. It was a few days before Halloween, and my manager asked me if I would work it since everyone else wanted it off. So, me being the good employee I am, I said yes and asked if I could dress up. She agreed and said I could dress up as whatever I wanted. Can I dress up as a chick? I was just joking, actually, until she told me I didn't have the hair on my nuts to. Challenge accepted. I went out shopping and bought a wig, dress, and some makeup, and I borrowed a bra from my current crazy girlfriend at the time. I did my makeup the way I saw my girlfriend do it and proceeded to walk to work. Now, I only lived about a half-mile from the store, and since I lived within walking distance to everything, I didn't see the need for a car at the time. So I started walking. I had to cross the street, walk across a bridge, cut through an abandoned parking lot, and through an alley, and I was there. It was dark outside, but I've never had anybody bother me while I was ever out for a nightly walk. Until this night. About halfway across the bridge, I look up and see a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, walking towards me. As I get a little closer, I realize the fucker's checking me out. I giggle a little bit and laugh at the thought that I must make a pretty hot chick. I walk past him and continue on my way. As I walk and continue to let my mind wander in La La Land, I get through the parking lot and start down the alley when I hear someone say, "Hey, sexy girl," and I feel my ass get slapped. Not like a love tap, but full-blown, painful ass slap, the kind that leaves red marks. What the fuck? I yell as I turn around and confront this asshole and realize it was the punk I passed on the bridge. Oh shit. Man, sorry. He was obviously caught off guard. Looking back on it now, I can't stop laughing as I type this, but at the time I was beyond livid. I grabbed him by the cuff of his shirt and shoved him on the ground. I moved in to kick him a few times, but he was pretty quick to get on his feet and run away. He took off the way we came, repeatedly yelling, "Shit! Shit!" I stood there just stunned for another minute, thinking to myself, what in the hell just happened? I went into work, and as soon as my manager saw me, she started laughing. I didn't think you were actually gonna do it. Of course, she laughed even harder when I told her about how I was almost sexually assaulted. I live in a somewhat populated city, in a fairly middle-class but not over-the-top neighborhood. You know, the kind where middle-aged housewives take their girlfriends and purebred house dogs out for runs or bike rides or whatever it is you do after binge drinking wine all morning long. Well, anyway, I was out on the sidewalk near my house tonight. It's somewhat cut off from the road, with a few sparse ponds and whatnot, but still available for golf carts and the like to cruise around. I had my phone flashlight on, per usual, so I'm more visible to drivers and more of their people out and about. At some point, I had zoned out and began to slightly notice a shadow creeping up on me. Male-sized, much taller and more built than me. No big deal, I thought. If I'm out this time of night, there's no reason other people shouldn't be allowed to be out either. It wasn't until I heard a booming male voice yelling something at me that I was in any way startled. After my headphones were out, I noticed the man's full demeanor in the dim streetlight above our encounter. Standing at well over 6 feet tall, at least 250 pounds, and very sloppy haircut and beard, he could have passed for homeless if it wasn't for one defining feature. He was dressed in a full wedding-style tuxedo. Keep in mind, this is a southern state and it's well over 90 degrees some nights here. He spoke again, this time louder, assuming I hadn't heard what he had said through my headphones. But I definitely heard it loud and clear, and hearing it a second time only made it more unsettling. Do you know where the nearest daycare is? Frozen in fear because it is definitely not common for strangers to stop other strangers in this town, I stuttered a bit and pointed in the direction ahead of us, explaining that I thought there might be one beside the Kroger. He simply smiled, waved, and replied, "Thank you, sir." As soon as his back was turned, I booked it the opposite direction, taking the back road to my house. Something was just off about the whole situation, from how he was dressed to his demeanor and very unsettling smile and tone. This man was definitely not drunk or under the influence of any drugs, by the way. His eerily calm voice and body language is probably what put me off the most. I could be overreacting, but my gut instinct was definitely screaming, "Get the fuck out of there," the whole time. I have to say, even after a year has passed, I feel almost guilty that this happened. I'm sorry to turn this into a weird personal thing, but I need to write it all out, even this weird prologue. So like I said, I feel guilty. I used to read the stories on this subreddit and wonder what it was like to have someone obsessed with you. As a girl who never had anyone pay attention to her in a weird and really fucked up way, I wanted something like this to happen to me. And I'm so sorry to anyone who's ever been harassed or stalked, because I was so wrong. And I'm sorry if this comes across as fake. I have no idea how to prove it. All I can do is tell you what happened. I live in a small town. There's not much to do. One of the things that attracts lots of kids is the pool. The pool building has lots of stuff like a concert venue, a skating rink, that kind of thing. That's where a young girl was first approached by a man. He said a few things, not a big deal. Then, when the same girl was leaving the pool, the man attempted to get her to get in his truck. The girl's sister came out of the building at the perfect time and got her out of that situation. I don't know a lot of specifics because that girl wasn't me. She was my next-door neighbor. So I noticed when the drive-bys started. We live on a dead-end street, so if someone drives down our street, they have to drive around the little circle at the end and go back. I'm up late often, and I noticed a red truck always driving by, pausing in front of that same girl's house and then continuing on. This was always sometime past midnight. During a football game when all the neighbors were gathered at the same house, I brought it up. The mother of the girl instantly went pale and asked for more information. I eventually had to talk to a police officer, but I didn't have much to tell them. I didn't know enough about vehicles to recognize make, but I described it to the best of my ability. Sadly, this didn't lead to anything except for an angry Facebook post from the mother's friend. The truck visits slowed after that, until midsummer. It was the middle of the day when the red truck stopped at the end of our street. A man got out and walked towards the girl's house. Her mom and her sister were gone for an appointment, and the girl was playing on the front lawn with a few of the other neighborhood kids. The man had his phone out and aimed at the kids. This is probably the dumbest decision I've ever made, but I love those kids, and I'm sorry that this sounds like I'm hyping myself up, but this is the truth. I've known them since they were babies. They play in our backyard, and I babysat them all, so I went outside and I asked the guy what he was doing. He was visibly put off and quickly said he needed directions to the center of town. I pointed him in the right direction, which is the direction he'd been coming from in the first place, and he left. I called the police after that, and I thought that'd be the end. I was wrong. The girl was left alone, but my hell had just begun. The red truck would be waiting outside my high school almost every day, at the edge of the lot where the school's cameras didn't reach. I parked in the upper lot, far away from him, so I was never really in danger, but it was still unnerving. A series of fake accounts tried to follow my Instagram, add me on Facebook, and follow me on Twitter. The bio lines at first were blank, but after I'd blocked them all, they began to get sinister. They were never threats. Instead, they were filled with personal details. My birthday, my phone number, my address. I told my parents immediately and took screenshots of all the accounts and went to the police, who took all the information but said that until a serious threat or something like that had emerged, they couldn't do anything. I feel no resentment towards the police, as I think their hands really were tied. In response, I took down all of my accounts and changed my number. By now, it was late fall, early winter. My car got keyed in my own driveway. Our front door would randomly be banged on in the middle of the night. A coworker at the store where I work told me a scruffy guy had come into our store, which was a knockoff Claire's type thing, so it was a little strange and just wandered around. Eventually, he'd asked when my next shift was. My coworker wouldn't tell him. He left without fuss. My school got a call that I had lice. I was called out of class and the rumor spread. Bizarre, but humiliating all the same. When I had to get the mail from the box at the end of the street, a car, and not the red truck, would drive slowly behind me and then drive away at a tire-squealing pace when I turned to see who it was. Eventually, after about a 3-month period of the events dwindling, they stopped altogether. I still have no idea why. I guess this has stuck with me so long because it kept changing. He never stuck to the same tactic long, kept changing it as if he was Googling creepy things to do to your stalking victim, and there was no real ending. And I'm aware that these were all tiny things, but they added up. About a year of my life was spent in constant suspense, and now I still always look over my shoulder. I won't go out alone after dark. I keep the shades in our living room closed after 7 p.m. Maybe the scariest thing was that I felt like I was doing everything right. I told my parents, I got proof, and I was still powerless. I'm just glad it's over.